Chapter 1. I am hungry, so I'll eat a reader first, and then start typing. Dragon Ball World. In 765 AE, Goku suffered from a viral heart disease and died. In 766 AE, Trunks was born. In the same year, Dr. Gero, a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, awakened the ferocious androids 17 and 18. The Z-warriors were forced to meet the enemy. Then, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Krillin, Vegeta, and Piccolo died in battle. Gohan, who was only 9 years old, escaped because he was collecting Dragon Balls. 12 years passed quietly. One day in 778 AE, the sky was as black as ink. There were wisps of green smoke rising everywhere. Broken earth, corrupt and collapsed buildings, and a musty breeze. Looking down at the earth from a high altitude, thousands of adjectives converge into the word despair. Here is the forgotten world of Dragon Ball No. 1. Location: a ruined city destroyed by androids. A gust of wind blew by, blowing half of the yellowed newspaper on the ground high into the sky and drifting away. In this messy ruin, there is a conspicuous small mound of earth. This small mound of earth is actually a grave. Several flowers of different colors are inserted on the grave, swaying in the wind. Several bananas, 2 apples, and a bottle of water are neatly placed in front of the earthen grave. Obviously, this was placed there intentionally by someone for sacrificial purposes. The soil is new soil, the yellow flowers have not yet withered, and the bananas and apples are still very fresh. Obviously, this is a new grave. I just don't know who is buried in it. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a slight sound was heard. The small mound of earth shook, and the sand on it was pushed in all directions and rolled down. Then, a pale hand broke out of the ground. A one-armed young man crawled out of the earth pit grave. He was pale, covered with wounds, and extremely weak. Just crawling out of the earth pit had consumed 90% of his strength. He lay on the ground to rest for a while, finally recovered some strength, and then struggled to sit up. After sitting down, he spit out the mud in his mouth, and then pinched his nose with his only remaining right hand to wake up the sand in his nasal cavity. After doing all this, the young man gasped and looked around blankly. Where is this? As soon as this question came into the young man's mind, his head felt like it was pierced by an iron needle, and it felt like it was about to split open. Ugh! He grabbed his head with the 5 fingers of his right hand and pulled out a lot of hair. Then, he buried his head between his legs and let out a dull roar like a beast. Along with waves of tingling, a strange memory rushed into his mind. A few seconds later, the young man gasped, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. He traveled through time and space. He became Son Gohan in the Dragon Ball world. But he was not the Son Gohan who could turn into a Super Saiyan 2 and beat up Cell at the age of 9. He was an adult Son Gohan in another timeline. Now, his left arm was broken directly from the shoulder, leaving only his right arm. There is also a very eye-catching scar on his right eye. If the scar is deeper, the consequences will be disastrous. And all this is thanks to the android. The scar on his face. The scar was left from the battle with the androids a few years ago. The left arm was blown up by Android 18 more than a year ago when he was trying to save Trunks. Even the serious injury now was also caused by Android 18. He and this woman have an irreconcilable hatred. This Android 18 not only killed his relatives and friends, but even himself was killed by her. These two demons who only know how to kill and destroy have slaughtered hundreds of millions of humans in a year. If he hadn't traveled through time and space to give Son Gohan's soul a ray of life, Son Gohan would have definitely died in this disaster. It is absolutely impossible for him to crawl out of the grave. The two souls merged into one in an instant, indistinguishable from each other, and grew countless times larger in an instant. The seriously injured and dying body also regained some strength as a result. Pooh! Son Gohan spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm with mud again, and then took the purified water in front of the grave. He clamped the bottle with his legs, and then twisted the cap hard. He raised the bottle with difficulty, tilted his head back and took a few gulps, and then drank the whole bottle of water. Then, Son Gohan ate all the bananas and apples. Anyway, they were also sacrificed to him, and it would be a waste not to eat them. In the end times, wasting food is a very shameful behavior. What's more, his body now needs a lot of energy. These bananas and apples can only be said to be a drop in the bucket, which is not enough. Son Gohan sat cross-legged and rested for a long time, but he never waited for the sound of ding. Alas, it seems that there is no standard system for time travelers. He sighed helplessly, and then slowly stood up. As he moved, the broken body immediately protested, and a tearing pain came. "Shh, it really hurts." Son Gohan grimaced, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. This severely injured body had no idea how many bones were broken and how many internal organs were bleeding. But his perseverance was amazing. Although his whole body was in pain, it was not unbearable. The most urgent thing to do now was to find a safe place to hide and heal his wounds. Otherwise, if he died just after crossing over, it would be a shame for the world of crossing. Although there was very little energy in his body, he could still fly. After determining the direction, Son Gohan mobilized his breath, his body floated in the air, and slowly flew towards Bulma's house. Under the current circumstances, going to Bulma's place was the best choice. The Universal Capsule Corporation was attacked by androids several years ago, and many of its equipment and research results were destroyed, no longer as glorious as they once were. But Bulma, the soul of the Universal Capsule Corporation, is still alive. As long as Bulma is still there, the Universal Capsule Corporation will continue to exist. Since the attack, Bulma moved the Universal Capsule Corporation to a remote and inconspicuous corner of the western capital. And Son Gohan also knew very well that since the attack several years ago, the androids had not visited the Universal Capsule Group again until they were killed. Therefore, the Universal Capsule Group is a safe place for the time being. At least it will be safe in the next few years. More importantly, Son Gohan wanted to tell Bulma and Trunks as soon as possible that he was still alive. Trunks, who buried him with his own hands, must be very sad now. An hour later, Son Gohan finally arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. It was only a distance of more than 100 kilometers, but this time it took Son Gohan a full hour. It can be seen how weak he was at this time. If it were any other time, it would probably take less than a minute to cover such a short distance. After Son Gohan landed, he felt his legs go weak, his vision went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. He forced himself to cheer up, staggered to the familiar gate, and then patted it with great effort. "Who?" A clear and loud shout was heard from inside the room. It was Trunks. "It's me." Son Gohan felt like his eyelids weighed 1,000,000 tons and he could hardly open them. There was a rush of footsteps in the room, and then the door was quickly opened. A 12-year-old boy with purple hair rushed out instantly. He looked at Son Gohan, his lips trembling constantly, and tears had already blurred his eyes. Son Gohan put his hand on his head and said, "Trunks, you've been slacking off. You didn't even know someone was approaching." After that, Son Gohan couldn't bear the strong sleepiness anymore. His head tilted, his body softened, and he fell forward. Trunks was quick-witted and caught Son Gohan's body. "I know, Gohan Ge." "Wow!" At this point, Trunks couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears, with tears and snot on his face. Although Son Gohan was covered in mud, Trunks was still afraid that his snot and tears would drip onto Son Gohan's body, so he kept wiping them with his sleeves, and finally his whole face was stained. Bulma also came out. Her eyes were also full of tears, but she was an adult after all, and she tried hard not to cry out loud. She took a deep breath, then patted Trunks on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry, take Gohan to bed to rest, he is seriously injured now. Yes, Mom. Trunks looked back at Bulma, stopped crying, and then carried son Gohan into the house. Chapter 2. At this moment, Son Gohan was lying on the bed, his breathing was steady and even, and he was sleeping soundly. As for his dirty clothes, they had been changed. His whole body was covered with bandages, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. He looked like a mummy. There were 15 broken bones in his body, multiple internal organs were bleeding, brain hemorrhage, and a lot of muscle torn. He was still alive despite such serious injuries. The vitality of Scions is really unbelievable. Bulma sighed, and then fed Son Gohan a recovery potion. After doing this, she pulled Trunks aside and asked, "Trunks, didn't you tell Mom yesterday that Gohan was dead? What's going on?" Yes, I buried Gohan myself, and I don't know what happened," Trunks said in confusion. "Now, tell your mother the whole story from beginning to end," Bulma said. "Okay." Trunks nodded, thinking back to what happened yesterday, and began to repeat it to Bulma word by word. "It's like this, yesterday after Gohan and I finished training, the androids suddenly appeared in a nearby city and started wreaking havoc. I wanted to go with Gohan to stop these androids, but Gohan knocked me out. When I woke up and rushed over, it was too late. Brother Gohan was lying in a pool of blood, no longer alive, and the 2 damn androids were nowhere to be found." When he said this, Trunks clenched his fists until they turned white, and veins on his forehead suddenly appeared. "Afterwards, I buried Brother Gohan and went home." It was exactly the same as what Trunks told her yesterday when he came back crying. There was no difference. Bulma was silent for a while, then said, "Your brother Gohan is very lucky. Maybe he didn't die yesterday. It was you, a stinky boy, who messed around." Bulma raised her hand to hit Trunks. But when she saw Trunks lowering his head, her eyes flickered, she sighed and put her hand back. "Oh, forget it, at least he's still alive. Trunks, you must feel guilty now. After all, no one wants Gohan to be alive more than him." Bulma's eyes softened and she reached out to rub her son's soft hair. Son Gohan slept for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, he finally woke up. He stared at the ceiling for a while before he remembered that he had traveled through time. He was now in Trunks's house. It took him half a minute to finally turn his head around. A purple-haired boy was sleeping soundly at the end of the bed. He didn't know what he was dreaming about, but there was a smile on his face. A beautiful woman in a white coat was busy in the room, flipping through notes and calculating on the computer. In the center of the room was a semi-finished instrument with a very unique shape. Son Gohan took a look at the machine, and his mind turned for a long time, thinking that this was probably the legendary time machine. A few years later, Trunks took this machine back to more than 10 years ago and sent Son Goku a special medicine to treat viral heart disease. Son Goku was saved. The timeline was divided from there, and it became 2 different worlds from then on. Thinking of these things, Son Gohan swallowed his saliva, only to feel dry mouth and throat. "Tea, Trunks, water," Son Gohan murmured in a hoarse voice. Then, he raised the mummy's leg and rubbed Trunks' arm. "Ah! Who kicked me?" Trunks was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes wide and sat up suddenly. Then he saw Son Gohan blinking at him. "Brother Gohan, you woke up? That's great, that's great." The boy's face was full of surprise, but he obviously didn't hear what Son Gohan said just now. "Brat, get some water for your brother Gohan." Bulma came over and patted Trunks on the head in annoyance. Oh. Trunks finally reacted, picked up the water bottle on the bedside, opened the lid, and fed it to Son Gohan. He drank 2 sips and half of it leaked. The water flowed down and wet the bandage on his neck. "Well, I'll do it myself," Son Gohan said. He squirmed and sat up straight. Son Gohan felt that the bandage on his hand was too much of a hindrance and it was very inconvenient to move. So he shook his right arm, and a breath of air swung out, which broke the bandage into pieces. He took the water bottle from Trunks and drank up the water in the bottle in a few gulps. Bulma sat next to him, looked at Son Gohan and asked with concern, "Gohan, how do you feel now?" Son Gohan glanced at Bulma and said, "Much better, but I'm so hungry." Brother's stomach cooperated with him and made a gurgling sound. "Mom, I'm hungry too." Trunks also said. "That's good, Gohan, you should have a good rest and don't move around. I'll go make you some food." Bulma said with a smile, then looked at Trunks and pulled him. "Trunks, you go help too." "Oh." Trunks nodded. "Brother Gohan, I'm going to cook with my mom first, and I'll talk to you later." Trunks said. "Well, okay." Son Gohan replied. The mother and son left the bed and walked to the kitchen. Now, Dr. Bruf and his wife are dead, and Vegeta is also dead. Bulma's family is only the mother and son who depend on each other. But Son Gohan is even more miserable than them. He is the only one left in his family. When Bulma and Trunks brought out the dishes, they found that Son Gohan had already put on his bright yellow martial arts uniform and was carefully observing the half-finished time machine in the middle of the room. Bulma put the dishes on the table and exclaimed, "Gohan, why didn't you listen and get out of bed? Your body is not well yet, you need to rest for at least another week." Son Gohan smiled and said, "I feel fine now I just need to eat a full meal, and I'll be fine after eating, ha 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 ha." "Really, you are becoming more and more like Wukong now. You always don't take care of your body," Bulma said in a reproachful tone. "Haha, but I really feel fine now, I'm just very hungry." "How long have I been unconscious?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "Today is the third day." "Okay, go wash your hands. You can eat after washing your hands," Bulma said. "No wonder I'm so hungry, that means I haven't eaten for at least 3 or 4 days." Son Gohan murmured, touched his stomach, and went to wash his hands. After washing their hands, they sat down, put their hands together, thanked nature for the gift, and then started eating. While eating, Trunks looked at Son Gohan, and after a long time of anxiety, he finally couldn't help but speak. "Brother Gohan, that day, I thought you were dead. I couldn't feel any breath or heartbeat from you, and your body became cold. So, that's why I buried you. I'm sorry." "Yeah, Gohan, what's going on?" Bulma asked. Son Gohan glanced at Trunks, then looked at Bulma, stuffed a large piece of bread into his mouth, like a starving ghost. Then he said seriously, "I did die once, but Prince didn't accept me. I thought that there were still androids 17 and 18 in this world that had not been eliminated, so I struggled to come back to life. Trunks, we can't die so easily, otherwise there will be no warriors to protect the earth. We must work hard to train our bodies and strive to eliminate those 2 damn androids as soon as possible. When I came back a few days ago, I saw that you were slacking off." Yes, brother Gohan." Trunks' eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily with pride. He is indeed brother Gohan, and his words are so nice. It sounds very inspiring. Chapter 3. The words resurrection from the dead would be hard to accept in other worlds, but in the Dragon Ball world, it is too normal. If you don't die several times, you are embarrassed to call yourself a strong person. Bulma did not continue to ask, but instead said earnestly, "It's good that you know. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Can you beat 2 androids by yourself? Don't you know how powerful they are? You are always so reckless. Last time you lost an arm, and this time you almost lost your life." Son Gohan shrank his neck and kept saying yes. "And you, Trunks, you are already 12 years old, use your brain when doing things, don't just think about killing, rushing, if you all die, what will I do? Trunks also shrank his neck and didn't dare to reply. He secretly glanced at Son Gohan and found that Son Gohan was also secretly looking at him. So the two couldn't help laughing. Laugh, you still can laugh. The two immediately changed their faces to serious ones, buried their heads in eating. With two scion gluttons, the food on the table was quickly swept away. After eating and drinking, Son Gohan felt warm all over. He felt that his strength was recovering rapidly, and soon broke through the original bottleneck. This is a unique talent of the Scion bloodline. Every time they are resurrected from the brink of death, their strength will be greatly enhanced. Son Gohan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and he was inexplicably excited. He knew that this should be something like potential, which might be exhausted and no longer exist. Otherwise, the Scions could completely rely on this bug to become invincible, and what would happen to other races? Before, he had always been beaten by number 18. But now, maybe it's a 55-50 chance. If he's bolder, it's not impossible to suppress number 18. Humph! A gleam of light flashed in Son Gohan's eyes, and he had already imagined the scene of beating number 18 into a pig's head. But fantasy is fantasy, Son Gohan didn't really have the urge to rush out and fight the androids. Just kidding. Next to number 18 is number 17. That guy is not just a vegetarian who can only show off his appearance. Son Gohan knows that his strength is even higher than that of number 18. Rushing over now is a reckless act. Son Gohan now cherishes his life very much. Without absolute certainty, he does not want to take the initiative to provoke those two evil stars. In the past, after Son Gohan gained power, his mentality would swell, as if part of his IQ was transformed into power, reducing his intelligence. But after fusing with another soul, this defect has disappeared. Not only does he cherish his life now, but he is also very calm. Gohan, you should stay here for the next few days. Take good care of your injuries and don't run around. Got it? Bulma said as she cleaned up the messy desk. She looked at Son Gohan, and the lively and sensible appearance of Son Gohan as a child flashed through her mind. Her heart ached, and her eyes were full of tenderness. He was once such a young and energetic boy, but now he only has one arm left, and the safety of the whole world is on his shoulders. How heavy it is! Alas! Okay, got it, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan nodded and cleared the dishes with Trunks. He rolled his eyes and continued, Aunt Bulma, did Uncle Vegeta ask you to build a gravity room before? Is it still there? Of course Son Gohan didn't know this before, but now, no one knows it better than him. He remembered that Bulma helped Vegeta convert a spaceship into a gravity chamber. Vegeta usually practiced in it. But the previous Son Gohan knew nothing about it and didn't make use of it. He was always outside with Trunks to think about it. But this is no wonder. On the one hand, Son Gohan really didn't know. Secondly, when Son Gohan was 9 years old, all the Z warriors died. There was no one to teach him, no one to communicate with him. It was already against the will of heaven that he could transform into a Super Saiyan by himself. There were so many things that Son Gohan didn't know. Hearing what Son Gohan said, Bulma was stunned for a moment. Then she said, that's right. At that time, I converted the spaceship he got into a gravity chamber and placed it at the former site of the Universal Capsule Company. But because the androids once attacked the company, the spaceship was most likely damaged. What are you going to do? Trunks on the side pricked up his ears. He was too curious about the past, especially about Vegeta. Dad, what kind of person is he? Son Gohan said, of course I want to use the gravity room to practice. It suddenly occurred to me that if I use the gravity room to exercise, maybe Trunks and I will be able to defeat the androids soon. Really? Bulma's eyes widened. She was a genius in technology, but she was a complete novice in martial arts and training. Yes, of course. Son Gohan nodded, I'll go look for it now and I'll be back soon. Brother Gohan, you have to go too. Trunks said with anticipation. Okay. Son Gohan replied. Be careful. If you can't find it, I can make it again. But now the materials and equipment are very limited, so it may take a long time to make. Bulma advised. Got it, we'll go take a look and come back soon. Son Gohan and Trunks flew to the former site of the Universal Capsule Group. Brother Gohan, what kind of person is Dad? During the flight, Trunks couldn't help but ask. Your father. Son Gohan thought of Vegeta's appearance in his mind, and then continued with a smile. He is a very proud man, very competitive. So who is more powerful, Dad or Mr. Goku? Trunks had a face full of longing. Now Trunks was like an ordinary child, asking others about his father. Son Gohan glanced at Trunks, not wanting to break his fantasy, and smiled equally powerful. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Trunks became happy. Haha, I knew it, Mom said the same thing. Son Gohan was a little surprised. Bulma, did she say the same thing? Soon, the two came to the former site of the Universal Capsule Company. This used to be the most prosperous place in the West. But now it has lost its former glory, only a ruin. Looking down from the sky, the ground was bumpy. The high-rise buildings were also seriously damaged, and many places were even covered with damp moss. Son Gohan looked around in the air. He quickly locked onto the target. Found it, over there. A sphere about 10 meters in diameter was lying crookedly in a crack. It was most likely the spaceship. Son Gohan and Trunks landed and came to the sphere. It is indeed that spaceship. Son Gohan said in surprise. Although the spaceship was covered with moss and had a big hole on it, it was undoubtedly a spaceship. Trunks was very curious when he saw this thing for the first time. He touched it left and right, and ended up with moss on his hands. Son Gohan walked around the spaceship and finally found a raised button. Son Gohan thought to himself, the spaceship is indeed damaged, and I don't know if this capsule button is still useful. I can only take it back to let Bulma take a look, maybe she can fix it. Thinking of this, Son Gohan pressed the button hard. Then, the spaceship vibrated, and then boom! There was a sound, followed by a cloud of smoke, and then it turned into a capsule, which was held in Son Gohan's hand. Trunks, who was still touching the spaceship, was startled. Brother Gohan, you didn't tell me in advance. You scared me to death. Haha, you are so timid, let's go back first. Son Gohan said with a smile, and put the capsule away. The two returned the same way. Chapter 4. The journey was safe and sound, and the two soon returned to the Universal Capsule Company. Son Gohan put the spaceship on a relatively flat ground in the backyard. After a careful inspection, Bulma said, the damage is not particularly serious. It can be repaired in about a week. Hearing Bulma's words, Son Gohan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Plan 1 heavy check mark. With the gravity training room and the spaceship, the operational methods and operating space will be greatly increased. Isn't it safe? So the next day, Son Gohan and Trunks cleaned up the spaceship. They cleaned up the moss and various dirt that wrapped the spaceship. Except for the damaged parts, the spaceship has a second spring. Next, it's up to Bulma to show her skills. Son Gohan and Trunks don't know about this, so they can only watch the fun from the side. After resting for another 2 days, Son Gohan felt that his body had recovered, so he decided to put the second plan on the agenda. Plan 2, go to the Temple of the Gods, aiming at the Spirit Time Room. In this time and space, let alone Son Gohan, even Vegeta doesn't know the existence of the Spirit Time Room. Therefore, Son Gohan didn't use the Spirit Time Room. It's too wasteful, it's really too wasteful. But now there is another problem. Since Piccolo was killed, the gods with different hearts and bodies have also fallen, and the Temple of the Gods has become a no-man's land. It is unknown whether Mr. Popo, the guardian of the Temple of Heaven, is still there. It is also unknown whether the Temple of Heaven has been attacked by androids. All of this can only be known by going there in person. Son Gohan plans to take Trunks with him. So on the fourth day, Son Gohan roughly told Bulma about his plan. Bulma was a little surprised why Son Gohan knew these things and only mentioned them now. If he had known earlier, wouldn't he have gone to practice earlier? After Son Gohan told the plan, he knew that Bulma would have these questions, and he already had the answers in his heart. Son Gohan said that he heard his father mention this by chance when he was very young, and it has been too long, and he suddenly remembered it now. He is not too sure, but it may help with practice. Bulma took a serious look at Son Gohan and did not delve into it. Well, it's good to have a method and direction, just go ahead, but wait a moment, I have something for you. Bulma said. Send us something. Son Gohan and Trunks were puzzled. They were wondering what it could be. Not long after, Bulma took out a capsule and pressed a button. Boom! The box was thrown on the ground and turned into a big box. Trunks opened the box with great interest and found a set of combat uniforms of the same style inside. It is composed of blue and white. This battle suit looks so familiar. Son Gohan also squatted down and reached out to touch it. Bulma said slowly, with some sadness in her voice, these battle suits were modified by me based on the battle suits of Frisia's army more than 10 years ago. Each of my friends has a set, but it's a pity that everyone died in battle without using them. The size that Gohan had back then should be suitable for Trunks. Son Gohan's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. This combat uniform is very light, close-fitting, and very breathable. Not only that, it can withstand a certain degree of attack, and has good defensive properties. It is much stronger than the orange martial arts uniform he is wearing now. When Son Gohan was a child, he wore the combat uniforms of Frisia's army on Namek, and he was always impressed. And he also remembered the style in front of him. This was the equipment that Bulma took out when Son Goku and his son entered the Spirit Time Chamber for the first time in the original work. It can be said that the toughness of this combat uniform is such that even if Son Gohan and Trunks turned into giant apes more than 10 meters tall, they would not break. The stretchability is very strong, and it is a rare good equipment. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Bulma." Trunks said nothing, found the smallest set, and put it on directly. It really fit him. He jumped up and down, very satisfied with this combat uniform. Bulma smiled and said, "It really fits, Trunks looks very handsome in it." "Thank you, Mom." Trunks also smiled. Son Gohan was embarrassed to change clothes in front of Bulma, so he found a place to change and walked out. Bulma took a look and her eyes lit up. Son Gohan had an upright figure and solid muscles, and was stronger and taller than Son Goku back then. Son Gohan, who did not continue to study, had a better figure than a model. It was just a pity that he was missing a left arm, which affected his beauty. He simply tied a knot on the left sleeve to prevent the empty sleeve from swaying in the wind. "Wow, Gohan-kun is so cool!" Trunks shouted. "Not bad, not bad. They all fit me well." Bulma nodded and smiled. Son Gohan put away the extra combat uniforms. Then he said, "Then Trunks and I will leave. It will take at least 1 day, at most 2 days, and we will be back soon." "Okay." Bulma nodded. "Goodbye, Mom." Trunks waved his hand. "Goodbye, Trunks." Bulma also waved. The two brothers walked out of the house. Son Gohan identified the direction. Then the two took off and flew towards Kylin Tower. Soon, heavy rain fell from the sky, and dark clouds covered everything. Son Gohan and Trunks walked through the rain, their auras rose, and no rain could get close to them. It didn't take too long before a huge Optimus pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared in front of them. Various totems were carved on the huge Optimus pillar. Son Gohan knew that the top of the Optimus Pillar was the legendary martial arts Holy Land, Kylan Tower. Trunks, let's fly up. Son Gohan turned around and said to Trunks. Yes, brother Gohan. Trunks replied. The two figures turned sharply and soared into the sky, breaking through the black clouds, and soon arrived at the top of Optimus Prime. Kylan Tower, where the Cat Master lived. Son Gohan and Trunks stopped, flew in, and landed smoothly. Son Gohan glanced around and sighed helplessly. The Cat Master who had lived here for many years had disappeared. There were only a lot of empty bottles and jars left here, and nothing else. Brother Gohan, where is this place? Trunks asked curiously. The residence of the Cat Fairy, it used to cultivate the fairy beans. Son Gohan replied. Ah, where is he now? Trunks said in shock, and then he started looking through those bottles and jars, hoping to find a senzu bean to heal Gohan's broken arm. But unfortunately, not to mention one, not even half a bean was left. Son Gohan shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's go, the temple of the gods is still up there. The two left and continued to fly upwards. As they flew higher and higher, the sky was no longer grey, but became clearer, and the warm sunshine shone on their bodies, making them feel indescribably comfortable. The two seemed to have come to another beautiful world. Trunks had never seen such a scenery before, and was very excited. If it weren't for his personality, he would have shouted. Soon, the two broke through a white cloud and came to the sky above the Temple of the Gods. Chapter 5. Looking down from the sky. The semicircular Temple of the Gods of Heaven floats not far from the atmosphere. The plants on it are lush and green, and several buildings rise from the ground, like a dream, worthy of the name of the temple. Son Gohan and Trunks landed. Trunks looked around, dazzled. He opened his eyes wide, jumped twice on the ground of the Temple of the Gods of Heaven, and trotted out, curious about everything. He was still asking, Brother Gohan, is this really where the gods live? Yeah, that's right. Seeing Trunks's joy, Son Gohan couldn't help but smile. After all, he was a child, and he couldn't hide his happiness. Of course, Son Gohan was also very happy. At least, the celestial temple was not attacked by the androids, and everything was intact. This meant that the spirit time chamber could still be used. I wonder if Mr. Popo is still here. Son Gohan thought so, and followed Trunks' direction and walked towards the building complex. There was an archway there, and through it was the real temple of the gods. They were still in the front half of the Temple of the Gods, on the square. Brother Gohan, what does a god look like? Trunks, who was running in front, turned around and asked. Isn't he very tall, handsome, and cool? Son Gohan thought of Piccolo's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He is quite tall. But handsome, I can't say. After all, it's strange to describe Namekians as handsome. Because there is no difference between men and women. At this moment, Son Gohan's pupils shrank. Because he felt that someone came out of the gate of the Temple of Heaven in the dark. Son Gohan stared at the gate and stopped. Trunks, stop. Ah! Trunks stopped walking after hearing this. Then, he also spotted a figure coming out of the gate. There was no breath, and even no trace of any life waves. This, Trunks couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What on earth is this? Although the androids have no breath, at least they still have life waves. Is it Mr. Popo? Son Gohan asked with narrowed eyes. As he spoke, the figure finally walked out of the darkness. Or rather, he himself was a piece of darkness. Who else could it be but Mr. Popo? His whole body was pitch black, and except for the clothes on his body, there was no extra color on the rest of his body. Even more naughty than Nico. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was really Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo looked at Son Gohan, then at Trunks, and said, Mr. Gohan, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. His face was pitch black, and you could not see any expression on his face. He did not have any emotions when he spoke, a bit like a robot. Waiting for me? What are you waiting for me to do? Son Gohan asked. Mr. Popo said since the death of the god 12 years ago, no human has come to the temple of the gods. I have been waiting here for 12 years. Mr. Gohan is finally here. I want to ask Mr. Gohan, are you willing to be the new god? Hearing this, Trunks' eyes lit up. Cool, so cool. Brother Gohan wants to be the new god. There is nothing cooler than this. But Son Gohan's next answer made him stunned. I'm sorry, Mr. Popo, I don't want to be the god of Earth. Son Gohan shook his head. Mr. Popo was not disappointed, Son Gohan's answer was within his expectations. But he still asked, oh, why? Son Gohan said, because even if you become the new god of Earth, you can't defeat androids 17 and 18. As he said this, he was a little angry, and, as far as I know, there are constraints after becoming a god. For example, Mr. Popo, have you seen the sufferings of the world over the years? Over the past decade, the artificial humans have been destroying and killing people at will, and the human world is suffering. It is really like crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one is helping. What are you doing? Even if you take the initiative to contact me, that would be fine. Mr. Bobo lowered his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Gohan. As the guardian of the Temple of Heaven, I have no way to interfere in human affairs. To be honest, Son Gohan is really angry now. He didn't understand these things at first. But because of the integration of another soul, he opened up another god's perspective. Therefore, he also knows that there are actually many ways to save the earth. However, there is a way to save it, but it is not saved. In these years, no one has cared about the earth, and a mess has been thrown on the shoulders of a 9-year-old child. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? This world has completely become a forgotten world. How can Son Gohan not be angry? Because he himself is that helpless child. Who knows how he has been through the past 10 years? Damn it! If someone had cared about it, the earth would not have become what it is now. In this state. For example, if Mr. Popo came down to the mortal world, brought him to the temple of the gods, taught him how to practice, and told him the secret of the spirit time chamber, Son Gohan felt that he could do it, at least he wouldn't be as miserable as he is now. For another example, when the disaster just started, King Kai talked to him and told him the address of New Namek. Then he could take a spaceship to Namek, collect the Dragon Balls, and save everyone. But no, nothing happened. Now more than 10 years have passed, and still no one cares. Even if a new Namek is found now, those former companions can no longer be resurrected. What makes him most resentful are those dead companions. Although it is a bit disrespectful, he just thinks they are very hateful. King Kai can be said to be because there are too many planets under management, they forgot the existence of the Earth. What about uncles and aunts, and dad? If nothing unexpected happened, you have retained your physical bodies and practiced in the underworld or King Kai. How did you manage to ignore it for more than 10 years? Are you happy and don't want to go back to your hometown? Or something else? Damn it! It's really damned. Thinking of this, Son Gohan couldn't help but wipe the corners of his slightly damp eyes, and then clenched his right fist. His feet couldn't help but have more strength, and his momentum suddenly expanded. With him as the center, a circle of air waves exploded. The ground under his feet cracked with several cracks, and golden flames rose up. Son Gohan himself never thought that after he crossed over, the first time he felt the anger of his predecessor was here. As we all know, Son Gohan has always been a gentle person, and his anger value has always been a mystery. But anger can also be said to be his biggest hang. As long as he is angry enough, the grass on the graves of number 17 and number 18 will probably be more than 3 meters high. Seeing Son Gohan suddenly burst into energy and turned into a Super Saiyan. Trunks and Mr. Popo were shocked. Oh my god, Gohan Ge's aura is so strong, with this kind of aura, I'm afraid he can already defeat the androids. Trunks was shocked. Mr. Popo waved his hands and apologized repeatedly. Mr. Gohan, please calm down. I really have no choice. It's my duty. I really can't interfere in the affairs of the world. I'm sorry, sorry. He thought it was his answer that angered Son Gohan. Hey! Son Gohan exhaled and calmed himself down. He dispersed the powerful aura in his body and said, sorry, that was a bit rude. Nothing, nothing. Mr. Popo waved his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, since you are not here to become a god, what is the matter with you coming here this time, Mr. Gohan? Son Gohan stopped talking to him and said directly, we want to use the spirit time chamber, is that okay? Ah, so Mr. Gohan knows about the spirit time chamber. Of course, no problem, both of you please follow me. Mr. Popo said, making a gesture of invitation, and then turned and walked into the temple. Trunks looked at Son Gohan. What are you looking at? Follow me. Son Gohan said. Oh. Trunks followed immediately. Son Gohan also strode in. Brother Gohan, you were so angry just now. As they walked, Trunks turned around and said. It won't be long before you surpass this aura. Son Gohan said seriously. He was not bragging. With the help of the spirit time chamber to assist in training, Son Gohan was very confident. Trunks would surely become stronger soon, surpass the aura he just released, and then become even stronger. After walking for a while, the three stopped in front of a big door. Son Gohan looked up and found a wall clock hanging right above the door. Mr. Popo said, Mr. Gohan, this is the Spirit Time Chamber lighthouse. The speed of time in the Spirit Time room is different from that outside. Spending a year inside is actually just 1 day outside. Ignoring that everyone can only use 2 days in their lifetime, Mr. Gohan has to keep track of the time. If the time is exceeded, the gate will automatically disappear and you won't be able to get out. Son Gohan nodded. Yes, I understand. Mr. Popo said, but I'm overthinking it. It's impossible for someone to live in there for 2 years. Haha, Mr. Goku ran away after only a few months. Son Gohan. Okay, let's go in. Mr. Bobo said, pushing open the door of the Spirit Time room. Is there really such a magical place in the world? Trunks stuck his head in and found that it was a white unknown world. Plan 2 heavy check mark. Chapter 6. Trunks' eyes were full of curiosity as he walked in. Son Gohan followed closely behind. After the two of them entered, the door of the Spirit Time chamber closed automatically. Son Gohan looked back and found that there was also a wall clock on the inner door. It showed exactly 0 o'clock. But it was moving very slowly, and it would not jump for a very long time. But Son Gohan knew that this did not mean that the wall clock was broken. Instead, when the clock turned to 0 o'clock again, a year had passed. Trunks walked in front, looking very excited. He said, Brother Gohan, did you hear that? 1 year in here, but only 1 day has passed outside. It's amazing, isn't it? Son Gohan smiled and said, well, of course I heard it, and it's not just that the time here flows slowly, you'll know in a while. What else? Brother Gohan knows too much. Trunks said. I'll tell you later, let's take a look at the accommodation first. Son Gohan said. He will let you experience 10 times the gravity, plus the huge temperature difference, and experience the pleasure of ice and fire. Son Gohan decided to give Trunks a surprise. The accommodation is on the right-hand side of the door. The accommodation is simply decorated with 2 large beds, a wardrobe, and a wall mirror as tall as a person. A little further inside there are a bathroom and a toilet. There is a huge bathtub in the bathroom. It should be very comfortable to lie down in it when you are tired of practicing. At this time, Trunks asked Brother Gohan, "Where does the water here come from? Where does it go?" "Trunks, your question really stumps your brother Gohan. Maybe it's about coming from where you should be and going to where you should be." "Trunks. On the left side of the door is the kitchen. In addition to the common tableware, there are also several large vats. Open the lid of the large vat and take a look. There is water, rice, and flour in the vat. Want to eat meat?" "Hey, no. It's just enough to fill your stomach." Son Gohan knows that there are some problems with these large vats. It seems that they will automatically refresh every once in a while. It's very magical. However, Son Gohan is too lazy to delve into this kind of thing that violates common sense of physics. After all, this is a two-dimensional world. How can anything be possible or impossible? You have probably never seen a spaceship being knocked out with a hammer. It's all a piece of cake. After looking at the kitchen of the residence, Son Gohan waved his hand and said, "Trunks, follow me." "Okay." Trunks nodded and followed Son Gohan excitedly. He didn't know if he would be able to laugh again in a while. The two of them passed through the passage between the residence and the kitchen and came to a vast white space. The two of them were like standing on a white coastline, looking into the distance, unable to see the end. Son Gohan said with a smile, "Trunks, go down and take a look." "Okay." Trunks answered loudly, then jumped into the white world. Then, with a thump, he fell flat on his face. Trunks looked at Son Gohan with resentment and struggled to stand up. But the overwhelming 10 times gravity came over him, dragging his body towards the ground. Trunks felt that every cell in his body was falling. "Ha ha ha!" Son Gohan pointed at Trunks and laughed. "Brother Gohan is such a jerk." Trunks grumbled with a flat mouth, white flames burning on his body. And then he slowly stood up. It was also because he was careless, and he didn't have the slightest defense in his heart, nor did he have the slightest concern. Otherwise, with Trunks's fighting power, he wouldn't have fallen here like a dog eating shit. "Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you that the gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth." Son Gohan laughed and walked into the white square. With the preparations in advance, Son Gohan would certainly not have any problems. He just felt that his body was heavy and it was not so convenient for him to move. Gohan knew about it but didn't tell me in advance, causing me to fall. Damn it! Trunks was still there indignantly. "Ha ha ha, to show respect for the spirit time chamber, why can't you give it a hug?" Son Gohan said, and he felt the air around him suddenly become hot. With every breath, it was as if he sucked in a wisp of flame, constantly burning his internal organs. But after a while, the temperature plummeted. In just a few breaths, he fell from the stove into the ice cave. The extremely cold air slowed down the blood flow. The exhaled breath turned into ice chips in an instant. Sometimes it was extremely hot, sometimes it was extremely cold, ice and fire alternated, it was so terrifying. Trunks' face turned red and white. "I finally understand why Mr. Popo said that no one can live in there for 2 years. This is really terrible." Son Gohan took a few deep breaths of the air mixed with ice and fire, stretched his muscles and bones, and then punched and kicked with great force. After a few jumps, he stopped. He said, "You are right. This kind of environment is indeed very tormenting, but practicing in such an environment can make your strength soar. 10 times the gravity, plus the extremely cold and hot air, even if we do nothing, just living here can continuously improve our combat effectiveness. So, Trunks, in order to defeat the androids and become stronger, we should be grateful for having such a training environment." Trunks stood at attention and said, "I know, Brother Gohan, I will work hard to practice." Son Gohan nodded, "Okay. Come on, Trunks, time is running out and the task is heavy." We have to race against time. Let's start our first stage of training now. Good. Come on, don't transform into a Super Saiyan, attack me with all your strength. Son Gohan divided this training into 3 stages. He knew that his and Trunks' foundations were too poor. So the first stage was to consolidate and strengthen their basic qualities. This basic quality includes several types, namely basic combat power, resistance to blows, and combat skills. The 3 can be carried out at the same time and complement each other. Son Gohan plans to complete this stage in 6 months. It doesn't matter if it takes a little longer. Only when the foundation is laid can you build a tall building on it. The so-called sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, and this is also the truth. As for the second stage, Son Gohan's plan is to surpass Super Saiyan. After the foundation is laid, you must start trying to break through. Not only must you dare to think, but you must also dare to do and dare to practice. Only in this way can you constantly break through yourself. If you are complacent and think that Super Saiyan is already the pinnacle, then you will never become a real strong man in this life. Son Gohan also plans to complete this stage in 6 months. It takes a little longer. But there is no way. They have no teacher, so they can only rely on continuous attempts and practices to prove the feasibility. Learn lessons from failure and keep trying new methods. Son Gohan believes that he will succeed one day by constantly failing and summarizing. Anyway, things can't get any worse. Now it's much better than before, isn't it? Chapter 7. Time is merciless and always slips away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. In the spirit time room, Son Gohan and Trunks are fighting each other. Compared to 6 months ago, the hair of both of them has grown a lot. Not only that, Trunks has become stronger and taller. Both of them are fighting in their normal state. But the rumbling sound of hitting is endless, like a bolt from the blue. The power is incredible. The 6-month period has arrived, and the fighting power of both of them has improved by leaps and bounds, and it is no longer the same. But if you look closely, you will find that Trunks is out of breath, while Son Gohan is calm and relaxed, and he can handle it with ease. Although he only has one hand now, he still gives people a sense of thunder and invincibility. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other, and the powerful momentum suddenly exploded. The 2 also separated at the touch and stood 2 or 3 meters apart. Trunks panted and said, "Brother Gohan, you are too strong. I am no match for you." Son Gohan looked at him and laughed, "Haha, you have made great progress. Besides, I am your teacher after all, so it is only natural that I am better than you. But you will surpass me sooner or later." Sun Wuhan did not forget to paint a pie for him. "Brother Gohan, stop joking." "Haha." Trunks laughed. "Okay, let's stop here for today, take a good rest for a day, and start a new stage tomorrow," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Great. It's forbidden." Son Gohan rubbed Trunks' hair, and the 2 of them went back to the rest area with a laugh. After taking off their sweaty clothes and taking a nice hot bath, they made rice balls and pancakes to eat, and then fell asleep soundly. The next day, the 2 began to try to practice to break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan. At this moment, Trunks has become a blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan, with a golden aura burning all over his body. Lightning punches and kicks continued, and ha, 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 could be heard continuously in the square of the spirit time room. Sound. Son Gohan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, constantly deducing in his mind and integrating new ideas. Having lived 2 lives, the memory of the previous life plus the memory of this life, as well as the powerful soul power and understanding after the fusion of the 2 souls. The current Son Gohan's ability to improve and his understanding should not be underestimated. And he sat there for a week. A week later, in Trunks' astonished eyes, Son Gohan stood up. His eyebrows condensed and his silver teeth clenched. Then he clenched his right fist and a long roar of horror roared out of his mouth. Then, with Son Gohan as the center, a whirlwind arose out of thin air, soaring up, and constantly spreading to the surroundings. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the sky where there was nothing, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Ah! Son Gohan's long hair stood upside down, with blonde hair, blue eyes and surging golden aura, and he instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. But his basic combat power is much higher than Trunks, and therefore, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was pulled further away. After all, the combat power of a normal Super Saiyan is 50 times that of the basic combat power. The strong wind blew on his face, and Trunks widened his eyes, secretly sighing at Brother Gohan's powerful aura. He was so envious, and wondered when he could become so strong. But Son Gohan's transformation was far from over. His aura was still increasing. 2 seconds later, Son Gohan's muscles all over his body swelled, and the whole person instantly rose 20 centimeters. From 181 centimeters directly to just over 2 meters. A golden light flashed, and his tendon meat reflected a dazzling luster. The surging air waves were overwhelming, forcing Trunks to close his eyes. Ah, this! Brother Gohan has surpassed the bottleneck of Super Saiyan and entered a new realm. Trunks was shocked but also surprised by Son Gohan. It seems that he needs to work harder, Brother Gohan is getting further and further. Trunks thought to himself. With the aura displayed by Brother Gohan at this time, the androids are no longer a threat. It can be said that he is in a state of crushing. I can't believe that after being crushed by the androids for 12 years, I didn't expect that after burying Brother Gohan once, Brother Gohan suddenly got it. In such a short time, his strength went out of control and he became so powerful. It's incredible. Maybe, I should let Brother Gohan bury me once? While Trunks was daydreaming, Son Gohan was carefully feeling the changes in his body. His limbs were strong and powerful forces kept washing over his body. Son Gohan felt that all the pores on his body were open, and what flowed in his blood vessels was no longer blood, but boiling magma. At this time, his muscles were knotted, as if he had endless power. But it didn't take long for Son Gohan to discover a very serious problem. But this was also within his expectations. This form will leak air. Son Gohan said helplessly. That's right, his open pores were not only greedily absorbing air, but also breathing in and out his breath. Although the power is strong, the consumption is extremely alarming. According to Son Gohan's speculation, his current form, the power has increased by at least 70 times compared to the ordinary form. It is about 20 times stronger than the ordinary Super Saiyan. But the consumption is too alarming. It is completely unsustainable and not suitable for a protracted battle. So, this is probably a failed transformation. But even so, this form is more than enough to deal with androids 17 and 18, and killing them is effortless. It seems. While the power is not consumed much, Son Gohan decided to try another form in one go. The already powerful aura boiled up again, and continued to rise. Trunks was completely dumbfounded, and fell to the ground, not caring whether his butt hurt or not. In his horrified eyes, Son Gohan's body grew taller and bigger again. The terrifying aura swept across the world. Although he knew that it was Brother Gohan, Trunks couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he was a big muscular man before, then he must be close to the monster level now, right? Trunks swallowed his saliva and moved his butt. Brother Gohan now looks a little scary. Muscles swelled like granite, and golden flames all over his body were puffing. Fortunately, Son Gohan's face now looks more manly, and there is a scar on his eye. If it was Trunks' face, it would be too explosive. The impact of the picture was so explosive that it was unimaginable. Son Gohan exhaled and moved. He tried after testing his boxing skills and speed, he shook his head and simply changed back to his normal state. Seeing that Son Gohan's momentum had dissipated, Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the form just now, it was still a failed transformation form. It was true that the power had increased to 90 times the normal state. But there were great flaws. In terms of pure power, this form was already comparable to Super Saiyan 2, and was very powerful. However, this form not only had the problem of very serious energy consumption, but also its speed was sharply reduced by half, which was a great disadvantage. Even if the power was strong, it would be useless if it could not hit the opponent. When the power was exhausted, it would be at the mercy of others. This form was called the Big Fool. Trunks walked over, with an envious expression on his face, and said, "Brother Gohan, you were really amazing just now. I was scared by you. You were so invincible. If I were a robot, I would turn around and run away when I saw you." Son Gohan clenched his fist, looked at him seriously and said, "Trunks, in fact, the two transformations just now were wrong. Although the power was greatly enhanced after the transformation, the disadvantages were too obvious." So, Son Gohan explained the advantages and disadvantages of the two transformations to Trunks in detail. Then he continued, "But I already have a better idea. I believe half a year is enough. If it still doesn't work, we can spend another year researching. We still have time." Oh. Trunks was amazed. Brother Gohan is really a strange man, his mind turns so quickly. He just failed to transform, and he has a new idea. He hasn't thought of anything yet. As a disciple, he also wants to learn. Hey, Son Gohan's mouth twisted with envy. This is probably the benefit of standing on the shoulders of giants. Although Son Gohan's comprehension is not weak now, these transformation forms are not what he thought up. These transformation forms were mentioned in the original work. But knowing with the brain and experiencing with the body are not the same concept. Son Gohan spent a lot of time from knowing with the brain to experiencing with the body. If his comprehension was a little worse, perhaps even longer time would be wasted. After all, he has no one to guide and teach him now. It is not easy to practice based solely on a vague concept in his mind. As for why he tried these two failed transformations instead of directly skipping over to simulate the full power form of Super Saiyan 1. Son Gohan has his own ideas on this point. As I said, only when the foundation is solid enough can the building be built higher and more stable. Only by walking on the road you have walked, you will know where the traps are and avoid them or make up for them next time. In life, no step is taken in vain, every step counts. Chapter 8. Trunks asked, "Brother Gohan, what is the new idea you just mentioned?" Son Gohan was like a selfless teacher at this time, answering questions for his student and leading him into a new world. "Son," Gohan said, "Trunks, you have to remember that no matter what kind of transformation you make, our body is the foundation of everything and the most important. Transformation is nothing more than finding the trick of the body, and then activating this trick to gain powerful strength in a short period of time. But only when our own physical fitness is strong enough, the power we can inspire will be stronger. The stronger the body, the greater the power we can withstand." Trunks nodded, as if he understood why Brother Gohan had to undergo the first stage of training. Only to hear Son Gohan continue to say, "Therefore, we should exercise diligently and unremittingly to continuously improve our overall physical fitness, so that after we transform, our strength will be stronger, more stable, and we can bear more power." "Got it, Gohan Ge." Trunks said he was taught. Although Gohan Ge seemed to have said a lot of repetitive words and hadn't gotten to the point. Is this how everyone becomes a teacher? Help. As for the new direction I just mentioned, it is naturally related to the basic attributes and habits of our bodies. Trunks pricked up his ears. Son Gohan continued, "Now let's make an assumption. We take the Super Saiyan state as our daily basic form, train it, get familiar with it, and overcome it. Trunks, what do you think will happen?" Son Gohan looked at Trunks and asked. Trunks thought for a moment, then said excitedly, when we transform again, will our strength increase dozens of times again like we have now when we become Super Saiyans? Son Gohan, you are really bold. But it is good that the brain has become active. Son Gohan said, it's not that exaggerated, but it is certain that we can greatly reduce the consumption of chi and allow our bodies to withstand greater power. However, this process is definitely difficult. We need to spend a lot of time to adjust and overcome it until we conquer it. I'm a little excited after hearing this. Brother Gohan, I'll listen to you and do whatever you say. Trunks slapped his thigh and was very excited. Let's eat first. Son Gohan said. Ah, okay, I'm a little hungry too. Trunks was stunned for a moment. After dinner, the two trimmed their hair and started the first round of attempts. First, they turned into Super Saiyans, and then dispersed their aura. They maintained the state like this. But unfortunately, it ended in failure after a few minutes. After all, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the mentality will be very irritable and belligerent. But after dissipating the aura, the angry and irritable heart will soon calm down. As the mood calms down, the transformation will automatically dissipate. Therefore, it is difficult to maintain the state, let alone turn this state into a kind of inertia. Time is like flowing water, and a month has passed. In the square of the Spirit Time House. It's really hard, Gohan Ge, I can't hold on for long. Trunks said, bending over with his hands on his knees. Keep practicing. The blonde Son Gohan was slowly doing some messy punches. But it looked a little weird to punch with one hand. Another month later. Haha, now it's finally much better, I can last most of the day. Trunks laughed. You, Gohan, I can hold on for several days. Keep going. Trunks was like an eggplant hit by frost. Okay, keep going. 6 months later. Brother Gohan, I'm used to it now. I can even maintain the Super Saiyan form when I sleep. Trunks said to Son Gohan like he was offering a treasure. Not bad, Trunks, you have made great progress, I am very pleased, Brother Gohan. Son Gohan gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. It's not easy to get praise from Gohan. Trunks sighed. Son Gohan just smiled and didn't answer him. Half a year later, Trunks finally succeeded. And Son Gohan, in fact, had completed his second stage of training 3 months ago. Looking back on this period of time, the cooking pot broke, the bowl broke, and the bed broke. It was also a very interesting memory. If it weren't for the automatic refresh function in this spiritual time house, the broken room alone would be enough to make the two of them sad. In a blink of an eye, a whole year has passed since the master and apprentice entered the spiritual time house for training. Brother Gohan, what should we do next? After finishing the meal, Trunks looked up and asked. Son Gohan said, enter the third stage, consolidate, summarize, review the old and learn the new. Trunks? What the hell? There is no sun or moon in the spiritual time chamber, and another half a year has passed. Trunks has completely grown into a handsome guy. But maybe because Vegeta's genes are too strong, Trunks is not tall. Handsome face, thin when dressed, muscular when undressed, a typical little puppy. Son Gohan has not changed much, after all, he is already in his early 20s, and his body has long been shaped. But a year and a half of exercise still makes him look a little stronger. The contours of his face are more obvious, and he is handsome with a little cool feeling. The scar on his face adds a wild and uninhibited taste. Recently, Son Gohan found that his body seemed to have reached a bottleneck period, and his strength growth became very slow. It is almost equivalent to standing still. Step. He knew that haste makes waste. In the past year and a half, both of them have made great progress. If they are forced to continue training, big problems may arise. It is also important to combine work and rest. Proper rest is sometimes more effective than rushing all the time. So, Son Gohan stopped forcing it. After seeking Trunks' opinion, the two left the spirit time chamber. Outside the door, Mr. Popo was already standing there. Although his face was dark and no expression could be seen on his face, his surprise could still be felt. He looked at the blonde Son Gohan and Trunks and marveled. What a big change! Just standing there gives people a feeling of being unfathomable and untouchable, unfathomable. Seeing Popo, Son Gohan greeted him, "Mr. Popo, why are you waiting for us at the door?" Mr. Popo came back to his senses, looked at the master and apprentice and said, "I was worried that you guys would exceed the time limit, so I wanted to come and give you a reminder. I didn't expect you to come out a day and a half early. Haha, but it's really amazing that you can train in there for a year and a half. If it weren't for the bottleneck, I could train for 2.5 years, Son Gohan thought to himself. But he said, "Thank you Mr. Popo for your concern. It's okay in there, but the food is not very good. It would be better if you can prepare some meat next time." "That's it." Trunks strongly seconded. "Hehe, I'm sorry, meat can't be preserved in it. I'll go prepare food for you two, Mr. Gohan and Trunks." "Wait a moment," Mr. Popo said. "Food?" Speaking of food, Son Gohan and Trunks swallowed their saliva frantically. In the past year and a half, they have been eating rice balls and pancakes every day. The two are going crazy. "Meat, I want to eat meat, lots and lots of meat." There are several villains in the hearts of the master and the apprentice who are shouting wildly. They feel like they can eat a whole dinosaur now. A moment later, Mr. Popo prepared a large table of food. The two scions were wolfing down the food like starving ghosts, devouring it all in a whirlwind. The chaotic scene was comparable to a great war. Popo was stunned beside them, shocked beyond words. This scene is quite familiar. It can be traced back to the time when Son Goku lived in the temple to practice. It has to be said that Mr. Popo, who has lived for endless years, is a very good cook. Son Gohan and Trunks were both 5/10 full. "Thank you, Mr. Popo, for your hospitality." Trunks thanked him politely. Then, the two of them jumped from the temple of the gods and fell straight to the human world. The wind whistled in their ears, and they returned to the grey world. "Trunks, are you full?" Son Gohan asked with his head tilted. "No, Gohan Ge." Trunks touched his stomach. "Okay, let's go have a barbecue first, and then we'll go kill the androids after we're full," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Yeah, okay," Trunks replied. The two landed in a forest and saw the dinosaurs that can be seen everywhere in the Dragon Ball world. "Trunks, come on." Son Gohan found a tree, leaned against it and Trunks winked. Trunks understood and rushed out instantly. He randomly picked a lucky dinosaur, gutted it, and grilled it on the fire. After a while, the dinosaur oil was gushing out, the color was golden, and the fragrance filled the forest. "Brother Gohan, here you go." Trunks, who was busy and sweating, tore off a whole dinosaur leg and handed it to Son Gohan. It smells really good. Let's make up for the past year and a half." The master and apprentice feasted on the dinosaur, and soon only a bare skeleton was left. At this time, a radio broadcast came from a nearby city. Now for the latest news about artificial humans. The town of Tekula, 200 kilometers south of the eastern city, was attacked. "Hey, it's time to live." The master and apprentice, who had eaten and drunk their fill, had their mouths twisted. Chapter 9. South of Dongdu, there is the small town of Tekula. The huge town of Tekula was filled with thick smoke and flames. There were rumbling explosions everywhere. Android 17 and Android 18 started a brutal massacre here. In just a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people in the town were killed. The barking dogs were blown to ashes by the energy bombs. The whole town was in pieces and it was a horrible sight. It was hell on earth. Android 17 raised his hand, and a golden light wrapped around his hand, and an energy ball exploded. Boom! A building more than 20 stories high exploded in an instant, with reinforced concrete flying everywhere and crackling sounds. Then, a black mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a heat wave swept across the sky. Number 17, the people here have been killed. Don't waste your energy. Let's go to another place, to the south. There should be many people there waiting to play games with us. The girl crossed her arms and spoke coldly. This is the T0 goddess in the Dragon Ball world, number 18. She has smooth golden shoulder-length hair, a beautiful face, and delicate white skin. She wears a buttonless denim jacket on the upper body, with a horizontal striped long-sleeved t-shirt inside, which looks very capable. She wears a denim miniskirt on the lower body, and her slender and round legs are matched with black stockings and high boots. The proportions of her body are simply perfect. She stood there, exuding the aura of a noble and cold queen. Looking at her, number 17 said, "Don't be in a hurry. What's the point of killing all humans at once? Let's kill them slowly, otherwise there will be no fun in the future." Number 17 is a handsome boy who looks very similar to number 18. Because before they were transformed into androids, they were actually a pair of twin siblings. So they look very similar. Number 17 also has long hair, and his long black hair is even longer than number 18. Although the two androids have been activated for more than 10 years, they still look exactly the same as they did more than 10 years ago because they have not aged. They look only 17 or 18 years old. Number 17 has an orange scarf wrapped around his neck, a black top, loose pants, a pistol hanging on his waist, and a cowboy outfit. The elder sister is an iceberg beauty, and the younger brother is cold and handsome. If you only look at their appearance, you can never imagine that these two people are actually murderous monsters. Because of them, more than 70 to 80% of humans on Earth have died. Natural disasters and zombie apocalypses are not so thorough. Number 18 chuckled and said, "You are so childish. I think it's best to kill them all in one go." Hearing her words, number 17 suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, childish? I don't know who it was, but last time he lost a video game, he destroyed the entire city." Humph. Number 18 turned her head to the side. Then she raised her hand and pointed. A golden light flashed at her fingertips, and another building exploded. "Well, let's destroy this city in one go, and then go to the south capital to continue killing people," number 17 said, flying high into the sky. At the same time, an energy ball quickly formed in the palm of his right hand. The blazing energy surged, flickering and illuminating a large area of the sky. He wanted to raze the city below him to the ground in one fell swoop. Seeing this, No. 18 also flew high into the sky to prevent the dust from the explosion from dirtying her clothes. At this moment, two figures quickly shot from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived next to number 17 and number 18. Before number 17 and number 18 could react, they were each hit by a heavy kick, and then fell from the air and hit the ground. The ground cracked and a rumbling sound erupted. "Whew! Damn it, my clothes are all ruined." Number 18 walked out of the thick smoke. His jacket and t-shirt were blown in half, revealing a large area of dazzling white. "Damn, this is my favorite dress, and I don't have many left." She tore off her torn denim jacket and wiped the dust off her face, already furious. Number 17 also flew out from the ruins of the explosion, his face equally cold. Son Gohan and Trunks, the instigators, fell from the sky and stood not far from the androids, with a teasing smile on their faces. Trunks took a look at number 18 and found that most of her upper body was exposed. His face turned red and he quickly looked away. Seeing that it was Son Gohan and Trunks, number 17 and number 18 were stunned at the same time. "Son Gohan, you are not dead? You are so lucky, aren't you?" Number 17 said in surprise. You all are alive, how can I die? Son Gohan said coldly. Humph, last time I told you to blow him into ashes with an energy bomb, but you insisted that he was dead. You are wrong this time, aren't you, No 17? Number 18 said with an unhappy look on his face, not minding at all how badly he was exposed. Number 17 chuckled and said, haha, isn't this just right? We are just bored right now, and fun things come to us on their own. As he said that, he became happy, folded his arms, and looked at Son Gohan and Trunks with interest. It was as if he was looking at two clowns who overestimated their own abilities. Isn't this simply courting death? Ha 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 ha, Son Gohan, I won't let you get away alive this time. I'm going to blow you into powder and turn you into ashes. Number 18 laughed. Humph, prepare to die, Son Gohan. Number 18 snorted coldly and stomped his foot hard. The ground couldn't bear such a huge force and broke apart. His body quickly pounced over along the ground. The few pieces of cloth on his chest swayed and fluttered in the wind. Big benefits. Son Gohan and Trunks stood there and felt that these two guys talked a lot today. Villains talk a lot, but they won't have a good ending. Son Gohan stared at number 18 and said, Trunks, number 18 is left to me. You go deal with No 17. Yes, brother Gohan. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief and went to number 17 who wanted to watch the show. In a flash, number 18 was already a few meters in front of Son Gohan. She jumped up and punched him in the face. The fist broke through the air with amazing power, making a popping sound, showing her tyrannical strength. Son Gohan's mouth twisted, and he stood there motionless. Ha, are you scared, silly? You didn't even try to dodge. Number 18 sneered in his heart. The fist was already close. Number 18 was very confident that if this straight punch hit Son Gohan head-on, he would either die or be crippled. But at this moment, Son Gohan slightly turned his body. No 18's fist passed by him and hit the air. What? Number 18 was shocked. How could she miss? Before she could come to her senses, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Number 18 felt that her stomach was about to burst. It was Son Gohan's right fist that hit her lower abdomen. There was a muffled sound. Number 18 spat out a mouthful of blood, and the perfect body flew out like a cannonball. Humph, die! Son Gohan sneered, and rushed forward, pressing a palm on No 18's head. No 18's eyes showed fear, and for the first time she felt that death was so close to her. Don't want. Ah! A strong light flashed in Son Gohan's palm, and then No 18's head exploded. The body that was originally full of temptation fell into the dust and instantly lost its color. Son Gohan's eyes were cold, and he flicked his fingers, and even the headless body exploded into beautiful fireworks. How can this be? Am I dreaming? Seeing this tragic scene, number 17, who was struggling with Trunks, had his eyes wide open and his pupils shrank violently. Ah! He flew back, pulling away a distance, then waved his hands repeatedly, and energy balls roared out, bombarding. The surrounding land cracked inch by inch, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Thick smoke and raging fire filled the air, covering an area of several kilometers. The ground sank deeply, and the entire Taikola town ceased to exist. Son Gohan flew high into the sky, constantly dispersing the smoke with his sleeves. Trunks, who was at the center of the explosion, was unharmed. None of the energy balls hit him, and he avoided them all. Humph! He snorted coldly, and his body suddenly accelerated, and he appeared behind number 17 in an instant. Danger! Number 17 felt the murderous aura behind him, his hair stood up, and the energy on his hand flashed again, and he slapped back. Unexpectedly, Trunks did not dodge this time, and also raised his hand to hit him. The two palms intersected, and the energy storm exploded with them as the center. At this moment, Trunks changed his palm into a claw, grabbed No. 17's arm in one go, and then threw number 17 into the sky with a strong swing. Immediately afterwards, Trunks burst into brilliant light all over his body, and an energy ball soared into the sky, chasing number 17. Number 17 was instantly frightened out of his wits and screamed violently. But his screams were soon covered by the sound of the explosion. His body was submerged in the energy ball, constantly twisted and deformed, and then torn into pieces, and then it was vaporized. The strong and shocking flash covered the sky and the sun, and lasted for a full 10 seconds before disappearing. The haze in the sky was dispersed a lot, and the long-lost sunlight finally shone down. Chapter 10. Trunks and Son Gohan were silent for a long time. Memories of the past 10 years flashed through his mind. Trunks' eyes were moist. Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief, a weight lifted off his chest, and he felt much more comfortable. His combat power during the bottleneck period loosened and became stronger again. Although not much, Son Gohan was very surprised. This meant that the bottleneck had been broken, and the second stage of Super Saiyan was just around the corner. Trunks wiped his eyes and said, "It's finally over." Son Gohan looked at him and smiled. "Let's go home." "Well, let's go home." Trunks smiled brightly. The two brothers, who were both master and apprentice, took off into the air and flew towards the Universal Capsule Company. 3 days later, the news was playing on TV. The following is a message about artificial humans. Dear survivors on Earth, according to reliable information, the 2 androids who have been a scourge to mankind for 12 years have been killed by a mysterious strong man. From today on, we humans are free. This news is not long, but it shocked everyone. All flesh and blood humans choked up, and many knelt down and kowtowed, thanking the unknown mysterious strong man for saving all mankind. 12 years of suppressed emotions burst out, some cried, some laughed, sang and danced, and killed chickens and sheep. At Trunks' house, the 3 of them ate food while watching the news on TV. Bulma took a small bite of fruit, then looked at Son Gohan and said, "Gohan, I informed the kingdom that the androids were dead, but I know you have been keeping a low profile, so I hid your names. You won't blame me, will you?" Son Gohan tore a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, filling it up, and then responded, "How could that be? This is perfect." Yet, Bulma nodded and smiled, "Gohan, you have become better than your father now." Son Gohan took a whole chicken leg bone out of his mouth, put it on the table, and said, "Haha, still a long way to go, Trunks is also very good." "Of course, Trunks is also very good. He has been following you all these years, and you taught him very well, Gohan." Hearing Bulma's words, Trunks couldn't help but straighten his chest. He looked very happy. It has been almost 2 years since he entered the spirit time chamber. Trunks is now much taller than he was 2 days ago. Bulma sighed that her son has really grown up. Bulma continued, "But then again, why do you 2 always have blonde hair now?" "It's a kind of practice, Mom." Trunks answered. "Practice? All right then." Bulma didn't ask any more questions. She didn't understand anyway. Son Gohan thought for a while, then looked at Bulma and asked, "Aunt Bulma, I want to ask you something." "What's up?" "That's right, do you still remember the fortune-telling grandma?" "The fortune-teller? Oh, I remember. I saw her once when I was young. She lived in the desert and had a palace there." "Why are you asking this?" "I have something to ask her, Aunt Bulma, do you remember the way? Take me there." Son Gohan's eyes lit up. Bulma agreed immediately. "Of course, no problem, we will set off after dinner." "Brother Gohan, can I go with you?" Trunks asked. "No problem, let's go together," Son Gohan said. Shortly after the meal, Bulma took out a universal capsule. Boom, and threw it onto the open ground, turning it into an airplane. The three of them took the plane, flew out of the West City, crossed the desert, and came to a verdant oasis, and then Bulma controlled the plane to land. It is hard to imagine that there is such a vibrant oasis in an endless desert. Trunks and Son Gohan were both here for the first time, and they looked around curiously. In the depths of the oasis, there stood a palace with a peculiar shape. It must be the residence of the fortune teller. The three of them walked towards the palace. They soon arrived in front of the palace. But the door of the palace was closed, which gave Son Gohan a bad premonition. Son Gohan and Trunks looked at each other, because they could not feel any breath in the palace at all. In other words, there might be no one in the palace. But it is not ruled out that the fortune teller is more underworld and has no breath on her body. After all, the fortune teller is not an ordinary person. But she is a messenger from the underworld. Bulma walked up and knocked on the door, waiting for a response. But the result was not good. After waiting for a long time, no one responded inside. The fortune teller is most likely not in the palace. It looks like there's no one inside. Bulma said helplessly. It would be great if we could find Master Mutant. With their relationship, he should be able to contact the fortune teller. Son Gohan said. Bulma said, that old pervert has been out of contact for more than 10 years. He was probably killed by the androids, too. Master Roshi is either dead or hiding in a safe place for more than 10 years. But with his personality, the probability of being killed by an android is higher. After waiting for a long time, the three finally returned empty-handed. At the suggestion of Son Gohan, the three went to Penguin Village again. Unfortunately, they did not find the robot Loli Errol. Penguin Village does exist, but it has been destroyed for more than half and is in a mess. Errol and Dr. Senbei Norimaki are nowhere to be found, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth without leaving any trace. I don't know if they don't exist in this world or where they went. The three returned to Trunks' house again. Bulma continued to repair the spaceship. According to her, it would be repaired in a day or two. Trunks was asked by Bulma to stay at home to help. In Trunks' aggrieved eyes, Son Gohan went to the Temple of the Gods alone. When he set foot in the Temple of the Gods again, Son Gohan directly stated his purpose. Mr. Popo, can you contact Lord Kai? King Kai is the purpose of Son Gohan's trip. Including going to the fortune teller, it is also to be able to contact King Kai. He wants to know the address of New Namek through King Kai. This is his third plan, to go to New Namek. Mr. Popo said yes, but Mr. Gohan should know that I can't interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. What are you going to do? Son Gohan smiled and said this is not a matter of the mortal world. I just asked you to contact Lord Kai. This is just an ordinary contact between gods. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Bobo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes, to be honest, I am looking for Lord Kai in order to find a new god for the earth. Please help me contact him. Son Gohan said. Find a new god for the earth? Mr. Popo was immediately excited and contacted King Kai immediately. His contact method was very simple and crude, and it didn't seem to have any technical content. But Son Gohan knew that he couldn't do it now, and there must be some mysterious key. Mr. Popo looked up and shouted to the air in the sky, Lord Kai, are you there? Popo has something to talk to you about. Son Gohan didn't find it strange, because he had seen more outrageous things. Although this way of contact is a bit crude, it is effective. Sure enough, not long after, King Kai's voice was heard in the sky. It's Popo, what's up? Mr. Popo immediately said, it's like this, Lord Kai, I don't have anything to ask you, it's Goku's child, Gohan, who wants to see you, and I asked him to talk to you directly. Oh, okay. The voice of King Kai resounded in the sky. Mr. Popo said to Son Gohan beside him, Mr. Gohan, you can talk to King Kai by putting your hand on my shoulder. Oh, Okay. Son Gohan nodded and put his right hand on Popo's shoulder. The next moment, he felt a mysterious power connecting him with King Kai of the North. He could talk to King Kai of the North. King Kai of the North said, "Are you Son Gohan, the son of Goku? What do you want to talk to me about?" Son Gohan said, "Lord King Kai, I want to know the address of New Namek." King Kai of the North said, "New Namek? Oh, I remember it. It was more than 10 years ago when you made a wish to Shenlong and asked Shenlong to help find a new planet suitable for Namekians to live on. I'll look for it." "Yes, that's it." After waiting for a while, the voice of the North King came again. "Found it. New Namek is in the Vega constellation, the 35th main system, the first planet. Gohan, what are you looking for Namek for?" Son Gohan was delighted and silently noted down the location that King Kai said, then responded, "Thank you, King Kai. I am going to find a new god for the earth." "Oh, so that's how it is. You still have is it something? If not, I'm busy racing." "No, I'm busy working," King Kai said hurriedly. "Son Gohan. I heard everything, Lord Kai. Is my father and the others there now?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "What are those people doing?" North King Kai responded, "Wukong, they are not here now. They went to the Great King Kai to participate in the martial arts tournament. Is there anything else?" "Oh, that's all right, thank you Lord Kai," Son Gohan said. "Good, bye." King Kai hurriedly logged off and went to race his car. Son Gohan stroked his chin and put all those random emotions behind him. His expression gradually became happy. In this way, everything went smoothly. The third plan heavy check mark. Chapter 11. The androids were completely wiped out, and the whole Earth was celebrating. In this joyful mood, another 2 days passed quietly. During these 2 days, Bulma finally repaired the spaceship. The repaired spaceship was just like a new one. The only drawback is that the spaceship's energy is not full, only 90% is left. In today's era, equipment and resources are very scarce, and recharging is a very time-consuming task. It takes about a month to recharge 90% of the energy to 100%. It takes too long. Son Gohan didn't want to wait at all. It's just a trip to New Namek, and 90% of the energy is enough for several round trips. So Son Gohan didn't let Bulma continue to recharge, and chose to set off for Namek today. Son Gohan, wearing a loose casual outfit, put a bunch of food and drinking water into the universal capsule one by one. And Trunks begged to take him with him. His eyes were sparkling, and his eyes were full of yearning for the unknown. "Brother Gohan, can't you take me with you? I also want to see aliens, the vast universe, and other worlds." This is probably what a young man should be like. Son Gohan looked at him helplessly and decisively refused. "No. Trunks, you can't go because I have more important things for you to do." "Ah, what's going on?" Trunks stood up straight. "That's right, Trunks. Although Dr. Gero, who created androids 17 and 18, is dead, the intelligent machines he created still exist. The machine is still carrying out Dr. Gero's orders and is creating more terrifying androids than number 17 and no 18. So, during the time I'm on Namek, your mission is to find Dr. Gero's research base and destroy it. This concerns the safety of the entire Earth and even the entire universe. Do you think this is a very important matter?" "Ah, there is such a thing, it is really important, Gohan, don't worry, I will try my best to find it." Trunks was serious. "Gohan actually gave me such an important task. In Gohan's eyes, I can stand on my own and become an adult?" Trunks' heart was pounding, and he felt proud of being recognized by his elders. Bulma, who was debugging the time machine nearby, also stopped her work and said seriously, "Gohan, if what you said is true, then this matter is too important. I will go with Trunks to find the so-called Dr. Gero's Research Institute. Other things can be put aside for now. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Then he continued, although number 17 and number 18 are dead, there is still a potential crisis, so we must find their lair as soon as possible, and then cut the grass and root it out, and eliminate the trouble forever. Son Gohan also knew that since the moment he was reborn, the trajectory of this world must have been changed. The future of this timeline is full of various uncertain factors. He can only grasp a general direction. And Cell is naturally a terrifying factor in the future timeline that is relatively close to the present time. So it must be eradicated as soon as possible. However, the priority of eliminating Cell is still behind going to Namek. After all, Cell is now just an egg or a larva. So Son Gohan chose to go to Namek first. The task of finding Dr. Gero's research base was given to Trunks and Bulma. Everything was arranged properly. Son Gohan got into the spaceship, closed the hatch, input the location of Namek, and pressed the start button. The next moment, flames burst out from the bottom of the spaceship. And in the eyes of Bulma and her son, the spaceship soared into the sky. The spaceship rushed out of the atmosphere, entered the brilliant universe, and soon disappeared. Retracting her gaze, Bulma looked at her son and said, "Trunks, time is running out, we have to act now." "Yes, Mom." Trunks nodded heavily. On the spaceship, Son Gohan turned on the gravity system, adjusted the gravity to 200 times, and then began to practice. It is estimated that it will take 2 weeks to fly from the Earth to New Namek. Son Gohan did not want to waste time and planned to use it all for practice. Eat when you are hungry, practice after eating, and rest when you are tired. In the boring practice, 2 weeks passed quickly. On this day, Son Gohan finished his practice, took a comfortable cold shower in the bathroom, and then came to the cockpit of the spaceship. There was a huge display screen on the front of the cockpit, which was showing the brilliant galaxy in front of the spaceship. Countless galaxies flashed by, and the starry sky was boundless. Soon, a huge green star appeared in the field of vision. The intelligent system of the spaceship issued a broadcast voice at the right time. "Dear Master, the spacecraft has arrived at its destination, Namek. Would you like to land?" "Let's land." Son Gohan replied. "Received, searching for a landing orbit, a suitable orbit has been found, and the spacecraft begins to land." As the voice broadcast ended, the spacecraft flashed and officially broke into the atmosphere of Namek. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft landed smoothly. Son Gohan opened the hatch of the spacecraft, jumped down, and officially stood on the land of Namek. After a long half-month, Son Gohan was able to get down to Earth again, and his state of mind became natural and peaceful. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, greedily breathed in the fresh air, and embraced the spring breeze. A few seconds later, a breath quickly approached him. "Someone is coming." Son Gohan opened his eyes. He put away the spacecraft and looked up into the sky. A green figure fell from the sky and looked at Son Gohan vigilantly. Looking at the Namekian who looked exactly like Piccolo, Son Gohan knew that this was a combat-type Namekian. This combat-type Namekian is good at fighting and is generally responsible for protecting the safety of the Great Elders. When the planet is facing a disaster, they are also the ones who stand up and save the people. He is the backbone of Namek. Just as Son Gohan was about to speak, the Namekian spoke first. He looked at Son Gohan and seemed very surprised. "Hey, are you Mr. Son Goku?" At this time, Son Gohan had blonde hair and green eyes. His facial features were 70% similar to Son Goku. Looking at the puzzled Namekian, Son Gohan said, "Son Goku is my father, and I am Son Gohan." The fighting Namekian seemed to suddenly realize something and said, "Oh, that's how it is. Do you know my father?" Son Gohan asked. "Yes, I met Mr. Goku when he was fighting Frieza on Namek. It has been a long time, and Mr. Gohan is very similar to Mr. Goku, so I made a mistake just now. I am so sorry. The fighting Namekian said a little embarrassedly. Haha, it's okay. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. That's easy. What's your name? Son Gohan said with a smile. The Namekian said, Hello, Mr. Gohan, just call me Nebel. Mr. Goku is our Namekian's benefactor. And his companions are of course our benefactors as well. May I ask what is the matter with Mr. Gohan's visit to Namek this time? The Namekian named Nebel was very respectful. Son Gohan said, I would like to borrow the Dragon Ball. Brother Nebel, please take me to see the Great Elder. Nebel looked at Son Gohan's broken arm, understood, and nodded. No problem, Mr. Gohan, come with me. Okay, I'm in trouble. Nebel flew into the air. Son Gohan followed him. It didn't take long for Son Gohan to see the elder who looked familiar. Son Gohan remembered that this elder seemed to be called Mulai. More than 10 years ago, Mulai was one of the 7 ordinary elders of Namek. Later, Frieza attacked Namek, and the previous elder died. Before he died, the previous elder named Mulai, and Mulai became the new elder of Namek. He was an elder who looked very smart. Hello, Great Elder. Son Gohan greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Gohan. The elder responded kindly, and then continued. I already know why you are here. Just now, I have informed the other elders and asked them to send the Dragon Ball over. Hehe, and Dendi is on his way here too. He is very happy to know that you are coming to Namek. This elder is quite something. Son Gohan once again carefully looked at Elder Mulai. Chapter 12. There was actually a feeling of being seen through. A little bit uncomfortable. Son Gohan had met the previous Grand Elder and was fortunate enough to have his potential developed by him, so he had a very deep memory of the previous Grand Elder. Compared with the previous Grand Elder, although Grand Elder Mulai is not as capable, he is younger, so his edge is more prominent. But that's all. Son Gohan had no reason to be afraid of him. The incomparably powerful force in his body was the source of his self-confidence. Son Gohan smiled and said, Sorry to bother you, Grand Elder. Looking at Son Gohan, Grand Elder Mulai thought of the mushroom-headed boy more than 10 years ago, and said, Haha, no trouble, no trouble. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Gohan has changed so much. What's this with your hand? Son Gohan said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Grand Elder. My hand was torn off by a strong enemy a few years ago when I was defeated. This time I came to Namek, I want to use the help of Shenlong to restore this arm. Elder Mulai said, Oh, that's a small problem, Porunga can help Mr. Gohan restore his arm in no time, now that powerful enemy has been defeated. Thanks to the Great Elder, it has been destroyed. Son Gohan said with a smile. Oh, it seems that a lot of things have happened on Earth. Great Elder Mulai sighed. The two chatted and learned from each other about the changes on Earth and Namek in recent years. Compared with the ups and downs on Earth, Namek can be said to have remained the same for 10 years, and has spent more than 10 years in peace and happiness. After a while, several more auras approached. Several Namekians descended from the sky to deliver Dragon Balls. In addition to the young men who delivered Dragon Balls, a young Namekian who was accompanying them caught Son Gohan's attention. The young Namekian was tall and slender, but not very strong. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of bright eyes, which were smart and clear. At this time, the young Namekian was also looking at Son Gohan. Then, the two of them spoke at the same time. Are you Dendi? You are Gohan. After saying that, both of them were stunned, then they scratched their heads and laughed. After confirming with each other's eyes, it was the childhood friend in their memory. Dendi ran towards Son Gohan with a happy expression on his face, but his brows knitted up after seeing Son Gohan's broken arm. Gohan, what happened to your hand? Looking at Son Gohan's broken arm, Dendi asked. Haha, as you can see, it's broken, no big deal. Son Gohan laughed lightly, as if it wasn't him who had the broken arm. Dendi said, it would be nice if you, Gohan, also had the ability to regenerate broken limbs like us Namekians. Well, so I came here this time to use the power of Porunga to restore my broken arm. Son Gohan said truthfully. Okay, I can help you with that. Dendi said with a smile. Summoning the Dragon of Namek is different from the Dragon of Earth. Summoning the Dragon of Namek requires Namekian language, and making wishes also requires Namekian language, which Son Gohan doesn't know. So Dendi meant that he could help him summon the dragon and help him translate the wish. Well, okay, thank you. Son Gohan nodded. 7 orange dragon balls as big as basketballs were piled neatly on the grass, shining with a mysterious luster. The Namekians who brought the dragon balls stood behind Elder Mulai without saying a word. Elder Mulai looked at Dendi and said gently, Dendi, go summon Porunga. Yes, Great Elder. Dendi nodded respectfully, then walked to the front of the 7 dragon balls, stretched out his hands, spread out his 5 fingers, and covered the dragon balls. Then, he shouted loudly in Namek, come out, Porunga, and fulfill my wish. As Dendi's voice fell, Namek, which had never had night, suddenly became dark. The entire Namek was shrouded in black clouds. Crack! In the dark clouds, golden lightning flashed. Then there was a rumbling sound of thunder. The 7 dragon balls on the ground flashed arcs at the same time, and then burst into brilliant golden light. The golden light became more and more intense, making it impossible to open your eyes. Soon, a thick beam of light shot up into the sky and pierced through the dark clouds. After the golden beam of light pierced through the dark clouds, it circled in the sky and then condensed. In just a few breaths, the golden beam of light turned into a huge western dragon. This dragon was crawling in the clouds, more than 100 meters long, with the scales sparkled and looked very majestic. Compared to the dragon on Earth, the Namekian dragon is several times larger. It also looks a bit like the genie in Aladdin's lamp. But Son Gohan thought that the Earth dragon looked much more handsome than the one in front of him. After all, the Western dragon looks like a large lizard, which is not in line with the aesthetic of Oriental people. The dragon poked its head out of the clouds, and its 2 eyes, which were as big as houses, flashed blood-red light. A voice with an echo effect resounded through the sky, the human who summoned me, tell me your wishes, and I can fulfill 3 wishes for you. Sure enough, it was the same as what Son Gohan remembered. The Shenlong of Namek can fulfill 3 wishes. Not only that, after the Frisia incident, the Great Elder upgraded the Dragon Balls. Although the previous Shenlong could fulfill 3 wishes, if it wanted to resurrect humans, it could only resurrect 1 person per wish. But after the upgrade, the current Shenlong no longer has this limitation. Dendi turned his head and looked at Son Gohan and asked, Gohan, is your first wish to restore your arm? Son Gohan shook his head and said, no, let Shenlong repair my body to the most perfect state. Just repair a broken arm? What a joke! To make perfect use of wishes. Okay. Dendi nodded, then looked up at the huge dragon and muttered something in Namek. This is very simple. Shenlong said, his eyes flashed red. Then, Son Gohan felt his body begin to change. First, the scar on his face disappeared, then he felt a tingling sensation in his left shoulder, and a complete left arm grew out of thin air. Son Gohan was pleasantly surprised. He moved his left arm, clenched his fist, and felt the surging power in his bones and joints. The newly grown arm did not feel strange at all, it was perfect. Then, the hidden injuries in his body caused by years of fighting were healed. The facial contours were also slightly adjusted, and now Son Gohan looks even more handsome. His original height of 181 centimeters has increased by another 5 centimeters, reached 186 centimeters. A furry tail also grew out, shaking in the wind. Weight increased by about 15 kilograms. At this moment, Son Gohan's body has become the most perfect state, worthy of being the Namekian dragon. Son Gohan clenched his fists, and a powerful aura burst out of his body, and the golden flame wrapped around his whole body. The surging air waves swept out. All the Namekians around were frightened, and it felt like an ancient beast had awakened in front of them. A drop of sweat as big as a fist dripped from the dragon's forehead. Scary dragon, really scary dragon. What a powerful aura! Too terrifying. The dragon in the sky hesitated for a moment, and spoke again with a buzzing sound. The first wish has been fulfilled, tell me your second wish. Dendi looked at Son Gohan, who was like a golden god of war. Son Gohan restrained his breath, thought for a while and said, the second wish is for me to have an immortal body. Well, okay. Dendi nodded and spoke Namekian to Shenlong again. Shenlong's eyes flashed red and fulfilled Son Gohan's wish again. Compared with the changes in the previous wish, Son Gohan didn't even feel any difference in his body with this wish. But he knew that he was now immortal. At this moment, his sense of security soared wildly. Chapter 13. Son Gohan has two major knots in his life. One comes from insufficient firepower. The other is death. He is a person who has experienced death once. So he is not afraid of death. Instead, he thinks that every extra day he lives is a gain, so he cherishes it especially. Now that he has made a wish for immortality, his mentality has undergone a major change. Immortality means more possibilities, and you can let go and do it with confidence. If you don't die, you will have more ways to protect the people you want to protect. If you don't die, you will have more means to destroy the enemy. Although, maybe, probably, this immortal body can't withstand the annihilation of the King of All and the destructive power of the God of Destruction. It can't stop the angelic power of the angels. But no matter what, there is no doubt that the ability to survive has been greatly improved. Son Gohan felt happy and clear in his mind. The realm is about to break through. Son Gohan has a feeling that at this moment, he is only one opportunity away from breaking through Super Saiyan 2. With an extremely good mood, looking at the ugly dragon and feeling cute. At this time, the dragon in the sky spoke again. The second wish has been fulfilled. Do you have any other wishes? I can still fulfill one wish. While speaking, Shenlong looked at Son Gohan with awe in his eyes. Although its body is huge, Son Gohan on the ground is as small as an ant compared to it. But there is one thing it knows very well. Son Gohan possesses very terrifying power. The power is so huge that it is easy to destroy the entire universe. In the world of the strong, size is not the only criterion for measuring strength. Son Gohan looked around at all the Namekians present, and finally his eyes fell on the Great Elder. He said, Great Elder, do you have any wishes? Great Elder Mulai shook his head. No, we rarely need Palunga's help. Son Gohan asked with a glimmer of expectation. Oh, then I want to ask. Is there any way to resurrect people who have been killed for more than 10 years? Great Elder Mulai shook his head and said Porunga cannot resurrect creatures that have been dead for more than a year. As for other methods, I don't know. The body is still there, and the soul is still attached to the body, but it is dead and is now in the underworld, or training with Lord Kai. Is there no way to solve it? Son Gohan continued to ask. Also, there is such a situation. Great Elder Mulai showed a shocked expression. This completely overturned his outlook on life. So, Son Gohan told the Great Elder about the situation of Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. After listening, Great Elder Mulai was amazed. But still shook his head and said Porunga can't be resurrected, and I can't think of any other way. I'm so sorry Mr. Gohan, I didn't expect so many things to happen on Earth, even Mr. Son Goku passed away, it's such a pity. Sure enough, it still didn't work. In fact, Son Gohan had already guessed this result, so he didn't hold too much hope when he asked. Therefore, there is no disappointment at this time. It's just a pity. But then again, those companions who have been dead for many years, they don't necessarily want to be resurrected, right? After all, they seem to be carefree in the underworld and with King Kai, without any troubles. Alas! Then, the third wish. Son Gohan thought about it, and said to Dendi, in that case, Dendi, the third wish is to ask for the address of Yadrit for me. The address of Yadrit. Well, okay. Dendi nodded and made another wish to Shenlong. Shenlong's eyes flashed red, and a piece of information came into Son Gohan's mind. It was the location of Yadrit. Shenlong's main feature is speed. The efficiency is awesome. Wish fulfilled. Shenlong's voice buzzed through the sky. Okay, all wishes have been fulfilled, so, goodbye. Then, golden light exploded from its body, and Shenlong's body disintegrated. 7 petrified dragon balls fell to the ground with a thud, creating several deep pits on the ground. The Dragon Balls of Namek and the Dragon Balls of Earth have other differences besides their different sizes. The Dragon Balls of Earth will fly in all directions after making a wish. This is because the old god was afraid that the earthlings with endless desires would get stuck in the bug and keep making wishes, so it increased the difficulty of collecting Dragon Balls. But he never expected that Bulma would invent something like the Dragon Ball radar. Namekians love peace, are kind by nature, and rarely use Dragon Balls, so the elder said that after making a wish, the petrified Dragon Balls will not fly away. These petrified Dragon Balls will be sent back to the 7 tribes to continue to guard. After the dragon disappeared, the black clouds quickly dispersed, and the sky of Namek returned to clear in a few breaths, and the sun shone on the earth again. Son Gohan walked up to the elder and said, "Elder, I have another request." Elder Mulai said, "Mr. Gohan, you're welcome. If you have something to ask, just say it directly. It is our honor to help our benefactor." Son Gohan said, "Haha, it's like this. The earth needs a guardian now. So I want to ask the elder for someone and let him go to the earth to be the new god." Great Elder Mulai said, "Oh, of course there is no problem, but we still need to seek the other party's consent. Has anyone chosen Mr. Gohan?" Son Gohan pointed to Dendi on the side and said, "Well, Great Elder, I want Dendi." Dendi, who was called, seemed a little surprised. The Great Elder smiled and looked at Dendi and said, "Dendi, are you willing to go to the earth to be a god?" Dendi looked stunned. "Me, can I?" "Dendi, although your fighting ability is average, you are a very good dragon with very comprehensive abilities. Of course, you can be the god of the earth," said the Great Elder Mulai. Son Gohan followed up with, "Dendi, do you have any concerns and don't want to go?" Dendi said, "Ah," and quickly shook his head. No, I'm just afraid that I can't do it." "It's okay, believe in yourself. You just heard what the elder said, he said you are a very good dragon, how can this be false? You will definitely become a very good god." Son Gohan said. "Then I'll try." Dendi said. "If a good friend needs help, of course it's his duty. It feels really good to be needed by others. Dendi likes it very much." At this moment, Dendi felt a little uneasy but also very happy. "Ha ha ha, okay." Son Gohan laughed. After some greetings, Dendi also said goodbye to the Great Elder and others. For a race like Namek that doesn't need to eat, farewell is really just farewell. No need to eat and drink for a few hours. Son Gohan took out a universal capsule and threw it on the open ground to turn it into a spaceship. Everyone was shocked by his method. Son Gohan didn't explain much and called Dendi to get on the spaceship quickly. The two got on the spaceship. Son Gohan input the location of the Earth, pressed the start button, and the spaceship disappeared into the sky and rushed into the vast universe. Just like that, another half a month passed. On this day, a spaceship came over the Earth and landed successfully. It was Son Gohan and Dendi who arrived. The two jumped off the spaceship, and Son Gohan put the spaceship away again. After putting away the spaceship, Son Gohan first used his chi to sense the earth, and after confirming that the earth was safe, he said to Dendi, "Let's go, Dendi, let's go to the Temple of Heaven first." "Well, okay." Dendi nodded. The two of them took off and flew towards the Temple of Heaven. A moment later, they arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Trunks and Bulma arrived almost at the same time as them. This was because after Trunks sensed Son Gohan's aura, he rushed over with Bulma. After seeing Son Gohan, Trunks ran over in surprise, looking him up and down, with an excited look on his face. "Brother Gohan, you are finally back. That's great, wow, your hands have grown, oh my god, you even have a tail, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome." Son Gohan raised his hand and rubbed his hair and scolded with a smile, "Good boy, I haven't seen you for only a month, how come you have become such a chatterbox?" "No, I'm just too happy," Trunks said with a smile. "Mr. Gohan." Mr. Popo beside him also greeted him. Son Gohan smiled and nodded at him. "Gohan, you've become more handsome. The scar on your face is gone, your left arm has grown, and you seem to have grown taller. Ha ha ha, I declare that you are now the most handsome man I have ever seen." Bulma put her hands on her hips and laughed, as if she had returned to her appearance more than 10 years ago. Then, she looked curiously at Dendi next to Son Gohan. "Is this the new god you found?" Son Gohan smiled and said, "Haha, yes, Aunt Bulma, actually you have seen him." "Ah, is this true?" Bulma looked at Dendi in surprise. But unfortunately, the people of Namek are almost all cast from the same mold, and she couldn't remember who the Dendi in front of her was. The only one she remembered was Piccolo. Dendi seemed a little embarrassed, he still remembered Bulma. Although more than 10 years have passed, Bulma has been well maintained, and the changes are not big, just more mature. Son Gohan introduced with a smile, "Let me introduce you, this is Dendi, the new god I went to Namek to find this time. Aunt Bulma, when we were on Namek, the Namek kid who shared the hardships with us was him, the one who could perform healing spells." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember it now." Bulma showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "Hello, Miss Bulma, long time no see." Dendi greeted. "Hello, hello." Bulma responded. She was also very happy to see old friends. "Dendi, this is Trunks, Aunt Bulma's son and my apprentice. This is Mr. Popo, the guardian of the Celestial Temple. He will assist you in your work from now on." Son Gohan introduced them one by one. "Hello, nice to meet you." Dendi nodded, very polite. Trunks was also polite, nodded and responded, "Hello, Dendi brother." Mr. Popo bowed to Dendi. "Hello, Lord God, you can just call me Popo from now on." Chapter 14. Mr. Bobo, please give me your guidance in the future. As a newcomer, Dendi did not really call him by his name, but respected Bobo as Mr. "Lord God, please follow me, I will take you to inherit the throne of God." "Mr. Gohan, please wait here for a moment," Mr. Popo said. "Well, okay." Son Gohan and the others nodded. After that, Mr. Popo took Dendi into the inner hall to pass on the inheritance. Only Son Gohan, Bulma, and Trunks were left on the square of the Temple of Heaven. Son Gohan asked about Cell. "Have you found Dr. Gero's research institute?" Hearing this question, Trunks, who wanted to touch Son Gohan's tail, stopped what he was doing. Bulma replied, "We haven't found it yet. Dr. Gero is indeed a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army. His anti-detection methods are very sophisticated. I looked up a lot of information about the Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero on the internet, and speculated on many possible places to build a secret research institute, but I couldn't find any. Later, I offered a large reward for clues, but not many people provided clues." Son Gohan asked, is there any useful information? Bulma said, yes, I have selected a few clues and I am checking them one by one now. Well, let's check these clues first. If we can't find it, we can ask Shenlong to help us find it. Son Gohan nodded. Yeah. Bulma nodded. Trunks couldn't help his curiosity and asked, Brother Gohan, is Shenlong really that magical? Did your arm grow with the help of Shenlong? Trunks often heard legends about Shenlong, but he had never seen Dragon Balls and Shenlong, and his curiosity reached its peak. Son Gohan said, well, Shenlong did help repair my arm. Shenlong can fulfill most wishes within its ability. Trunks continued to ask curiously. What is the range of Shenlong's ability? How big is this most of it? Son Gohan looked at Trunks carefully and felt that he had the potential to become a nitpicker. What's in the heart of a 13-year-old boy? Son Gohan said, this is hard to explain, but try not to make some weird and outrageous wishes. Is that so? Mom. Trunks looked at Bulma. Yeah, that's about right. Bulma nodded. The three of them talked for about 10 minutes. Mr. Popo led Dandy out of the inner hall of the Temple of Heaven. Dandy was wearing a cloak compared to before. His aura also became more stable. Is the inheritance complete? Son Gohan asked. Mr. Popo replied yes, it's just a very simple ceremony. It won't take a long time. The fact that the immortal is very talented is also a factor. What do you think? I told you, Dandy, you are fully qualified for the position of God. Son Gohan said with a smile. Dandy scratched his head a little embarrassedly, he didn't have the dignity of a god at all. Son Gohan continued, in that case, Dandy, when can you start activating the Dragon Balls? Now it's okay. Dandy said. Then he looked at Mr. Bobo and said, Mr. Bobo, can you find a model of the dragon? Please help me find a model of the dragon. I need a model of the dragon as a medium to activate the Dragon Ball. Mr. Bobo said, oh, sure. I once carved a model of the dragon when I was bored. Now it is in the inner hall. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Wait a moment. He said, and turned and ran into the inner hall. After waiting for a while, he came out holding a wooden sculpture of a dragon. God, is this okay? Mr. Bobo held the wood carving in front of Dandy. The wood carving he held was lifelike, and it was the image of the Eastern Dragon. This was a model that Mr. Bobo had carved in the image of the dragon when he was bored. Of course, Mr. Bobo, please put it on the ground. Dandy ordered. Yes, Lord God. Mr. Popo nodded respectfully, and then carefully placed the dragon wood sculpture on the ground next to him. Dandy walked to the wood sculpture and squatted down. The other people, including Son Gohan, had never seen such a scene, and they all showed curious expressions on their faces. They said nothing, staring at Dandy and the dragon wood sculpture without blinking. Dandy covered the wood sculpture with his hands, muttering something in his mouth, speaking an obscure language, or a spell. This language is neither the universal language of the universe nor the Namek language. It belongs to the language of the Dragon Clan. It is said that this is a wonderful spell left by the dragon god Salama in this world. It is very magical. As Dandy's spell became faster and faster, his hands were covered with a layer of faint golden light. The golden light became more and more intense, and finally enveloped the model of the dragon. Then, a dazzling light burst out. It was as if a small sun exploded in front of their eyes, and several people couldn't help but squint their eyes. Just when the light was the brightest, a thick golden light column shot up into the sky, and then turned into 7 meteors that broke through the air. Everyone looked up at the column of light in the sky until it disappeared completely. When they retracted their gaze, they found that the wooden sculpture of the dragon in front of Dandy had disappeared. Dandy wiped the sweat from his forehead, then stood up and said, "Okay, the Dragon Ball has been activated by me. Now we just need to collect 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish." What about wishes? How many wishes can I make? Son Gohan asked. Dendi replied, I learned from Porunga of Namek. He can also make 3 wishes, but his ability is a little weaker than Porunga of Namek because Elder Mulai is a more outstanding dragon than me. Son Gohan laughed, patted Dendi on the shoulder and said, haha, that's already amazing. Thank you, Dendi. You're welcome. Dendi said. After a while, Son Gohan and the others said goodbye and returned to the West City. In the West City, at Bulma's house, Bulma was debugging the Dragon Ball radar. After all, it had not been used for more than 10 years, and the Dragon Ball radar had a minor malfunction and needed to be redebugged before it could be used normally. Son Gohan and Trunks watched from the side. Trunks stared at the Dragon Ball radar, his face full of excitement, his eyes sparkling and emitting light. Looking at Trunks' funny appearance, Son Gohan couldn't help but teasing. Trunks, are you holding your pee? Don't hold it, go now. Trunks blushed and said, no, I'm not. Then he said quickly, Gohan, let me collect the Dragon Balls, and don't fight with me for them, okay? Okay, I won't fight with you. Okay, it's a deal, don't go back on your word. Trunks raised his hand and wanted to high-five Son Gohan. Son Gohan clapped his hands helplessly. It's just collecting Dragon Balls, what's so great about it? Since Trunks likes it, let him go. Finally fixed it. Bulma raised the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Here it is, Trunks. Then she handed the Dragon Ball radar to Trunks. Trunks took the Dragon Ball radar and shuddered, feeling as if he had been electrocuted. Then, I'll go. His breathing became rapid. Go, come back soon. Bulma couldn't help but smile. Yet. Trunks nodded, took the Dragon Ball radar, and left home at lightning speed. This kid, are all the cells in his body curious? Son Gohan looked at the direction where Trunks left and thought secretly in his heart. At this time, Bulma said, Gohan, come here. I will show you some clues I have collected. Oh, okay, here it comes. Chapter 15. On October 3, 769, I saw a strange robot in Yunzabite Highlands. The robot walked very fast and was very powerful. I suspect it was produced by the Red Ribbon Army. On March 28, 776 AD, something unusual happened in Penguin Village, and the remains of a mysterious machine fell from the sky. On the morning of August 15, 778, a strange energy wave erupted in the Gobi Desert 300 kilometers north of Baidu. On July 7, 777, a group of people claiming to be members of the Red Ribbon Army appeared in the town of Siju Pasri. Bulma screened out 13 pieces of information provided by netizens. The current population of the Earth is not large. And most of the human beings lived in the mountains and forests before the death of androids 17 and 18, and the news was very closed. It was unexpected that there were so many news. Yunzabit Highlands, Penguin Village, Baidu Gobi Desert, Pasli Town, Papaya Island, Zhongcheng, Yunhai Desert. Son Gohan and Bulma carefully considered and finally selected 3 places with the greatest suspicion. They are Yunzabit Highlands, Baidu Gobi Desert, Yunhai Desert. On the first day, Son Gohan and Bulma went to Yunzabit Highlands to search. As a result, after searching for a day, the harvest was 0. Yunzabit Highlands, ruled out. When they returned to Zidu in the evening, Trunks had collected 7 Dragon Balls and placed them on the table, and he could summon the dragon to make a wish at any time. The Dragon Balls on Earth are much smaller than those on Namek. The Dragon Balls on Namek are as big as basketballs. The Dragon Balls on Earth are only the size of fists. The 7 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged in front of Trunks. Trunks held his chin with both hands, thinking about what wish to make. Seeing Son Gohan and Bulma coming back, Trunks stood up with a joyful expression on his face, and said in a manner of asking for credit, "Brother Gohan, Mom, I have collected all the Dragon Balls. When can we summon the dragon to make a wish? I can't wait." Son Gohan said, "Don't worry, let's wait a few more days until we check the clues we have selected." "Oh, okay then." Hearing him say this, Trunks lowered his head in a bad mood. Seeing this, Bulma asked curiously, "Trunks, do you want to make a wish?" "Yes, that's right," Trunks replied. "Don't waste wishes, tell me, what kind of wish do you want to make?" Bulma asked. "Will this not work if I say it out loud?" Trunks was a little worried. Bulma chuckled, "No, this is not a birthday wish, it's a wish to the dragon. Even if I say it in advance, it doesn't matter if others know it. Well, I want to make a wish to Shenlong, that the three of us can live happily together forever," Trunks said. "What a wish!" Bulma, Son Gohan. Both of them were silent. They didn't expect that Trunks' wish would be like this. Thinking of how excited he was the whole day, rushing to find the Dragon Balls. The hearts of the two adults seemed to be struck by something. The look in their eyes when they looked at Trunks also softened a lot. Son Gohan rubbed Trunks' hair and smiled, "Trunks, you don't need to make this wish, because we will definitely be together forever." "Really?" The 13-year-old boy raised his head. "Of course." Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Just now I thought you were going to wish for world peace. I'm afraid even Shenlong can't fulfill this wish, haha," Bulma said. The next day, Bulma was debugging the time machine at home. Son Gohan and Trunks flew to the Maragoba Desert north of Baidu. The Maragoba Desert is located 300 kilometers north of Baidu. It covers an area of more than 10 million square kilometers and is very vast. The vegetation here is very sparse, mostly deserts and weathered rocks. Although there are oases in the desert, they are few and far between. Some weathered rocks have some bushes growing tenaciously, showing their tenacious vitality to humans. Under the scorching sun, waves of heat rise from the Gobi Desert, making it difficult for people to even breathe. But Son Gohan and Trunks are not ordinary people. After they experienced the ice and fire of the Spirit Time Room, this heat wave is not worth mentioning at all. It's just pediatrics. The two flew over the Gobi Desert. Son Gohan said, "Trunks, let's act separately. You go this way and I go that way. If we encounter a situation, we will use the increase of breath as a signal and then meet up. Do you understand?" "Got it, Brother Gohan." Trunks nodded. The two separated. They each held a circular auxiliary detector in their hands and started a carpet search. Half a day passed quickly. Son Gohan was fully focused, flying in the air, carefully observing the ground. After flying for a while, a weathered stone forest appeared in front of him. This weathered stone forest stretched for an unknown number of miles, with no end in sight, and boundless. Trees with bare trunks took root in the weathered stones and grew tenaciously. Son Gohan frowned, holding the sensor in his hand, and flew into the stone forest. After about 10 kilometers deep, the detector in Son Gohan's hand suddenly vibrated. "Hey!" Sun Wuhan raised the detector to his eyes in surprise. There was a red dot on the detector screen, which was flashing a dazzling light. Chapter 16. This detector, which looks similar to the Dragon Ball radar, was modified by Bulma based on the combat power detector of Frisia's army. It can detect abnormal energy fluctuations and computer network nodes. The detector in Son Gohan's hand searched for nearby computer signal waves. In this deserted desert, there were computer network fluctuations. This was obviously not a normal thing. Son Gohan held the detector and looked over. A few minutes later, he landed from the sky and looked at the cave in front of him. This cave was very hidden, and there were many bushes growing around it, covering the cave. If it weren't for Son Gohan holding the detector, it would be difficult to find this location. Son Gohan raised his hand and pointed, and a flame shot out, instantly igniting the bushes. Soon, the bushes were burned out, leaving ashes on the ground. The bushes disappeared, and the round hole opened wide, exposing Son Gohan's vision. Son Gohan waved his hand, dispelling the dust and pungent smoke in the air, and jumped into the cave. After walking about 5 or 6 meters, a heavy steel door blocked his way. Looking closely, there was a striking logo printed on the steel door. The logo had a red background and white edges, and looked very much like a bow, with 2 capital RS engraved on it. It was the logo of the Red Ribbon Army. Son Gohan was delighted. This was really a case of searching for something without any effort. He finally found it. Dr. Gero's laboratory must be here. Thinking of this, Son Gohan slightly raised his breath and notified Trunks. Trunks sensed that Son Gohan's breath was rising, and a raging aura burst out of his body, and he quickly flew in the direction of Son Gohan. Soon, Trunks fell from the air, ran into the cave, and came to Son Gohan's side. "Brother Gohan, did you find it?" he asked. Son Gohan pointed to the heavy steel door behind him. "If nothing goes wrong, it's behind this door." "Oh." Trunks walked around Son Gohan and came behind him. He put his hand on the heavy steel plate and felt the cold steel. He raised his hand and knocked on it. The iron door made a dull sound. "Brother Gohan, this door is made entirely of steel plates, and the thickness is over 40 centimeters. What should we do?" Trunks asked. Son Gohan said, "What else can we do? Of course, we have to open the door physically. Trunks, you open the door, but remember to control the strength and don't destroy the things inside." "Yeah, okay." Trunks nodded and agreed. Son Gohan stepped back a few steps. Trunks stretched out his palm and pressed it on the iron door. The breath burst out. Bang! A loud noise was heard. In an instant, the ground shook and the rubble above fell. The steel plate structure door, which was at least 40 centimeters thick, was smashed by Trunks' palm. Gohan, I think I used a little too much force." Trunks laughed awkwardly. "It's okay, let's go." Son Gohan waved his hand to fan away the dust, walked through the iron gate and stepped into it. Trunks also waved his hand to drive away the smoke, and followed Son Gohan closely. After passing through the iron gate, a spacious laboratory appeared in front of the two. Unlike the dimness in the cave, the roof of the laboratory was inlaid with many luminous energy stones. The energy stones illuminated the entire space, making the laboratory as bright as day. Drive. Gero hollowed out the belly of this weathered rock mountain and built this secret base of considerable size. Inside the laboratory, the wires were densely packed and tied into bundles, on the ground, on the walls, and everywhere. Several giant computers stood there, with black screens, and had stopped working. In the archives room, Dr. Gero's various manuscripts and work notes were densely piled up. In the hall, 3 nutritional hibernation capsules were placed horizontally and vertically. 2 of the hibernation capsules had been opened, and only one was still sealed, with an energy pipe inserted on both sides, providing energy for this camp. The hibernation capsule continuously provides energy. Not far from the hibernation capsule, there is a headless corpse. Although it is called a corpse, in fact, only clothes and bones are left. From the clothes, it can be distinguished that this headless corpse should be Dr. Gero himself. After awakening number 17 and number 18, the poor Dr. Gero tried to control number 17 and number 18 with a special remote control, but he did not expect that he would be killed by number 17. In the end, even the head was blown up by number 17, and he died without a complete body. There is a big hole on the other side of the laboratory. It should have been violently torn open by number 17 that year. The big hole leads directly to the Gobi Desert outside, and wind and sand poured into it, causing a lot of sand and soil to pile up on the ground of the laboratory. Son Gohan squatted down beside Dr. Gero's body and fumbled for a while. After taking out the only pen from Dr. Gero's chest pocket, Son Gohan stood up and kicked the headless skeleton out of the hole with one foot. Trunks, go collect all the useful things. Son Gohan ordered. Yes, brother Gohan. Trunks nodded, took out the storage capsule he carried with him, and put away the computer, notebooks, and various manuscripts. Son Gohan walked to the hibernation capsule. He first put the two opened hibernation capsules into the storage capsule, then squatted down and checked the only hibernation capsule that had not been opened. There was a number written on the hibernation capsule. 16. Through the transparent glass of the hibernation capsule, Son Gohan saw a tall and strong android lying inside. This android had a sharp face with hard lines and short red hair. He was wearing green armor, black tights, white socks, green boots, and a cold expression. It was Android 16. This was a fully mechanical android created by Dr. Gero based on his son. Dr. Gero's son was a senior soldier of the Red Ribbon Corps, but unfortunately died under the enemy's gun during a mission. Dr. Gero had a special feeling for his son and gave number 16 a powerful strength and a terrifying explosive device. But he didn't want him to be destroyed in the battle, so he designed number 16 to be more docile. Therefore, number 16 not only doesn't like fighting, but loves peace, nature, and small animals. In the eyes of the ambitious Dr. Gero, this is tantamount to a failed work. So number 16 has never been activated. As a result, he has been sleeping until now. Putting his hand on the hibernation capsule, Son Gohan thought about it and decided to restart number 16. There are two reasons. First, there are too few high-end combat forces on Earth now, and number 16 has excellent combat power, which may come in handy at any time. Second, number 16 has a gentle personality and loves peace. He is not a very evil person like number 17 and number 18, and the risk of awakening is very low. This is an artificial human with far more benefits than disadvantages. And with Son Gohan's current combat power, even if number 16 rebels illogically, he can easily deal with it. Not to mention Son Gohan, even the current Trunks can easily control number 16. If divided by realm, the current Son Gohan can be said to be half a step to Super Saiyan 2, and Trunks is already at the peak of Super Saiyan 1. No matter how powerful number 16 is, he will never be their opponent. Son Gohan carefully looked at the hibernation capsule, successfully found the start button, and pressed it. There was a creaking sound. The lid of the hibernation chamber was slowly opened. Trunks, who wanted to remove the floor tiles, came over. Brother Gohan, I have collected all the things, what are you doing? Then, he suddenly saw a huge android sitting up from the hibernation capsule. Chapter 17. Trunks suddenly stopped and stared at number 16 who came out of the hibernation capsule. Brother Gohan, is this the android you mentioned that is scarier than number 17 and no 18? Trunks didn't sense any danger from number 16, but he was still cautious and didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. After all, number 17 and number 18 used to look harmless, but in fact they were two big demons. The android in front of him might also be such a monster. Brother Gohan, let me kill him. Trunks said, and his aura expanded rapidly, causing a strong wind to blow through the laboratory, making the corners of several people's clothes rustle, and the roof was about to be blown off. Trunks, don't do anything yet. Son Gohan hurried to stop him. If it was a second later, Trunks would have exploded and killed people. Hearing Son Gohan's stop, although Trunks didn't understand why, he still obediently suppressed his violent aura temporarily. Number 16 stood there motionless, looked at Trunks vigilantly, and then looked at Son Gohan. He was silent for a few seconds, then said in a low voice, "Are you Son Gohan?" "Yes, I am." Son Gohan nodded and looked at him curiously. After another short silence, number 16 continued, "You are different from what is recorded in the data." Son Gohan said, "Of course I am different, because I am in my 20s now. When Dr. Gero died, I was only 9 years old, so the information in your database is probably just my childhood information. Hearing the news of Dr. Gero's death, No 16's pupils shrank obviously, but he soon regained his composure. It turns out that the doctor is dead. That's a shame. Who is he? He looked at Trunks. In No 16's database, there was no Trunks at all. It was a very old version. Son Gohan said, he is Trunks, the son of Vegeta. Then he said, No 16, now that Dr. Gero is dead, do you still want to fight us? Or, what are your plans next? Number 16 shook his head and said, no, I don't like fighting. He thought for a while, and then continued, I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I will go wandering and finally live in the mountains to protect those small animals. Son Gohan nodded, well, that's good. I know you love peace and nature, so if there is any crisis on Earth in the future, if you are able, please defend the Earth and protect this home together, okay? Number 16 looked at Son Gohan seriously, and then replied, yes. His expression was as cold as ever. He spoke very little. Number 16 nodded and said, okay, can I leave now? Son Gohan stepped aside, made way, and said, okay, but number 16, you have a powerful bomb on you. If you want to defuse it, you can come to me or Trunks. We will take you to see Bulma, and she can help you defuse it. Okay, I got it. Number 16 agreed, and then strode out of the laboratory. Watching number 16 leave, Trunks was very puzzled. He asked Son Gohan in confusion, Brother Gohan, what's going on? Son Gohan explained he is not the target we are looking for. Although number 16 is also a very powerful android, he is not aggressive and will not harm the Earth. It is good to keep him. Oh. Trunks responded with a half-understood sound, and then continued, Brother Gohan, how do you know that number 16 is not aggressive? Number 17 and number 18 don't look fierce, but they are devil-like guys. Son Gohan said, I can't explain this to you, but if something unexpected really happens, I will personally destroy him. Okay, if you are not free, I can do it for you. By the way, Gohan, we have already searched the lab, but there is no intelligent computer that is still making androids as you said. Son Gohan pointed to the floor and said with a smile, who said we have already searched the lab? There is a secret base down there. Ah! Trunks was shocked. Watch carefully. Son Gohan's mouth curled up, and he stepped down with his right foot. Boom! Crack, crack, crack! The floor beneath my feet exploded, revealing a huge black hole. There really is something else going on down there. Trunks said in amazement. Let's go down and take a look. Son Gohan said, taking the lead and jumping down from the dark cave. Trunks followed closely behind. In just 2 seconds, the two of them stood firmly in the basement. The light in the basement was very dim, and the environment was not clear. Trunks fumbled for a while and finally found the switch of the energy light. Click, turn on the light. The originally dim basement instantly became bright. The two finally saw the structure and area of the basement. Compared with the spacious laboratory, this basement is several times smaller. The structure is also very simple. In the middle, a huge intelligent computer with a height of 3 meters and a width of 5 meters stood there. The screen was still glowing, indicating that it was still running on its own. Intelligent computer. There was also a machine half a person's height beside it, with a cylindrical transparent glass container upside down on top of the machine. An energy tube as thick as a thigh connected the smart computer and the machine together. The glass container was filled with green nutrient solution. Small bubbles continued to form at the bottom of the nutrient solution, and finally all floated to the top of the glass container. And in the center of the nutrient solution, an extremely ugly embryo was being nurtured. It was Cell. At this time, Cell had grown to the size of an arm, and although it curled up its body, its strong heartbeat could be seen. Trunks pressed his palm on the transparent glass. Cell's eyelids twitched, as if he could wake up at any time. Brother Gohan, are you right this time? Is it this ugly thing? Trunks said. Son Gohan nodded and said, yes, that's it. Trunks said, why does it give me a familiar feeling? Son Gohan said, maybe it's because this guy has my cells in him. Ah, how come this monster has your cells? That's because Dr. Gero used robot bees to collect cells from many strong people and fused these cells together to create this monster. As far as I know, it contains not only my cells, but also my father's and your father's cells. Dr. Gero has collected the cells of many of our elders. He even has cells from Frieza and King Cold in his body. That's really a monster. Trunks was surprised. Son Gohan said, Trunks, please move aside first, I will kill it. Oh, okay. Trunks responded, and stepped aside decisively. Son Gohan raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a gas bomb blew up the glass container containing Cell's embryo. Boom! As the glass container exploded, the green nutrient solution splashed everywhere. The Cell embryo, which had left the nutrient solution, rolled on the ground, then trembled and made a squeak sound. It was like a dying and struggling animal rat. Son Gohan mercilessly stepped on it, turning it into a pool of meat paste in an instant. Then, he raised his hand and threw another blast of energy at the meat paste. After a crackling sound, only a charred mark remained on the ground. Cell embryo was reduced to ashes. Chapter 18. The two brothers stood above Dr. Gero's laboratory. Son Gohan thought for a moment, raised his hand and threw an energy bomb down. Boom! The energy bomb exploded. The light was radiant, the ground was shaking, and the flames shot up into the sky. The entire laboratory was blown to pieces, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The huge explosion was heard hundreds of kilometers away. In the strong explosion, the weathered stone forest was flattened in an instant, and a deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers appeared on the ground, with thick smoke billowing. Looking down at the deep pit, Son Gohan nodded with satisfaction and flew away with Trunks. The two quickly returned to the Universal Capsule Company. Bulma was still tinkering with the time machine. Son Gohan and Trunks took out Dr. Gero's legacy in one go. The room was full of things that shocked Bulma. Did these two brothers go to rob? Computers, books, notebooks, manuscripts, tables, hibernation capsules, and even a few lumps of black materials? What is this? Have you found Dr. Gero's laboratory? Bulma stopped what she was doing and asked in surprise. Son Gohan nodded yes, I found it. These things were moved from Dr. Gero's laboratory. Aunt Bulma, take a look first. Are these things useful to you? Did you get all of them from Dr. Gero? Bulma quickly stood up and went to check. Son Gohan said, yes, I brought them back thinking they might be useful to you. Bulma picked up a notebook and flipped through it. After a while, she switched to another manuscript. The more she read, the more surprised she was. Bulma sighed. Dr. Gero is a super genius, but he took a wrong path. Artificial humans, perpetual energy reactors, genetic engineering, awesome, so awesome, these are all genius ideas. Seeing her excitement, Son Gohan knew that he had done the right thing this time. Fortunately, no wave blew up all these things. He said, how about it, Aunt Bulma, are these things useful? Bulma said happily, they are useful, very useful, Gohan, you did a good job this time, it's great that you didn't destroy all these things. Although Dr. Gero is a big villain, his research results in the field of science are innocent. With these things, I feel like a new brain has grown out of my head. If nothing else, my time machine should be completed a year ahead of schedule. Also, I can learn from this perpetual motion energy furnace and make other instruments. Bulma talked freely with a smile on her face. It was the first time that Trunks saw Bulma so energetic. At this moment, Bulma seemed to have returned to her energetic youth. Son Gohan smiled and said, "So, we have gained a lot today. We must have an extra meal tonight, haha." "Yeah, extra food," Bulma replied without even looking up. Half an hour later, Bulma finally emerged from the ocean of knowledge. The first thing she did was to instruct Son Gohan and Trunks to do something. "You two help put all these things in the empty room next door. Remember to sort them and put them in order so that I can check them later." The two young handsome guys were busy again, moving things one by one. After they were done, Son Gohan and Trunks went into the gravity room to practice for a few hours. Practice is endless. The next day, the three of them neatly placed 7 Dragon Balls on the open space near the Universal Capsule Company and summoned the dragon to make a wish. It was still the familiar operation and the familiar formula. The sky suddenly became as dark as ink. After a burst of lightning and thunder, the familiar Oriental dragon hovered in the clouds, with 2 huge blood-red eyes flashing and dragon whiskers swaying, noble and majestic. It is worthy of being the symbol and totem of Oriental nobility. Wow, wow, wow! When Trunks saw Shenlong for the first time, his eyes lit up and he kept yelling. It was so handsome. How great it would be if he could have a mount like this. Trunks was daydreaming and his mouth was crooked. At the same time, Dendi and Popo stood on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, overlooking the world. They naturally saw Son Gohan and others summoning Shenlong to make a wish. Shenlong had its own speakers, and its voice resounded through the sky. "Human who summoned me, tell me your wish, I can fulfill 3 of your wishes, any wish is fine." Trunks said excitedly, "Can I really wish for anything?" "Of course, any wish is fine," Shenlong responded. Son Gohan rolled his eyes and couldn't listen anymore. "Don't you know how powerful you are? Is it appropriate to brag like this?" Son Gohan looked up at Shenlong, his mouth tilted to one side. Feeling Son Gohan's gaze, Shenlong's huge dragon body twitched. "Is he looking down on me with this look?" A drop of sweat as big as a fist rolled down the forehead of the blue Shenlong. Silence. Son Gohan looked at Shenlong and smiled, "Since you said so, I will make a small wish." Shenlong had a bad premonition, but still responded, "Tell me your wish." Son Gohan said, "Please improve my strength to the level of a god of destruction or an angel." 3 black question marks appeared on Shenlong's head. Then it was silent again. Outrageous. WTF. Nima. Your uncle. Is this something I can do? If it wasn't the noble Shenlong, how could it be so good at speaking art? Son Gohan looked at it, and it also looked at Son Gohan. There was silence for a few seconds, and then, it lowered its head. "Sorry, this wish is beyond my ability. Please change your wish." Son Gohan's mouth twisted. "Then you just said that any wish is okay." "Sorry, any wish is within my ability. What you just said is beyond my ability." Shenlong continued to explain. Seeing Shenlong's lowered eyebrows and eyes, something in Trunks' heart broke. Where is Shenlong's majesty? Although he didn't know what the god of destruction and the angel were. But the fact is that Shenlong can't make any wish come true. Shenlong boasted. His image collapsed instantly. "So, what wish should I make?" As for what the wish is, Son Gohan and the other 2 had already discussed it last night. The first wish, to resurrect those humans killed by androids. The number of humans killed by androids is countless, as many as billions. But this is the data accumulated over more than 10 years. In the end, Shenlong can only resurrect those who were killed in the past year. This wish is easily fulfilled. Countless people, the androids, were resurrected with a bewildered look on their faces. The total number of resurrected people, 250 million. It can be seen how cruel and bloody number 17 and number 18 are. They slaughtered hundreds of millions of people in just 1 year, which is so horrible. The devils have to tattoo number 17 and no 18 on their bodies. The second wish, to restore the cities and various equipment on the Earth that were destroyed by the androids. This wish is also easy to fulfill. But because the current population of the Earth is not large, many cities have become empty cities after restoration. After a few years, weeds grew everywhere and vines grew around the buildings, like a ghost town. From now on, this world no longer has the life warriors like house slaves who fight against the will of heaven to survive, which is also a kind of beauty. The third wish, to strengthen the earth and make it more resilient. Chapter 19. The hard work of the earth is self-evident. In the end, it is always the earth that gets hurt. It is necessary to upgrade the ship to a new version. After the strengthening, the mountains are greener, the water is greener, the various resources are more abundant, and even the humans born are more handsome and beautiful. The 3 wishes were fulfilled, and the 7 petrified dragon balls turned into 7 lights and flew to all parts of the world. Some of these dragon balls flew into the desert, some fell into the sea, and some fell into the city. Only after a year, these petrified dragon balls will be revitalized, waiting to be collected again and start a new story. The dragon disappeared, and the sky cleared up. Then, Son Gohan asked Bulma to help charge the spaceship. After a round trip to Namek, the spaceship's driving energy was only 50%. Son Gohan wanted to go to Yadrat, so he needed to charge urgently. With Dr. Gero's notes and various materials, Bulma had new inspiration. She confidently said that she could charge the spaceship's driving energy to 100% within a month. For this, Son Gohan quietly gave her a thumbs up. In the following period of time, Son Gohan flew to the Celestial Temple every day to chat with Dendi, and the rest of the time was mostly spent training hard with Trunks. Half a month passed like this. On this day, after Son Gohan and Trunks finished their daily training, they both returned to their normal state. After such a long time, Son Gohan and Trunks' full power state has been infinitely close to perfection, and now they don't have to maintain the state of Super Saiyan all the time. Their current direction is to work hard to practice the basic combat power of normality. It will never be wrong to work hard to train the normal state and improve the normal combat power. This is the most stable and solid direction. After the training, the two made an appointment to go to the swimming pool for a swim. They both soaked in the water in their big shorts, enjoying the long-lost tranquility and sense of security. At this moment, the two leaned against the edge of the swimming pool, with their hands on the shore, and their lower bodies soaked in the water. Son Gohan's tail swayed in the water, sometimes turning into an S, sometimes turning into a B, and the numbers from 1 to 9 were tossed by him, which made Trunks stunned, with envy on his face. Trunks enviously said, "Brother Gohan, how can I make my tail grow? I should have had a tail before, right?" Son Gohan said, "I heard from your mother that your tail was cut off when you were 6 months old, and then it never grew back. Now if you want to grow it again, you probably need some external help. Do you really want the tail so much?" Trunks nodded heavily and said, "Of course, it's so cool." Son Gohan said, "For Saiyans, the tail is a double-edged sword. It has advantages, but it is also our disadvantage. You probably don't know that when a Saiyan with a tail sees a full moon, his eyes will receive the blue light waves emitted by the moon and then turn into a giant ape." "Hey? Transformed into a giant ape?" Trunks looked incredulous. It was the first time he had heard such knowledge. Saiyans can also transform into giant apes? Son Gohan continued, "And most Saiyans will lose their reason after transforming into giant apes, leaving only the instinct of destruction. Although the combat power will increase 10 times after transforming into a giant ape, the disadvantage is that they lose their reason. Not only that, the tail can be said to be the most vulnerable part of a Saiyan. A Saiyan who has not deliberately trained his tail will become weak and completely lose his combat effectiveness once his tail is caught." Son Gohan explained it carefully to Trunks, and Trunks frowned after listening. This scared Trunks. He just thought that Son Gohan had a tail, which was furry and looked cool, but he never thought that there would be such a big defect. What Son Gohan didn't tell Trunks was that Trunks has Vegeta's blood flowing in his body, and he is a half-earthling, so even after transforming into a giant ape, there is more than a 90% chance that he can stay sane. Another point is that the wish that Son Gohan made to the Namekian dragon was to repair his body to the most perfect state. Then, the tail that had been cut off long ago grew back. From this we can see that Shenlong judged that Son Gohan with a tail is the most perfect state. Son Gohan can also clearly feel that since the tail grew out, his training efficiency has been significantly improved. Not only that, but Son Gohan also knows that there will be a transformation in the future that requires a tail. Scion's tails, to some extent, are the source of their power. After thinking for a while, Trunks asked again, Brother Gohan, what you just said are all disadvantages, what about the advantages? What are the benefits? He was not scared off. Son Gohan gave Trunks an appreciative look and replied, of course there are benefits. The fact that the tail will become weak and lose its fighting power when caught can actually be overcome through training. After training, not only will the tail not lose its fighting power when caught, but it will give the scions another means of attack. Also, a scion with a tail should be able to train faster. You have the blood of the scion royal family flowing in your body, so you should be able to stay awake after turning into a giant ape. At least in my memory, Uncle Vegeta was rational after turning into a giant ape, and your situation should be the same. After hearing what Son Gohan said, Trunks' expression regained its cheerfulness. He said, for me, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages, and I will also exercise my tail to make up for this shortcoming. Brother Gohan, let me answer your question. I want my tail to grow out. Son Gohan nodded and said, well, wait a year, and after a year, let Shenlong help you restore your tail. After that, Son Gohan remembered something, his eyes lit up and he said, by the way, maybe Dende can make your tail grow out in advance. Since the old god can help Son Goku completely remove his tail, does it mean that there is a way to make the tail grow again? Namek, maybe there is really a way. Old Kai, who knows a simpler and more violent method, can't be relied on at the moment. Then let's go find Brother Dende. Trunks jumped out of the water, put on his clothes in a hurry, and kept urging Son Gohan. Brother Gohan, hurry up. Son Gohan had no choice but to jump onto the shore, spinning his tail like a fan for a few times to shake off the water droplets, then changed his clothes and took Trunks to the Temple of the Gods. After listening to Trunks's request, Dende nodded and said, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee success. Yeah, thank you, Brother Dende. Trunks said happily. Dende said it may take a little longer, you'd better stay here for a few days, I want to study it. Trunks immediately agreed, yeah, no problem. Hearing that Trunks was going to stay for a few days, Son Gohan said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Trunks asked Son Gohan to help convey the news that he could not go home in the next few days. Son Gohan agreed immediately and jumped down from the Temple of the Gods, falling to the earth like a meteorite. He enjoyed the feeling of free fall, which was a completely different feeling from flying. The whistling wind in his ears and the feeling of weightlessness would make his heart beat faster, and only at this time would he think of some things in his previous life, reminding him that he was a reborn person. When he was not far from the ground, Son Gohan used the sky dance technique to fly to the palace of the fortune-telling Popo. After arriving at the palace, he found that the fortune-teller was still not at home, and he didn't know where she went. Son Gohan even suspected that the fortune-teller was also killed by number 17 or number 18. But thinking that the fortune-teller was a ghost, she should have some special life-saving methods. But he didn't see the fortune-teller twice, which made Son Gohan even more curious. He was curious about where the fortune-teller had gone and what happened that made her leave her palace for so long. These things can probably only be known by seeing the fortune-teller. Afterwards, Son Gohan, who had nothing to do, flew to the east capital, which was closer to the fortune-teller's palace. Chapter 20. East City is a prosperous metropolis, as famous as West City where the Universal Capsule Company is located. Both cities are currently the largest cities on Earth. They are also two economic hubs on Earth. The economy of West City used to be more developed than that of East City because of the existence of the Universal Capsule Group. But later, the androids attacked West City, and West City fell and became a ruin. But the androids have never been to East City. So now, whether in terms of economy or population, East City is now the most prosperous city in the Dragon Ball world, without a doubt. Son Gohan fell from the sky and stood on the top of a building hundreds of stories high, witnessing the hustle and bustle of East City. On the streets, vehicles are flowing continuously, and the crowds are surging and noisy, as if the years are peaceful. This is a real prosperity on Earth. Son Gohan likes the current world very much. Half an hour ago, in another place in Dongdu, 6 biker gangs blew up Dongdu Bank with explosives. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky and thick smoke filled the entire street. Ah, help! No, please let me go, I have parents and children to take care of. Bang, bang, bang! The robber pulled the trigger, and bullets flew out, taking away lives one after another. As people died, the scene became more chaotic. The robber carrying a submachine gun laughed wildly, ha ha ha, everyone, we just want to borrow some money to spend. If you insist on stopping us, then we are sorry. All of you squat down and put your hands on your heads. All the bank staff squatted down and trembled. The robbers were very satisfied with their performance and took out sacks to fill them with coins and gold bars. But at this time, an old man burst into tears and loudly scolded the robbers. Bastards, you bunch of beasts, you will not have a good death, beasts. Just because his wife just died under the gun of the robbers. So he didn't want to live anymore. Hey! One of the robbers grinned and put the submachine gun to the old man's forehead. Old man, do you want to die? Why can't we do what the artificial man can do? We are already very kind, aren't we? Beasts, you and the artificial humans are all beasts. The old man was not afraid at all. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. The robber sneered and was about to pull the trigger to blow the old man's head off. But at this moment, several police cars roared in and surrounded Dongdu Bank. Damn, the annoying flies come so quickly. The robber gave up on shooting the old man and looked at the police outside, frowning. A graceful female policewoman got out of the police car, holding a loudspeaker in her hand and shouting to the robbers in Dongdu Bank. Listen, everyone inside, you are surrounded. I am Bidalai, the captain of this operation. Release the hostages and I can promise to let you leave here safely. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. The timer starts now. Biddy Lee is in her 20s, heroic, with long black hair and a heroic look. She is wearing a uniform, with a majestic chest and a pair of long legs that look even longer. It's really a uniform temptation. The robbers in the bank swallowed their saliva. Then they started talking to each other. Damn, how can there be such a beautiful policewoman? Don't you know her? She's a heroic police officer in Dongdu. There's nothing she can't handle. Ah, so awesome. Nonsense, why else do you think she could be the captain? I've seen her fight, she's very good at martial arts, very good at fighting. This time I was in trouble. I didn't expect that she would lead the team here. What should we do now, brother? What are we afraid of? We have guns and hostages, so how can we be afraid of this woman outside? I don't believe she has several heads and hands. How about we hand over the hostages and let her let us go? Does she keep her word? It is said that a word is a promise, and a word is very important. Okay, let's do as she says. We hand over the hostages, but we need her to guarantee our safe departure. Well, okay. The gangsters finished their discussion and then called out to the police. Okay, Officer Baidai, we'll do as you say. We'll release the hostages, but you have to make sure we get out of here safely. I would like to remind you in advance that we have a large number of guns and ammunition. If you do not keep your word, we do not mind dying with you. Officer Bidalai, what do you say? Bidalai said, of course there is no problem, I can promise you, you can release the hostage now. Okay. The robbers agreed. Then, they carried the sacks on their shoulders, took a dozen hostages and walked out of the bank to the main road. The dozen hostages were successfully transferred. The 6 robbers threw the sacks into the car and drove away. They never thought that they would be let go like this. The robbers' loud laughter could be heard from afar. Ha ha ha, Bidalai, you stinky bitch, sooner or later I will kill you, ha ha ha. The policemen became furious when they heard such words. How unreasonable. These people actually insulted their captain? A young male policeman said angrily, Captain, when are we chasing? Bidalai's eyes flashed coldly, grinned and sneered, Humph, let them run rampant for a while, how about it? I asked you to install the locator and time bomb on their car. The male police nodded and said, of course, here you go. Then he handed Bidalai a tablet and a remote control. The tablet computer was showing the real-time location of the 2 robbers' cars. Bidalai stared at the tablet for a while. Then she took out a capsule and threw it on the ground, which turned into a jet plane. A few seconds later, she shouted, okay, now, chase them. Yes, Captain. Several police cars roared away. Bidalai also drove a jet plane to chase them. The 2 robbers' cars rushed all the way on the wide road. One of the robbers held the sack in his arms and said excitedly, Brother, where are we going to have fun tonight? That much money is enough for us to spend for a long time. Let's talk about it in a few days. For now, stay out of the spotlight. Oh, okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Oh, brother, it's bad, the police are chasing us. One of the robbers saw the police car chasing behind him in the rearview mirror of the car. What? Shit. One of the robbers pointed at the jet plane hanging in the sky and said, the plane in the sky should be the same, right? Grass, it really is. Damn it, that woman Bidalai is not trustworthy, she caught up with me. Shoot down the plane for me. Several robbers raised their submachine guns and fired at the police car behind them and the jet plane in the sky. The submachine guns kept spitting out fire snakes, making a rattling sound. Bidalai was driving the jet plane, dodging bullets, but was still hit by many stray bullets, and sparks flew everywhere. Bidalai's face became colder and colder. Soon, the robber's car ran to an empty section of the road. Ha! Accept the punishment, you bastards! Bidalai sneered and pressed the remote control in her hand. Boom! 2 cars speeding on the ground exploded with a bang, and coins flew everywhere. 6 robbers flew out and rolled on the ground. Each of them suffered varying degrees of injuries, with blood on their heads. Some struggled to stand up. Damn it, what happened? One of the robbers wiped the blood off his face and said angrily. Damn it, that damn woman must have tampered with our car, damn it. I have a car here, everyone get in and leave. He said as he took out the capsule. But before he could turn the capsule into a car, several police cars arrived and surrounded them. Bidalai in the sky also landed. She jumped off the jet, walked over with her long legs, kicked one of the robbers to the ground, and then stepped on his chest. He sneered, were you scolding me just now? Chapter 21. The robber spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer feel any desire when he saw the pair of long legs in black silk stockings stepping on his chest. He said angrily, damn it, didn't you promise to let us go? You stinky woman, you don't keep your word. Humph! Bidalai put more force on her foot, and the robbers felt difficulty breathing and almost fainted. Bidalai sneered and said, fools, I promised to let you go, but you are far away from the bank now, right? What's the problem if I catch you again? The 6 robbers. Okay. They actually tried to reason with a woman just now? That's too small. Now this woman has a good reason, how can they refute her? There is no way to refute it. Come, handcuff them all. Vidalai waved her hand and ordered. Yes, Captain. Several policemen came out and handcuffed the 6 bikers. After controlling the robbers, they also collected the guns and the stolen money. Take these scum back and let them face the kingdom's laws. See if they can be sentenced to a heavier punishment. Execution would be best. Vidalai waved her hand. The robbers all struggled. Damn it, this woman actually wanted to sentence them to death? Receive. Be quiet, get on. Vidalai's police responded, and forced the 6 robbers into the police car. Several police cars roared away and returned to the Dongdu police station. Vidalai also got into the jet and took off. As the plane rose, Vidalai vaguely saw a man sitting on the edge of the roof of a building hundreds of stories high next to him. A man. Am I dazzled? Vidalai thought to herself, controlling the plane to float in the air, raised her hand to rub her eyes, and then looked up at the roof again. This time, she was sure that she was not mistaken. There was indeed a person sitting on the roof of the building. A tall man. He sat there, his legs hanging naturally on the edge of the building, looking down at the street below. What kind of courage is this? If he falls from there, let alone being smashed to pieces, he will directly turn into a mess. Is this person crazy? He dares to stand there without any safety measures. Seeking death? Or mentally ill? In short, falling from there will definitely die. Vidalai felt a chill in her heart and a chill on her back just thinking about it. How did he get up there? Should he take a plane? She couldn't just stand by and watch him die. While Vidalai was thinking about it, she saw the man on the roof looking at her. Vidalai controlled the plane to move closer. Then he stuck his head out and asked loudly, "What are you doing there? Are you here to see the scenery?" She originally wanted to ask son Gohan if he wanted to commit suicide. But if she really asked like that, then if the other party really wanted to commit suicide, it would only arouse his emotions and accelerate his determination to die. So she swallowed the half-asked question back and changed it to whether they were here to see the scenery. Son Gohan looked at the beautiful policewoman on the plane, remembered how she had just violently subdued the gangster, and said with a smile, "Well, let's see the scenery. Officer, you don't have to worry about me. If you want to be busy, just go and do your own thing." Vidal looked him up and down. She found that the man in front of her was tall and strong, handsome, with a strong sense of self-confidence and was very mysterious. His eyes were like 2 whirlpools, with an inexplicable attraction that wanted to pull people in. This was the first time Vidal had met such a person in her life. How could a boy like this think of committing suicide? So what he said should be true, right? Did he really just come to the roof to see the scenery? But a sense of responsibility drove Vidal to say, "How did you get up here? In this world, the androids have been wiped out, and things will only get better in the future. This world is very big, and there are many places to go. We are still young and have many things to do. Can you go inside first? It's not safe there." Son Gohan looked at her and couldn't help laughing after saying so much. "You don't think I want to commit suicide, do you?" "Ha, ha, ha." Vidalai laughed awkwardly. "Then will you commit suicide?" "No, I said I'm just here to enjoy the scenery," Son Gohan said, retracting his legs that were hanging over the edge of the building and standing up. Looking at Son Gohan's actions, Vidal felt goosebumps all over her body, and cold sweat ran down her back. At such a height, is he really not afraid at all? How can he be so calm? As long as there is just the slightest mistake, it will be over. This guy is so calm, he is too brave, it's simply terrifying. Her legs became weak just thinking about it. Okay? Videl continued to ask. Then did you come up by jet? Son Gohan shook his head. No, I flew up by myself. Ah, fly up. Videl was stunned for a moment, thinking that Son Gohan was joking with her. People don't have wings, how can they fly? Perfunctory. Wait for me first. Videli said, controlling the jet to land on the top of the building, and then walked carefully towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked at her helplessly. He thought to himself that this woman was too stubborn. He said that he was not going to commit suicide, but she still came up. Are all the cells in her body a sense of justice? Such a strong sense of responsibility. Son Gohan admitted that the policewoman in front of him was quite pretty. Her proud figure was very eye-catching, and her face was also beautiful. Among the women he had seen, only Android 18 and Bulma were slightly better in appearance. But this woman had a heroic spirit and sense of justice that Bulma and Android 18 did not have. Especially the pair of long legs matched with the uniform, it was a super plus. It can be said that she was a super beauty. Son Gohan admired it very much, but it was just admiration. He was not the kind of cerebral palsy with sperm on his brain. If he was the kind of animal who thought with his lower body, the end of Android 18 would not be as simple as being shot in the head. It was not until she got close to Son Gohan that Videl felt the strong visual impact. She was only 157 centimeters tall and weighed 47 kilograms. She looked tall because of her long legs and golden ratio figure. But Son Gohan was 186 centimeters tall and weighed 75 kilograms. He had a top model-like figure, with muscular body, and looked full of explosive power. In such a comparison, the two formed a strong contrast. It's just that Videl had seen giants who were much taller than Son Gohan. There were humans who were 2 or 3 meters tall in this world. Some humanoids were even 5 or 6 meters tall. It's just that this was the first time she had seen someone as tall, handsome as Son Gohan. This simply touched her heart. Then, the furry tail behind Son Gohan suddenly popped out. Videl was stunned for a moment. Then her heart was pounding, and both eyes turned into hearts. Good, so cute, I want to touch it. Videli's mind was racing. Then she blurted out subconsciously, can I touch your tail? Only after she said that did she realize how rude she was, and her face became hot. What the hell did she just say? I couldn't believe she said that. But I really want to touch the furry tail. Oh my god, isn't this much more comfortable than petting a cat or a dog? Which girl can resist such temptation? If it weren't for his sharp ears, Son Gohan would have thought he had misheard and decisively refused. Sorry, this is really not allowed. Ahem, I am sorry for my impoliteness. In short, just don't think about suicide. Life is still long, there are still many meaningful things to do, and there are many people who worry about you and miss you. Don't think too much. Hee. Son Gohan looked at the woman in front of him with interest and said, what you said makes sense, but I still want to make it clear that I really don't want to commit suicide, I'm just here to enjoy the scenery. Videl smiled and said, that's good, then when are you going down? You have a jet plane, right? Son Gohan shook his head and said, I don't have a jet plane. I just said that I flew up here by myself. I can fly down whenever I want. Videl was speechless. She felt that Son Gohan's mental state was definitely a little abnormal. He was a good-looking boy. What a pity. Videl said, okay, you can fly, you flew up here by yourself, so can you take my jet plane down now? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Videli, and I am the captain of the first team of the Dongdu Police Department. You can trust me. I will never hurt you. Son Gohan said speechlessly, you woman just don't believe me, right? Well, now I will let you have a good experience. Son Gohan said, white flames came out of his body and flew into the air. Wait, what's your name? Son Gohan was floating in the air, staring at the equally stunned pretty policewoman. Are you kidding me? Chapter 22. Beidel. Beidel looked up at Son Gohan in a daze. Son Gohan stared at the woman below in amazement. He didn't expect that Beidel in this timeline would become a police officer. The contrast was too strong. Same name? Almost impossible. After knowing her name, that face looked more and more familiar. Who else could it be but that Beidel? The official pairing of twin ponytails is officially online? Son Gohan fell into a brief silence. He stood high in the sky and stared at Beidel for a while without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. And Beidel was shocked that Son Gohan could actually fly. How could a human fly? Before this, if someone told her that a human without wings could fly, she would definitely sneer and laugh. But now the facts are in front of her, constantly impacting her worldview. Is this magic? Beidel still couldn't believe it. No, this is called the air dance technique. Son Gohan flew around the rooftop and then landed again and said, "Dancing in the sky? What is that?" Beidel didn't understand. It is a kind of martial arts. Son Gohan said. Martial arts? How could there be such a martial art? Impossible. Videl retorted. She herself was a martial artist with good martial arts attainments, otherwise she would not have been able to take the position of captain of the 1st detachment of the Dongdu Police Department. Her father, Mr. Satan, was the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament a long time ago. In her opinion, she understood martial arts. And there is absolutely no martial art that can fly. Son Gohan said, "Haha, don't use your knowledge to understand the world. As you said, the world is very big, and the earth is actually just a drop in the ocean. What's the point of martial arts that can fly? It's just a way to use chi." Listening to Son Gohan's words, Videl fell silent. As Son Gohan said, "This world is vast and boundless, with too many magical and inexplicable things. Not to mention the distant ones. The androids that have been wreaking havoc on the earth for more than 10 years are one of the technological creations that she cannot understand. They are obviously just two tiny technological people, why can they have such a destructive power?" She had seen reports about androids on TV. Those two androids can spray out energy waves like rocket launchers in their hands. That kind of energy wave can flatten a large city in an instant, which is very terrifying. Thinking of the androids, Videl's heart is filled with deep sadness. A few years ago, her father, Mr. Satan, the champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, did not believe that the androids were really that powerful. He always thought it was magic and a trick to deceive humans. So he decided to teach the two androids a lesson. The result is imaginable. Mr. Satan never returned and was covered in dust by the androids. It's so miserable. Looking at Videl, who was silenced by him, Son Gohan said, "Okay, you should get busy too. I'm leaving now." Ah! After hearing what Son Gohan said, Videl came back to her senses. Wait a moment," she said hurriedly. "What's wrong?" Son Gohan asked in confusion. Videl hesitated and said, "Can you teach me how to fly? I want to learn this." Thinking of how she had just stopped the plane to persuade him when she was sure that he was going to commit suicide, Son Gohan nodded and said, "Okay. Come to the West Capital Universal Capsule Company to find me at this time tomorrow. It's just a flying technique, not a secret that can be passed down without any effort." Son Gohan said and flew up. "What's your name, please?" Videl shouted. "Son Gohan." Son Gohan's voice came from afar, and his figure had turned into a meteor and pierced into the distance. "How fast?" Videl stared at the direction where Son Gohan disappeared, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. What she saw and heard today was too bizarre, and it completely overturned her worldview of 21 years. And this man named Son Gohan actually promised her to teach her the so-called flying technique. Happy, too happy. Videl couldn't help but look forward to it. Thinking that she would be able to come into contact with flying martial arts tomorrow, her heart couldn't calm down. Then, Videl carefully walked to the edge of the building, stretched her neck and looked down. Hiss, it was too scary. Videl felt dizzy and her legs weak. She stepped back, and returned to the jet plane with a look of fear on her face. She rested for a while, and then drove the plane away. On the other side, Son Gohan's aura was gushing out, and he was so fast that he produced a sonic boom, and he was moving quickly through the clouds. Soon, he came to the sky above Baizai Mountain and landed. Son Gohan pushed open the door and walked into the familiar house. Looking at everything familiar around him, he sighed helplessly, and a faint sadness flashed in his eyes. This place is really too familiar. This house almost carries his entire childhood. Dad, Mom, Bull Demon King Grandpa. Everything seems to be a memory from a long time ago, but it seems to have happened yesterday. Sometimes it even feels like they are still by my side and have never left. That feeling is indescribable, but precious. Son Gohan sat on the sofa for a long time, then pushed the door out. He walked more than 100 meters along the mountain road to Baizai Mountain, and then stood in front of two graves. These two graves are the graves of Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King. Son Gohan took out a capsule, pressed it and threw it on the ground. Then 2 handfuls of white chrysanthemums, some fruits and some sacrificial offerings appeared out of thin air on the ground. Son Gohan carefully placed these things in front of the grave, and then sat down on the open space in front of the grave. Mom, Grandpa, I'm here to see you. I'm fine now, don't worry about me. I have killed the android, which is my revenge for you. Son Gohan sat there, talking to himself for a long time. Bull King and Chi-Chi died during the days when he was in a coma after his arm was broken. The time of death was just over a year, so this time Shenlong was unable to revive them. No one knew whether the two of them were in the underworld or had been reincarnated. Son Gohan thought about taking some time to go to the underworld to ask King Yama. If there was a way to resurrect, it would be even better. After sitting in front of the grave for a while, Son Gohan got up and flew back to the Universal Capsule Company. He told Bulma that Trunks had not been back for a few days, and Bulma nodded without saying anything, and buried her head in her research. The next day, a jet plane descended from the sky and landed at the door of the Universal Capsule Company. Bidalai jumped off the plane. Then turned the plane into a capsule and put it in her pocket, then looked around and took in the surrounding environment. Bidalai was obviously dressed up today. Her black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, hanging naturally along her shoulders, and her face was painted with light and delicate makeup. She was not wearing a police uniform today. She wore a white tight shirt on her upper body and slim jeans on her lower body. The white shirt was tucked into her jeans, highlighting her proud figure and slender legs. She wore a pair of white shoes on her feet. She was going for a casual style. The Universal Capsule Corporation is famous all over the world, and almost no one on Earth does not know its name. Although after the incident of the androids, the Universal Capsule Corporation suffered heavy losses and no longer has the glory of the past. Now there are not even a few employees. But even so, who among the surviving humans does not have a few capsules on their bodies? You can say that the Universal Capsule Corporation has declined and is no longer as glorious as it was in the past, but you cannot deny the influence of the Universal Capsule Corporation and its contribution to the world. The Universal Capsule Corporation is a unique existence on the Earth and is an absolute T0 level enterprise. No matter who comes, it cannot shake its position on the Earth. Videl looked at the Universal Capsule Corporation, wondering in her heart what the relationship between Son Gohan and the Universal Capsule Corporation was. Just when she was worrying about how to find Son Gohan, Bulma also stopped at the door of the Universal Capsule Group on a motorcycle. Chapter 23. Isn't that Miss Bulma from the Universal Capsule Group? Seeing Bulma, Videl recognized her immediately. Videl was still connected to the internet. Of course she knew celebrities like Bulma. Although Bulma was already in her 40s, she was well maintained and looked like a 30-year-old sister. Videl took a deep breath and walked towards Bulma. She greeted, "Hello, Miss Bulma." "Hello." Bulma looked at Videl carefully and confirmed that she didn't know her, then continued, "What's the matter?" Videl answered truthfully, "It's like this, Son Gohan asked me to come here to find him." "Does Son Gohan live here?" "Gohan?" Bulma's eyes lit up, and she looked at Videl carefully again, her expression gradually becoming more vivid. Yes, you are Gohan's girlfriend, right? I didn't expect this guy to be so secretive, come in first." Bulma walked over enthusiastically, held Videl's arm, and pulled her into the house. Videl staggered into the house and kept explaining, Miss Bulma, I think you misunderstood. I'm not Gohan's girlfriend, but Gohan promised to teach me martial arts, so I came here to find him." I understand. Don't call me Miss Bulma anymore. Gohan calls me Auntie. You can do as Gohan calls me." Bulma laughed and stuffed Videl into the sofa. "Wait a minute, I'll go call Gohan, he should be practicing martial arts in the gravity room." Bulma said. Okay. Videl was confused by her enthusiasm. Miss Bulma didn't seem to be as cold as the legend said. Not only was she not cold, she was also very enthusiastic. It didn't match the rumor at all. Under Videl's gaze, Bulma left in a hurry, but came back more than a minute later. She sat next to Videl and said, "Gohan was indeed practicing just now. I have told him that you are here. He is going to take a shower now and should be fine in a while." Videl supported her hands on her legs and sat up straight. Facing the legendary president of the Universal Capsule Company, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, for an ordinary Earthling, Bulma's halo is too big. Honest JPG. "Okay, I'll wait here," Videl said. Bulma said, "You don't have to be too nervous. I'm not a strict parent. Let's just chat casually and just treat me as a friend." "Yes, Miss Bulma." Videl agreed, but she was still very restrained. "Hey, look, I told you to follow Gohan and call me Auntie, why are you still calling me like that?" Bulma said dissatisfiedly. Okay, Aunt Bulma." "Well, that's right. Come, eat some fruit first." "Thank you." The two of them started chatting on the sofa. Bulma began to praise Gohan. "I have watched Gohan grow up since he was a child. His family and I are old friends and we have a very good relationship. Gohan has been very smart since he was a child. He learns things very quickly. He is a very good boy. It is no problem to say that he is the best on earth." Videl's head was buzzing, and she felt very uncomfortable. Bulma continued, "By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. What's your name?" Videl stood up suddenly, her body straight, and she was almost saluting. "My name is Bidalai, I am from Dongdu, and I am currently working at the Dongdu Police Department. I was born in 757 AI, and I have never been in a relationship. Please give me some advice, Auntie." Well, Bulma was stunned by Videl's operation. Look how nervous the child was. After 2 seconds, Bulma said, "Sit down. Sit down quickly, don't stand and talk." Videl had to sit back down. "I didn't know you were a police officer." "Police officers are good, not bad." 757 Aki, isn't this a coincidence? Gohan was also born in 757 Aki. Videl didn't expect that Son Gohan was the same age as her, and was surprised and said, "Really? That's too coincidental. Hi, so you should communicate more, young people, so that you can enhance your relationship. Just then, Son Gohan, wearing casual clothes, walked in from outside. Biddy, let's go. He clenched his right fist and pointed his thumb toward the door. Ah, okay. Videl quickly stood up. She said to Bulma, Aunt Bulma, I'm going to leave first. Let's talk next time when we have time. Well, okay, you young people go on a date. Bulma responded, and turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan, don't bully me. Got it. Son Gohan said helplessly. Videl followed Son Gohan with a blushing face. The two came to the back garden of the Universal Capsule Group. Let's go here. Son Gohan pointed to a green lawn. Yes, okay. Biddy nodded. The two stepped onto the lawn. Sit down cross-legged. Son Gohan pointed to the seat opposite him. Videl was wearing jeans today, so it was no problem for her to sit cross-legged. Videl nodded and obediently sat down opposite Son Gohan, looking well behaved. She looked at Son Gohan's face carefully and asked curiously, Son Gohan, are you really born in 757 Aegis? Yes, that's right, is there any problem? Son Gohan said. No, Aunt Bulma said you were born in the year 757, so I was a little curious, because I was also born in the year 757. I was born on May 9th, when is your birthday? Son Gohan. Can't you tell me? Videl asked. Son Gohan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, you weren't like this in front of Aunt Bulma just now, were you? Aren't you afraid of me? Videl smiled and said, because she is the elder, you and I are the same age, so naturally there is no sense of restraint. So when is your birthday? May 8th. Son Gohan said helplessly. Ah, really? Biddy Lee's eyes widened. Why would I lie to you? Sun Mufan said. You are only 1 day older than me, what a coincidence. Bidalai said happily, smiling like a flower. Why did you come to see me today? Son Gohan frowned and asked deliberately. I'm here to learn the flying technique from you. We agreed on that yesterday. Videl said. Son Gohan said, so what are you doing now? Videl pouted and said, gossiping. Okay, I was wrong. I won't ask any more. Please, Gohan, teach me the flying technique. Well, then don't talk for now. Son Gohan said calmly. Videl. This was not the first time that Son Gohan was a teacher. He had taught Trunks for more than 10 years and was very experienced. He sorted out his thoughts and said, to learn the aerial technique, you must first learn how to use your own chi. Once you learn how to control the chi in your body, the aerial technique will come naturally. Chi? What is that? If I don't have chi, will I be unable to learn the flying technique? Bidalai asked nervously. Don't worry, everyone has chi in their body, they just don't know how to use it. The so-called chi is a kind of energy hidden in our body. It is difficult for ordinary people to develop it, but it is much easier for us martial artists. We can easily sense the chi, control the chi, and then use the chi. I know you have learned martial arts. So it is not difficult to master the aura. Son Gohan talked freely, and told Videl a lot of knowledge that she didn't quite understand. Videl was like listening to a foreign language. Watch carefully. Son Gohan said, stretching out his right hand in front of him, palm facing the sky, holding it in the air. Videl stared at his hand intently. At this moment, a cyclone rose from the palm of Son Gohan's hand, flashing with cold light, and a round energy ball was generated in his palm. What is this? Videl's eyes almost popped out. Son Gohan said, this is chi. As he spoke, Son Gohan raised his hand and swung it. The energy bomb flew out and hit a huge rock in the distance. With a loud bang, the huge rock was instantly blown into powder. The strong wind blew Vidal's long hair up. I really have this thing in my body. Biddy Lee was numb. Chapter 24. Of course you do, but the chi in your body is only weak. Remember, chi can be strengthened through practice. Son Gohan explained. It looks similar to the methods used by the androids. Vidal said. Son Gohan said the androids are technological creations, while chi is the energy that each of us has in our bodies. Although they have different paths to the same goal, they cannot be confused. If we want to learn how to use chi, the first step is to sense the chi in our body and then guide it out. What should I do? Vidal asked. Son Gohan looked at her, explained carefully, and demonstrated it again. First relax, calm down, concentrate, and imagine guiding the energy to your palms, like this. Son Gohan said, holding his hands in front of him. Slowly guiding a breath out. Suddenly, a cyclone formed between his palms, and the cyclone quickly transformed into a fluorescent energy ball. It's amazing, Vidal sighed in her heart, then closed her eyes, held her hands in front of her like Son Gohan, and began to sense the energy. Son Gohan observed her movements and gave her instructions. Keep your mind calm, concentrate, and relax instead of exerting yourself. Hearing what Son Gohan said, Vidal's frown gradually relaxed. It can be seen that Vidal's martial arts foundation is very good, and she quickly got into the state. But it is not so easy to sense the breath. Seeing Vidal in meditation, Son Gohan practiced boxing on the side. This set of boxing moves is a combination of hardness and softness, natural and coherent, and it is exactly the Tai Chi that he learned in his previous life. Tai Chi naturally cannot produce any earth-shattering effects, but practicing it in your spare time can make your whole body feel comfortable and have endless aftertaste. 2 hours passed quickly. Vidal slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Son Gohan who was sitting beside her and said, "It's so difficult. I haven't sensed my own aura yet." Son Gohan said, "Don't worry too much. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you persist, you will definitely succeed." "Well, I hope so, but that's all I can do today. I have to go back to the police station to deal with things." Vidal said. "Okay." Son Gohan nodded. Vidal continued, "Can I come tomorrow?" Son Gohan said, "Yes. Thank you for your help, Gohan-kun." Vidal stood up and bowed to Son Gohan. Son Gohan accepted it calmly. Teaching is like giving back to one's parents, so what does this bow mean to him? At this moment, Vidal's phone rang. Vidal answered the phone. "Hello, what? Okay, I see. I'll go back now." After answering the phone, Vidal became anxious and frowned deeply. Son Gohan saw her uneasiness and asked, "What's wrong?" Vidal said, "There was a violent incident in Dongdu just now. The gangsters have slaughtered dozens of people. The death toll is still increasing. My team members have already rushed to the front line. At the speed of a jet plane, it would take me at least an hour to get back. It's too long. I don't know how many more people died because of this. I have to go back immediately." Vidal said, taking out the capsule and throwing it on the ground. Boom, the sound of her jet plane. "Oh." Son Gohan frowned and looked towards the direction of Dongdu. Then he said, "Excuse me for being blunt, but this is probably not a case you can handle." Countless powerful auras came from the direction of Dongdu. The aura was so strong that Vidal could not match it at all. Such an aura, is it from an alien? In short, there can't be such a strong person on Earth, so it can only be a visitor from the universe. It's just that I don't know when these aliens appeared, and he didn't even notice it. After all, it's impossible for Son Gohan to use his aura to sense the entire Earth 24 hours a day. Vidal looked at him in surprise and said, "Why do you say I can't handle it?" Son Gohan said, because I can sense the aura of those gangsters, they are not something you can deal with. You can sense the gangsters from such a distance. Vidalai was amazed. Well, you will understand when you learn how to use your chi, Son Gohan said. Videl thought for a while and said firmly, I have to go back no matter what. All my teammates are on the front line. How can I hide behind? How can I face everyone in the future? Gohan-kun, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go. Seeing Videl hurriedly climbing onto the plane, Son Gohan sighed and said, the plane is too slow. Come down. I'll take you there. It was impossible to rely on the power of the earth to deal with these aliens, so Son Gohan decided to take action. The current peace was something he had won from the androids with great difficulty, and he would never allow anyone to destroy it again. Videl, who was about to close the plane door, was stunned for a moment and said, you mean you're faster than a jet plane? Son Gohan nodded and said, yeah, a little faster. Ah, that's great. Videl immediately ran down the plane, turned the plane into a capsule again and put it away. She ran to Son Gohan and asked anxiously, what should we do now? Son Gohan squatted down in front of her and said, come up quickly. Ah! Carry me on your back. Videl's face flushed with shame. Although she was a little shy, this was not the time to worry about such trivial matters. She jumped onto Son Gohan's back, put her arms around his neck, and wrapped her legs around his waist. Son Gohan felt the warm and soft person sticking to him all of a sudden, and without thinking much, he reminded him, hold on tight. Yes, I've got it firmly in my hand. Videl replied. Then, Son Gohan held Videl's two long legs with both hands, and a silver wave of air burst out of his body. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and turned into a meteor and rushed towards the direction of Dongdu. Ah! Videl's courage was about to burst with fear. Is this just a little faster than a jet plane? This has produced a sonic boom, it has long exceeded the speed of sound. Horrible, too horrible. Humans can actually do such a thing, Videl would never have believed it in the past. The flying speed is as fast as lightning. Fortunately, the aura of Son Gohan enveloped her and formed a layer of protective shield. Otherwise, with Videl's ordinary body, the strong wind like a knife could scrape her all over. Listening to the whistling wind and the sonic boom in her ears, Videl's little heart was greatly shocked. In such tension, she had long forgotten to be shy. The whole person pressed tightly behind Son Gohan, wishing that the two could merge into one. At the same time, she kept guessing about Son Gohan's identity, wondering what kind of person Son Gohan was, and her curiosity about Son Gohan reached its peak. At lightning speed, the two soon arrived at the East capital. Suddenly stopping, Son Gohan stood high in the sky with Videl on his back, overlooking the city below. At this moment, several aliens in strange combat uniforms were consuming energy in their palms, ruthlessly killing one earthling after another. In the city, thick smoke was everywhere, police cars were shuttling everywhere, and police were everywhere directing humans to evacuate. At this moment, boom! Another explosion sounded. Thick smoke and heat waves burst out, and a building disintegrated directly in the explosion, killing countless people on Earth. Son Gohan looked down at the ground and said to Videl, "Did you see that? This is not a battle you can participate in at all." Videl looked at the tragic scene on the street, her face turned pale, but she was very angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these thugs come from? Their methods are exactly the same as those of the previous androids. These bastards are really unforgivable." Son Gohan squinted his eyes and looked at the aliens and said, "They are not from Earth, they should be aliens." "You, aliens? Aliens?" Vidalai was stunned. "Yes, that's right." Son Gohan nodded, then raised his hand and pointed. A beam of energy burst out from his fingertips and shot towards an alien on the ground who was about to cause another big explosion. The alien was laughing when he was hit by the energy beam and turned into powder with a bang. Son Gohan pointed a few more times, and several more aliens exploded and turned into ashes in an instant. Videl watched all this in amazement, and her heart was also broken. It didn't feel real at all. I wonder, you're so awesome, Videl said in shock. She then remembered something and continued, you also eliminated those 2 android demons, right? She should have thought of it long ago. The news of the android's elimination was revealed to the kingdom by the Universal Capsule Company. Son Gohan lives in the Universal Capsule Company. And his identity is very mysterious, and he has the ability to fly. All the signs point to Son Gohan. Who else could it be but him? Son Gohan did not deny it, and said directly, it's me. Then he said, you find a place to hide first, I'm going to get rid of the remaining aliens now. Son Gohan sent Videl to a safer place nearby to hide, then turned back to the battlefield, punching those space thugs one by one. He grabbed the only remaining alien and asked coldly, where are you from? Chapter 25. The alien turned pale and peed his pants. In his opinion, Son Gohan was too scary. All his companions were killed by Son Gohan with one punch, without any fancy moves. The punch was clean and neat. How could he compete with such a person? He stuttered, his mind was blank, and he didn't know how to answer Son Gohan's words. Tell me, if the answer satisfies me, maybe I can let you go. Son Gohan said. Speak, I say. The alien's legs were shaking, and his crotch was soaked with urine, emitting a foul smell. Son Gohan pinched his nose helplessly, listening to his story and constant begging for mercy. According to him, he belonged to the Bojack Corps, was the vanguard of the Bojack Corps, and was a scout responsible for searching and exploring planets with life. After they came to Earth a few days ago, they began to collect relevant information about the Earth. At the beginning, they found that the Earth was a low-level planet, and the humans living on it were weak chickens with a combat power of only 5. This kind of planet is generally scarce in resources and has no great exploration value. But yesterday, they learned about Dragon Ball from a certain Earthman. Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish. The Dragon Balls are undoubtedly very tempting to the aliens. This is the most tempting treasure. Therefore, the valuation of the Earth has been infinitely raised. The vanguard troops reported the relevant matters of the Dragon Balls as soon as possible. Their leader Bojack replied to them that they should try their best to collect the Dragon Balls. Those who collect the Dragon Balls will be rewarded greatly. The vanguard troops who received the order began to interrogate the Earthlings about the Dragon Balls. But the Earthlings don't know much. Not to mention the methods of collecting Dragon Balls. The aliens who didn't get the answers they wanted began an inhumane slaughter mode. They tried to use this method to force the Earthlings to tell them where the Dragon Balls are. The result can be imagined. Son Gohan. There is a sentence that I don't know whether I should say or not. Dragon Ball is the reason for success and failure. I don't know which Earthling was so talkative and said such things about Dragon Ball. Maybe I should make a wish to downplay the presence of Dragon Ball in the future. But who is this Bojack? Son Gohan searched his brain and couldn't remember that there was such a character in the Dragon Ball world. But he also understood. Because from the moment he was reborn, the wheel of history has deviated and headed for a completely new track. Son Gohan stared at the alien in front of him and said coldly, how strong is Bojack? And when will he arrive on Earth? Speaking of Bojack, the alien's eyes lit up and he thought of a hope of survival. He said King Bojack is very powerful. You can never be his opponent. Why don't we join forces, work together inside and outside, and maybe there is still a chance of winning. How about it? Think about it. This may be the only way. Son Gohan said, I asked you when he will arrive. The alien said at the speed of the king's spaceship, it will arrive on Earth in about 10 hours. We don't have much time. You have to think carefully, our cooperation is the only chance. We really don't have much time. Repeat the sentence. Oh, really? Son Gohan laughed and said, what you said does make sense. I'll listen to you and let's cooperate. I was right, you are indeed a smart man. The Cosmic Man also laughed. It seems that his life has been saved. Right? He, Son Gohan smiled, and the energy at his fingertips suddenly burst out, smashing the alien's head in one go. The alien never figured out why Son Gohan, who was talking so well a second ago, suddenly changed his attitude and attacked. Son Gohan kicked the alien's body away, and then slapped him with his palm, turning him into a bloody mist. The smart alien turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Are you stupid or am I? In the Dragon Ball world, there are also jokes like the combined wealth of Jack Ma and I can leverage the Asian economy. Son Gohan complained, then flew up and came to where Videl was hiding and found Videl. Videl looked at Son Gohan in surprise and said, is it done? This speed was too fast. She only heard the sound of explosions. Son Gohan nodded and said, well, it's safe for the time being. Temporarily safe? What does that mean? Videli was puzzled. Aren't all the aliens dealt with? Son Gohan said, I won't hide it from you, because tomorrow there will be more terrifying aliens coming to Earth. Ah, really? What should we do then? Videli became nervous again. Son Gohan said, tomorrow my companions and I will take action. If we win, everything will be safe. If we lose, the Earth will return to the time when it was dominated by androids. Well, it may be even worse. Videli's face turned pale. She said, is there any other way? Even if we use all the military power of the entire kingdom, we can't deal with tomorrow's enemy. Son Gohan said, no. Let me tell you this, if I want to destroy the Earth, I only need a Qigong wave. The power of the Earthlings is too small. Even the strongest nuclear attack recognized by the kingdom is like scraping, without any effect in the eyes of us. With careful precautions, even a nuclear bomb can't hurt me at all. Gohan's words shocked Videl to the point of being speechless. It was the first time she knew that human power could reach this level. It was also the first time she knew that the Gohan in front of her was so terrifying. According to Gohan, the degree of danger of tomorrow's enemies is unknown. But one thing is certain, they can easily destroy the entire Earth. How to resolve such a crisis? Can we really only rely on Gohan? Can the people on Earth just sit and wait for death? Videl's mind was in a mess. She just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just as Gohan said, the power of the kingdom is too small. It is impossible to influence the situation of the war. The more than 10 years of android chaos are the best proof. Under the absolute power, the power of the kingdom is like the light of a firefly. Humble, weak, and helpless. Looking at her, Son Gohan said, okay, I should go too. Goodbye. Son Gohan. Videl suddenly called his name. What's wrong? Son Gohan, who was about to soar into the sky, turned around. Videl said, be careful tomorrow. I still want to learn the flying technique from you. Yeah, okay. Son Gohan nodded, soared into the sky, and flew to the Temple of Heaven. He wanted to see how Trunks was doing, and also to ask King Kai of the North who Bojack was. It was better to know the situation of the opponent than to be in the dark. At this moment, the voice of King Kai of the North sounded in Son Gohan's mind. Gohan, Son Gohan, are you listening? I am King Kai of the North. Son Gohan was a little surprised. King Kai of the North actually contacted him on his own initiative? This is simply magical. The androids have been causing trouble for more than 10 years, but King Kai of the North has never contacted him. What is the situation now? Son Gohan stopped, stood on the clouds, and responded, Lord King Kai, I'm here. King Kai of the North's voice sounded again, it's like this, Son Gohan, I'll make it short here. There is a scary guy approaching the Earth now, and it is expected to arrive on the Earth tomorrow. You have to be prepared to fight. Son Gohan was a little surprised. King Kai of the North took the initiative to talk about this before he asked. It seems that the identity of this Bojack is very problematic. He is definitely not a small character like a cat or a dog. Otherwise, King Kai of the North would not be so nervous. Son Gohan said, if Lord King Kai is talking about Bojack, I have already met with his vanguard troops. King Kai of the North was surprised. It's Bojack, I didn't expect you to know it already. Son Gohan said, I have wiped out all his vanguard troops. Lord Kai, I want to ask what the origins of this Bojack are. King Kai was silent for a moment, lost in memories, and then he continued. Speaking of Bojack, this is a name from a long time ago. About 1,000 years ago, a huge evil force appeared in the Milky Way. This force did all kinds of evil and their goal was to destroy the 4 galaxies. At that time, the evil forces led by Bojack were very powerful and invincible. Wherever they passed, countless living planets were turned into dead stars under their hands. Almost no one in the 4 galaxies could be their opponent. The Milky Way is facing a huge disaster and is in danger. Later, the great King Kai taught us 4 King Kai a way to seal. We, the 4 kings of the 4 galaxies, joined forces and finally sealed Bojack at the end of the universe. Peace was finally restored in the 4 galaxies. More than 1,000 years have passed. But not long ago, the king of South Kai was killed by an ambitious guy. After the death of South King Kai, the seal we jointly set up back then could no longer be maintained, and Bojack broke the seal and wreaked havoc on the galaxy again. The dignified South King Kai was actually killed? It was really shocking. Son Gohan resisted the urge to complain and continued to ask, I didn't expect it to be an antique from 1,000 years ago. What is the strength of this guy? How does he compare to the androids? North King Kai thought for a moment and responded, his strength is far beyond that of the androids, otherwise he would not have been wreaking havoc on the galaxy for so many years. Son Gohan said, then I have one thing I don't understand. Since Bojack is so strong, how did you 4 kings seal him? The implication was that Son Gohan felt that the combat power of the 4 kings was weak, and they could not seal such a strong man at all. North King Kai was a wise man who had lived for endless years. How could he not hear the meaning of Son Gohan's words? He coughed, forced to hide his embarrassment, and said, it's mainly the method of sealing. Unfortunately, now that South King Kai is dead, we can no longer set up the seal of that year. The galaxy is going to be in chaos again. Alas! Son Gohan. Chapter 26. More than 1,000 years have passed, but King Kai of the North still remembers it clearly, and is still a little scared when he mentions Bojack's name. This shows how much psychological trauma Bojack brought to King Kai of the North. Son Gohan said, Lord King Kai, do you have anything else to explain? King Kai of the North said, no, nothing more. Son Gohan asked again, Lord King Kai, who killed King South Kai? King Kai of the North said, I don't know, we haven't found out yet. It's really a sin, and we still don't know who did it. What are the King Kais doing? Son Gohan said, okay, is my father and the others here now? I want to talk to them. Not here either. The North King shook his head. Not here? Where did you go this time? Son Gohan was very curious. The last time he contacted King Kai of the North, Goku and the others went to the Great King Kai's planet to participate in a martial arts tournament. Where did they go this time? Why are they never in the North King Kai's planet? He always seems very busy. King Kai of the North said, there was a riot in the underworld and Goku and the others went to the underworld to support. Son Gohan was stunned. A riot in the underworld? What the hell is this? He asked, what's going on? A riot in the underworld. King Kai of the North replied, it's like this. Originally, the 18 layers of hell were divided between Frisia and Vegeta. They have been living in peace and tranquility for all these years. There hasn't been any large-scale war for a long time. However, since androids 17 and 18 were thrown into the 18th level of Hell, the delicate balance of Hell has been disrupted, and the three forces are fighting each other. The entire underworld is in chaos right now. Half a month ago, King Yama asked for help, and Wukong and his companions went there and have never returned since then. Son Gohan felt a headache after hearing this. These people are full of energy. They kept fighting when they were human beings, and they kept fighting when they were ghosts. The endless battle is impossible not to admire. Son Gohan only now knows that after Vegeta died, he was sent to the 18th level of Hell instead of living with Son Goku and the others. But think about it, this makes sense. Vegeta in this timeline has killed people like crazy and has not made any substantial contribution to the Earth. It is normal for King Yama to send him to Hell. You guys can fight as much as you want. Son Gohan cut off the connection with King Kai of the North and flew to the Temple of Heaven. In the Temple of Heaven, Dendi was casting one magic after another on Trunks, making Trunks' face red. Son Gohan was stunned. What Dendi's so-called method is to cast magic on Trunks like this? I don't know if it is recovery magic or healing magic. Wow! Trunks is so happy that he looks like he has just had a health check. Seeing Son Gohan coming, Dendi stopped casting magic. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiled and greeted, Gohan. Trunks also said in high spirits, Brother Gohan, why are you here? I feel full of strength now. Son Gohan laughed and said, ha ha ha, did you overdo it? How is it, is there any movement in the tail? Trunks said, my butt is a little itchy. That means it is still somewhat effective. Son Gohan said with a smile. At this time, Mr. Popo, who had been standing on the edge of the Celestial Temple Square, came over. Mr. Popo asked, Mr. Gohan, what happened on Earth? Popo saw the aliens wreaking havoc in the eastern capital from the Celestial Temple, but he didn't know what happened specifically. Son Gohan frowned and talked seriously about Bojack. Popo, Dendi, and Trunks all looked serious after listening. Dendi said, Go, what are you going to do? Son Gohan sneered, when the enemy comes, we will stop them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I will make sure they have no way back. When they get close to the earth, I will give them gifts. Trunks said excitedly. Brother Gohan, you have a good idea, don't you? Son Gohan chuckled and said, when their spaceship gets close to the earth, I plan to take the initiative and reward them with a few Qigong waves. It would be best if I could kill their spaceship and the people together. Why should we wait until they successfully land before officially starting the war? Hee. Brother Gohan, you are so insidious. Trunks laughed. No, this is called tactics. Son Gohan said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Destroy their spaceship. Even if they don't die, they will not feel good. Then we will rush over and catch them off guard. Trunks said yes, let them know that our Earth is not so easy to bully. Mr. Popo and Dendi also felt that Son Gohan had no martial arts spirit, but they agreed with this approach. Others have come to invade your planet, and you still talk to them about martial arts spirit. The next day, a giant spaceship slowly approached the Earth. On the spaceship, 4 men and 1 woman gathered in front of a huge screen and had an intense discussion. The 5 people were all excited, discussing things about Dragon Ball. They were the galactic thug Bojack and his 4 capable men. Bojack, Zonga, Gajia, Butchan, and Bidu. The 5 of them came from a life planet called Hira. Orange hair and aqua blue skin are their trademarks. Among the 5, Bojack and Bidu are the tallest. They are over 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over their bodies, and their weight is definitely over 150 kilograms. Gajia is a little smaller than the 2 of them, but he is also 2 meters tall. He wears a purple turban on his head and carries a big sword behind him. He is a master of swordsmanship and is also the most handsome of the 4 men. Bojack's most trusted confidant is Zunga, the only woman in the team. Zangjia has a slim and graceful figure, with amazing chest curves, deep ravines, gorgeous orange waves, beautiful eyes, and a perfect height of 170 centimeters. Her aqua blue skin adds an exotic beauty. Although she is also tall, she looks like a little bird standing next to the other 3 men, like a loli. The shortest person in the team is Bachchan. Although Bachchan is a man, he is short, only about 1.5 meters tall. He is physically weak, but he has amazing magic. All of these 5 people are powerful and powerful. Even Frisia back then could never be a match for any of them. How could the masters who traveled across the 4 galaxies thousands of years ago be just famous for nothing? Goga looked at Bojack, who was sitting high in the main seat, and said, "My king, if you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, have you thought about what wish you would make?" Bojack laughed and said to his 4 subordinates, "Ha ha ha, of course I have thought about it." Bachchan said, "Then what wish do you want to make, my king?" Bojack picked up the red wine glass on the table, raised his head and drank it all. Then said, "Although the 5 of us have a long life, we have been sealed by those 4 old guys for more than 1,000 years. After being unsealed, I feel that my physical strength is no longer as good as before. How can this be possible? This is not possible. Our dream has not yet been realized. It will take a long time to destroy the 4 galaxies. So I want to make a wish to the dragon to give us 5 people eternal immortality. As long as we have immortal life, these 4 galaxies, no, this entire universe, will be destroyed in our hands one day, ha ha ha. Your Majesty is wise, your Majesty is mighty and invincible." Bachchan flattered him. Bojack glanced at him with a crooked mouth, then looked at Zangjia and ordered Zangjia, "Contact the vanguard troops on Earth and ask them about the progress of collecting Dragon Balls." Zangjia's pleasant voice rang out, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, Zangjia began to send contact signals to the vanguard troops on Earth. But the result is predictable, there was no response. After a minute or 2, Bojack's face sank. Several people looked at each other. 2 seconds later, Bojack said in a deep voice, "There are only 2 possibilities now. One is that these trash have ulterior motives and made a wish after collecting the Dragon Balls. The other is that they encountered a strong enemy on Earth and were wiped out. No matter which one it is, it makes me very unhappy." Zangjia raised her big orange wave and asked, "King, what should we do now?" Bojack said coldly, "Speed up and rush to the Earth at full speed." "Yes, my king." Zangjia responded, and then stood up and went to the control room of the spacecraft. With her operation, the speed of the spacecraft reached an incredible level. It rushed towards the Earth like crazy. Bojack said, "Hey, I want to see who is ruining my good thing. It's really a fool who doesn't know how to live or die." Biju, who had been silent, rubbed his hands and said viciously, "The king is right. No matter who they are, we must make them pay, torture them severely and kill them. He said with a bloodthirsty smile. After speeding up the spaceship, Zangjia walked back to his original position. Bojack said again, "By the way, Zangjia, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Who helped us to lift the seal?" "Report to the king. Now we only know that the dead one is the South King of the Southern Galaxy, but we haven't found out who killed him yet." Zangjia responded. Bojack said, "Okay, keep investigating, he is our benefactor, I want to make him my subordinate." Chapter 27. The 5 galactic thugs continued to discuss. They imagined how they would slaughter the people on Earth, collect the Dragon Balls, and then realize their wishes, and then explode the stars and leave in style. Soon, a blue planet was projected onto the screen of the spacecraft. The Earth was finally here. "My lord, the Earth is ahead, shall we land?" Zangjia asked. "Land?" Bojack said. "Yes, my king." Zangjia controlled the spacecraft and began to descend to the Earth. Earth, Celestial Temple. Son Gohan and Trunks stood at the edge of Celestial Temple Square. Both of them stared at outer space with cold eyes. Suddenly, a spaceship appeared outside the atmosphere. Although it was far away, Son Gohan and Trunks could still see it vaguely. 5 huge energy pressures poured down from the spaceship. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Trunks, they are here, prepare the reward." "Yes, brother Gohan." Boom! Puff, puff. The two of them turned into Super Saiyan in an instant. A huge momentum rose to the sky, and the golden flames surrounded them. The surging energy washed over most of the sky. The air around them was boiling. The entire sky temple shook slightly. The blonde and blue-eyed Son Gohan looked particularly cold, the corners of his clothes were rustling in the wind, and his furry tail danced in the wind. He gathered his hands at his waist and began to condense the Qigong wave. Turtle. As the first word was uttered, aqua-blue energy surged, and the dazzling light was like the sun hanging on the waist, brilliant and dazzling. The energy became stronger and stronger, making a buzzing sound. Seeing Son Gohan use Kamehameha, Trunks supported his palms on his head and condensed the magic flash. Compared with Kamehameha, Trunks is more proficient in the magic flash. When Son Gohan taught him, he learned it right away. Qigong wave ha! Magic flashlight ha! The two men clapped their hands violently, and 2 devastating Qigong waves soared up and rushed towards the spacecraft that was breaking into the atmosphere. At the same time, on the spacecraft, several people were staring at the huge screen. Suddenly, they found that there were 2 flashes on the screen that were getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the flashes getting stronger and stronger, Bojack was puzzled and said, "What is this thing?" He never thought that someone would dare to attack their spacecraft. "This is Buchan, the magician with the most outstanding mental power among the 5, suddenly contracted his pupils. Then he shouted in shock, "Oh no, someone is attacking our spaceship." "What?" Several people found it incredible, and then they became furious. "What's going on? They haven't even reached Earth yet. Are those bastards on Earth going to give them a warning? How audacious! Really audacious!" Without waiting for Bojack's orders, Zonga ran to the control cabin of the spacecraft and tried to control the spacecraft to dodge the 2 energy attacks. "Buchan, hurry up, stop them and protect the spaceship." The spaceship swayed from side to side, and the people also swayed. Buchan used telekinesis to change the trajectory of the energy attack. But he was shocked to find that his telekinesis had no effect at all. The 2 energy attacks were so powerful that he was beyond his expectations. "My king, this is bad, the opponent is stronger than me," Buchan said in shock. "Damn it! Didn't the scout say that the Earth is a low-level planet? How could there be such strong people? What a bunch of rubbish!" Bojack said angrily. At this time, Bojack finally knew that his vanguard troops did not embezzle the Dragon Balls, but were killed by the Earthlings. It was absurd. But there was no time for them to think about it. The 5 of them simultaneously opened the energy shield. Boom! Boom! Although the spaceship kept dodging, the 2 energy beams still hit both sides of the spaceship. Their energy attacks seemed to be able to turn. Boom! The spaceship exploded and turned into a beautiful firework. "Fuck, the Earthlings deserve to die." 5 people rushed out of the explosion, cursing, and dived towards the Earth. But it was okay. They, the Hera people, had the ability to survive temporarily in outer space, otherwise they would have been killed in this wave. But they obviously underestimated the determination of Son Gohan and Trunks to kill them. The explosion was not over yet, and the overwhelming energy balls rose into the sky again. The wicked Earthlings attacked them crazily. It's absurd. It's really absurd. In all the years that Bojack and his companions have been roaming the galaxy, when have they ever suffered such injustice? The 5 of them kept dodging with the energy shield and continued to approach the earth, but their speed was obviously much slower. Moreover, one of the 5 was injured, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Bojack bit his gums with hatred until they bled. In the temple of the gods, Son Gohan and Trunks' auras soared into the sky, and their hands kept blasting out energy balls, bringing the essence of the prince's tactics to the extreme. Boom! Boom them hard! Son Gohan laughed. Yet, Trunks was also merciless and output with all his strength. He felt so happy in his heart. On this day, the ozone layer was holed, and the rumbling explosion made all the earthlings tremble. The sky was full of flames, reflecting the earth red, as if the end of the world had come. In Dongdu, Videl looked up at the sky. She guessed that this should be the result of the battle between Son Gohan and the aliens. The shock in her heart was beyond words. Son Gohan and Trunks output crazily, but the physical strength and energy consumed by such a large-scale intensive attack were also very amazing. Fortunately, there was Dandy, a human-shaped power bank behind them, who would cast a recovery spell and a healing spell from time to time, and the 2 of them immediately regained their strength. It was simply against the sky. Butchan and Bijou were both dead. Died under the intensive explosions. Gajia was also seriously injured, his sword broke into several pieces, and his body was covered in blood. Zangia's face was pale, and his one of them was blown to pieces, no longer as beautiful as before. Among the 5 people, only Bojack was relatively intact, but there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered a certain degree of injury. Seeing Butchan and Bijou die, several people's eyes were about to burst, but there was nothing they could do. They only hated the 2 earthlings who attacked them for being too despicable and shameless. Bojack experienced the darkest moment of his life, having lost 2 generals before they even met. He had never thought about such a thing before. Even if the 4 kings joined forces, they only sealed them, but did not really kill them. This time it was too outrageous. As time went on, Bojack's mentality became more and more irritable. However, the explosion continued, and the other party seemed to have endless energy and wanted to kill them. They wanted to beat them to death in the sky. Bojack's anger completely broke out. A long roar was heard. Bojack's shirt exploded, and his headscarf turned into powder in an instant. His already extremely tall body swelled again, and his long orange hair turned a dazzling bright red. His aura was also enhanced, countless times stronger than before. Ah! He screamed again, and a huge energy shield appeared around his body, blocking most of the energy impact. Then, he raised his hands to the sky, and a dark red energy ball appeared, then fluttered in the wind, and soon turned into a sky curtain with an amazing momentum. Earthlings, die! He roared, and pressed his hands down in the air. The incredibly huge energy ball rushed towards the earth. The huge energy ball swallowed all the energy bombs fired by Trunks and Son Gohan, and opened a path for the 3 of them. Zonga and Gago wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, their eyes shining, and took the opportunity to speed up, breaking into the atmosphere and officially rushing into the range of the earth. Bojack also moved forward with the energy ball, pressing towards the direction of Son Gohan and Trunks. Seeing that the energy ball was getting closer and closer to the celestial temple, Bojack showed a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'll let the earth be buried with you 2 bastards, ha ha ha." "Humph, wishful thinking." Son Gohan snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and his aura changed dramatically in an instant. Full energy. In an instant, the sky changed color, and lightning struck from the sky. Trunks beside him and Dendi not far away looked at Son Gohan in shock. At this time, Son Gohan's aura was completely different from before, and he became extremely violent. "Trunks, go kill those 2 trash." "Yes, brother Gohan." Without any hesitation, Trunks soared into the sky and chased after Zonga and Goya. Son Gohan stared at the dark red energy bomb that was getting closer and closer, put his hands together at his waist, and blasted out another powerful Kamehameha. The aqua-blue Kamehameha wave was like a giant dragon soaring into the sky, colliding fiercely with Bojack's dark red energy bomb. Boom! It seemed as if only two dazzling colors were left between heaven and earth. Chapter 28. Two powerful Qigong waves were locked in a stalemate in the sky. The surrounding space was constantly distorted, and there was a rumbling sound of violent collision. Bojack's forehead was bulging with veins, and his teeth were aching from biting. Ah! He let out a long roar, and the muscles in his hands twitched, increasing the energy output. As he increased the output, the dark red energy ball pressed down a few meters, and a hint of joy appeared on Bojack's ferocious face. Crack, crack, crack! In the Temple of Heaven, the floor beneath Son Gohan's feet cracked and his feet sank. There's a chance. Bojack's eyes lit up. The damn thing below seemed to be a little weaker than him. Damn it, then prepare to die. Bojack was ecstatic and kept pressing down on the energy ball, wanting to swallow up Son Gohan and the entire Temple of Heaven in one fell swoop. Son Gohan retreated again and again, and a corner of the Temple of Heaven was collapsed. Bojack was getting more and more excited. Victory was in sight. Suddenly, he seemed to hear Son Gohan on the opposite side talking to him. I don't know what method Son Gohan used to make the sound pass through such a noisy environment and accurately fall into his ears. Son Gohan said, "Bojack, are you happy?" 3 question marks appeared above Bojack's head. The bastard on the opposite side actually knew his name? And what did it mean to ask him if he was happy or not? It's true that he was a little happy now. Because the power of the bastard on the opposite side seemed to have been suppressed by him. Victory was in sight, how could he not be happy? Son Gohan's voice came again. Haha, silly, I lied to you. Bojack was confused. What on earth was the guy doing? He was completely confused. Suddenly, Son Gohan's body changed. His muscles bulged high, and he instantly turned into the failed second form. The muscular man form. In this form, he was leaking air, his speed dropped sharply, and he looked stupid. He couldn't hit anyone. But don't forget, they are now in a battle. This is a mutant form with a power increase that is infinitely close to Super Saiyan 2. The power increase is enough to reach 80 or even 90 times that of the normal form. Extremely abnormal. Boom! Son Gohan's momentum soared, and he became even more violent. His energy soared, and the power of Kamehameha naturally increased, and suddenly surged. Before Bojack could react, his dark red energy bomb was pushed back, leaving him completely powerless to resist. His power was completely crushed by Son Gohan. Bojack's mentality exploded instantly. He was really not prepared at all, and he didn't have a single worry, just appeared like this. Ah! Seeing that his energy ball was about to backfire, Bojack screamed, bit his tongue, and forced himself to dodge to the side. Although he was very fast, he was still hit by 2 energy balls, cutting off several pieces of flesh and blood, and the pain was excruciating. Boom! Kamehameha waves and dark red death bombs rushed into the vast universe and then suddenly exploded. The strong light illuminated a small part of the northern Milky Way, and countless planets were destroyed in the explosion. A void vacuum formed at the center of the explosion. Who? Bojack panted, not caring about the severe pain in his body, and looked at the golden war god like Son Gohan with fear. This kid actually hid his strength? Too insidious, right? Who? Son Gohan also exhaled, and his muscles quickly contracted, turning back into his normal Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan 1, full power form. Hee. Son Gohan looked at Bojack and grinned. The golden light on his body exploded again, and then he rushed up against the sky and rushed towards the embarrassed Bojack. Son Gohan's speed at this time can be said to be as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Bojack, raised his right fist high, and smashed it with a sound of breaking through the air. Humph! Although Bojack felt a little scared, he still punched out. The two fists collided with each other, making a violent roar. The energy exploded between the fists, rippling out in circles, shattering countless clouds in the sky. Bang! 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 The two men wrestled with each other madly, punching and kicking, and blood foam flew everywhere, and blood spilled into the sky. This was a refreshing battle. The two men were evenly matched in strength, and they fought fiercely for a while. Dandy and Popo, who were standing on the temple of the gods, were terrified, their pupils contracted, and they took a breath of cold air. On the other side, Trunks had caught up with Zonga and Gago, and the three of them also had a fierce battle. However, Zonga and Gago were seriously injured themselves, and after several fights, they were overwhelmed by Trunks. The injuries of the two became more and more serious, bleeding profusely, and were finally killed mercilessly by Trunks. The 5 members of the Galaxy Thugs are now only Bojack, the commander alone. On the other side, Bojack's battle with Son Gohan is still going on. Son Gohan is getting more and more. The more excited and crazy they were, the more they fought. Bojack was more and more surprised. He found something strange about Son Gohan's body. For some reason, although Son Gohan did not turn into that muscular man again, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. And this bastard had the ability to heal himself. Obviously, every blow was a loss to both sides. It was a routine of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 800. But every time, it recovered as before after a while, which was simply outrageous. Once, Bojack remembered that he bit off a finger of Son Gohan. But soon he found that the finger of this bastard grew back again in a few breaths. Outrageous! It was too outrageous. How could he fight like this? Bojack's mentality was on the verge of collapse. He knew it in his heart. If he continued to consume, his strength would only get weaker and weaker, but his opponent would get stronger and stronger. As one strengthened while the other strengthened, there was no doubt that he would die on Earth today. But Bojack was really unwilling to accept it. He really didn't want to die. He had survived the 1,000-year seal. Damn it! Trunks returned to his normal self, watching the battle from high in the sky. He thought it was going to be a great battle. But it turned out to be a crushing defeat. Poor Bojack was trembling with wounds all over his body, not even a trace of a great hero. At this moment, he was as cowardly as a bear. He had lost all his will to fight. On the other hand, Son Gohan became more and more courageous. He was roaring in his heart. It's almost there, it's almost there. Give me some more time, damn. Give me some more time. I am about to make a breakthrough, and I must seize that opportunity for a breakthrough immediately. I now have sufficient foundation and am fully equipped for a breakthrough. I want to break through. Son Gohan punched wildly, his eyes as cold as 2 ice knives. Suddenly. Boom! Crack, crack, crack! Thunder roared above the sky, and electric snakes danced in the clouds. Lightning struck down one after another. Son Gohan punched Bojack and sent him flying. Then, a thick blue lightning bolt struck him. Fight, fierce battle. Roar! Son Gohan let out a long roar. He felt a shackle in his body break. At the same time, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Then, veins on Son Gohan's forehead suddenly appeared, and his muscles became stronger. The golden hair on his head stood upside down, and a thin fringe hung down in front of his forehead. His green eyes became even colder. Boom! Puff, puff! The golden flames around his body became stronger, and electric sparks kept jumping around his body, making a slight crackling sound. A black giant ape was reflected in Son Gohan's pupils, and then an extremely powerful aura gushed out of his body. Blonde hair and blue eyes, golden flames entangled, and electric sparks swirled. The terrifying aura was overwhelming, and all the dark clouds in the sky were blown away. Super Saiyan 2, see. Son Gohan glared at Bojack, and Bojack almost had his heart broken. Who are you? Bojack asked fearfully. He admitted that he had never seen anyone as scary as Son Gohan. He was terrified by the aura of this kind. The one who killed you. Son Gohan said coldly, and his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. No, no. Bojack turned and ran. No, I can't die here, I don't want to die here, I want to escape, I want to leave here, I want to leave this terrible place. Now Bojack only had one thought in his mind, that is to escape. However, the disappeared Son Gohan suddenly appeared in front of him. And punched him directly. No, Bojack screamed, unable to avoid it, and was hit head-on by Son Gohan's fist. The next moment, a strong light burst out. Bojack's body disintegrated piece by piece, and finally dissipated into the air. Chapter 29. Everything was silent. The clouds were floating in the sky, the breeze was blowing, and the warm sunshine was shining. Everything had become the most beautiful. Son Gohan looked back at Trunks, Dendi, and Mr. Popo, with a big smile on his face. Trunks and the others also recovered from the shock. Son Gohan's figure flashed, and the next moment he was standing on the square of the Temple of Heaven. The three of them couldn't find out how he got here. The speed was already outrageous. Trunks trotted over, excitedly circled around Son Gohan, and said in surprise, "Brother Gohan, what a strong energy, it's amazing, what is this transformation?" Son Gohan said, "This is the transformation that exceeds the limit of Super Saiyan, let's call it Super Saiyan 2. So awesome!" Trunks' eyes sparkled, and he wished he could become that strong. Gohan has always been his idol, and the figure he has always been chasing after. Son Gohan exhaled heavily, and the golden flames and lightning on his body disappeared at the same time. Although he was still in the form of Super Saiyan 2. But this form can minimize the consumption of physical strength and energy. And this is also the first time that Son Gohan has become a Super Saiyan 2. So Son Gohan wants to keep it longer, carefully experience the changes, so as to guide Trunks' future transformation. At this time, the voice of King Kai of the North sounded above the Temple of Heaven. "Awesome, really awesome, Son Gohan. I didn't expect that even Bojack couldn't match you. You are such an amazing fighter. Maybe you have surpassed Goku now. Son Gohan, I thank you on behalf of the other King Kais. This is a great help. You have done a great deed. The 4 galaxies will thank you." Son Gohan said with a smile, "Lord Kai, after saying so much, it would be better to give us some substantial rewards. I don't advocate your behavior now." That's right, so what do you want?" asked King Kai of the North. Son Gohan looked at Trunks and said, "Trunks, is there anything you want?" "Me? I want a sword," Trunks said. He thought Goggle looked really cool with a long sword on his back. Even though the back was broken, he still couldn't stop his admiration for the swordsman. "Okay." Son Gohan said, "Lord Kai, you should have heard it too, right? Trunks wants a sword." North King Kai said, "Sword? No problem, although I don't have one here, but I know where there is one. I can go to the great King Kai and find a good sword for you." "Okay, thank you then," Son Gohan said. "As for me, I want to ask King Kai what good things he can give me. I have to choose. Select." "Hello, what? Oh, sorry, Son Gohan, let's leave it like this for now, I have something to do, bye." King Kai looked hurried, and then cut off the connection. On the other side, King Kai took out a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then drove a red car around King Kai's planet leisurely. Busy? He was busy as hell. Son Gohan didn't care, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But there was still a problem, after King Kai found the sword, how could he hand it over to him? But anyway, Bojack's crisis was finally resolved. This Bojack invasion ended with the earth being almost intact. In the Temple of Heaven, Son Gohan maintained the form of Super Saiyan 2 for half an hour, and then returned to his normal state. Then, he told Trunks about his feelings and experiences of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks benefited a lot from this. Through this battle with Bojack, Son Gohan also had a preliminary understanding of the benefits of immortality. That is the super benefit that comes with immortality, super self-healing ability and super recovery ability. The only person Son Gohan could think of who was as abnormal as Majin Buu. Although Namekians also have self-healing ability, it is still far behind. Thinking that the spirit time chamber had not been used for half a year, Son Gohan simply went directly into the spirit time chamber and made full use of the remaining time. Half a year was enough for him to consolidate and strengthen the form of Super Saiyan 2. Not only that, he also thought of several ways to develop the immortality to the extreme. For example, the immortal body plus the Scion's near-death recovery ability, when combined, is simply out of this world, and it is against the will of heaven. Trunks naturally did not fall behind, and entered the spirit time chamber with Son Gohan. The two learned from each other in it and practiced tirelessly. In this way, half a year in the spirit time chamber passed again. When the time came, Son Gohan and Trunks pointed out the spirit time chamber. It is worth mentioning that Trunks' tail has grown out in the past 6 months. Shaking his brand new tail, Trunks was very happy and said frankly that he would send a lot of delicious food to Dendi. Son Gohan told him that Namekians don't need to eat, they can live by drinking water and photosynthesis. Trunks was shocked for a long time after hearing this. He couldn't imagine how there would be humans who don't like to eat. Obviously eating is the happiest thing. Alas, I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out at all, and I can't see it through at all. After the two came out, they found that it was already midnight. At this time, their clothes were tattered, and their hair had grown much longer, tied into ponytails. After saying hello to Dandy and Mr. Popo, the two jumped down from the Temple of Heaven and flew directly to the West City. When they got home, they found Bulma had fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room. Trunks found a blanket to cover Bulma. After that, the two took a hot bath, and then went back to the bedroom and fell asleep. The next day, the brothers were awakened by the smell of food. They woke up sniffing wildly, and then found that Bulma had prepared a whole table of delicious food waiting for them in the living room. Wow! Food! Meat! The two men's eyes were full of stars, they swallowed their saliva frantically, washed up in a hurry, and then sat down at the table. They had been in the Spirit Time House for more than half a year, and they had been accompanied by bread every day. It had been a long time since they had a good meal. So now when they saw the food, the gluttons in their stomachs were ready to fight. "Thank you, Mom." Trunks swallowed his saliva and said. "Hee hee, Aunt Bulma is the best." Son Gohan also laughed. "You two stop talking nonsense and eat quickly," Bulma said with a smile. Looking at Son Gohan and Trunks, and thinking about the strange things on Earth yesterday, Bulma guessed something. Also, how come Trunks has grown a furry tail after just a few days of not seeing him? Bulma kept guessing and had many questions in her mind. "Then I'll start." "Son." Gohan put his hands together and said. "Eat, eat." Trunks, like him, clasped his hands together, thanking nature for the gift. The two of them devoured the food on the table. Bulma only ate a little, and the rest of the food went into the stomachs of Son Gohan and Trunks. It can only be said that they are worthy of being Scions, with a black hole in their stomachs. After the meal, Son Gohan took the initiative to talk about Bojack's story. Bulma felt as if she was there, and she was terrified and worried about Son Gohan and Trunks. Chapter 30. It was just as she guessed. Aliens invaded the Earth, and were successfully stopped by Son Gohan and Trunks. The Earth really escaped again. Fortunately, Gohan and Trunks exist on the Earth, otherwise, who knows what terrible things would become. Thinking of the previous artificial human disasters, Bulma felt scared. Then, Bulma asked about Trunks' tail. For Bulma, humans with a tail are not good looking at all, and are very dangerous. He has seen Son Goku turn into an irrational black-haired gorilla with his own eyes. Therefore, it is inevitable that he has some rejection. But even so, she couldn't stand Trunks' soft and hard persuasion, and finally had to accept the fact that her son had an extra tail. After cleaning up the dishes, Bulma trimmed the hair of Son Gohan and Trunks. A morning passed like this. In the afternoon, Videl drove a jet to the Universal Capsule Company. Trunks, who opened the door for her, was stunned when he saw Videl. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Trunks asked. Today, Videl wore a loose sportswear, which made her look simple and generous. She only had light makeup on her face, and her eyelashes were fluttering. She was dressed like a neighbor's sister. But Trunks was sure that he had never seen this beautiful sister. Videl looked at Trunks and said politely, "Hello, I'm looking for Gohan-kun." "Brother Gohan? You are Brother Gohan's friend, then I will take you to find him." Trunks said. "Trouble?" Biddy said. "No problem, come with me, sister." Trunks said, leading the way for Videl. "Okay, okay." Videl walked behind and looked at Trunks' wagging tail. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you Gohan's younger brother?" Trunks smiled and said, "Yes, we are half-brothers." "Ah!" Videl was stunned. "Half-brother? What does that mean?" Trunks continued, "Haha, Gohan Ge grew up with me. He is my brother and also my teacher. He is very kind to me." Videl suddenly realized and said, "So that's it. You are the young master of the Universal Capsule Group, right? I know your mother. Your mother is a very powerful person." "Eh? Young master is really too ugly. My name is Trunks." "Sister, please call me Trunks." Trunks said. "Okay, Trunks. What's your sister's name?" "My name is Videl." The two talked all the way, and Trunks brought Videl to Son Gohan's room. At this time, Son Gohan was looking through some of Bulma's notes. He found that he had a talent for becoming a scientist. Because he could actually understand some simple knowledge. Sure enough, am I still suitable to be a scholar? Exploring the infinite field of science is also a very cool thing. Ah, no, no. Son Gohan quickly got rid of this terrible idea. Forget about becoming a scholar, this idea is simply too terrible. Reading can't save the Dragon Ball world. Hey? Someone is coming. Son Gohan looked up and saw Trunks walking into his room with Videl. "Brother Gohan, this sister is looking for you." Trunks said. "Yeah, okay." Son Gohan nodded. Trunks looked at Son Gohan meaningfully, then looked at Videl, as if to say, "I understand." Then he left in a hurry. "Gohan-kun." Videl smiled and said, "It's great to see you again. Standing in front of you is Son Gohan. Low-key hero. Saving the Earth. Gohan-kun." Until now, Videl firmly believes that there are probably no more than 5 people who know what happened yesterday. What is this? Is it worth it? He is really too low-key. As far as she knows, the man in front of her has saved the Earth several times. It really fits the old saying. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. It's very irritating, but very appropriate. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Haha, come with me, I will tell you more about the sky dance technique." The two left the room and found a quiet place. Son Gohan continued to explain the air dance technique to Videl. Videl listened carefully and asked Son Gohan if she didn't understand something. 2.5 hours later, Videl said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Son Gohan told her that she could practice on her own in the future, and there was no need to travel all the way to Zidu. After all, he had taught everything he could, and the next step was just to take time to practice. But Son Gohan didn't expect that Videl would come again at the same time the next day. On the third day, until the fourth day, Videl finally sensed the existence of aura. A breeze appeared around her, blowing up the corners of her clothes, and her long hair was also gently fluttering. Then, Videl's feet were floating 20 centimeters off the ground, but not long after, she returned to the ground panting. It was just because her current energy was too weak to support it for too long. Videl was not discouraged, but very excited. Because she saw a magical door slowly opening in front of her, and inside was a colorful and wonderful world. It was night. The full moon was hanging high in the sky. Today was the day of the full moon. Baizai Mountain. Son Gohan walked out of the room and walked to an open grassland. He looked carefully at the silver moonlight on the ground, made up his mind, and then looked up at the moon in the sky. When he saw the full moon, Son Gohan's pupils dilated rapidly, and then the whole person froze instantly. Boom! Boom! His heart was beating like crazy, as if it had been electrocuted. The sound was dull and getting louder. Boom! 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 In just a few seconds, the heartbeat sounded like a drum. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, as if an ancient beast had awakened in his heart. This beast was bloodthirsty, crazy, irritable, and angry. All kinds of negative emotions kept washing over his body. At this moment, Son Gohan felt that what was flowing in his veins was no longer blood, but his anger and violent animal nature. Ah! A strong roar came out of his mouth. All the beasts on Baizai Mountain who heard his voice crawled on the ground and trembled. The birds in the forest flew away in all directions. Boom! 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 The heartbeats became faster and faster, and more frequent. Son Gohan's face began to become hideous, and then deformed. The veins on his arms bulged, and the clothes on his body were also bursting. Son Gohan's whole body expanded rapidly, and in just a moment, thick black hair covered his entire body. Soon, Son Gohan turned into a black giant ape. This giant ape was 25 meters tall and covered with black hair. His two blood-red eyes as big as lanterns continued to emit terrifying murderous light, and an extremely tyrannical aura emanated from him. The giant ape lowered his head, looked at the two huge palms, and then walked to the nearby river. He looked at his reflection in the river, and then uttered in human language, "This thing is so fucking ugly." The voice was buzzing, with some flavor of the dragon's speech, but more of an angry emotion. But since he could speak, it also showed that Son Gohan retained his sanity after the giant ape transformation, and did not turn into a crazy giant ape. In fact, Son Gohan himself did not expect that he could be so sober. It was a huge difference from the crazy giant ape he imagined. But he soon understood. This was the result of the perfect fusion of the two souls in his body. A local soul, plus a soul from another world. After the perfect fusion of the two souls, not only did Son Gohan's comprehension greatly improve, but his mental and soul power also underwent earth-shaking changes. Its strength was even dozens of times that of before. So it was able to keep Son Gohan sober and rational enough after the giant ape transformation. Chapter 31. It's a little ugly, but it's true that the fighting power is 10 times stronger. Just looking at the two swaying tails on the lower body, Son Gohan's scalp tingled. Fortunately, there were not many people on Baizai Mountain in the middle of the night. Otherwise, it would be pure social death. Roar, roar! Son Gohan roared twice like King Kong, pounding his chest with both hands, like a lunatic. It was time for some funny moments. But after just a few poundings, Son Gohan's expression became serious. He turned into a black-haired giant ape tonight, not for fun, but for other purposes. The huge black-haired giant ape looked up at the moon, clenched his fists tightly, and then roared loudly. Ah! The surging air waves rippled out from the black giant ape as the center, rushing in all directions. The clouds in the sky rolled up. In an instant, the wind blew back, and the surrounding forests made rustling sounds. Then, the whole earth began to tremble gently. Son Gohan's breath rose wildly, and his black hair flashed with a metallic luster and began to turn into golden color. At the same time, in the West Capital, the Universal Capsule Company, Trunks suddenly woke up from his sleep, and then his face was filled with horror. Chi, such a strong chi rushed towards him. Is this Gohan's anger? What happened? This anger is too terrible. He suddenly jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and rushed out. Nandu, deep in the mountains. Number 16, who was planting trees overnight, turned his head and looked in the direction of Baizai Mountain in Dongdu. Son Gohan, such a strong fighting power. After saying that, he was silent for a while, and then continued to bury his head in planting trees. As if nothing had anything to do with him. The advanced plane of the Dragon Ball world. The holy land of the gods, planet Kaishan. King Kaiasan suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracted rapidly, revealing a shocked expression. Jebet noticed the strange changes in King Kai, so he asked Lord Kaishan, "What's wrong?" A drop of sweat fell from King Kai's forehead, and then he said, "Kai, a very strong chi suddenly erupted." What? Chi? Jebet's eyes widened instantly, because after what King Kai said, he also felt a powerful and heaven-defying aura coming from the mortal world to the Holy Land. His face was full of disbelief, and he said in shock, How is it possible? There is actually a chi that can be transmitted to the Holy Land. Who is this person?" Then, King Kai and Jebet looked at each other, and both had a terrible association in their hearts. Could it be? Could it be Majin Buu? Isn't this the direction where Majin Buu is sealed? Oh my god, Majin Buu has awakened. No, no. King Kai shook his head and continued, "This aura is not the aura of Majin Buu. I remember that Majin Buu's aura was not like this. Moreover, this aura is even stronger than that of Majin Buu. Who is this person?" The expression of King Kai kept changing, which was very interesting. Then he said to Jebet, "Jebet, let's go to the mortal world and take a look." "Yes, Lord Kaishan." Jebet replied, raised his hand and pressed it on the shoulder of Lord Kaishan, and then whoosh, the two of them disappeared in an instant. On Baizai Mountain, Son Gohan turned into a golden giant ape with golden hair. His golden aura was surging, and his invincible aura spread throughout the 4 galaxies. Super Saiyan Giant Ape. This is the transformation into a Super Saiyan again based on the giant ape. Combat power x10x50. 500 times increase. Feeling the overwhelming power in his body, Son Gohan also became excited. He remembered it clearly. The increase of Super Saiyan 3 was only 400 times of the normal state. But now, this form has increased to 500 times. It is 100 times more. Although it has become an extremely ugly giant ape and its speed has also decreased, its strength is really too strong. Son Gohan murmured, "I don't know if I can make further transformations. If I can become Super Saiyan 2, then it will increase to 1000 times. Hiss, it's terrible." Son Gohan took a breath of cold air and made his own contribution to the cause of global warming. Do it when you think of it. He gathered his strength and prepared to attack Super 2. Buzz. The thick golden tail trembled, and Son Gohan's hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted. He felt numb all over, but his strength did not increase significantly. What was going on? At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. It was Trunks. Trunks stared at Son Gohan, who had turned into a golden giant ape, in amazement. He said in astonishment, "Go, Brother Gohan? How did you become like this?" This was the first time he saw Son Gohan turned into a giant ape. If it weren't for the familiar aura emanating from Son Gohan, Trunks would not have dared to recognize him. Isn't this change too big? Before Son Gohan could answer him, Trunks suddenly realized, by the way, the moon, it's the moon, right? As he said that, he looked up at the sky. Well. Son Gohan swallowed back the explanation that he was about to say. At the same time, two figures flashed out of thin air and appeared not far from them. King Kai and Jebitu also arrived. Although there was no aura fluctuation on their bodies, Son Gohan was now very sharp. When they appeared, Son Gohan had already noticed their arrival. Then, he looked over. King Kai and Jebitu were suddenly stared at by a pair of blood-red eyes as big as lanterns, and they were so scared that they took a big step back. Perhaps they felt that this was undermining the majesty of God, so the two of them took a step back and stopped forcibly. Jebitu stood in front of King Kai, pretending to protect King Kai, frowned and said, "Lord King Kai, what race is this?" King Kai racked his brains for a few seconds, and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the Scions, a fighting race." At this moment, a violent roar interrupted their conversation. Ah! Trunks' body deformed wildly, and then also turned into a huge black-haired giant ape. Now in front of the King of Kings is a golden giant ape and a black-haired giant ape. Both giant apes are very deterrent. Jupiter's hand is on the King of Kings, as if he is ready to teleport away at any time. The two of them are in a tacit understanding, and at the same time they swallowed their saliva and stared at Son Gohan and Trunks without saying a word. Son Gohan also looked at Trunks, who had also turned into a giant ape, vigilantly. He is not sure whether Trunks can be rational after turning into a giant ape. If Trunks really went crazy, Son Gohan has already thought about where to knock Trunks out. At this moment, the black-haired giant ape Trunks turned his head and looked at Son Gohan. "Buzz," said Brother Gohan, I seem to have turned into a monster too. But the color is a little different from yours." Hearing Trunks' words, Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to do anything dirty. Son Gohan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, congratulations, Trunks. You can still retain your sanity after becoming a giant ape. You are worthy of being the bloodline of the Scion royal family. Well, the capital is also quite good." As he said, he glanced at Trunks' lower body. Ah! Trunks yelled, quickly covered his lower body, and loudly retorted, "Gohan brother, you are still talking about me, yours is twice as big as mine." "Ha ha ha ha," Son Gohan laughed out loud. "Let's get out of here quickly. There are two perverts spying on us over there. It's giving me the creeps. Brother Gohan, we are both really covered in hair now." Chapter 32. You make a lot of sense, but the Mao I'm talking about is not that Mao. What the hell is that? Shut up. Bang. Son Gohan knocked Trunks on the head. The two giant apes of different colors slipped away in an instant, leaving King Kai and Jebitu disheveled in the wind. Looking at the direction the giant apes left, Jebitu asked Lord King Kai, "What should we do now?" King Kaiasan said, "I heard that Scions will lose their minds after transforming into giant apes, but the two of them can actually communicate, which shows that they are not as simple as ordinary Scions." Jebitu said, "If they are not ordinary Scions, then what else could they be?" King Kai said, "It is possible that they are Scions with the blood of the Scion royal family. As far as I know, planet Vegeta where the Scions live was destroyed by Frisia decades ago. Only a few Scions escaped this disaster because they were on missions outside, including Scion Prince Vegeta. These two Scions are most likely the descendants of Prince Vegeta." Jebit said again, "But why do Scions have such terrible power? The breath of the golden monkey just now was so terrible. I always felt that he could crush me to death with just one finger." King Kai said, "Scions are a rare fighting nation in the universe. It is said that they can transform into the legendary warrior Super Saiyan. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta because he was afraid of the appearance of Super Saions. But later, about 15 years ago, Frieza was killed by a Saiyan named Son Goku. This Son Goku was the genius warrior who could transform into the legendary warrior, Super Saiyan. And this Sun Wukong is the Saiyan who was exiled to Earth when he was a child. This planet is the Earth, which means that even if the two giant monkeys just now were not Goku and Vegeta, they must have a close relationship with them. I never thought that the Saiyans are so strong now. I am really a frog in a well. King Kai said a lot, then sighed and lowered his head. Jebat said quickly, Lord Kai, please don't say that. No matter how strong the Saiyans are, they are still mortals. Lord Kai, you are the greatest god in the universe. Having said that, I am a useless god. King Kai continued. Jupiter simply changed the subject. Lord King Kai, what should we do now? Continue to follow them. King Kai thought for a moment, shook his head and said, forget it, they obviously didn't want us to see them, so they left here. If we follow them, it will cause their disgust. I can feel that they have no ill will towards us, they are friends, not enemies, so we should try not to provoke them. Jepitel, let's go see Majin Buu's sealed egg. It's been tens of thousands of years since we last saw it. Yes, Lord Kaishin. Jebi nodded and put his hand on the shoulder of King Kai again. The two of them disappeared in an instant. In a hidden deep valley, Son Gohan and Trunks, who have returned to their human form, swam in the river, splashing water everywhere. After swimming, they went ashore and put on their highly elastic combat suits, then each of them caught a huge crocodile, gutted it, and roasted it on the fire. After turning into giant apes, they were in urgent need of nutrition. Within half an hour, the fragrant crocodile meat attracted many cute little animals. The two brothers tore off some pieces of meat and threw them to them. The rest all went into their stomachs. They patted their bulging stomachs and sat on a big rock. Trunks touched his stomach and sighed, hey, it's so comfortable to be full. I think there should be nothing happier than eating. Son Gohan clapped his hands and stood up. Since we are full, let's continue the experiment. Okay, okay. Trunks replied. Then, the two flew out of the valley and came to an open grassland. They first transformed into Super Saiyans with a boom, and then looked up at the moon in the sky. Boom boom. Boom. The heartbeat like a war drum sounded, and the two brothers turned into golden giant apes again. But unlike last time, there is no need to worry about exposure this time. You deserve the combat suit made by Bulma. The strong elasticity is really beyond words. Even if you turn into a 25-meter giant ape, it is still comfortable and convenient for exercise, without any impact at all. The quality is simply unbeatable. He he he. Son Gohan and Trunks looked at each other, and then they fought each other. Suddenly, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the wind blew violently. After fighting for a while, they stopped. Son Gohan said, sure enough, no matter whether you become a Super Saiyan or a gigantic ape first, the final combat power is the same, and it is also a 500-fold increase. Moreover, the speed after the transformation was not affected at all, and it was much faster than when I became Super Saiyan 2. At the same time, Son Gohan made a deeper comparison between this state and Super Saiyan 3 in his mind. The increase of Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times. And the increase of gigantic Super Saiyan is 500 times. In this regard, the gigantic Super Saiyan is obviously better. As for speed, although the speed of gigantic Super Saiyan is much faster than Super Saiyan 2, it should not be as fast as Super Saiyan 3. So Super Saiyan 3 is faster in terms of speed. As for endurance, the consumption of gigantic Super Saiyan is not much, and there is not much difference from Super Saiyan 2, and the cost performance is very high. Thinking of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 with amazing air leakage, Son Gohan has reason to believe that gigantic Super Saiyan can beat in this regard. Of course, it is not ruled out that Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 is not yet proficient. So the consumption of physical strength and energy is so amazing. Regarding this point, Son Gohan will wait and see. As for defense, there is nothing to say. The skin of the Super Saiyan is thick and tough, and its defense has reached an incredible level. The small body of Super Saiyan 3 is simply out of reach. However, the shortcomings of the ape-like Super Saiyan are also obvious. Speed and ugliness are one aspect. The main thing is that it needs the blues wave light generated by the full moon to transform. Although Bulma was able to create equipment that produced more than 1700W blues wave light in the GT chapter, it is obvious that such conditions are not available now. But now we can tell Bulma about this idea and let her make it in advance. In addition, there is another way to solve this problem, that is the Saiyan secret technique, artificial full moon. Vegeta can use his own energy and oxygen to create an artificial full moon. Although this skill will extract part of the user's breath, the effect is no different from the natural full moon. It's just that Son Gohan and Trunks don't know how to do it. So this is also one of the shortcomings. Trunks asked, "Brother Gohan, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2 based on the giant ape?" Son Gohan said helplessly, "I've tried it, but it doesn't work. At least I can't transform into Super Saiyan 2 at the moment. It may be because my foundation is not solid enough now." Trunks said, "Why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 2 first and then transform into ape?" Son Gohan said, "You can try, but I have a hunch in my heart that it will probably not work." Sure enough, after removing the ape transformation, Son Gohan first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then looked up at the full moon and tried to transform. But that familiar feeling appeared again. After his eyes received the blue wave light, his tail trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. Then his whole body was numb. Although his heart beat faster and his blood boiled, he did not successfully transform into a golden giant ape, and his combat power did not increase significantly. Transformation failed. Chapter 33. There is a saying in the memory of the previous life. When the golden giant ape regains his sanity and bears the power of the giant ape in a human body, that is the day when Super Saiyan 4 appears. But now Son Gohan is born as an ape, and he is very sorry. Although he is in a sober state, it is true. But he cannot restore his human body in the form of the golden giant ape and become Super Saiyan 4. I always feel that something is missing. So the transformation failed. Son Gohan was not discouraged and thought it was normal. He has only been reborn for a short time, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Nothing can be achieved overnight, and you can reach the top of the universe in one day. The templates of the male protagonists who signed in the womb, punched the king of all, and kicked the high priest at birth in the previous life are destined to be out of his reach in this life. All he can rely on is his foresight and unremitting efforts. An hour later, Son Gohan and Trunks regained their human form again. They restrained themselves from looking at the full moon in the sky, otherwise they would have to go through a new round of transformation, and they would not have to sleep tonight. After tossing and turning for half the night, the two were exhausted. Trunks simply didn't want to go back, and planned to stay at Son Gohan's house for one night. The two brothers rubbed their eyes and returned to the door of their house. At this time, the Kaishin and Geppetto who had just disappeared appeared out of thin air again. Trunks looked at the two strange guys vigilantly and quietly clenched his fists. He was ready to beat them up. Son Gohan didn't show any surprise except for yawning. Because he had expected that King Kai and Geppetto would come back again. King Kai was afraid that Son Gohan would drive them away as soon as he saw them, so he spoke hurriedly when he appeared. "I'm sorry to bother you two. I'm the king of the universe. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to make friends with you, is that okay?" Seeing that the dignified king of the Kai was so humble, Geppetto felt a little unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Of course, Son Gohan knew that he was the king of the Kai. The king of the Kai's appearance and clothing were so recognizable that it was difficult not to recognize him. Son Gohan glanced at him, yawned, and said, "Oh, I see. It's just that I'm too sleepy today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Sending him away just like that? Jebit was unbelievable. Even the Lord of the Kai has revealed his identity. You. King Kai quickly stopped Jebit and said with a smile, "Well, you guys take a rest first, we'll come back tomorrow. Don't come too early, come back in the afternoon." Son Gohan said. "Good." Kaishin pulled Jepitu and left quickly. Watching the two disappear in an instant, Trunks, who still didn't understand the situation, asked Son Gohan, "Brother Gohan, who are these two people? Didn't he just say that? King of the Kings." Son Gohan said. "God? Is it the same God as Dendian-san?" Trunks asked. "Trunks, I'm really sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. Bye." Son Gohan said, ignoring him, and walked into the bedroom. Without even taking off his clothes, he fell asleep. Oh, ZZ. Whose position is greater? Trunks was still wondering whether the heavenly god or the Supreme Kai was greater. The Supreme. Kai sat in silence for a while, then said to Jebit. "Jebit, go check what happened on Earth in these years. Also, check who those two scions are." "Yes, Lord Kaishin." Jebit took the order and left. The next day, Son Gohan didn't wake up until 8 in the morning. When he woke up, he found Trunks still sleeping on the sofa. Son Gohan walked out and kicked him awake. "Why don't you go to the bedroom to sleep? Is it more comfortable to sleep on the sofa?" Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes and was stunned for several seconds before saying, "I was thinking about something last night and fell asleep here." "Thinking about something? What are you thinking about?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "I was wondering who is greater, the god or the king of the worlds. I've been thinking about it all night. Until now, Trunks still hasn't figured out who is greater. King Kai is greater than the gods." Son Gohan gave him the answer. "Really? I thought Dandy was more powerful." "Don't think about it, go wash up quickly." Son Gohan urged him to wash up. Then the two of them found something to eat and flew to Zidu. After arriving at the Universal Capsule Company, the first thing Son Gohan did was to ask Bulma to make a device to launch the Blues Wave Beam. Bulma had no idea what the Blues Wave Beam was and was completely confused. Son Gohan had to explain to her the principle of how scions turned into giant apes. Bulma suddenly realized it and promised him that she would take time to make the Blues Wave Beam launcher. Son Gohan asked Aunt Bulma, "Is the energy of that spaceship full?" Bulma said, "Not yet, but it has reached 80%, almost." Son Gohan said, "The charging of the spaceship can be put aside for now, and let's study the Blues Wave Beam launcher first." Bulma was stunned and said, Why?" Son Gohan smiled and said, 80% of the energy is enough, and I have now found a better way. You can focus on studying the launcher and the time machine." "Have you found a better way? How can there be a way to replace the spaceship?" Bulma didn't understand, but she didn't ask much. Not long after lunch, Videl came again. This time, Son Gohan didn't teach her anything, but let her practice the air dance technique on the grass by herself. Videl didn't say anything. She smiled and looked at Son Gohan, then went to practice happily. Son Gohan didn't waste time. He went into the gravity room, adjusted the gravity to 500 times, and did 1000 push-ups with one finger to warm up. Then he began to practice for more than 2 hours every day. 2 hours passed quickly, and when he came out of the gravity room, Videl had gone. The people waiting for him had been replaced by King Kai and Jepit. As soon as they met, King Kai smiled and said, "Mr. Gohan, we meet again." "Well, hello." Son Gohan greeted them with a smile. Then he took King Kai and Jepitu to a dessert shop and asked the robots to serve some desserts and iced drinks. They ate and talked. Originally, King Kai and Geppetto didn't want to eat these mortal foods, but they couldn't resist Son Gohan's enthusiasm, so they took a small taste and couldn't stop. Son Gohan looked at their ignorant looks and nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the food on Earth is the best in the universe. Do you think it's just a reputation? Just get it. Looking at them, Son Gohan smiled and said, Lord Kai, what do you want to talk to me about? King Kai wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth in a panic and quickly regained his composure. Then he said, I said last night that I want to make friends with Mr. Gohan. Son Gohan looked at him meaningfully, and then said, Lord Kai will do his homework when he goes back. Ah, what do you mean? Kaishin asked in surprise. It's very simple. Lord Kaishin didn't even know my name last night. Lord Kai had an awkward smile on his face, and there was no dignity of a god left. Seeing Lord Kai's embarrassment, Son Gohan continued to expose him, and said with a smile, it is my honor to be friends with Lord Kaishin. I was too sleepy last night. I'm sorry. Lord Kai was flattered. Son Gohan was not like this last night. He was a little scared by his aloof look. He didn't expect him to be so kind today. Ah, it's okay, rest is also important. Haha, right? Well, since we are friends, I treated you to such delicious food, why don't you show some appreciation? For example, give me a gift to show your appreciation. Son Gohan said with a laugh. Hey! King Kai and Geppetto were confused for a moment. A greeting gift? What is that? Do mortals have to exchange greeting gifts when they meet? Well, it seems to be true when you think about it. There is a saying in the world called reciprocity, which is probably what it means. Chapter 34. But what should he give? King Kai was in a dilemma. As King Kai, he had too many things in his hands. Ahem. Son Gohan coughed, and then said, Lord Kaishin, to be honest, I want to learn Geppetto's teleportation. Well. King Kai and Geppetto were stunned, and then shocked at the same time. They didn't expect that Son Gohan actually knew Geppetto's name and called out his signature move. He had only seen Geppetto use teleportation twice. How was this possible? Moreover, they didn't remember introducing Geppetto's name. So, there is only one truth. Son Gohan in front of them actually knew of their existence a long time ago. It's really terrifying to think about it. Who is the real god? Although he was shocked, King Kai quickly recovered and said, Mr. Gohan, I'm afraid that won't work. It's not that Geppetto is unwilling to teach you, but his teleportation has limitations. It can't be learned by anyone other than King Kai's servants. There is such a thing? Son Gohan asked in surprise. In fact, he had been coveting this skill of Geppetto. Geppetto's teleportation and Yardrat's teleportation are not at the same level. Yardrat's teleportation needs to lock onto the target's breath to be performed. And Geppetto's teleportation has no such limitation at all. Geppetto's teleportation does not need to lock onto the target's breath at all. As long as there is a destination, he can teleport there. In other words, Geppetto's teleportation can instantly go to any planet or any place under the jurisdiction of King Kai. It can be said to be a true divine skill. But it can't be learned? This is too bullshit. Son Gohan suddenly felt that he had missed a trillion in an instant. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. King Kai said, well, yes, this is the divine control skill. It cannot be performed without the breath of God on your body. The breath of God? Son Gohan's eyes lit up, and then asked, do you mean that I can learn it if I have the breath of God? He did know a way to possess the aura of God, but it was too difficult for him now. Kaishin said, this is just one of the requirements, there are other requirements. Shake hands. Son Gohan said helplessly, well, forget it, it seems that we are not destined to be together, let's see if there is another chance in the future. King Kai continued, if Mr. Gohan wants to learn teleportation, I know there is a planet that has this skill. Although it is not as powerful as Jebit's teleportation, it is still pretty good. Son Gohan said, you are talking about the skill of Yardrat, I know that. King Kai said, I didn't expect Mr. Gohan to know the existence of Yardrat, I was too nosy. Hehe, to be honest with you, my late father knew this move, so I know it's normal on Yardrat. King Kai suddenly realized, oh, I see, that's why. Then, Son Gohan asked the robot to serve some new food, and while shouting to King Kai to eat quickly, he continued to ask. Lord Kai, what do you think is the hardest metal in the world? Kai said, the hardest metal? Well, it should be Thunderbolt Steel. This metal should be the hardest in the universe. Oh? Can you show it to me? Yes, of course. King God said, stretching out his hand and swiping in the air, a fist-sized black Rubik's Cube appeared in his palm. Here. He handed the Thunderbolt Steel to Son Gohan. Son Gohan took it and found that this fist-sized piece of Thunderbolt Steel actually weighed several hundred kilograms. The density was too ridiculous. He flicked it with his fingers and it made a dull sound. It was indeed very hard. I wonder if this kind of metal can be useful to Bulma. Well, it looks good. Lord Kai, can you give me some more? I want to study this metal. Son Gohan said. Of course you can. I'll give it to you later. If you take it out now, the house might collapse. Well, okay, thank you, Lord Kai. No, it's my duty as a friend. It's just a small favor. Lord Kai, what is the sharpest sword in the world? Do you know? King Kai thought for a moment and replied, well, the sharpest sword in the world should be the king's sword in the Holy Land. Mr. Gohan wouldn't want this sword too, right? Son Gohan laughed and said, ha ha ha, you saw through it. You have a sharp eye. I admire you. King Kai said, to be honest with you, Mr. Gohan, even if I wanted to give you this sword, I am powerless. Son Gohan asked knowingly, how do you say it? King Kai smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, although this sword is now on the Kaishan planet, it has been sealed for more than 70 million years. No one can pull it out. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Son Gohan said directly. King God said, Mr. Gohan, I really didn't lie to you. Our previous king gods have tried to pull out this sealed sword, but no king god could succeed. Jebit on the side also said, yes, I can prove this point, because I also tried to pull out the king god sword, but I couldn't pull it out. Lord King God also tried to pull it out, but there was no movement at all. So it is impossible for anyone to pull out the sword. Son Gohan laughed and said, have you ever thought about a question? What's the problem? Jabit asked. Your power is too weak to pull out this Kaishan sword. Well, King of the Gods. Jabit. The two were speechless. Can you please not be so direct? They felt like they were about to suffocate. Son Gohan said with a solemn oath, well, I am willing to help you. I can definitely pull out this sword. Jepitel immediately became anxious. I don't believe it, this is impossible. Not to mention that he didn't believe it, even the king of the Kais didn't believe it. You can say that he is weak, but there is no shortage of strong people among the previous king of the Kais, and it's not like those gods haven't pulled out the sword of the king of the Kais. The East King of the Kais, the West King of the Kais, the South King of the Kais, the North King of the Kais. One after another. I don't know how many King of the Kais have pulled out this sword, but they all failed. So it must have nothing to do with strength. Son Gohan twisted his mouth, and the crooked-mouthed Dragon King smiled and said, how about we make a bet? If I can pull out the sword of the King of the Kais, then it will be mine. The King of the Kais raised his eyebrows and said seriously, what if you can't pull it out? If you can't pull it out, you can do whatever you want with it. Son Gohan said firmly. Okay, that's a deal then. King Kai smiled, his heart was filled with joy. He firmly believed that Son Gohan would never be able to pull out the King Kai sword. In other words, Son Gohan would have to listen to him in the future. He could have a good dream just thinking about such a strong man being driven by him. What's there to be afraid of, Majin Buu? Come on, Majin Buu. Oh, even if Son Gohan really pulled out the sword, so what? Just give it to him as a gift. Anyway, the King Kai sword has been sealed in the Holy Land for more than 70 million years, and it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. The key is that he really wants to see what this sword looks like. Is it really the world's #1 sword? However, until now, King Kai and Jupiter still don't believe that Son Gohan can pull out the sword. I bet, both parties are happy. Chapter 35. A mere sword of King Kai, how can I not be able to pull it out? Son Gohan thought confidently. With his current strength, he is much stronger than that Son Gohan who has never practiced and has a hard time transforming to Super Saiyan 2. There is no reason why that guy can pull it out but he can't. If that's the case, then why is he still working hard to practice? It's better to just give up. Son Gohan smiled and said, it's a deal. King Kai and Jepit also ate their food happily. The abacus in his mind was jingling. After a while, King Kai said, when does Mr. Gohan plan to pull out the sword of King Kai? Why are these two guys so anxious? Son Gohan looked at them and said with a smile in his heart, I'll go in a while. Then he said, Lord Kai, besides the sword of King Kai, do you have any other swords? My brother also wants a sword. King Kai thought of Trunks, and said, of course, I have another sword here. It's called the Sword of the Brave. This sword can bring great confidence and courage to the user. It is also a rare and good sword. He will definitely like it. King Kai spread out his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Here. He handed it to Son Gohan. Son Gohan took the sword and pulled it out of the scabbard with a clang. Good sword, it is indeed a good sword. The long sword is very sharp, shining with cold light. Son Gohan liked it at first sight, and I think Trunks also liked it. Although he had asked for a sword from King Kai before, he has not received it yet. And what King Kai took out must be more advanced than what King Kai took out, right? There is no need to wait for that sword. Clang! The long sword returned to its sheath. Son Gohan smiled and said, thank you, Lord Kaishin. Then he put away the sword of the brave. A moment later, Lord Kaishin gave him a large piece of thunderbolt steel, which weighed several tons. Son Gohan asked Lord Kaishin and Jepit to wait for him in the dessert shop, and he took the long sword and thunderbolt steel to find Bulma. Seeing Son Gohan carrying a large piece of metal back, Bulma asked curiously. Gohan, what is this? Son Gohan answered truthfully, this is what I asked for from King Kai. It is said to be the hardest metal in the universe. He put the thunderbolt steel in the yard. The ground suddenly sank a lot, and Bulma was stunned. The hardest metal. Bulma walked up curiously and knocked on it, causing her hand to tremble with pain. Hiss! She gasped and said, I've never seen such a material before. There shouldn't be such a thing on Earth. Son Gohan said, this metal is not only hard, but also very dense. A piece as big as a fist weighs 500 to 600 kilograms. Bulma's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. New things always arouse her interest. Walking into the house, Son Gohan put the long sword in his hand on the table and said, Aunt Bulma, where is Trunks? This sword is for him. Bulma couldn't help her curiosity and wanted to pick up the sword on the table, but after trying for a long time, the sword of the brave didn't move at all. She panted and said, Trunks went to the East capital to help. Went to Tudu? Why did he go to Tudu? Son Gohan asked curiously. Bulma explained, it's like this, Videl called just now and said that a bad incident happened in a town in Tudu, and she was having a hard time dealing with it, so she wanted to ask you for help. But you have guests here, so I let Trunks go. Son Gohan. What's the matter? Do you have contact information? Why don't I have any? Oh, by the way, I don't have a mobile phone, that's fine. A case that Videl can't handle? What happened? Son Gohan frowned and said. Among ordinary people, Videl's fighting power is already at the ceiling. If even she can't handle it, there won't be any aliens coming to cause trouble, right? Bulma said it is said that the mayor's daughter was kidnapped by a 100-meter-tall gorilla. The gorilla grabbed the mayor's daughter and climbed to the roof of a building, confronting the kingdom's power. Son Gohan. What kind of familiar plot is this? You're shooting King Kong from behind, right? Son Gohan rolled his eyes, and then said, since Trunks has gone, this little gorilla can't cause any trouble. Aunt Bulma, please hand this sword to him, I'm going to Kaishan planet with King Kai now. Bulma was stunned and said, go to Kaishan planet? Then when will you come back? It can be as short as 1 day or as long as 2 or 3 days. Well, that's fine. So, Son Gohan took Jebit's ride and went directly to the Kaishan realm. Thus, Son Gohan became the first mortal to set foot on the holy land of the Kaishan realm in tens of millions of years. In the Kaishan realm, the sky is as blue as a wash, the spiritual plants are lush and green, and the breeze blowing in the face is full of rich spiritual energy. Son Gohan felt that the pores of his body were opened, and greedily absorbed the fresh air. With such a rich spiritual blessing, even mortals living here can prolong their lives, and practitioners can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is worthy of being the holy land of God. A town in Dongdu. A gorilla hundreds of meters tall was holding a little girl in his hand, squatting on the roof of a building, staring at the helicopters flying in the sky with fierce eyes. In his eyes, these helicopters were like flies that annoyed him. Humph! What's the matter? It just fell in love with a little human girl. Is there anything wrong with wanting her to be his wife? Hasn't freedom of love been advocated for a long time? The gorilla was mad at the pedantic humans. He didn't understand at all. The little girl in the gorilla's hand looked no more than 13 or 14 years old, with black shoulder-length hair, 2 big eyes blinking, and she looked very beautiful. At this time, the little girl was crying with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. But she was still trying to communicate with the gorilla. Wow, gorilla, please let me go, okay? You see, there is such a big difference in our size, it is really not suitable, I beg you. The gorilla spoke in human language, and the fishy smell from its mouth almost made the little girl faint. No, no, my father said that we must be brave enough to pursue true love. I will not give up. I fell in love with you at first sight and want you to be my wife. I will love you well. I know, you are testing me now, right? Woo, is it possible that your father wants you to pursue the female gorilla? I am a human, we are not even of the same species, how can we be together? Please let me go, we really have no future. Although the little girl is young, she speaks clearly, and although she speaks with a crying tone, she is unusually calm. But the gorilla still shook his head and said, my dad also said that true love can transcend age boundaries and species. I believe you will be moved by me in the future. The little girl rolled her eyes and cursed the stupid gorilla in her heart. But she said, you are so old and I am so young, we can't have children. Hey? Why? You are lying to me. The gorilla was surprised. Why did I lie to you? Chapter 36. As for why she couldn't have children, she didn't know. But she remembered something that happened a long time ago. Her eldest brother once told her that if they wanted to have children, they had to sleep in the same bed with a man and a woman. Otherwise, it was impossible to have children. The gorilla was so big and she was so small, how could they sleep in the same bed? So it was impossible to have children. King. Thinking of some past events, the girl's face couldn't help but look a little gloomy. At this moment, a voice came from the helicopter. Xiao Wu, can you hear me? Xiao Wu, it's Daddy, Daddy is here to save you, don't be afraid, Daddy will save you. A grey-haired man was shouting with a megaphone in a hurry. Dad. The girl looked up at the helicopter in the sky. Although she didn't know which helicopter the voice came from, a warm current instantly spread throughout her body, and she felt less scared. Although this man was not her biological father, he treated her as his own daughter and loved her very much. Yes, this was her adoptive father, the mayor. Did you hear that? My dad is here to save me. Xiao Wu said to the gorilla. The gorilla answered irrelevantly, with a persistent look on his face, are you really unwilling to be my wife? Xiao Wu shook her head very firmly, I don't want to, please let me go, okay? If you let me go, I will beg them to let you leave here safely. No, I will take you away even if you don't want me to. You don't have the final say. The gorilla said as he grabbed Xiao Wu and stood up. It was huge, as tall as a whole building. When it stood up, the whole building creaked and shook. The gorilla looked at the helicopter flying in the sky with an unhappy look on his face. What a nasty fly! It held Xiao Wu in one hand and slapped the planes in the sky with the other hand. The huge palm slapped down like a sky curtain, and the helicopters saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Then, the gorilla jumped down from the roof and strode away. Boom! 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 Wherever it passed, it left deep footprints, and the sound of boom boom shook the earth. It even trampled several humans to death. How could the helicopters in the sky let it leave with the hostages like this? They all chased after it. Seeing that these humans were so ignorant, the gorilla got angry. Roar! It roared loudly and slapped the planes frantically. Unfortunately, one plane was hit in the tail and fell from the sky with thick smoke. It's bad. Seeing this, Bidalai, who was standing on the roof of a building, paced back and forth anxiously. Although she had learned the air dance technique, her flying speed was not fast, and the strength gap was too great. Even if she caught up, she would not be able to beat this huge gorilla. Strange, why hasn't Trunks arrived for so long? Did something happen on the way and he was delayed? Watching the plane falling with thick smoke, Videl became more and more anxious. At this moment, a figure with flaming aura pierced into the battlefield from afar. Trunks finally arrived. Phew, I'm finally here. Videl breathed a sigh of relief. Trunks flashed and appeared under the accident plane. He held the plane with both hands and helped it land safely, then tore off the plane's door with one hand and disappeared again. The pilot jumped out of the plane and stared at the direction where Trunks left, shocked beyond words. Is this man a man or a god? At this time, Videl held the microphone in her hand and shouted. Attention all action teams, attention all action teams, our reinforcements have arrived, please stop the rescue operation, please stop the rescue operation, and leave it to him to handle. Videli knew that Son Gohan and Trunks were both super soldiers, and their methods were incredibly powerful. Don't even think about helping them, just don't go up to make trouble, otherwise it will only affect the difficulty of the rescue and increase casualties. The rescue team really obeyed the order, moved aside, and no longer followed the gorilla. Their original mission was to delay time. Looking at such a big gorilla, they were also scared to follow. Trunks almost became a white light, and instantly blocked the gorilla in front of it. Seeing that a human as small as a mouse dared to block it, the running gorilla's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the huge palm slapped it like a fly. No! Xiao Wu shouted. But the gorilla would never listen to her, and attacked without mercy. He attacked with all his strength. Kill the person who blocked his way. Bang! A shocking scene happened. The one that flew backwards was a huge gorilla, its butt turned upside down in the sky, and it rolled on the ground like a gourd. How could this be? The gorilla, which was hundreds of meters tall, turned over and sat up, looking at Trunks standing motionless in the sky with a look of shock. This kid was not killed by its palm. Instead, his arm bones were smashed to pieces. How is this possible? Just its palm alone is several times larger than that kid's. This is unreasonable, totally unreasonable, its father has never told it such a thing. Roar! Beasts are beasts after all, and their intelligence is limited. The intense pain in its arm aroused its ferocity, and it roared loudly at Trunks. Xiao Wu, who was dizzy and almost fainted from the operation, was also stunned when she looked at Trunks. This boy was actually fine, but the gorilla was injured? It's incredible. This scene reminded her of Sun Wukong many years ago. By the way, Sun Wukong. This boy also has a tail. Isn't this the same type of master? Suddenly, hope ignited in Xiao Wu's eyes. Trunks stood high in the air, looking at the crazy gorilla, and said coldly, "Big guy, it's useless to roar. You smell of blood. You killed people, so I will kill you too. Roar, die, die." The gorilla had already fallen into madness, and didn't care about these things. He rushed towards Trunks again. But even so, he still held Xiao Wu tightly in his hand and didn't let go. No one knew where he got such a deep obsession. The huge gorilla came running, and every step he took was earth-shaking, and dust flew behind him. Trunks combined his middle finger and index finger, condensed energy, and instantly pointed it out. A beam of energy shot out from his fingertips and instantly blew up the gorilla's head. The head exploded, the gorilla's legs became weak, and his body fell forward. Because it was running, due to inertia, it held Xiao Wu's hand tightly and swung it forward suddenly, as if it was throwing Xiao Wu out with force. Ah! Xiao Wu was so scared that she closed her eyes and screamed miserably. Trunks rushed out and intercepted Xiao Wu in an instant. "Don't shout!" Ah! Xiao Wu opened her closed eyes and found herself lying in Trunks' arms. Her face suddenly turned red. "You are safe now. I have killed the gorilla," Trunks said. Thank you," Xiao Wu said, secretly looking up at Trunks' face. "Don't thank me, I'm just here to help my sister," Trunks said, holding Xiao Wu in his arms and flying towards Videl. Soon, Trunks found Videl and put Xiao Wu down. "Sister Videl, you lived up to my expectations and completed the mission," Trunks said with a smile. Videl looked at Xiao Wu, who was intact, and then smiled and said, "Thank you, Trunks. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. It's a small matter. How about this, I'll treat you to a nice meal, and then I'll apply for a bonus from the police station for you. Although I know you definitely don't need this little money, this is the only thing I can do. What's more, this is the money you earned yourself." "Okay, then I'm going to have a big meal," Trunks said with a smile. "Well, can I go to dinner with you?" "I'll pay," Xiao Wu said hesitantly. Chapter 37 King of the Gods. Son Gohan, King of the Gods, and Jepitel flew side by side to the place where the King of the Gods' sword was sealed. Jepitel flew in the middle with his hands behind his back, and said with a somewhat arrogant expression, "The King of the Gods is the holy land of the gods. Even the kings of the gods and the great kings have never been here, let alone humans. Mr. Gohan is the first human to come here." Son Gohan smiled and said nothing, letting Jebit finish his pretense, otherwise he would be very uncomfortable. Besides, doesn't this better reflect his awesomeness? The King of the Gods flying on the right side of Jebit said, "Jebit is right, but Gohan is not an ordinary human. It is a blessing for the King of the Gods that he can come to the King of the Gods." Son Gohan flew on the left side of Jebit, and he smiled and said, "Haha, the King of the Gods is worthy of being the holy land of the gods. The scenery is very beautiful, the spiritual energy is also very abundant, and the area is vast and boundless, but it's a pity. What a pity! What a pity! Jebet and King of the Gods were puzzled. King of the Gods asked the question, what a pity? Son Gohan smiled and said, such a wide place, with such abundant spiritual energy, but it's all wasteland. It would be great if it could be used to grow crops. With such abundant spiritual nourishment, the food grown must be very delicious. Even the meat of farmed animals will be sweeter. I am drooling just thinking about it. Lord Kaishan, why don't you consider it? Jepital? From what Son Gohan said, he is going to persuade them to switch to farming and become breeders. Come on, they are the dignified King Kai and his attendants. They are the noblest and greatest gods in the universe. Asking them to farm? This joke is not funny at all. King Kai responded awkwardly, forget it, forget it. Oh, I knew it, that's why I said it's a pity, such a good place is wasted. Mr. Gohan, farming in a holy place is a blasphemy to the gods. Jebet said. No, 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 this is called developing new business and making perfect use of resources. The three flew for a while, and a huge lake appeared in front of them. In the middle of the lake stood a mountain, with the top of the mountain dozens of meters above the water. The three people fell from the sky and landed on the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is not wide, with an area of only about 5 or 6 square meters, but it is very flat and overgrown with green grass. Looking up, Son Gohan found the sealed King of the Swords in the middle of the mountain top. It is called the King of the Swords, but in fact only the hilt is exposed. Because the sword body is all inserted into the soil, you can't see it at all. Several people stepped on the soft grass and came to the side of the King of the Swords. King of the Swords pointed at the hilt and said, nonsense Mr. Gohan, this is the King of the Swords. Son Gohan squatted down, pulled the grass, and observed carefully. King of the Swords continued, this sword has been sealed here for more than 75 million years. As far as I know, no one has been able to pull out this sword. Since Mr. Gohan wants this sword, let's try to see if he can pull it out. It is rumored that whoever pulls out the Kaishan sword will gain immense power and become the most powerful warrior in the universe. If Mr. Gohan can't pull it out, then you have to abide by the agreement. Son Gohan made an OK sign, stared at the King Kai sword and sighed, it's been 75 million years, and the hilt is still as good as new. It seems that the old King Kai is also a clean person. What? Kaioshin said he didn't understand what this meant. Okay, please stand aside, I'll give it a try. Son Gohan said, standing up. Okay, okay. Kaioshin and Jupiter stepped aside tactfully, looking like they were going to enjoy the show. Son Gohan knew that he probably couldn't pull out the sword in his normal state, so he didn't say anything and turned into a Super Saiyan. With a boom, in an instant, the blonde and blue-eyed man, with rage gushing out, created a whirlwind on the ground. Is this a Super Saiyan? Such a strong energy! Although not as powerful as last night's giant ape transformation, it is still very powerful. The two people were surprised. This was also the first time they saw a Super Saiyan. It was very novel. Son Gohan grinned and stood firm in front of the hilt. He stretched his muscles and bones, then bent down, firmly grasped the hilt, and exerted force with both arms. Hey! In just 1 or 2 seconds, the ground cracked and the Kaishan sword was pulled up more than 20 centimeters in length. This, King of the Kai is shocked. How is this possible? Jebet was stunned. How could the King of Kings' sword, which had not been pulled out for tens of millions of years, be pulled out so easily? Damn it, don't they have any dignity? King of Kings and Jebet were like in a dream, it was too unreal. Son Gohan did it once and for all, and pulled up with both arms, and the whole King of Kings' sword was pulled out. It was much easier than he imagined. But he had to admit that the sword was too heavy. If the sword that King of Kings gave to Trunks weighed 1, then the weight of this King of Kings sword was estimated to be more than 10,000. Even with Son Gohan's amazing arm strength, it was not so smooth to use. It was actually pulled out. Incredible. King Kai was stunned, and he couldn't help but doubt his life. Jebbit quickly asked Mr. Gohan, "How is it? Did you feel that powerful force?" "No, but I think this sword is really heavy," Son Gohan said frankly. "How heavy can a sword be?" said Jebbet. "Don't believe it? Why don't you try it?" Son Gohan said as he grabbed the blade with one hand and handed it to Jupiter with a playful smile on his face. "Okay, I'll try." Jebbet didn't care and stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of King Kai's sword. Seeing him holding the hilt, Son Gohan loosened his hand. The huge weight of King Kai's sword suddenly fell on Jebbet's hand. Jebbet let out a scream, "Ah!" and King Kai's sword slammed to the ground. The ground sank deeply, and the whole mountain trembled, looking like it would collapse at any time. Jebbet's face turned pale because his arm was directly dislocated. King Kai was completely stunned. What kind of heaven-defying weight is this? It's too outrageous. Jebbet quickly cast a recovery magic on himself, straightened his arm, and restored it to normal. Looking at the King Kai's sword sunk into the ground, Jebbet's face was full of fear, and he didn't dare to pick up the sword again. "Is this a bit heavy?" His eyes were wet. Son Gohan smiled and said, "I said it was a bit heavy, but you didn't believe it." As he said that, he bent down and picked up the sword. Otherwise the mountain would be crushed before long. "Lord Kai, do you want to try it too?" Son Gohan looked at King Kai and asked. King Kai shook his head like a rattle, forget it, I won't try it." What a joke, his strength is only equal to Jebbet's. It's not like he didn't see Jebbet's miserable condition, he didn't want to be the next clown. "Ha ha ha, all right." Son Gohan laughed, put the sword on his shoulder, and continued. "Lord Kaishin, I want to ask you a question." "What's the problem?" Son Gohan pointed to the mountain under his feet and said, "You can't pull out the sword, why don't you try to blow up this mountain? If you blow up this mountain, won't the sword come out?" King Kai shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Gohan, a senior has thought of this method before, but this lake is a large formation that protects this mountain and this King Kai sword. If you want to destroy the mountain violently, the lake will attack." "Oh, I see." Son Gohan was surprised. He looked at the huge lake under his feet in surprise. He didn't expect that there was such a secret hidden in it. Chapter 38. But this makes sense. Otherwise, after so many years, it is impossible that all the Kaishin are fools. "Let's leave here first," Son Gohan said, floating up. "Well, okay," King Kai replied, and flew up as well. Jebbet followed closely behind. The three flew high into the sky. Driven by curiosity, Son Gohan condensed an energy bomb and smashed it down at the sealed place. Before King Kai and Jebbet could react, the energy bomb was bounced back in a strange way. "Wow, that's interesting." Son Gohan smiled and slapped the energy ball away. The energy ball whizzed away and exploded in the distance with a bang, raising a huge mushroom cloud. "King of the Kings! Jebbet!" The two of them thought at the same time that the Scions were indeed terrifying saboteurs. "How long will it take to clean up the Kaishin realm?" "Mr. Gohan, please take it easy. The Holy Land cannot stand being destroyed like this," King Kai said with some pain. "Haha, okay." After the three of them flew to an open space, King Kai and Jebbet were particularly curious about how awesome the sword that was known as the best in the universe was. At this time, Gohan danced with the sword so vigorously that King Kai and Jebbet were terrified. Because they had just witnessed the incredible weight of King Kai's sword. Now seeing Gohan dancing with the sword so easily, they said in their hearts that the Scions were too perverted. After playing with the sword for a while, Gohan suddenly felt bored. He turned into a Super Saiyan with a bang. Then, he held the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade with the other, and twisted it with both hands. Looking at his grinning appearance, King Kai asked curiously, "Mr. Gohan, what are you doing?" Gohan stopped what he was doing, turned around and said, "I want to try to see if I can twist it off." Well. Hearing his words, King Kai and Jupiter were shocked. Sure enough, their previous judgment was correct. Scions are terrible saboteurs. He had just obtained the universe's #1 sword not long ago, and he was thinking about how to break it. What a sin! I just don't believe it. Son Gohan muttered, clenched his fists, and turned into a Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, his arrogance soared to the sky, his golden hair stood upside down, a fringe of bangs hung down in front of his forehead, and lightning swirled all over his body, making a puffing sound. He instantly became more cold and domineering, and his aura changed drastically. King Kai and Jupiter wanted to talk, but when they saw Son Gohan's transformation, they swallowed their saliva and swallowed back what they wanted to say. Son Gohan picked up the King Kai sword again, veins popped in his hands, and then he twisted it hard. There was a clang sound. King Kai and Jupiter almost jumped up when they heard the sound. Broken, really broken. Are you crazy? How could the most powerful sword in the universe break like this? How is this possible? Isn't this the most powerful sword in the Holy Land? Oh my god! King Kai and Jupiter stared at the long sword in Son Gohan's hand that was broken into 2 sections, their mouths opened so wide that they could fit a whole egg in it. Oh, it's perfect! Son Gohan said happily, throwing the 2 broken swords to the ground. Lord Kaishin, the quality of this Kaishin sword is really not that good, and you still brag that it is the strongest sword in the universe. No. I didn't. The Kaishin stuttered as he spoke, his mind full of images of broken swords. At this moment, Son Gohan had already caught a glimpse of old Kaishin appearing behind the Kaishin and Jebito. Son Gohan couldn't help but twist his mouth. Here it comes, the legendary opportunity and cheats have finally arrived as promised. Old Kaishin said slowly, "It's not like that." The voice was light and fluttering, as if a ghost was whispering. A voice suddenly sounded behind them, and the Kaishin and Jebito felt a chill behind them. They screamed in fear and froze in place. The Kaishin and Jebito turned around and saw the old Kaishin, who looked like a skeleton. Staring at the old Kaishin in the Kaishin uniform, the Kaishin and Jebito were a little doubtful. The Kaishin asked nervously, "Old sir, who are you?" The old Kaishin clapped his hands, stretched his body, and then panted, I am the Kaishin 15 generations ago." The Kaishin from 10 or 15 generations ago. The Kaishin and Jebit were dumbfounded. The Kaishin from 15 generations ago, if we trace back the time, it has been 70 to 80 million years. How long is this history? They have no idea about these things. And where did this old Kaishin who claimed to be 15 generations ago come from? It is still a mystery. The old Kaishin continued. A long time ago, there was a very evil and powerful guy who was afraid of my ability and sealed me inside the Kaishin sword. The Kai asked, Old man, is it Majin Buu?" The old Kai recalled the past and continued, "It's not Majin Buu, that is an evil guy who is countless times more terrifying than Majin Buu. There is actually a villain more terrifying than Majin Buu? So, what happened later, old man?" Then the old Kai said in surprise. The old Kai coughed and said, "Then he sealed me in the sword, and I don't know what happened after that." After listening to the conversation between the 2 Kaishin, Jepitel became excited. "So, the ancestor is a very powerful Kai, and the bad guys are afraid of you, so they sealed you up. Doesn't that mean that the ancestor is much more powerful than Majin Buu?" The old Kai put his hands behind his back and looked very arrogant. "What he is afraid of is not my power, but my ability. I have a very scary ability." "What is it? What kind of terrible ability is it?" The eyes of King Kai and Jebit were shining. The old ancestor was so powerful, and they were proud of it. The old King Kai snorted coldly, looked at them with some dissatisfaction and said, "Humph, I won't tell you. You really disappoint me. You let me seal in the sword for more than 70 million years and can't save me. In the end, it was actually a human who let me out. This is really absurd." King Kai and Jeppet stood up like good kids, lowering their heads in shame. The ancestor was right, they were too useless to save the ancestor. The old King Kai tilted his head, looked at Son Gohan who was having fun, waved his hand and said, "You let me out, right? Come here." Son Gohan smiled and walked over and said, "It was me, I accidentally broke the sword." "Did you do that carelessly?" King Kai and Jepitel glanced at him, and when they saw old King Kai looking over, they lowered their heads in a hurry. Old King Kai looked at Son Gohan and exclaimed, "It's amazing. I didn't expect that after tens of millions of years, humans have become so powerful. Not bad, really not bad." Son Gohan asked knowingly, "Old sir, what is the terrible ability you just mentioned?" Old King Kai said, "If those two unworthy descendants asked me, I wouldn't tell them, but you are my savior, so it's okay to tell you. My terrifying ability is that no matter how powerful a person is, I can inspire his potential, let him surpass his limits, and become the most powerful warrior in the universe." Son Gohan said, "Wow, can that help me inspire my potential? It sounds like it's amazing, but I don't know if it's true." Old Kai looked Son Gohan up and down, and then said, "How can it be false? You actually doubt my ability? Humph, well, since you saved me, I will reluctantly help you. Okay, just stand here and don't move. You two, get out of here right now." He looked at King Kai and Jepitel and shouted, "Yes, old ancestor." King Kai and Jepitel walked to the side dejectedly, whispering something to each other. Old King Kai began to perform a strange and bizarre ritual around Son Gohan. Chapter 39. The awakening ceremony is a carnival for old Kai alone. For 5 hours. Son Gohan felt numb watching old Kai jumping around him. He was a little worried that old Kai would fall apart after 5 hours of jumping. This really doesn't look like an easy job. Old Kai's body would be out of breath when he moved, so it was indeed a huge challenge for him to jump for 5 hours in a row. After watching for 5 hours, Kai and Jupiter were completely stunned, but they thought it would be rude to just run away. After all, this was the ancestor from 15 generations ago. Afterwards, Kai finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Ancestor, how long will this ceremony take?" Old Kai beat a deadly beat around Son Gohan and responded unhappily, "Shut up, this is a very important ceremony, don't interrupt. The whole process takes 5 hours, and it takes 20 hours to increase the strength." "Well, grandfather, if it is 5 hours, I think it has exceeded the time limit," Shin Kai said with some trepidation. "Hey!" Old Kai paused, "Has it been 5 hours? We are here, old man." The Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded. Jebbet beside him also echoed, "Yes, old man, it has been more than 5 hours. The old Kai scratched his head and laughed, "Ha ha ha, it turns out that the time has exceeded the time. I am old and can't remember the time clearly." Son Gohan. If old Kai wasn't old, he would be quite young. "Ahem, young man, sit down." "Grandpa, my name is Son Gohan, just call me Gohan." Son Gohan said with a dry mouth. He shook his numb legs and sat down. Because he was afraid of disturbing the awakening ceremony, he had not spoken for 5 hours and his mouth was very dry. Torment! He even felt like peeing. "Sit still and don't talk," Old Kai said, and he also sat down cross-legged opposite him, mumbling a completely incomprehensible spell. At this time, Son Gohan especially missed the way the great elder of Namek stimulated his potential. That was really simple, just press your hand on your head. Compared to now, it's the difference between simple difficulty and hellish difficulty. King Kai and Jepitel didn't dare to speak either. They stood beside him like two javelins, neither sitting nor walking, which was even more tormenting than Son Gohan. Just like that, I don't know how many hours passed. Son Gohan felt sleepy and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The wonderful spell of old Kai seemed to have turned into a wonderful lullaby, making him sleep particularly sweetly. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of water drops falling into a lake echoed in his mind. Ripples spread out in his heart. Son Gohan opened his eyes and woke up from his deep sleep. He felt his body was more comfortable than ever before, and his mood was more relaxed and quiet than ever before. He looked at the old Kai who was still sleeping soundly in front of him, and stood up with a smile. He turned his head and saw Kai and Jepitel who were also looking at him. Son Gohan walked towards the two of them. Seeing Son Gohan coming, Kai asked in a low voice, "Mr. Gohan, how do you feel? Is there any difference?" "Difference?" Son Gohan clenched his fist. In fact, Son Gohan did not feel any difference, but now he felt relaxed all over, as if his mind had been cleansed, and his whole person was sublimated. Son Gohan said, "It is hard to say what the difference is. If I have to say, my mentality is more peaceful and natural. And I feel unrestrained." "Haha, I don't quite understand either. Let's wait until the ancestor wakes up and ask him," King Kai said with a smile. Jepitel looked at Son Gohan without saying anything. He always felt that Son Gohan was particularly mysterious and ethereal now. He couldn't see through him anymore. Son Gohan was clearly in front of him, but he felt that he was far away. "Mr. Gohan, this is for you," Kaishin said, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Kaishin sword, and he handed it to Son Gohan. "Lord Kaishin, have you fixed it?" Son Gohan took the sword and asked in surprise. "Hey, why is it so light?" The Kaishin sword was no longer as heavy as before. Kaishin smiled and said, "While you are stimulating your potential, I had nothing to do, so I reforged the Kaishin sword. I didn't expect that after the ancestor was released from the inner body, the whole sword became much lighter. After reforging, the sword has been restored to its original state, and even sharper than before. Our previous bet still stands, so this sword will now be returned to Mr. Gohan." "Haha, then thank you, Lord Kaishin." Son Gohan was not polite and put away the King Kai sword. Perhaps because of their conversation, the old King Kai woke up slowly. He looked around blankly, and then wondered, "Hey? I actually fell asleep? I didn't expect that after sleeping in the sword for tens of millions of years, I am still very sleepy. My body is too weak." King Kai immediately said, "It's because you were too tired just now." Son Gohan walked up to the old King Kai, bowed, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa. Gohan will always remember this kindness in his heart." The old King Kai stood up, then put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said, "You guys are only good at saying useless nice things. I'm already very old and I don't have many days left to live. Alas, this time I've shortened a lot of my life by helping you unleash your potential," he said with a gloomy look on his face, and a depressing aura filled the air. Son Gohan knew that this old actor was just acting, but King Kai and Jepitel believed it and were immediately worried. They kept telling the old ancestor to take care of himself and not to work too hard in the future. Son Gohan grinned, leaned close to the old King Kai's ear and said, "Grandpa, I was planning to give you some beauty magazines, but since your body can't bear the burden, it seems that these magazines can't be given away." "What? There is such a thing?" Old Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately became energetic. But when he thought of his identity, his face became stern again. "Ahem, I don't care about your beauty magazines. If I want to see them, I can always use my magical powers to see the beauties in the world." Son Gohan spread his hands, looking very regretful. "Forget it, I was going to give you some more discs." This, Old Kai frowned and said in a dilemma, since you insist on giving it to me, I can accept it with reluctance. Okay, give it to you. He stretched out his hand to Son Gohan and asked for it. Next time, Grandpa, to show my sincerity, I will collect the best and give them to you. Ordinary ones are definitely not presentable and are totally unsuitable for your status. Sun Wuhan said solemnly with his hands on his waist. You young man, okay, okay. Remember to bring it next time. Respect the elderly and love the young, do you understand? I understand, I remember. Kaioshin and Jepitel had no idea what high-level topic the old and young were talking about. They only knew that the old man was in high spirits and very happy. It must be said that Mr. Gohan was really good at it. He even knew how to coax an old man. He was really amazing. Chapter 40. Grandpa, how can I channel that powerful force now? Son Gohan asked. Old Kai looked at him and said, Stupid, why do you even need to ask? How do you normally transform into a Super Saiyan? Just use that method to increase your luck. Son Gohan. If I follow that guide, wouldn't I become a Super Saiyan directly? Can this thing still be covered? As for why Old Kai knew that he could become a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan didn't think so. It must be that Old Kai knew when he drew his sword. Although Old Kai was sealed in the sword, he could feel what was happening around him. This is not surprising. How to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan muttered, clenching his fists. Luck, anger. Haha. Boom. A powerful wave of air immediately gushed out, sweeping in all directions. Ah! Wow! The old Kai was the first to be blown away by the blast. Then it was Jebit and the Kai. The three of them rolled in the air, falling backwards into the grass dozens of meters away, leaving behind screams. As Son Gohan exploded, the sky was blown back by the wind. For the first time in tens of millions of years, a giant tornado appeared in the Kai realm. Hoo! Suddenly, white mist rose up and thick smoke filled the air, soon covering an area of several kilometers. Son Gohan's aura spread to all the galaxies with the Kaishin realm as the center. Idiot, you suddenly transformed when you were so close. The old Kai was helped up by the Kai, and couldn't help but curse. Oh, what a powerful aura! This is too scary. Feeling Son Gohan's aura, King Kai was shocked. Jepitel also said it is indeed a very powerful aura, but it is completely different from the violent aura of the Super Saiyan. This aura is full of justice, more like the aura of the gods. Ouch, it hurts, I didn't expect this kid's potential to be so terrifying, and he actually has such a powerful energy hidden in his body. Although not as strong as that guy, it's also very scary. Old Kai said while rubbing his butt. The ancestor has actually seen an aura more powerful than this. King Kai and Jebita were shocked at the same time, and thought of the bad guy who sealed the ancestor. Could the ancestor be talking about that person? Old King Kai patted his butt and said, You are surprised by what you have never seen. King Kai and Jebita were confused. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Son Gohan's figure was revealed. At this moment, his whole body seemed to have rays of light flowing, but it was so simple and unpretentious. If the transformation of a Super Saiyan is ostentatious and domineering, then this transformation is restrained, low-key, and has a taste of returning to nature. At this moment, Son Gohan looks a little more robust than usual, and the contours of his facial features are tougher, more mature, and stable. Other than that, there is not much difference from normal. Son Gohan waved his fist and moved it. He stretched his muscles and bones, concentrating his mind to carefully feel the changes in his body. At this moment, his state of mind was different from that when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, whether it was Super Saiyan 1 or Super Saiyan 2, the blood in his body was surging, his breath was violent, his emotions were excited, he was domineering, belligerent, and cold. But now it is completely different. At this moment, he only felt that his state of mind was peaceful and natural, free and casual. The feeling of being light all over and going wherever he wanted made him extremely addicted. Free to fight, free to live, free to practice. Everything is free and unrestrained. This is the so-called mysterious Gohan. Son Gohan muttered. Speaking of the name of this state, Son Gohan felt a little strange. After all, this state was named after him. Of course, it can also be called the mysterious state. HAAA! Son Gohan shouted, an aura surged. Suddenly, silver-white flames gushed out of his body. In this way, Son Gohan felt his own power more deeply. He also secretly compared it in his heart. This state is much stronger than Super Saiyan 2. And this state is the same as Super Saiyan 2, which is a balanced development in all aspects, without leaning towards any attribute. It can be said to be a hexagonal warrior. The energy consumption in this state is even less than that of Super Saiyan 2. If you don't attack, even the energy will not be consumed. It is almost the same as the normal state. This is awesome. In terms of strength, it is not much different from the golden giant ape. Hiss, it has been improved by about 450 times compared to the normal level, and it is an all-round improvement without any blind spots. Is this my potential? Although the golden giant ape's transformation can reach 500 times, its speed is only about 300 times higher, and it consumes a lot of energy. Super Saiyan 3 can only be increased to 400 times, and its endurance is extremely poor, which is a big flaw. Therefore, I can almost give up on the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. The mysterious state has more advantages. It can be said that it was an all-round crushing victory. Son Gohan was in a very calm mood, with a cool and clear mind, and his analysis was very logical. At this time, the three old Kais came over. Son Gohan came back to his senses from his thoughts, looked at the three people who were a little embarrassed, and said awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, sorry, I really didn't mean it. Humph, little guy, you don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Sooner or later, my old bones will be broken by you, ouch." Old Kai said angrily. Son Gohan restrained the terrifying aura on his body, returned to normal, and said, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, can you give me more magazines?" "Well, that's pretty good." The old King Kai nodded in satisfaction. King Kai looked Son Gohan up and down and said, "He hasn't become a Super Saiyan yet. I can't see any big changes. His chi is so strong, it's incredible." Old Kai choked and said, "Humph, what's the point of transforming into a Super Saiyan? It's a crooked way. I just channeled the power in Gohan's body. This power originally belonged to him, so I can control it perfectly. Super Saiyans are different. This transformation is a crooked one. Using skills to enhance strength is very harmful to the body." Kaishin was choked and said awkwardly, Okay, that's it." Ahem. Son Gohan coughed and said, "Grandpa, if you have any special skills, please teach them to me. I will help you to develop them. Don't even think about it, no." "Well, I know you have, you just don't want to teach." No. Kaioshin. Job it. Is this an illusion? Why do I feel like my ancestors are a bit childish? Okay, no." Son Gohan paused. He turned to King Kai and said, "Lord King Kai, I have heard you mention Majin Buu many times. What kind of existence is that? Can you tell me about it?" Son Gohan knew that the consultant said that he wanted to guide King Kai and move the sealed egg of Majin Buu to King Kai's realm. It always feels like a time bomb on Earth. Chapter 41. Majin Buu. King Kai's eyes were deep, recalling the painful past. That was a long time ago. At that time, humans on Earth had just started to learn to walk upright. At that time, there was an evil wizard in the depths of the universe. His name was Bibidai. One day, the evil wizard Bibidai accidentally created a terrifying life, which was later known as Majin Buu. Majin Buu has no emotions at all, only knows how to kill and destroy. It is a monster whose purpose of survival is to create terror. In the thousands of years that followed, thousands of planets became death planets. Son Gohan actually knew all of this, so he just treated it as a retelling of the story. There's not much to say, Android 17 and 18 plus version. And he also knew that Majin Buu was not a life created by Bibidai at all, but a terrifying creature that had survived since ancient times. It's just that Bibidai happened to have a way to control it. It's just that King Kai thought it was a monster created by Bibidai. King Kai continued, at that time, in addition to me, there were West King Kai, North King Kai, South King Kai, and the Great King Kai who led us. I was the youngest at that time, and I followed them in everything I did. The four of them all possessed amazing power, especially the Great King Kai, who only needed one finger to kill a master like Frieza. But later, Majin Buu invaded the Kaishan realm, and all four of them were killed by Majin Buu. Only I, the youngest, escaped because I didn't dare to take action. Kaishan showed a painful look on his face, as if he hated his cowardice and incompetence at that time. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then continued. Majin Buu is so terrifying that even Bibidai, who created Majin Buu, was afraid of it, so she temporarily sealed it when Majin Buu had to rest, making it unable to move. After several years, Bibidai wanted to invade the earth, so he took the sealed Majin Buu to the earth. When Bibidai was removing the seal from Majin Buu, I took the opportunity to sneak attack and kill this evil magician. At that time, I was worried that excessive stimulation would cause Majin Buu to wake up, so I didn't dare to destroy it. I thought that only the magician Bibidai could remove the seal of Majin Buu, so I hid it in a very hidden place on the earth. It has been tens of millions of years since then. The story was finally over, and Son Gohan felt that King Kai was about to collapse. A feeling of fatigue spread throughout his body. It seemed that Majin Buu had indeed become King Kai's nightmare, and he couldn't sleep at night just thinking about him. Son Gohan sorted out his thoughts and said, Lord King Kai, have you ever considered finding a new hiding place for Majin Buu? After all, the Earth today is no longer the Earth of tens of millions of years ago. The human population on Earth today is much larger than before, and they are no longer as slow as before. It is no longer safe for you to hide Majin Buu there. King Kai looked at him and said, Mr. Gohan's worry is not unreasonable, but where should we put it? I'm really worried that once it is stimulated, it will be unsealed and awaken. Son Gohan smiled and said, You don't have to be so scared. I can deal with Majin Buu even if he is unsealed now. I'm just worried that if it is placed on the earth and no one is guarding it, I don't know when it will be stolen by someone with ulterior motives. If that is the case, then Lord Kaishan will have an unshirkable responsibility. I can't always stay on Earth and watch it, right? Well, King Kai frowned, thought for a while and said, Well, Mr. Gohan, do you have any ideas? Son Gohan smiled and said, I do. I want to transfer Majin Buu to King Kai's realm, what do you think? What? Kaioshin and Jupiter's faces changed drastically after hearing this. Absolutely not. Son Gohan stretched out his hand to interrupt them and said. Listen to me first. It is indeed unsafe for Majin Buu's sealed egg to stay on Earth. Apart from various unstable factors, Lord Kaishan, have you ever thought about the possibility that Bibidai has descendants? If his descendants secretly go to Earth and steal Majin Buu away, then Lord Kaishan will be in big trouble. Do you think I'm right? Here's what I'm thinking. Isn't there a magic seal here in the Holy Land? That's right, it's the place where the old Kai was sealed. We put Majin Buu there, and you can check it at any time, so that we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Kai. Job it. What Son Gohan said was true. But anyone who buried a landmine under the Kong would not sleep well at night, right? What's more, if you buried a Majin Buu. The King of Gods was immediately tangled. The main reason was that Majin Buu had invaded the King of Gods realm in the past, and then killed 4 King of Gods here, leaving King of Gods Sin with a very painful memory. Just when the King of Gods was still hesitating, the old King of Gods who had been silent beside him spoke. Okay, just do as Gohan said. Since the old Kai had spoken, how could Kai and Jepitel dare to have other opinions? They had no choice but to agree. Yes, Ancestor. King God said weakly. Seeing this, Son Gohan patted his chest and assured Lord King God, don't worry too much. I promise here that if there is any unusual movement of Majin Buu in the future, you can contact me at any time and I will rush back to deal with it as soon as possible. Well, that's good. Kaioshin heaved a sigh of relief. Then let's go now without further delay. Son Gohan said. Okay, Jebit, I'll trouble you to take us for another trip. King Kai looked at Jebit and said. Jebit said, Lord King Kai, you are too kind. This is my duty. He said, putting his hands on the shoulders of Son Gohan and King Kai. Whoosh! Son Gohan felt his eyes blurry, everything changed, the world changed. The 3 of them have arrived on Earth. It's really awesome. Son Gohan's eyes were burning, and he wanted to learn Jepitel's instant movement as soon as possible. This is an ice field, the wind is biting, the sky and the earth are connected, forming an endless white. Is this the ice field deep in Yunzabite Plateau? Son Gohan looked around for a moment and recognized the place. That's right. Kaioshin nodded. Where's Majin Buu's sealing ball? Son Gohan asked in confusion. King Kai pointed to the place under his feet and said, it's right under your feet. Son Gohan squatted down, scraped off the ice chips on the ground, squinted his eyes and looked down. Sure enough, under the more than 10-meter thick ice, he saw a lump of something like a walnut. Presumably that was Majin Buu's sealing ball. Son Gohan smiled and said, this kid is quite pitiful. He has been lying here for so many years, enduring the cold and hunger. This place used to be a desert, but after several crustal movements, it became what it is now. Kaioshin explained. Okay, please move aside, I'll take it out right away. Son Gohan said, and a blue energy ball condensed in his hand and slapped it onto the ice. Ah, no, King Kai and Jepitel were shocked, but it was too late to stop it. They couldn't even think of taking the seal ball so violently. Boom! The ice exploded, and ice flew everywhere. The whizzing sound made King Kai and Jebit jump with fear. At the same time, a huge walnut flew into the air, then hit the ice surface heavily, rolled a few times, and rolled to the feet of King Kai and Jebit. Hiss! The Kaioshin froze. Damn, it's too cold today. Chapter 42. Jepitel also shuddered. What was going on? They were all afraid that if they moved too much, Majin Buu would wake up. But Son Gohan was different. He just blasted an energy bomb down and hit the sealing ball up. Their bodies were stiff and they were almost in tears. To be honest, they were a little scared. Jepitel trembled and said, Go, Mr. Gohan, can you be a little more gentle? King Kai also echoed, Yes, it will be troublesome if Majin Buu wakes up. Hey, don't worry. Son Gohan walked over and picked up Majin Buu's sealing ball in his hand, throwing it up and down like playing with a ball. Jepitel and Kingshan's eyes stayed on Majin Buu's sealing ball, never leaving it for even a second, and they looked like they were nodding frantically. Son Gohan continued, Majin Buu has been sealed in there for tens of millions of years. If it could be easily broken, he would have come out long ago. First, he hasn't lifted the sealing spell, and second, he doesn't have enough energy, so he can't get out. Really? Kaioshin and Jepitel asked anxiously. Of course, don't worry, let's go, we should go back. Son Gohan urged. The Majin Buu sealing ball fell from the sky and was held firmly in his hand. Oh, okay. Jebet nodded and put his hands on the shoulders of Son Gohan and King God again, and the three of them whooshed back to King God realm again. Son Gohan put the sealing ball on the ground, and the old King God came over, walked around it, and said with a sigh, "Tisk tisk tisk tisk, it really is something full of demonic energy, let's take it and put it away quickly." "Yes, old ancestor," King of the Gods replied. Then, Geppetto carried the old King of the Gods on his back, Son Gohan held the sealing ball in his hand, King of the Gods flew alone, and they returned to the place where the King of the Gods' sword was sealed. Son Gohan put the huge sealing ball on the top of the mountain, and the top of the mountain was almost full. Son Gohan clapped his hands and smiled, "Okay, this time it's finally done." King of the Gods walked around the sealing ball again, making sure that the sealing ball was not damaged anywhere, and the stone in his heart was put down. Then, they returned to the ground. Son Gohan said, "After all, the King of the Gods' realm is the holy land of the gods, and it is impossible for mortals to reach here easily. In the future, Lord Kai and Geppetto should remember to conduct spot checks on time to ensure safety." Lord Kai replied, "We will definitely conduct spot checks on time, otherwise we will not be at ease." "Yet." Son Gohan nodded, then looked at old Kai and said, "Grandpa, how can we contact each other in the future? I can't teleport either, which is too inconvenient. I can't send you the good things I collected. Can you teach me the move of Geppetto?" Son Gohan asked unwillingly. Old Kai waved his hand and said, "It's useless. I can't teach you that." "Well," Son Gohan sighed. "How about this, you take this thing." Old Kai thought for a moment, and took out a glass bead as big as a fist from somewhere and handed it to Son Gohan. "What is this?" Son Gohan took the glass bead and looked at it carefully. Old Kai explained, "This thing is called a communication bead. When you find something good in the future, just talk to it and we can hear you. Then I will ask Jebet to pick you up." "Okay, this thing is good." Son Gohan grinned and put the communication bead into the universal storage capsule with satisfaction. "Thank you, Grandpa," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Well, let's go." Old Kai turned his back and waved his hand. Son Gohan turned to Geppetto and said, "Geppetto, I'll have to trouble you to take me back to Earth again." "Okay, it's a piece of cake," Jobit said with a dull expression, as if he was not smiling. "Lord Kaishan, goodbye, thank you for your sword." Son Gohan smiled at King Kai. King Kai also waved at him and smiled, "Haha, Mr. Gohan, you're welcome. Come and play with me often in the future." "Yes, of course." Son Gohan responded with a smile. "Let's go, Jobit." "Well, okay." Jebet responded, put his hand on his shoulder again, and then disappeared in an instant. The next second, the two appeared at the door of the Universal Capsule Company. "Mr. Gohan, we have arrived." "Goodbye then." Jebet said goodbye immediately after he saw that he had arrived at the destination. Hi, Son Gohan grabbed him. "Eat something before you go. I promise it's something you've never eaten before. It's definitely delicious." Is this good?" Jabet's Adam's apple slid and he swallowed. "Speaking of which, the food on Earth is indeed delicious. What's wrong with that? We are friends, you know? There's no need to be polite between friends, let's go." Unable to refuse the hospitality, Jebby reluctantly ate 15 ice creams, 10 lobster balls, 8 iceberg edelweiss chicken legs, and a cup of milk tea. "Ahem, Geppetto, how does it taste?" Son Gohan asked. "Mr. Gohan, it's delicious. I've never eaten anything this delicious on planet Kaijin," Geppetto said honestly. "Of course, these things are only available on our Earth, not anywhere else. You can come here often in the future. The quantity is large and you will be full," Son Gohan said with a smile. "How can I feel embarrassed about this?" Geppetto looked honest. Son Gohan waved his hands and said, "It's nothing. It doesn't cost much. The main thing is to have a good meal. We don't need to care about this among friends." Then thank you Mr. Gohan," Jepital said with a smile. "I'm so full, I should go back." "Wait a moment." Son Gohan waved to the waiter. The waiter immediately brought 2 bags full of food. Son Gohan took the bags from the waiter and forced them into Jupiter's hand and said, "You have eaten, but the Kaishin and old Kaishin haven't eaten yet. Take these back with you." "Thank you, Mr. Gohan." Jebit felt his eyes moist. Oh, Mr. Gohan is such a good man. He even thought of the 2 great Kais who were far away in the Kaishin realm. In comparison, he seemed to be just a child, only caring about eating. Shame on him. A warm current flowed through Jebit's heart. He was really touched this time. "By the way, Jebit, I want to go to Idrit tomorrow," Son Gohan said. Jebit stood up straight instantly and said, "Then I will pick up Mr. Gohan on time tomorrow. Do you want to go in the morning or in the afternoon?" "Hey, you don't have to be so serious. Come in the morning, you can come in the morning," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning." Jabit nodded heavily and teleported away. Son Gohan brought a bag of food back to the Universal Capsule Company and found Bulma studying the big piece of Thunderbolt steel. Trunks sensed Son Gohan's presence and ran out of the gravity room. As soon as they met, Trunks chattered about what happened the day before yesterday. After listening to his story, Son Gohan was a little surprised and said, "You said you saved a girl named Xiao Wu, right?" "Yes, what's wrong? She even invited me and Videl to dinner," Trunks said. Nothing, congratulations." Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder and continued, "You stink, go take a shower and come out with me after you're done. Do you want to go out and play?" Trunks' eyes lit up, and he immediately ignored the first half of Son Gohan's words. "Nonsense, do you want to go? If you want to go, hurry up. Otherwise, I will go by myself," Son Gohan said. "Go, I'll go, Gohan, wait for me, I'll be quick." Trunks left at the speed of a flash. Bulma turned her head and asked, "Gohan, where are you going?" "I promised old Kai that I would buy him some local specialties," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Oh." Bulma nodded. "It's an old man? Is he going to buy healthcare products or something like that?" Yes, it is a health supplement," Son Gohan nodded. Chapter 43. Healthcare products. That's right, they are sword healthcare products. This is the lifelong love of old Kai. For this reason, when he was young, old Kai ran around a lot and traveled to various galaxies. He is knowledgeable and experienced. Trunks quickly washed off the stinky sweat on his body, put on dry clothes, and hurried out with Son Gohan. A moment later, Son Gohan returned with a full load. And Trunks next to him was full of curiosity. Because brother Gohan always goes to some strange-looking stores, and then lets him stand at the door to keep watch, and doesn't let him go in together, and he goes to buy something mysteriously. While eating, Trunks couldn't help but ask, "Brother Gohan, what did you buy?" Son Gohan put a finger on his lips and whispered, "SHH, the secret can't be leaked, otherwise old Kai will be angry." "Old Kai? Is this something I bought for old Kai?" "Of course, you should stop asking and don't even think about watching it secretly. Old Kai doesn't like others to know his secrets." "Oh, okay." Trunks nodded seriously. This led to him bypassing those stores every time he passed by them, and never stopping. Trunks has always been a man who keeps his promises. But thinking back to the things in the storage capsule, Son Gohan was also shocked and dumbfounded. Perhaps it was to take revenge on the androids. The Earthlings used advanced AI technology to shoot a series of photo albums for number 18, including magazines and video albums. They also set up a column for sale in the store, which was amazing. Column, photo album. Column, HD video. Son Gohan took it in his pocket after feasting his eyes. Hard work pays off, and he finally lived up to the expectations of old Kai. After a short rest, Son Gohan and Trunks came to the Celestial Temple. He wanted to talk to Dendi about upgrading the Earth Dragon. The current version of the dragon is too low level, and it must be upgraded severely. At least it can revive people who have been dead for more than a year, but whose bodies and souls are still there, right? There is no way to revive those who have been reincarnated, but can we still deal with those who have not been reincarnated? It must be arranged, and it is time for the new version to go online. After listening to Son Gohan's request, Dendi frowned in some embarrassment. Gohan, it's not that I don't want to upgrade to Shenlong, but the power in my body is not enough. Whether it's mental power, soul power, or dragon power, each one is far behind, and I can't reach that level now. Son Gohan thought for a moment, then asked, then is there any way to improve your strength? Dendi said, of course you need to practice related training, and it would be best if you have a superior training environment and guidance from a senior. Then can you go to the spirit time room? Son Gohan asked. This is different. The gravity in the spirit time chamber is as high as 10 times, and it is mainly for physical training. It is difficult for me to bear it. In addition, there is no one to guide my training. Whether it is mental strength, soul strength, or the power of the Dragon Clan, it should be difficult to improve. Where should we go then? Son Gohan frowned and thought hard. The problem that Dendi said sounded very tricky. At this time, Trunks on the side suddenly said, Brother Gohan, have you forgotten someone? He may be able to help Brother Dendi. Who is it? Son Gohan asked in confusion. Lord Kaishin, didn't you say that his position is higher than that of Brother Dendi? Doesn't that mean he knows more? There should be no problem in guiding Brother Dendi in his training. Trunks said. Oh, right, how come I suddenly forgot about this? Lord Kaishin may not be very reliable, but old Kaishin is indeed quite capable. Son Gohan's eyes lit up. He was confused and lost. As a bystander, Trunks suddenly remembered that Lord Kaishin was here. Haha, Trunks, I'll give you credit for this time. Son Gohan laughed and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Who? Lord Kaishin. Listening to their conversation, Dendi was shocked and thought he had misheard. Yes, Lord Kaishin, can he help you? Son Gohan asked. Maybe the previous Dendi didn't know who Lord Kaishin was. But after he inherited the position of God, he also understood the system of God. Lord Kaishin is the greatest God in the universe, an existence that is countless gods higher than him. He is an extremely powerful God. Dendi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, if it's Lord Kaishin, maybe he can help me practice. Hee. Son Gohan laughed. That's easy. As he said this, he took out a storage capsule and took out a communication bead from it. Contact Old Kai immediately. After a few words, Old Kai's portrait appeared on the communication bead. Old Kai on the communication bead looked radiant, and his squinting eyes were as wide open as possible. He asked expectantly, Gohan, what's wrong? Is there a result? Everyone who was listening didn't dare to speak. There should be some important agreement between Son Gohan and Old Kai, which was not something they could guess. Son Gohan nodded and said, of course, I have always kept your affairs in my heart. This time I came back, I didn't even have time to eat before I went to arrange it for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied, hee. By the way, have you eaten the food that Jobit brought back? Old Kai smiled, and his eyes became even smaller. I ate it and it tasted pretty good. I didn't expect that the food on Earth could be so delicious. Hi, of course, Grandpa, you have to take good care of the Earth in the future, otherwise the loss will be too great. Ahem, I'm not just talking about food. Okay, No problem. Old Kai patted his chest. That thing. Son Gohan immediately smiled and said, I will have Jebet hand that thing to you tomorrow. I guarantee it will be safe. Well, that's good, that's good. Old Kai said with satisfaction. Grandpa, I want to ask you a favor. Sun Mufan said. Go ahead. Old Kai is in a good mood. It's like this, I want the Earth's God to go to the Holy Land to study, you can give him some pointers when you are free, do you think this is okay? Sun Gohan patted Dendi's shoulder. Ahem, Dendi, call for help. Dendi stretched his head over, with an extremely pious expression on his face. Hello, Lord Kai, I am Dende, the god of earth. The old Kai was silent, while Dende was swallowing his saliva frantically, feeling very nervous. After a while, the silent old Kai finally said, well, sure, but I have to make it clear first, I won't teach him too many things, I'm very busy. Isn't that a good idea? Son Gohan smiled and said, no problem, you don't have to teach him anything else, just give him some pointers on his own practice when you are free. Okay, I'll let Jepet go and get him now. And you can give that thing to Jepet as well. Well, Old Kai is indeed a man of character, and he is also very decisive in his work. With this efficiency, if there is a related competition in the universe, Son Gohan decided to vote for him. Okay, then you can ask Jepetel to come over. Son Gohan said. Okay. Jebet, go quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jebet appeared above the heavenly palace. Son Gohan solemnly handed him the storage capsule, taught him how to use it, and repeatedly told him to hand it over to the old Kai in person. In this way, Jebet took Dende to the Kai realm and started his journey of further study. Chapter 44. With the guidance of the old Kai, Dende should be able to make some progress. Son Gohan suddenly felt a little excited. Next, Son Gohan had to plan for himself and Trunks. They were going to Idrit. They would learn teleportation and many other wonderful methods. But this trip would not take just 1 or 2 days. Son Gohan remembered it very clearly. It took Son Goku more than half a year to learn teleportation, plus the time on the road, it took a full year. He and Trunks were walking for such a long time, and they were a little worried about the Earth. But fortunately, most of the obstacles have been cleared now. Cell is dead, and Majin Buu has also moved to the Kaishan realm. These 2 important bosses were dealt with by him in advance. As for Zamasu, whose existence is unknown, it is impossible for him to jump out and cause trouble so early, so Son Gohan was still relieved. But in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, the steady Son Gohan still asked the Kaishan and the North Kai to help him keep an eye on the Earth. Whenever there is an abnormality, Son Gohan said that he has a ride on Jebet in his hand, so where in the vast galaxy can't he go? Trunks was very excited to learn that he could go to another planet to train. But Bulma was reluctant to leave Trunks and Son Gohan. She kept telling them this and that, and talked to the 2 brothers for a long time. Gohan, if you're going to be gone for such a long time, why don't you go and say goodbye to Videl? She often asks me about you. That girl must have fallen in love with you. Bulma said. Son Gohan thought for a moment and said, forget it, I'll talk to you when I get back. Aren't you afraid of making others sad? Bulma said helplessly. Haha, not really. Actually, I haven't met her many times. She is just curious about me now. It's ridiculous to talk about love. It's okay. But Trunks, do you want to go meet Xiao Wu? Son Gohan joked to Trunks. Trunks' face turned red and said, no, no, I won't go. Brother Gohan, you should marry Videl first. Ha ha ha, you're still shy. Son Gohan pointed at him and laughed. That night, Trunks may have been too excited and couldn't sleep. But even so, Trunks woke up early, but he looked a little funny with 2 dark circles under his eyes. After a quick wash, Bulma had asked the robot to prepare breakfast. At this time, Jebet also came to the Universal Capsule Company. At Son Gohan's invitation, Jebet was a little embarrassed to have breakfast together, but he ate a lot. Then, in Bulma's reluctant eyes, Jebet took Son Gohan and Trunks away by teleportation. Looking at the suddenly empty house, Bulma sat there for a full hour before going to improve the time machine. In the northern galaxy, on the planet Yadrit, 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They were Son Gohan and his companions. "Thank you, Mr. Jebet," Son Gohan said. Trunks also said, "Thank you, Mr. Jebet." Jebet still looked blank and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Gohan. If you have anything, please contact me. I can come and pick you up at any time." "Okay." Son Gohan nodded. "Goodbye, Mr. Gohan, Mr. Trunks," Jebet said, waving to the two. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Trunks, who was called Sir for the first time, was secretly happy and waved his hand. Jebet disappeared in an instant. At this time, Son Gohan and Trunks were able to look at the surrounding environment. Looking up, they saw endless high-rise buildings. These towering high-rise buildings were exquisitely and uniquely shaped, full of technology, and were not inferior to any city on Earth, and even better. In comparison, Namek was like a planet inhabited by primitive humans. At this time, a yard rat finally discovered them and walked towards them. As he moved, dense yard rats surrounded him. The sound of footsteps continued. It was estimated that there were more than 100 people. What's going on? Brother Gohan? Are they trying to gang up on us?" Trunks said. "It's okay, just wait and see," Son Gohan said, looking at these Yadrit people. They were wearing clothes that Son Gohan had seen once before, which were the clothes that Son Goku wore back from here more than 10 years ago, and the style was exactly the same. There were 2 types of Yadrit people who surrounded them. One had pink skin all over the body, big fish-like eyes, and dense spots on the top of the head. It looked ugly. From the perspective of Earthlings, it could be said to be extremely ugly. The other kind had a huge green garlic head, and the skin looked very much like slime. If you have to choose a better-looking one between the two, Son Gohan thinks the second one is acceptable. At least it's big, round, and cute. The leading Yadrit was a garlic head, and he had been looking at Son Gohan and Trunks. He walked a few meters in front of Son Gohan and stopped, and the garlic head said, "Hello, guests from outer space." "Hello, friends from Yadrit, we 2 brothers are from Earth. As you can see, we have no ill intentions and came to Yadrit to learn from you." Son Gohan smiled and tried to make himself look more friendly. "Hey? You are from Earth? Is Mr. Sun Wukong your friend?" Garlic Head asked in surprise. "Hey? He actually knows my father?" Son Gohan was delighted. He immediately laughed. "Hello, Sun Wukong is my father, and my name is Son Gohan." "Ah, that's why. Welcome." "Haha, so happy, it's Goku's child. How is Goku now?" The garlic head looked very happy. Son Gohan said, "My father has passed away for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that you actually knew my father." "Ah, Mr. Wukong passed away." Garlic Head was shocked. "Well, he died of a heart attack a year after he returned from Noble Star." Son Gohan said. "That's a pity, Mr. Gohan, please accept my condolences." Garlic said. "Haha, it's okay, it's been many years." Son Gohan laughed. Through the conversation, Son Gohan knew why they had good intentions towards Son Goku. The Jinya force had once invaded Yadrit, but was suddenly summoned back by Frieza halfway. Son Goku defeated the Jinya force, so they were all grateful to Son Goku. Chapter 45. The green garlic head was named Alam. He was very enthusiastic and told Son Gohan and Trunks a lot of history and interesting stories about Yadrit. Looking at the densely packed heads nearby, Trunks asked curiously. Alem, is the population of your Yudrit planet large? Ah. No. Sorry, I'm actually the only one here. Alem scratched his head and said awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the densely packed Yudrit people nearby disappeared. He was left standing there alone, with a silly look on his face. Hey? What's going on? Why did they suddenly disappear? Trunks was shocked. Son Gohan also frowned and looked at Alem quietly. Alem said, we Yudrit people are very weak and have a small population. In order to increase our strength and not be underestimated by others, we usually increase our number. Well, Trunks was stunned. What does this mean? Son Gohan said, so, these people we just saw are all your clones? I can actually sense the aura from each of them. They look exactly like the real person. This is too outrageous. Haha, yes, I call it proliferation. Alem said. What a magical ability. Trunks' eyes sparkled, he had never seen such an interesting move before. This kind of move would be very effective if used in battle. It could completely make the fake look real, and even masters who are proficient in aura would find it difficult to distinguish them if they are careless. Son Gohan said, Alem, Trunks and I came here this time to learn these moves. Can you introduce us to your great elder? Haha, of course, you can follow me. Alem said with a smile, and took Son Gohan and Trunks up a staircase. After walking for a while, Alem took the two brothers Son Gohan to a bright house. Go in, the great elder is inside. Alem opened the door. The three of them entered. There were not many Yudrit people in the house. Alem pointed to a huge Yudrit and said, let me introduce you. This is the great elder of our Yudrit, Lord Pibala. Elder Pibara taught Son Goku how to teleport. Two guards stood beside the huge Elder Pibara, and it was unknown whether they were real people or clones of Elder Pibara. The blue-skinned Elder Pibara looked at Son Gohan and Trunks and said, yes, I taught Son Goku how to teleport. Welcome to Yudrit. Son Gohan looked at Elder Pibara and immediately thought of the former Great Elder of Namek. They were both Great Elders and equally huge. It was just that the Great Elder of Namek was already in his twilight years. Elder Pibara in front of him had tight skin and looked chubby like a blue slime, so it was impossible to tell his age. But he was probably not young. Son Gohan smiled and responded, hello, Elder Pibara, my two brothers came from Earth specifically to learn the technique of teleportation from you. Pibara glanced at Son Gohan for a few times, then said, you are Son Goku's son, you look a bit similar. Son Gohan nodded, yes, Son Goku is my father. Elder Pibala laughed and said, it is called a teleportation technique, but in fact it is just a way of using Spirito. As long as you learn to control Spirito, you will naturally be able to comprehend some magical abilities. What is Spirito? Trunks asked. Spirito, in your Earth's terms, it is something called air. Gas. Son Gohan listened to Elder Pibala's words, and a strong sense of familiarity came over him. Wasn't he the same when he taught Videl the air dance technique? So in the final analysis, it was all about learning how to control the chi, and then using the chi to generate all kinds of wonderful abilities. Yes, it's gas. For example, teleportation, Elder Pibala said, and with a whoosh, his body teleported to the other side. Proliferation, figures flashed one after another, and a series of identical Pibala elders appeared in the room. Gigantic, Elder Pibala's body suddenly shrank, and in the blink of an eye he went from a giant to a little over 1 meter tall. This is too cool! Trunks said excitedly. Son Gohan couldn't help but secretly marvel at the methods of the Yudrit people. Elder Pibala continued, these abilities are actually very simple. You only need to use Spirito to move, split, and expand them to achieve. Any of us Yudrit can do this, so as long as you understand the structure of Spirito, you can learn the skills you want to learn. Well, that's the so-called breath structure. Elder Pibara added. Son Gohan had to admit that Yudrit's understanding and use of breath had reached an incredible level. All along, they, the Scions or the Earthlings, could only use breath to fly and send out attack waves to attack opponents. But few people can develop these magical abilities. Wu Taidu, who has studied martial arts for a lifetime, did use breath to develop a magic sealing wave. That is also a magical move that can defeat the strong with the weak. But there are still too few. There is no way to use various breaths like Yudrit. Son Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder, and they bowed to Elder Pibara and said, "Please ask Elder Pibara to teach us how to practice." "Well, okay, but as the saying goes, the master can only introduce you to the door, but the practice is up to you. How much you can learn depends on your comprehension," said the Elder Pibala. "Yes." Son Gohan and Trunks nodded heavily, then smiled at each other. In the following days, Gohan and Trunks began a long life of hard training. The Yudrits arranged a house for the two brothers to live in. Then every morning, they would go to Elder Pibala to ask for some knowledge about the structure of breath. If they had any questions, they would ask them in time, and Elder Pibala would answer them in detail. In this way, a month passed quietly. Gohan and Trunks began to get started with the knowledge of the structure of breath. The second month, in-depth study and consolidation. The third month. Finally, in the third month, Gohan successfully performed instant teleportation, but it was still very unfamiliar. In the fourth month, Trunks finally grasped the trick and performed instant teleportation for the first time. In the fifth month, Gohan's instant teleportation had become proficient, and he began to learn another ability of breath, separation. Breath-forced separation technique. This is an ability that can forcibly separate the energy that has been combined or absorbed. This ability sometimes has unexpected miraculous effects. In the sixth month, Trunks began to learn the division of Spirito. This division is also called proliferation technique, which can create many clones. In the seventh month, the North King brought some bad news. Chapter 46. The Underworld, the Underworld. Lord Yama, who is as big as a hill, sits high in his work position. He wears a pair of large black-framed glasses, and beads of sweat keep rolling down his cheeks. His thick beard is all wet with sweat. The poor Lord Yama has been working overtime for more than a dozen years. Don't talk about 996. For Lord Yama, 007 is a commonplace. After working so hard for more than 10 years, Lord Yama is going crazy now. He holds a seal in his right hand and flips through the information of the deceased with his left hand. His eyes are red and helpless as he looks at the endless dead in front of him. His job is to judge which souls should go to heaven and which souls should go to hell. But there are too many souls in the past 10 years. Even if Lord Yama works overtime and works 007 every day, the backlog of work will never be finished. The souls he is dealing with now are still the inventory that was suppressed several years ago. There is no way, there are not enough people. There are too few talents available in the underworld. Therefore, he had to bring back all the external staff and temporary workers to share the pressure. For example, the fortune teller is now maintaining order in the soul channel. The workload is getting bigger and bigger, and the pressure is getting heavier. King Yama doesn't even have time to cry. He feels that he has become a working machine without any emotions. Groups of white souls are lined up in rows, and there is no end to them. But there are exceptions to everything. Some things can only be handled specially. For example, those scary guys who can still maintain their human form after entering the underworld. If they are not dealt with first, the roof of the Yama Hall in the underworld would have been blown off by them long ago. Good people go to heaven. Bad people go to hell. Well, let Lord Yama recall it carefully. The contestants who have recently joined the queue to go to hell are Bojack, Zangjia, Gago, Buchan, Biju, and androids 17 and 18. If we trace back to the past, there are Vegeta, Frisia, King Cold, etc. The way to go to heaven is very simple, just take the special train and go up. In comparison, going to hell is much more complicated. Souls that need to go to hell must first pass through a machine to wash away the evil aura on their bodies, and then they can enter hell to be punished. Some evil souls with heinous crimes cannot be washed clean even after passing through the machine several times. Such evil guys are generally sentenced to life imprisonment, sinking in hell forever, and never being able to reincarnate for the rest of their lives. As for the evil aura washed out, it will be collected in jars and managed by special people. When those jars are full, they will be replaced with new ones. Over time, soul cleansing has become a death assembly line. Working here is boring and tedious. In hell, those extremely evil souls dominated one side during their lifetime, so it is impossible for them to be someone else's dog after death. So there is a scene where no one is willing to submit to anyone else. Therefore, there are fights every day in hell now. This riot phenomenon has lasted for more than a year. Boom! Several energy bombs hit the underworld, causing a violent roar. Countless waters of the underworld gushed out, splashing everywhere, and it started raining in hell. Once these raindrops touched the body, they would corrode the soul and produce a strong stinging sensation. Countless ghosts were drenched by the rain, and they screamed heartbreakingly. On the ground, Frisia clenched his fists, angrily looking at the people fighting in the sky, his teeth clenching. Ho ho ho, damn monkey, damn scion monkey, go to hell, you guys work harder, kill him. In the sky, Sun Wukong showed his power, fighting against 5 people alone, fighting Bojack's team. The rumbling sound was endless, energy bombs flew everywhere, and the whole hell was in turmoil. HAAA. After some probing, Sun Wukong exploded instantly, his whole body was shrouded in golden flames, his blonde hair and blue eyes, and he turned into a Super Saiyan, and then he kicked Bojack in the head. Seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, Bojack's pupils shrank rapidly, and the fear in his heart was infinitely magnified, so that he directly forgot to dodge, and took Sun Wukong's kick. Boom! Bojack was kicked and flew out, and fell into the yellow spring with a thud, and the water splashed more than 10 meters high. My king! Gago shouted, drew the long sword from his back, and slashed at Sun Wukong. Zangjia and Biju also attacked Sun Wukong at the same time. Buchan stretched out his hands, trying to control Sun Wukong with magic. Your moves are useless to me. Sun Wukong laughed, and golden energy gushed out of his hand, grabbing Gago's sword. His other hand and foot blocked the attacks of Zangjia and Biju at the same time. As for Buchan's control, it was of no use to him at all. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, and a strong aura burst out from his body, blowing the 4 of them away. The 4 rolled in the air for a long time before they could barely stabilize their bodies. Jia looked at Sun Wukong in shock and asked, "You, who are you? This blonde and blue-eyed look is so familiar." Sun Wukong said, "I am Sun Wukong." Bojack soared into the sky from the underworld, panting at Sun Wukong, who looked like a golden god of war. He also asked, "What is your relationship with that guy on Earth?" "That guy on Earth? Oh, you mean Gohan, right? I see, you must have been killed by him. Gohan is really amazing, he has grown up to be a very powerful person, ha 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 ha." Sun Wukong stretched out his hand to scratch his head and laughed. "Gohan? That guy's name is Gohan?" Bojack was stunned for a moment. "Yes, that is my son," Sun Wukong said with his hands on his hips. "Damn it, that's why, no wonder he has the same golden transformation." Bojack gritted his teeth, staring at Sun Wukong with eyes full of hatred. "Red-haired guy, since you have fought with Gohan, why don't you fight me again? Now in this hell, I think you should be the strongest one." Sun Wukong looked at Bojack and said. As soon as Sun Wukong said this, he immediately attracted countless anger. Frisia stared at him with resentment in his eyes. Vegeta rushed out from nowhere and turned into a Super Saiyan with a boom, but judging from his aura, he was only Super Saiyan 1 beginner. Kakarot, your opponent is me, he said angrily. Vegeta, I'll fight you later. I'm going to fight this guy first. Sun Wukong pointed at Bojack and said. But, damn it, Kakarot, you dare to look down on me. Veins popped out on Vegeta's forehead, and his golden aura became even stronger. He was already furious. Vegeta, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to fight him first. Son. Wukong looked at him and said. Bastard Kakarot, take this. Vegeta was furious, his body accelerated, and he punched Sun Wukong hard. Sun Wukong raised his hand and easily blocked it. At the same time, a huge explosion was heard from the depths of the underworld. Then, pink smoke filled the air. Everyone looked over in confusion. In just a moment, an extremely evil breath gushed out, instantly sweeping across the entire underworld. Vegeta, Frieza, Bojack and others were shocked to find that their lost bodies had actually condensed back. Chapter 47. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. At this moment in Hell, all the souls that had not yet been reincarnated had regained control of their bodies. There was no death halo on their heads. Some evildoers even gained power and became even more powerful than before. The terrifying aura continued to spread. Soon it enveloped the entire underworld. Suddenly, yin and yang were reversed, and the dead were resurrected. In just a moment, the order of the entire underworld collapsed. Frieza, Bojack, King Cold, and others cannot sense aura, but that does not mean they cannot sense danger. There are terrifying energy fluctuations in the place filled with pink smoke. It seems to be near the Yama Palace. Vegeta and Son Goku, who can sense aura, changed their faces at the same time. Because they both sensed an extremely evil and powerful aura. This aura was getting stronger and stronger. What happened? The two had no idea. But Saiyans are naturally warlike, and when they sensed the powerful aura, Son Goku and Vegeta's blood started to burn. What a powerful energy! I want to go check it out. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Then, his eyes flashed, and energy suddenly burst out from his body, and he flew towards the source of the evil energy. Vegeta's face looked ugly, but he did not hesitate for a few seconds and followed Sun Wukong closely. On the ground, Frieza moved his newly acquired body, clenched his fists and made crackling sounds, and said to Kurd on the side, "Wow, father, it seems that something big has happened in the underworld, we must seize this opportunity." "You are right, Frieza. We have our bodies back now, and I feel that my strength has increased a lot. This time we may be able to fish in troubled waters and find a way to return to the human world. I don't want to stay in this hell for even a single day, ho ho ho. Be careful, those guys are not weak." "Yes, father, but I must avenge Sun Wukong. This kid is pretty persistent, but he can't beat the other guy." In a dark corner, number 17 and number 18 appeared. They stared at the direction where Son Goku and Vegeta left with cold eyes. Number 18 said, "Hey, number 17, did something happen?" Son Goku and Vegeta left. Number 17 said, "Well, it should be. There was a big explosion over there just now. Look, the air seems to have changed color." "Oh, it really is. Should we go and have a look?" "Wait a minute. Let them fight first." "Hey? What's that in the sky? Stones? All colorful stones." The two old sixes shrank back into the shadows in confusion. After more than 10 years of being arrogant on Earth, they learned to be patient after experiencing a disastrous defeat. In the sky, the 4 members of Bojack's team surrounded Bojack. Zangia said, "My king, what should we do now?" Bojack frowned and said, "The guy named Sun Wukong is much weaker than his son. If we join forces to besiege him, we may have a chance of winning." As for that arrogant pointed-headed guy, he should be his mortal enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go, follow him and act accordingly. Yes, my king. X4. 5 figures burst into air and flew towards the smoke-filled place. The sky of the underworld was colorful and colorful. Purple smoke, pink gas, and the dark smoke from the explosion. Several things mixed together and enveloped the entire underworld. A transparent barrier appeared outside the Yama Palace, isolating the Yama Palace from the underworld. With the appearance of the barrier, the Yama King in the Yama Palace could no longer manage the power of the underworld normally. Then, the order of the human world and the underworld was in chaos. This is why all the souls have regained their bodies. All the souls that have not yet reincarnated have regained their bodies and resurrected in an alternative way. At this moment, a fat guy was sitting on the top of the Yama Palace. This guy was milky white all over and was more than 30 meters tall. It had a round head and a round body. There were several holes on its arms and chest for exhaust. It kept chanting the words evil thought wave on its mouth, and it looked very smart. The sky of the entire underworld then appeared one by one with huge colorful stones. These stones looked beautiful and weird, as if they would explode at any time. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived above the Yama Palace one after another. The milky white fat man must have sensed their aura. He looked up at them with a simple smile on his face, and then shouted evil thought wave, evil thought wave. Sun Wukong looked at the white fat man in surprise. He could not imagine that the horrible evil aura was actually emitted from him. Vegeta said in surprise, such a powerful aura, what kind of monster is this stupid thing? I don't know, but his energy is really strong. Sun Wukong looked solemn, staring at Xianianbo without even turning his head. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave, evil thought wave. The huge white fat man spoke again. Suddenly, the colorful stones in the sky rumbled down and smashed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What kind of move is this? Colored stones rained down from the sky, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta used their skills to dodge quickly. But there were too many of these colored stones, and they were submerged in them like rain. Boom, 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 boom. A series of clapping sounds came. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were pressed under the stones, were in great pain. These colored stones were not ordinary stones at all, and they could cause serious damage to them. The colored stone rain completely submerged Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and soon piled up into a colorful stone mountain. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The colorful stone mountain burst into a golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth. The stones exploded and flew in all directions. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rushed out of it in a mess. Hoo! Sun Wukong and Vegeta panted, with a look of confusion on their faces. They were injured to varying degrees. Who would have thought that they were attacked by only those colorful stones? Sun Wukong was fine, with only some scratches on his hands, but Vegeta was different, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xianianbo in disbelief. It was just a face-to-face encounter, but they were all injured. It was incredible. Xianianbo also turned his head to look at them. Evil thought wave! Evil thought wave! He kept shouting, and then took the initiative to attack Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Damn, I was underestimated. Ha! Vegeta shouted, and golden flames erupted from his body, and he took the initiative to meet Xianianbo. Sun Wukong also burst into anger and rushed up. They punched Xianianbo from the left and right. But the moment the fists hit Xianianbo, their faces suddenly changed. Then a strong recoil force came and bounced both of them away. The power they just hit was all backfired. Staring at Xianianbo, Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. He didn't feel so aggrieved when he faced the androids back then. The guy in front of him was simply not someone he could deal with. Vegeta, let me make the first move. You just got a body and are still very weak. Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists and starting to increase his breath. Vegeta's eyes kept roaming around Sun Wukong and Xiannianbo. He felt mixed emotions. Ha! With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's forehead suddenly showed blue veins, his arrogance began to boil, and his breath rose wildly. But at this moment, the voice of King Yama appeared. Gaku, find a way to break the barrier of Yama Palace first, hurry up, or it will be too late. Barrier. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at the transparent gas shield covering the entire Yama Palace. Chapter 48. Vegeta, let's attack the barrier first. Sun Wukong said, condensing an energy bomb in his hand, bypassing the evil thought wave and smashing into the barrier. You brat, you don't need me to tell you. Vegeta said angrily, and he also threw a few energy bombs at them. But they were soon dumbfounded. After their energy bombs hit the barrier, they were absorbed by the barrier, and did not cause any damage to the barrier at all. Not only that, their energy bombs made the barrier's defense stronger. Sun Wukong and Vegeta didn't believe it at all, and madly threw energy bombs at them. But without exception, the energy bombs were like a drop in the ocean, and were all absorbed by the transparent barrier. How is this possible? They were both stunned. At this time, Xiannianbo, who had been left aside, also got angry. I am such a big and cute baby, didn't you see it? Xiannianbo's huge fist appeared out of thin air beside Vegeta and Sun Wukong. He punched them both out. Yes, that's right, it appeared out of thin air. Xiannianbo was like tearing open a space channel. He stood still and threw a punch, and his fist would also hit Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were suddenly hit hard, were knocked dozens of meters away and fell to the ground, spurting blood from their mouths. The two rolled on the spot and jumped into the air. But at this moment, the colorful stones on the ground suddenly exploded and hit them. Ah! Wow! Sun Wukong quickly grabbed Vegeta and used an instant move to instantly flash behind Xiannianbo, avoiding the attack of those colored stones. After distancing himself from Xiannianbo again, Sun Wukong said in a deep voice, Vegeta, the task of breaking the barrier is left to you, I will hold him back. As Sun Wukong spoke, he let out a long ah and golden flames gushed out. The powerful aura rushed straight into the sky, and his whole body was surrounded by lightning, turning into a Super Saiyan 2. What kind of transformation is this? Watching Sun Wukong's transformation, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. The look of Sun Wukong at the moment of transformation was deeply engraved in his mind. But Sun Wukong had already faced the evil thought wave and no longer answered his questions. Vegeta clenched his fists until they turned white, gnashing his teeth, looking at Sun Wukong, who was rushing towards the evil thought wave with reluctance and helplessness, then turned his head and punched at the barrier one by one. At this time, Vegeta was depressed and aggrieved, and even very angry. Over the years, because he had no physical body and only had a soul left, he could not practice to become stronger. What strength he had when he died was the same strength after he got the physical body. Although he was suddenly enhanced by the evil spirit just now. But it is obvious that his current combat power is still very far from Sun Wukong. The proud Scion Prince could not accept that his opponent at that time actually surpassed him by so much strength. Damn it! Vegeta turned his anger into strength and punched the barrier with force. After transforming into Super 2, Sun Wukong moved instantly and appeared next to the evil thought wave, kicking him sideways. A chi-chi sound was heard, which was the sound of kicking through the air. But something strange happened. He clearly kicked Xiannianbo, but his leg actually passed through Xiannianbo's body without any sense of force. As if he kicked in the air. Sun Wukong was greatly shocked and quickly distanced himself from Xiannianbo again. Kamehameha wave. Ha! A powerful Kamehameha wave shot out towards Xiannianbo. This blue light that penetrated the sky and earth instantly came in front of Xiannianbo and was about to hit him. But a strange scene appeared again. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Xiannianbo, swallowing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha disappeared out of thin air. It was simply against the will of heaven and unheard of. What kind of trick is this? Sun Wukong was horrified, with an expression of disbelief. After fighting for several rounds, he could not understand the opponent's moves at all, and did not cause any damage. Even if he hit the opponent with evil thoughts, the power would be rebounded and the opponent would be completely unharmed. After outputting 0 damage, he was still injured by his own power. How can he fight? Sun Wukong soared into the air, floating in the air, and shouted loudly to King Yama's palace, "Lord Yama, what kind of monster is this guy?" King Yama's voice rang out. "Wukong, it's called Evil Thought Wave. The underworld has accumulated a lot of evil energy over the years, and it hasn't had time to purify it. Today, a little red ghost had an accident while working. He accidentally broke the jar containing evil energy, and then many jars storing evil energy exploded. These evil energies took the little red ghost as a host and attached themselves to him, and then turned into the huge evil thought wave in front of you. In other words, the evil thought wave is the embodiment of the evil energy accumulated in the underworld over the years. So that's how it is, then does it have a weakness?" Sun Wukong asked. Yama said, "I don't know, this is the first time something like this has happened in the underworld." Sun Wukong was speechless. Although he still had some tricks up his sleeve, the guy in front of him was hard to figure out and it was difficult to fight him. Vegeta was still smashing the transparent barrier, but it was of no use. The toughness of this barrier had reached a terrifying level, and it seemed impossible to destroy it. But the stupid-looking evil thought did not give Sun Wukong time to think, and it rushed towards Sun Wukong spitting out colorful bubbles. Sun Wukong intended to lead the evil thought away so that Vegeta would have more time to destroy the barrier, so he made a face at the evil thought that was rushing towards him and stuck out his tongue, "Lulu." Sun Wukong made such a weird move, and Xiannianbo stopped attacking. He showed a simple smile on his face, and then shouted, "Xiannianbo, Xiannianbo." He looked like a giant child. He still had a childlike innocence. It actually worked? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and raised his butt, slapping. "Come chase me, idiot, la lily. Evil thoughts, wow, evil thoughts." Vegeta was completely numb. "Idiot, come and chase me." Sun Wukong suddenly yelled, and then his body exploded, and he ran away. Xiannianbo was stunned for a moment, and then shouted Xiannianbo, and Xiannianbo chased him madly. Vegeta, shocked for 10,000 years. What kind of fighting method is this? Kakarot, this idiot. That stupid Xiannianbo is also an idiot. But thinking that Sun Wukong is now using his life to hold Xiannianbo back, Vegeta quickly came to his senses and continued to attack the transparent barrier. At the same time, some reborn undead found that the passage from the underworld to the human world was actually opened. Countless undead who regained their freedom squeezed into the passage, wanting to return to the human world. In just a moment, the passage was filled with undead, a huge crowd. "Damn it, Vegeta, hurry up!" King Yan urged. "You shut up!" Vegeta said angrily. "Bastard, you beat me to hell, and now you dare to urge me to do something?" He simply stopped smashing and stopped. What happened? Why did you stop?" Yan Mo Wang's anxious voice sounded again. "Nonsense, I can't break it open." Vegeta said angrily, flying around the barrier, but couldn't find any way to break it open. This, King Yama is going crazy. He has worked overtime for so many years, but he still failed to defend the underworld. Now the Yama Palace is sealed by a barrier, causing him to lose control of the underworld. Now that the dead have been reborn, the passage to the human world is wide open, and countless souls who should have died have returned to the human world. Isn't he sinning a lot? All the hard work of so many years has gone to waste. King Yama is now like an ant on hot pot, pacing back and forth in the Yama Palace. Countless resurrected people passed through the passage and successfully returned to the human world. Frisia and King Cold, who observed for a while, rushed out. But the passage was already blocked, and they couldn't get through at all. "You ants, don't block my way!" As he said that, an energy bomb hit him. Boom! Countless resurrected people were killed. Who knew that number 17 and number 18 were actually mixed in the crowd? Then they were inexplicably beaten by the king. "Damn it, you two lizards are tired of living, right?" The two androids were not vegetarians either, and they angrily fought with Frisia and King Cold. After Frisia and King Cold were reborn, their strength increased significantly. In a 1v1 situation, they actually fought hard with the two androids. Number 18 rode on King Cold's shoulders and pulled the horns on King Cold's head. Number 17 punched Frisia's head crooked. At this time, Bojack and his 5 companions had sneaked through the passage. Chapter 49. Bojack and his 5 companions carefully passed through the passage and returned to the human world. The exit of the passage connecting the underworld and the human world is near the Flame Mountain. When they first came out, the surrounding air was a little hot. But compared to the extremely bad weather in hell, this place is undoubtedly the kingdom of dreams. After experiencing the beatings of Son Gohan and Trunks, they have also learned that there are people who are better than you and there are heavens beyond heaven. They no longer clamor for the ridiculous dream of destroying the universe. Death has long smoothed the edges of their dreams. Now they just want to keep a low profile and find a spaceship to escape from this devilish planet. Keep a low profile, you must keep a low profile. Because they don't know where Son Gohan is yet. What if they bump into him again and dust them up? They never want to go back to that hell again. Looking at the little ghosts who walked out of the passage, walking arrogantly, Bojack shook his head secretly. These little ghosts simply don't know how to live or die. When the big blonde devil appears, you can just wait to become fireworks. Go, go quickly! He waved his hand and led his 4 men to sneak into the dense forest. At this moment, a loud shout blocked their way. "Hey, you guys shouldn't be here, go back to hell!" "Hey?" Bojack and his friends were startled and looked over. They suddenly saw a green figure that almost blended into nature appeared in front of them. Namek. Bojack was well informed and recognized the identity of the visitor at once. That's right, the person who appeared was Piccolo. As the yin and yang of the underworld were reversed, the dead were reborn, and the passage to the human world was opened, Piccolo also came to the human world. Staring at Piccolo, Bojack frowned and said with an unhappy look, "Namek, if I'm not mistaken, you still have a halo of the dead on your head. You just came out of the underworld, right? Why are you meddling in other people's business now? Do you have a serious illness?" Piccolo snorted coldly and stood there without answering him, but it was obvious that he was here to block the way. At the same time, in the heaven, the old god and Mr. Bobo stood side by side on the edge of the Temple of the Gods, overlooking the world. Bobo looked at the old god and asked God, "What's going on? How did you come back to life again?" The old god looked at the lower world with a deep look and said, "Mr. Bobo, don't call me God anymore. I'm no longer the god of the earth. I'm just a Namek who suddenly died and came back to life. In Bobo's heart, you will always be the god of the earth." This time the underworld was in turmoil, yin and yang were reversed, and I was able to be resurrected, but this is definitely not a good thing, because I was already a dead person. Don't say that. At the foot of the flaming mountain, after a stalemate between the two sides, the battle broke out. Piccolo has retained his physical body and has been practicing in the underworld all these years, so his strength is pretty good. But no matter how strong he is, his overall strength is probably only that of Zangjia and the like, so his 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and he was beaten back step by Gaggia and Butchan. Zangjia, Piccolo and Bojack haven't made a move yet. Seeing this, Bojack sneered. Even if you want to be a hero, you have to look at your own strength, right? With your strength, you dare to stop the 5 of us alone? You're already dead, don't you know how to write the word death? Humph, who said he was a human? At this moment, a giant rushed down from the dense forest. It was number 16. Number 16, who had been watching, knew that something was wrong with the earth, and decisively stepped in to help. Oh? There's help? It's like asking for death. Zangia, Biju, you guys go up. Quick victory, quicker. Yes, my king. Zangia and Biju faced number 16, also 2 against 1. However, number 16 was stronger than Piccolo, so it was not so difficult to deal with him. Piccolo saw a big man rushing out to help him, and he was stunned for a moment. He took a look and found that it was not someone he knew. But in this moment of daze, his arm was cut off by Gago's long sword. In the underworld, the battle between Frisia and his son and the android siblings is still going on. In fact, this is not the first time they have fought. When Android 17 and Android 18 first arrived in Hell, they fought once, and Frisia and King Cold were defeated. Now it is similar, Android 17 and Android 18 are fighting the father and son. Frisia and King Cold were beaten black and blue, and they were in great pain. Vegeta watched coldly, clenched his fists, and laughed coldly. These bastards, it's best to die together. What he didn't realize was that after he cursed, a barely perceptible crack appeared on the top of the transparent barrier. At the same time, the battle between Son Goku and Evil Thoughts has reached a white-hot stage. After transforming into Super 2, Son Goku and Evil Thoughts fought back and forth. It's just that Evil Thoughts will automatically repair after being injured, but Son Goku can't. After a while, Evil Thoughts is still intact, but Son Goku has become covered with scars. Sun Wukong somersaulted in the air and jumped out of the attack range of the Evil Thought wave. He panted and looked at the Evil Thought wave without any scars on his body, frowning tightly. At this moment, the right hand of the Evil Thought wave suddenly glowed, and then he raised his hand and pressed it to the ground. Suddenly, densely packed small Evil Thought waves were created. Although they are called small Evil Thought waves, in fact, each one is more than 2 meters tall. It is estimated that there are 200 or 300 of them, and each one is the same. Fortunately, Sun Wukong is not a trypophobic patient, otherwise he would have lost at this point. Evil thoughts, evil thoughts. The little Evil Thought wave called out, his figure flashed, and his speed was fast. They were all at their utmost, all rushing towards Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a boom sound was heard. 200 or 300 Evil Thought wave clones submerged Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Ah! A long roar came from Sun Wukong in the meat mountain where Evil Thoughts piled up. Then, a golden light flashed, and all the little Evil Thoughts were blown away by Sun Wukong's momentum, and then exploded into smoke. The powerful aura rippled out in circles, and the golden flames rose more than 10 meters high. Along with the violent roar, Sun Wukong's golden hair kept growing longer, and his face was also changing. In just a few seconds, his golden hair grew to his waist, and the eyebrows on his face disappeared, making him look more ferocious. As the transformation was completed, Sun Wukong's aura increased several times in an instant, and the sharp aura flew everywhere, and his whole body was surrounded by lightning, which made the Evil Thoughts dumbfounded. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, looked at the Evil Thoughts with cold eyes, and said lightly, "I'm not very familiar with this transformation, so I'll use you to practice first." Swoosh! Sun Wukong disappeared out of thin air, and the moment he reappeared, he had already punched Evil Thoughts away. At the same time, Vegeta looked in shock at the direction where Sun Wukong and Evil Thoughts were fighting. What's going on? Kakarot's energy suddenly became stronger, and now he can suppress the energy of Evil Thoughts? What the hell is this bastard doing? After a lot of hesitation, Vegeta's energy exploded and he flew towards the direction where Sun Wukong and evil thoughts were fighting. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta opened his mouth in disbelief, looking at the villain-faced Son Goku. Super Saiyan, there are so many forms? Vegeta thought secretly in his heart, his face uncertain, secretly cursing Sun Wukong for being despicable and shameless, playing the pig to eat the tiger. And after Sun Wukong became Super Saiyan 3, evil thoughts was no longer his opponent. Sun Wukong's fists were like rain, and punches rumbled on evil thoughts. Evil Thought's fat body was beaten back repeatedly, without any power to fight back, and saliva flew everywhere. Seeing this, Vegeta was furious. Damn cockroach, he could have turned into this form at the beginning, but this bastard took so long to transform, is he sick? Amid Vegeta's dissatisfied cursing, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, his whole body bursting with golden light, and two huge light waves appeared in his hands, pushing towards Evil Thoughts. Evil Thoughts was blown into a pile of meat by the energy bomb before he could react. Chapter 50. Vegeta's eyes lit up. Success, success. Sun Wukong stood high in the sky, like an invincible golden god of war. His eyes were extremely sharp, and the aura he exuded was too powerful. No, it has turned into minced meat, right? Why hasn't the aura disappeared? It hasn't even weakened at all. At this moment, the evil thoughts that had been beaten into minced meat began to wriggle, and then quickly shrank and condensed. Soon, it condensed into a figure that appeared in the thick smoke. This. Has evil thoughts evolved? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both shocked to see evil thoughts appear again. But now evil thoughts is completely different from before. If the evil thoughts just now looked like an innocent child, then the current evil thoughts is a very evil person. At this time, evil thoughts' body has undergone earth-shaking changes. The height is most obvious, which has been compressed from more than 30 meters to more than 2 meters, and the body is covered with a layer of hard meat armor. Its body also changed from milky white to a shape that is mainly red and supplemented with pink. The pair of dark golden eyes were full of evil aura, and the corners of his mouth kept sneering. You can tell at a glance that this is a big villain. Feeling the change in evil thoughts' aura, Vegeta was surprised and said, "This guy's aura has increased a lot." Sun Wukong frowned. He knew that the current Xianian bow was no longer the same as before. The current Xianian bow was in perfect shape and more suitable for fighting. In addition, his aura had been improved so much, and what was waiting for him next would be another tough battle. Time was running out. Haa! Sun Wukong shouted, his aura erupting, and he decided to attack first. He used instant movement and instantly appeared behind Xianianbo, punching out with flashing electric sparks. The fist broke through the air, almost tearing the space, and hit Xianianbo's body. Xianianbo grinned, and his body suddenly turned into colorful particles and disappeared. Sun Wukong's attack failed and hit the air. Danger! Sun Wukong was alert and did not dare to be careless. He immediately distanced himself from Xianianbo. But Xianianbo's body suddenly reorganized next to him, holding a purple-red energy ball in his hand and pressing it on Sun Wukong's chest. There was a loud bang. Before Sun Wukong could react, the energy ball exploded on his chest. The violent explosion blew Sun Wukong's clothes to pieces, and his upper body was covered with scars and blood. But this was not the end. Xianianbo opened his mouth and a cold energy ball gushed out, hitting Sun Wukong head-on again. Boom! As the strong explosion sounded, Sun Wukong spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his body flew backwards and fell into the dust. He struggled for a while but couldn't get up. Cockroach! Vegeta shouted from the side. Xianianbo turned his head and looked at Vegeta with ill intention. Vegeta thought it was not good, but he was very hard-mouthed and said sarcastically, "You idiot, what are you looking at your uncle doing?" Hee. Xianianbo sneered and slammed his fist on the ground. Then, a huge fist appeared where Vegeta was standing and knocked him out with one punch. While Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair turned from blonde back to black, his weak body could no longer support the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta! Son! Wukong shouted as he struggled to get up. He gathered his hands on his waist and condensed a Kamehameha wave. A strong light illuminated the world, leaving only a dazzling blue. Xiannianbo sneered at him, and his right hand suddenly stretched out dozens of meters, grabbing Vegeta's neck in one go. At this moment, Sun Wukong disappeared in an instant. The next moment he suddenly appeared in front of Xiannianbo, and blasted out Kamehameha at the closest distance. At such a close distance, Xiannianbo had no chance of survival. But what was unexpected was that the accident still happened. I saw a space crack suddenly appear in front of Xiannianbo's chest, and it swallowed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Then Kamehameha appeared from another place, turned at a weird angle, and rushed towards Vegeta. Sun Wukong didn't care about so much, and moved over again in an instant, picked up Vegeta and dodged to the side. His Kamehameha wave hit the ground like this. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, the ground cracked, and the entire underworld collapsed by 1/3. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sun Wukong's chest was heaving, his body was covered with wounds, and he was panting. Vegeta could hardly stand straight. Bastard, how can there be such a monster? Vegeta raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, with an unwilling look on his face. He is too weak now. He can't even withstand a single attack from the evil mind wave. The difference in strength is huge. Sun Wukong said, Vegeta, run away quickly, I'll hold him back for a while. Cough cough. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, looked at Sun Wukong with an incredible look and said, escape? You let me escape? Kakarot, you underestimate me, don't you? Bastard. Vegeta, listen to me, the evil thought wave is too powerful, you have no chance of winning if you stay here. Sun Wukong said. Kakarot, do you have any tricks that you haven't used yet? Sun Wukong smiled bitterly and said, no. Sun Wukong actually still has a fusion technique of the metamorphosis that he can use, but Vegeta's current strength is too weak. Not only that, both of them are seriously injured and it is impossible for them to complete the fusion. There is no way that evil thoughts will give him the opportunity to complete that complicated dance. Vegeta was silent. At this moment, evil thoughts picked up a small stick on the ground that came from nowhere. Then, the small stick immediately reorganized quickly and turned into a bloody red sword. Then, a sword slashed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The pink sword energy cut through the air, splitting the space into cracks. Sun Wukong's pupil shrank, and he took Vegeta to the side, then swung it hard and threw Vegeta out. Ah! Vegeta's cry came from far away, I don't know where he was thrown. Xiannianbo slashed at Sun Wukong with sword energy again and again. Sun Wukong kept dodging, but the sword energy was too dense, and he was exhausted, so he was finally slashed in the chest, and blood immediately gushed out. Hiss! A strong pain came over him. Sun Wukong almost fainted. Haa! He exploded again, but there was not much energy left in his body. Whoosh! 2 energy bombs were thrown from his hands and hit Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo did not avoid it, and slashed with a sword, directly cutting the 2 energy bombs in half. But even so, the 2 energy bombs still exploded around him. It's just that he is too powerful now, and Sun Wukong is already at the end of his strength. This level of explosion can't hurt him at all. Xiannianbo continued to laugh and walked out of the thick smoke. Looking at the intact Xiannianbo, Sun Wukong's heart sank to the bottom. Desperate situation. Absolutely desperate situation. Although Sun Wukong has encountered many desperate situations in his life, he has survived every time. But this time, Sun Wukong couldn't think of how he could turn the tables. This Xiannianbo was like an invincible demon god. There was no hope, powerful and terrifying. At this moment, the energy in his body was finally exhausted, and he changed from a Super Saiyan back to his normal black-haired state. Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong had just mastered it not long ago, and he was not proficient enough. Forcibly using it would put too much pressure on his body. Chapter 51. At the foot of the Flaming Mountain, Piccolo, who was completely at a disadvantage, used a Sun Fist to temporarily blind Bojack's team, then reminded number 16 and rushed to the Temple of the God of Heaven. He was going to find the old God of Heaven to merge with him. On the Hell Road, Kiki and the Bull Demon King moved forward slowly. They didn't know why they were suddenly resurrected. Now they only knew to move forward with the large group. While moving forward, Kiki heard someone in the team say that this was a passage to the human world, and she immediately became excited. I don't know how Gohan is doing now. Dad, let's walk faster. I want to go back and see Gohan. Well, I hope Gohan is okay. I say, Chi-Chi, don't force Gohan to study anymore. Kiki looked sad, lowered her head and murmured, in the future? I don't know if there will be a future. Then she looked up at the Bull King. Dad, do you know what Gohan wished for on his 4th birthday? No, I don't know. Gohan's wish is to become a great scholar. Bull Demon King is silent. Let's go. Meanwhile, there were still a few people in the Yama Palace who were jumping with anxiety. They were none other than Tien Shinyan, Gyoza, Yamcha, the fortune teller, and Krillin. They were transferred here to help maintain order in the Yama Palace, but were sealed in the Yama Palace by the evil thought wave barrier. At this moment, they were unable to break through the seal of the barrier, and could only wait and watch, as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Krillin scratched his head. Damn it, what should I do? Goku's energy has subsided. Is there anyone who can support Wukong? Vegeta is also in bad shape. His energy is as weak as a candle flame, which will be extinguished if blown. Yamcha gave a suggestion. Grandma Fortune Teller, can you go to the human world and pick up Gohan? Since he can defeat the androids, he can definitely help Goku. I can't go out now. It's over. It's all over. Sun Wukong put his right hand on his chest, panting, staring at Xiannianbo, and couldn't think of any solution. Spirit bomb? No, this is hell, it's impossible to absorb spirit energy. And the charging time of this skill is too long. It would take a lot of energy to defeat Xiannianbo. Both conditions don't allow him to use this move. At this moment, Xiannianbo laughed again, ready to cut another sword and end Sun Wukong's life. But the energy of the long sword in its hand should be exhausted, and it quickly decomposed into light particles and disappeared into the air. Xiannianbo looked at his empty hand and didn't care. He continued to laugh, then stretched out his palm, opened his 5 fingers, and aimed at Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the palm of his hand glowed, and a huge energy ball rushed towards Sun Wukong. Looking at the energy ball coming, Sun Wukong covered his chest, his heart was dead. At this moment, his physical strength was exhausted, and he had no breath left. He couldn't even move his body. His eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he could hardly open his eyes. I didn't expect to die here today, Sun Wukong felt bitter. He had died once, and although he had retained his body, if he died again, his soul would be shattered and he would completely disappear from this world without leaving any trace. Is this really the end? Whoosh! 0.0001 seconds. The hot energy ball was already within reach. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the energy ball that was about to cover him, ready to die. At the critical moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and blocked Sun Wukong's way. Sun Wukong was surprised. Who is coming? Bang! The man kicked out with a bang, directly kicking the energy ball away. The energy ball exploded in the distance, erupting with earth-shaking waves. Xiannianbo was stunned, and looked at Son Gohan, who suddenly appeared with some vigilance. The man turned his head and said, "Dad, this time it's my turn to protect you." That determined and familiar face came into Son Goku's eyes. "Dad? You are Gohan." After a pause, Sun Wukong's pupils refocused. At this time, Gohan was tall, much taller than him, with the furry tail on his butt shaking in the wind, and his aura was unspeakably powerful. In Sun Wukong's memory, Son Gohan's appearance had always remained at the age of 6 or 7, so he was stunned for a while and couldn't recognize him. Son Gohan squatted down and smiled, "It's me, Dad." "It's really Gohan, why are you here?" Son Goku struggled a little. Son Gohan said, "It's King Kai." "Dad, let's stop talking, let's leave here first." After saying that, Son Gohan picked up Son Goku. "Hey, this energy is from Mom." Swoosh! Son Gohan and Son Goku disappeared in an instant. Seeing Son Gohan and Son Goku suddenly disappear, the stupid evil thought became furious. It swung out energy balls and bombarded the underworld crazily. The entire underworld gradually collapsed in the explosion, and the sky turned into the dark red of doomsday again. On the other side, Son Gohan and Son Goku suddenly appeared in front of Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King. Except for Son Gohan, everyone else was horrified. "Gohan? And Wukong? What's going on?" Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King asked in unison. And Son Wukong said, "Hey? Chi-Chi, and Uncle Bull Demon King? Why are you here? By the way, Gohan, did you use teleportation just now? Did you go to Yadrit?" "Yes, I came back from Yadrit." Son Gohan said. "Gohan, my Gohan," Chi-Chi rushed over, "your hands, your tail, what happened?" Son Gohan smiled and hugged Chi-Chi. Now Son Gohan was carrying Son Goku on one hand and holding Chi-Chi in the other, looking like a happy family reunion. Son Gohan patted Chi-Chi on the back and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Mom, and Grandpa Bull Demon King, it's great to see you again. Don't worry, since you haven't been reincarnated yet, I will find a way to revive you." "Woohoo, Gohan. Okay, I have to deal with the evil thoughts. That guy has gone crazy now." Son Gohan turned his head to look in the direction of the Yama Palace, where the evil thoughts were bombarding wildly. Chi-Chi slowly let go of Son Gohan, and looked at him seriously, and said with tears in her eyes, "Gohan, don't be so stubborn, you must come back." "Yes." Son Gohan nodded heavily. Son Goku, who could hardly open his eyes, said in a deep voice, "Gohan, evil thoughts are not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. If it doesn't work, just use instant movement and run away." Sun Wukong himself has never used teleportation to escape death, but now seeing his grown-up son, this sentence comes out of his mouth subconsciously. "I always feel that I owe my son too much." "Yes, I understand." Son Gohan replied. "Gohan, leave Goku to me," the Bull King said. "Forget it. I am worried about letting you go to Earth now." "Mom. Grandpa, hurry up and hold on to me. I will take you to a safe place first and then come back." Sun Wuhan frowned and said. "Ah, okay. Chi-Chi and Bull King obediently grabbed the corner of Son Gohan's clothes. Son Gohan put his index and middle fingers together and pointed them to his forehead like a sword. Sensing the breath of King Kai of the North, he teleported to the North King's planet. After putting down Son Goku, he teleported away again. Several people stared blankly at the place where Son Gohan left. Son Goku murmured, "Gon has grown up and can protect us now." Kiki. Kikai looked at Sun Wukong. Tears instantly blurred her eyes. "Wukong, Gohan has suffered too much these years. A lot of things happened. You used to have a lot of partners, but Gohan, he does everything alone, my heart hurts." Kikai, "I'm sorry." Chapter 53. Evil thoughts sparkled, and then turned into colorful particles flying all over the sky and disappeared. To be honest, it was very annoying. This was the first time that Son Gohan encountered such an annoying opponent. He remembered clearly that evil thoughts would weaken some of his strength if he was scolded. And he just did it. But in fact, the impact was not very big. It was useful, but not much. Soon, evil thoughts condensed his body not far away, and Son Gohan noticed it at the first time. In the blink of an eye, energy bombs were thrown at him like crazy. This time, evil thoughts had not been completely condensed, and it was hit into colorful particles and dissipated in the air. Suddenly, a circular wormhole opened behind Son Gohan, and one of evil thought's arms stretched out from it like lightning and grabbed Son Gohan's neck. Son Gohan sensed the danger and quickly dodged to the side. The arm that stretched out dozens of meters grabbed the ground. The ground cracked. In the time Son Gohan dodged, evil thoughts had already condensed his body again. And the two arms that stretched out casually continued to attack Son Gohan. Son Gohan was like dancing on its fingertips, dodging attacks again and again. On the North Kai King's planet. After being given a bottle of red medicine by the North Kai King, Son Goku recovered some of his strength and energy. Now he put his hand on the North Kai King's shoulder and closed his eyes to watch the fight in the underworld. He sighed as he watched. Gohan is so strong. But why didn't he become a Super Saiyan? It's really strange, but even if it's the case, his current energy is not inferior to the evil thought wave. Can Gohan be so strong without becoming a Super Saiyan? This is too amazing. Shishi on the side said, Gohan, is Gohan really that powerful now? Shishi, come and see for yourself, it's really amazing. The Kaio God Realm. The two Kaishin, Jebet and Dendi, gathered around a basketball-sized bead, also watching the fight in the underworld. The glass bead projected the scene of the battle between evil thoughts and Son Gohan. See? This is the power of potential after being stimulated. Old Kai said proudly. Come on, Mr. Gohan. King Kai clenched his fist and cheered from a distance. Come on, Gohan. Dendi was not to be outdone, Gohan was his best friend. Vegeta woke up in a daze. After being unconscious for a while, he felt better and his physical strength and energy were restored. When he woke up, he felt two extremely terrifying auras constantly colliding. Vegeta's pupils kept shrinking and he looked in the direction where Son Gohan and Evil Thought Wave were fighting. Who is fighting with Xianianbo? His aura is just as strong as Xianianbo's. Hey? Why did that bastard Kakarote's energy disappear? Is he dead? Damn it! He had to go and see. Driven by curiosity, he slowly flew up and approached the place where Son Gohan and Xianianbo were fighting. Suddenly, whoosh! Two figures passed by him. It was Son Gohan and Xianianbo who were fighting. Vegeta was swayed by the strong wind and almost fell from the air. But, damn it, who is it? This aura is so familiar, it seems to be the aura of Science. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The only Science left now are me, Kakarote, and Kakarote's bastard son, Son Gohan, Trunks. Son Gohan? Son Gohan. Vegeta's eyes widened as he spoke. He finally remembered who this aura belonged to. Who else could it be but Kakarote's son? Hasn't that little mushroom head grown up to this point now? When he saw androids 17 and 18 coming to hell, he knew that something big must have happened on Earth. It must be Son Gohan or Trunks who killed the androids. But even so, he never thought that Son Gohan's aura could be so strong. Vegeta's heart was shocked, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred. Oh, and there was Trunks. Is Trunks here too? Calculating, Trunks seems to be 14 or 15 years old. He can't remember, he really can't remember. It turns out that so many years have passed without him noticing. On the other side, Son Gohan punched Zenpo in the face. Zenpo kicked Son Gohan in the stomach. Son Gohan whipped Zenpo's eyes with his tail, causing blood to spurt out. The two had been fighting for more than half an hour with blood gushing out of their mouths. Soon, they appeared near the Yama Hall. At this moment, number 18 was riding on King Cold, punching King Cold in the face. Number 17 tore off Frisia's tail, and Frisia screamed. Bang! Son Gohan was kicked away by Xianyanbo, and he crashed down into the middle of the four of them like a meteor. Xianyanbo stood in the air with his hands folded across his chest, laughing hee hee hee. Son Gohan landed on the ground with a bang, and Frisia and others were directly knocked away by the aftermath. Ha ha ha, what a relief, what a relief. Son Gohan stood up from the thick smoke, laughed loudly, then appeared right in front of Frisia and punched Frisia in the head with a straight punch. Frisia was stunned, his pupils dilated, and then he was punched in the head by Son Gohan. Whoosh! Son Gohan disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he stepped on King Cold and broke it into two pieces, and by the way, he fired another gas bomb, and King Cold was instantly reduced to ashes. Son Gohan! Number 17 and number 18 were horrified and turned to run. However, they didn't fly far before they were blown into fireworks by two energy bombs thrown by Son Gohan. After doing all this, Son Gohan charged two huge energy waves with both hands, and then appeared behind the evil thought wave in a flash. The energy waves were pushed out with a bang. The evil thought wave turned into colorful particles again in the explosion. The people watching the battle in the Yama Hall couldn't help but be stunned. Son Goku on the North Kai King planet was also speechless. What is this? Is this the aesthetics of battle violence? But the battle was far from over. Because the evil thought wave was reborn. It laughed coldly and pounced on Son Gohan again. Its body flexibility reached an incredible level, and its whole body twisted into a ball and rolled over. Son Gohan was caught off guard and was knocked away. Fuck you! Son Gohan cursed, his figure flashed in the air, approaching Xianyanbo, and the two of them wrestled again in a life and death struggle. Both of them had amazing recovery and self-healing abilities. They had been fighting for nearly an hour, and the battle was as intense as when they first started. The people watching were numb. But this time they gradually found something wrong. Because as time went on, Xianyanbo's aura began to decrease. And Son Gohan's aura became more and more fierce. What is that? Klin pointed to a spot high in the sky on the TV screen. Hey! Everyone! Noticed it too? Genkidama? It's a Genkidama! Yamcha said with wide eyes. In the sky, a bright ball of energy was shining. No, this is not the spirit bomb. Tien Shinyan shook his head. The energy of the spirit bomb is pure and righteous, but this energy bomb is filled with evil energy. How could it be a spirit bomb? Could it be that this is the work of evil thoughts? Krillin said in shock. Gohan, be careful. Several people couldn't help but worry about Son Gohan. Son Goku on the North Kai planet also discovered this. But his view was completely different from that of the people in the Yama Palace. This is not the spirit bomb, this is Gohan releasing his evil thoughts. He was able to separate the energy of the evil thought wave, no wonder the energy of the evil thought wave was reduced. The scene changed, and Son Gohan tore off the two arms of the evil thought wave. Chapter 54. Son Gohan's hands burst into blazing flames, which burned the arms of Evil Mind. This time, Evil Mind was no longer as indifferent as before. His face became ferocious, revealing a painful expression. Son Gohan was secretly happy, and kicked out with lightning speed, hitting Evil Mind directly in the chest. Evil Mind's chest was directly dented by the kick, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. It stepped back, and Son Gohan rushed forward, punching Evil Mind like raindrops. The sound of bang 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 continued like thunder. The evil energy ball in the sky became bigger and bigger. The evil thought wave retreated again and again, and the lost arm grew back. However, after all, his aura dropped too much, and now he couldn't even use the ability to turn into colored particles and disappear. Wow! It spurted out a mouthful of blood, almost splashing on Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged to the side, quickly stretched out his left hand, and immediately grabbed its neck. Then he punched out with his right hand again and again, hitting Xianenbo's body up and down. The scene was bloody and brutal to the extreme. Vegeta shuddered as he watched this scene, recalling some not-so-good memories. Bang bang bang, they fought for 10 minutes. Go to hell! Son Gohan threw the limp evil thought wave into the air with his left hand, and used Kamehameha with his right hand. The extremely strong and thick energy column was like a blue and electric blue dragon, which instantly swallowed up the evil thought wave. Ah! Xianenbo screamed, and his body quickly vaporized and dissipated, and finally disappeared completely into the air. Son Gohan exhaled, looked up at the shiny evil energy bomb in the sky, clenched his right hand in the air, and then his 5 fingers suddenly contracted. Boom! The evil gas bomb exploded and was purified. Crystal clear energy scattered all over the sky. The air in the whole underworld was refreshed and became cool. With the disappearance of the evil thought wave, the barrier set up on the Yama Palace also collapsed. King Yama finally regained the power to control the underworld. He quickly operated. The undead spirits that had not been destroyed in the human world drifted away with the wind and returned to the underworld. The order of the underworld and the human world was re-established and became orderly again. But there are some exceptions. For example, Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King on the North Kai Star did not return to the underworld, and their physical bodies did not disappear, but there was a halo on their heads. Vegeta, who seriously doubted his life, also had a halo on his head, but his physical body was preserved. In the Yama Palace, King Yama smiled slightly, put away the seal, and hid his merits and fame. Before the passage between Hell and the human world was closed, Piccolo, a successful person who successfully merged with the old god, also returned to the underworld. Son Gohan appeared in the main hall of Yama Hall in a flash. In front of him was the huge King Yama. Seeing Son Gohan, King Yama stood up with a smile on his face to greet him. His huge body was like a small mountain, but at this moment he looked amiable. Thank you, Gohan. Without your help, the underworld would be doomed and the human world would also face disaster. This is really a great achievement. Gohan, do you have any requests? Just ask. Son Gohan smiled and said. In this case, I will say it directly. Can the merit be counted on my mother and grandfather this time? Can we just let them return to the world of the living? It is definitely not possible to bring them back to life directly, and I don't have the ability to do so. But please rest assured, I have already preserved the bodies for both of them. With the bodies, there is actually no difference between them and being alive. Well, thank you, Lord Yama. You're welcome. It's my duty. Yan Emma Wang said with a smile. After the matter was settled, Son Gohan looked at Yan Emma Wang with a more favorable attitude. This Yan Emma Wang was not as rigid as he had imagined. He knew how to operate in advance before he had even given instructions. People with connections are really scary. But then again, he should have been a person with connections a long time ago. Son Gohan looked at Yan Emma Wang again. Ahem. King Yan said again, by the way, Vegeta has made no contribution this time, but he has also worked hard. He delayed the evil thought wave for a long time, and Trunks cleaned up a large number of evil undead in the human world, so I also kept Vegeta's body. Oh. Son Gohan nodded. He didn't care about this at all. Whether Vegeta kept his physical body or not had nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, Vegeta had beaten him several times when he was young. But there was no need to beat him back. After all, he still had to consider the face of Aunt Bulma and Trunks. But since he had come to the underworld, he planned to meet Vegeta later. The purpose was very clear. Vegeta had a skill he wanted to learn, which was to create an artificial full moon. Son Gohan stared at King Yama and asked, "Lord King Yama, can I come to the underworld in the future?" King Yama hurriedly said, "Yes, of course. It is an iron rule that the dead cannot go to the human world, but there is no clear rule on whether the living can come to the underworld. As long as Gohan is not afraid of being contaminated by the undead aura of the underworld, he can come anytime." "Well, let's do this for now." Son Gohan nodded. Then he looked at his former companions who were standing not far away. Those faces looked familiar, yet a little strange. The former companions had excited expressions on their faces, but they also looked a little nervous. Son Gohan was a little confused. Excitement was understandable, but what did nervousness mean? Then, Son Gohan also saw the fortune-teller. "Hey? Fortune-telling woman? So you are really here?" Son Gohan asked in surprise. The fortune-telling woman looked at Son Gohan and thought, "I don't know you either." This sudden greeting caught her off guard. Yeah, what's up?" the fortune-teller asked. She knew that this was Sun Wukong's son, but she had never met him. Sun Wuhan said, "It's okay now. I went to your palace to look for you twice before, but I couldn't find you." The fortune-teller suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's how it is. The underworld is too busy. I was captured by Lord Yama and have been helping the underworld for several years. By the way, is Master Kame dead?" he asked. After all, the fortune-teller was Master Kame's sister, so no one knew Master Kame's whereabouts better than her. "Wu Tian? No, that guy, Puer and Wulong hid in a submarine in the East China Sea. I remember it like this, but that was several years ago. I don't know if it has moved to another place now." Son Gohan was silent again. He thought Master Roshi was dead. He didn't expect that he was hiding. Doesn't he know that the android is dead? He hasn't shown up until now. But then again, Master Roshi doesn't seem to be able to sense auras. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no problem. "What about the cat fairy?" Son Gohan asked again. He asked all the things he didn't know. A clear mind is good for the body. The fortune-teller sighed and said, "Hey, he died. It was all because of his greed. He wanted to eat fish that day, so he went to the human world and met the android. Android 18 was originally going to capture him as a pet, but he spoke human language and would rather die than obey, so he was killed by the android." Well! What an outrageous experience! Chapter 55. I hope that the cat fairy travels through time after death and awakens the blood of the god of destruction. Son Gohan secretly heals a wave, and then walks towards those uncle-like companions who have not seen each other for more than 10 years. They all have the same halo on their heads, neat and uniform, worthy of being the products produced by the assembly line of the underworld. "Gohan!" Piccolo came over excitedly. He was the only one who didn't see the scene of Son Gohan fighting with Xianyanbo and cursing. He felt the least pressure in his heart, and his face showed the most sincere thoughts. "Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan had a smile on his face. Piccolo walked up and looked at Son Gohan carefully, with a look of surprise on his face, saying, "Gohan, you have grown up and become stronger. Just now I could sense your powerful aura in the human world. Great, really great. Uncle Piccolo is much stronger than I remember." This is true. Now Piccolo gives Son Gohan the feeling that he can almost fight Bojack on equal terms. This shows that Piccolo is also practicing very hard after his death. "To be honest, it's because I merged with the gods," Piccolo tells about how he lost to Bojack and his gang, and then escaped to merge with Old God. "Oh, so that's how it is." Son Gohan nodded, "No wonder. By the way, Gohan, there was a big guy with red hair who helped me during the battle, but he didn't have any aura. Do you know this guy?" Piccolo asked. "The big guy with red hair? Of course I know him. It should be Android 16. I know he has good intentions, so I kept him here. I didn't expect him to help when the Earth was in danger. I was right about him. It was a little unexpected, but it made sense, because Android 16 was such a person. It's actually a cyborg? No wonder it has no breath. Piccolo looked surprised. It's great to see you again, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan stretched out his hands and gave Piccolo a big hug. This sudden action made Piccolo blush. Gohan, Piccolo felt a little uncomfortable. Gohan has really grown up. He never dared to do such bold actions before. Ha ha ha, Uncle Piccolo is still shy. Son Gohan let go of Piccolo and laughed. No, no way. Piccolo would never admit it, but the embarrassment on his face could not deceive anyone. Okay, then no, haha. Son Gohan smiled and walked towards Yamcha. He gave her a hug. Wow, Uncle Yamcha seems to have grown stronger. It seems that the food in the underworld is pretty good. Ha ha ha, is that so? Yamcha scratched his hair. Of course, I also had the same scar on my face as Uncle Yamcha, which was really cool, but it was later wiped out by Shenlong. Son Gohan let go of Yamcha and said with a little regret. Seeing Son Gohan's easygoing appearance, Yamcha secretly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Ha ha ha, this scar would only look cool if it was on someone else's face. If it was on my own body, I would want to remove it. Oh, that's true. Son Gohan smiled and looked at Tien Shinyan. Tien Shinyan was always serious, but now that he saw Son Gohan, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years, he smiled as an exception. Hee, Gohan, you have become really strong now. Son Gohan also gave him a hug, then released him and said. Haha, Uncle Tien Shinyan, I rarely see you smile. I thought you looked ugly when you smile, but I didn't expect that you look so handsome when you smile. Remember to smile more in the future. Oh. Really? Hee. Tien Shinyan was a little embarrassed by him. Of course. Son Gohan said affirmatively. Then he walked to Krillin who was standing aside. Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan simply squatted down. There was nothing he could do, the height difference was too big. Krillin's eyes were red, and he wiped his tears. Gohan. Why are you crying? Uncle Clint, I told you in advance that my sexual orientation is normal. Damn it, I'm so happy. Krillin couldn't cry anymore after hearing what he said, and punched Son Gohan in the chest. But he didn't really use much force. Uncle Krillin, I'm also very happy to see you. Son Gohan said with a smile. To be honest, among these uncles, besides Piccolo, Krillin is the one he is closest to. So of course he is really happy. Gohan, you must have had a hard time these years. Krillin wiped his eyes again. Son Gohan's face was full of smiles. It's not hard. Yes, it's not hard, it's just that I have been living with my head on my belt for more than 10 years, it's a small matter. You lied to me. How could it not be hard for a little kid like you to face 2 big demons alone? Gohan, you lied to me, didn't you? Son Gohan. Hearing Krillin's words, the people behind him were also silent. Krillin, you are too emotional, and you are talking about things that are not related to the topic. The people next to him felt bitter. But they also knew that this was a problem that they could not escape from and they had to face it. Son Gohan was silent for a few seconds, then he sighed and said slowly, "Yet, how could it be easy? I thought you guys couldn't think of these things, and thought I was enjoying myself in the world, singing, dancing and playing video games with the androids every day." Son Gohan's tone was very calm. But the people who were listening behind him felt a chill on their backs. When they thought of the scene of him spitting out foul language and beating up the evil mind wave, they felt unwell. "I'm sorry, Gohan, that's because King Yan and King Kai said that we are dead and can no longer interfere in anything in the world of the living, so I'm really sorry. Krillin lowered his head, his face full of apology. Yes, Gohan, King Kai and King Yan both said that you can definitely handle it, and sure enough, you have done it now. Piccolo said. The others echoed at the same time. Son Gohan was silent for a few seconds, then said lightly, Uncle Piccolo, you are the smartest one among them. My father is a fool, so why are you following them without using your brain? Yes, you are dead and cannot interfere in anything in the world, but I beg you to use your brain, okay? That bastard King North Kai manages too many planets, and he barely pays attention to Earth for several years. Yes, that guy actually races every day, am I right? Did you ever think of asking that bastard King Kai of the North to tell me to go to New Namek to find the Dragon Balls to revive you? This doesn't count as interfering in the affairs of the living world, right? I just asked him to tell you that it was the King of the world who did the work. If this counts, then just ignore what I said. What? Did all of you and my dad have your brains eaten by zombies? How come all these good people have become idiots? Several people looked at each other, and a storm was brewing in their hearts. Yes, why didn't they think of this? Is there some great cosmic force at work? Chapter 56. We didn't expect that. Klin said nervously. Yes, we are also very anxious, but we didn't expect to do this. Yamcha came over and wanted to pat Son Gohan on the shoulder, but he didn't dare to. Gohan, we were wrong. Piccolo said. Son Gohan stood up and glanced at everyone's faces one by one. Several people felt guilty, but this time they did not escape. They looked like they were ready to be scolded by Son Gohan. Son Gohan took a deep breath and said lightly, that's it, I scolded you too, so we're even. He turned and walked towards Jiaozi. Jiaozi was even shorter than Krillin. But he was always floating in the air, so Son Gohan didn't have to squat down. Dumplings, long time no see. It's been a long time, Gohan. Gohan, didn't you cut off your tail before? Jiaozi turned his head and looked at the furry tail behind Son Gohan. It grew out again, I thought it looked pretty good, so I didn't cut it off. I think it's pretty handsome too. Good vision. Son Gohan gave him a thumbs up. He turned to look at these uncles and asked, are you working for King Yama now? Piccolo answered him, they are here to help because there are too many souls in the underworld. I don't want to help, so I am a free man, otherwise I would have been trapped in this Yama palace just now. So that's how it is. Son Gohan nodded and continued, I want to ask all the uncles a question, if there is a way to revive, do you want to be resurrected? Resurrection. A strange and outdated word. Krillin thought for a moment and said, I wanted to do it at the beginning, but I don't have this obsession in recent years. It's the same everywhere anyway. Now you can live forever after death. You see, we are still the same as we were more than 10 years ago. But it depends on them. If they all revive, then I will revive too. Yamcha also said, I'm the same as Krillin, ha ha ha. Jiaozi followed and said, I want to see Tianjin. Son Gohan looked at Tianjin. Tianjin said, if I can revive, then I will choose to revive. Where's Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo was silent for a moment and then said, I want to be resurrected. There are many restrictions after death, such as... Well, anyway, I want to be resurrected. I have missed too much in these years and I can't miss it again. Well, okay. Son Gohan nodded, in that case, it means everyone wants to be resurrected, so you just wait for my good news. I believe that day will not be too far away. Looking at the eagerly waiting King Yama and the army of souls that have once again formed countless long dragons. Son Gohan said, then you guys go and do your work first, I still have someone to see. Okay, okay. Several people dispersed, only Piccolo stayed. Piccolo asked Gohan, do you want to go find Vegeta? Yes, that's right. Uncle Piccolo is indeed very smart. Son Gohan said with a smile, looking at Piccolo who only had 2 tentacles on his head. Okay, go ahead. Big said. Well, goodbye Uncle Piccolo. Goodbye. Son Gohan sensed Vegeta's breath and teleported over with a whoosh. Vegeta flew aimlessly in the sky of Hell, becoming a walking corpse. At this time, Hell was empty. All the enemies who had been against him in the past were dead, leaving him with a feeling of loneliness and emptiness. How would he live in the future? Whoosh! Son Gohan's figure appeared out of thin air, right in front of him. Vegeta almost bumped into him. Who? Vegeta was caught off guard and jumped back several meters before he saw clearly that it was Son Gohan. Son Gohan, what are you doing here? Vegeta asked loudly. The first rule of Vegeta's palace, you can be as strong as you want, but I have the strongest momentum. Son Gohan crossed his arms and looked at him and said, Hey, Uncle Vegeta, where does such hostility come from? What? I didn't offend you. If you have something to say, just say it. Vegeta stared at him coldly. I'll give you face and call you uncle, but if I don't give you face, forget it. I want to learn how to make an artificial full moon. Son Gohan said. Vegeta turned his head to look at his tail and said proudly, Why should I teach you? Son Gohan's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and opened his palm towards Vegeta. The surging energy suddenly surged and soon gathered the power to destroy the world. If I don't teach you, you might die. Son Gohan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Vegeta felt very complicated when he saw the energy coming towards his face. Thinking of the environment where Son Gohan grew up, well, this character makes sense. You are so good, Kakarot, for giving birth to such a godlike dog. Okay, I'll teach you. Vegeta said. Then I'll trouble Uncle Vegeta. Son Gohan took back his hand, with a smile on his face. The two flew and landed on a dark red land. Vegeta explained to Son Gohan the principle of artificial full moon. Artificial full moon is actually very simple. Basically every scion who grew up on Vegeta star can do it. This is not a secret. Its principle is also very simple. Through the fusion of its own energy ball and oxygen, an artificial full moon similar to the moon is created. It can emit more than 1700 W of blue light waves, meeting the requirements of scions to transform into giant apes. Vegeta only explained it once, and Son Gohan had already mastered the essentials and successfully created an artificial full moon. At this moment, a shiny artificial full moon was hanging high in the sky of Hell. Son Gohan looked up and his heart pounded like a drum. Vegeta, who was standing aside, was almost scared to death. He was a person who was chased by Son Gohan when he turned into a gorilla, and he knew that this kid would lose his mind after turning into a gorilla. Now it's so big, who wouldn't be afraid? When he was about to slip away, he found that Son Gohan, who was about to transform, crushed the artificial full moon in the air. He interrupted his transformation. Well, now that he has regained his senses, Vegeta didn't know what to say. Son Gohan, who had returned to normal, turned his head and looked at Vegeta and said, Now that you have a physical body, Uncle Vegeta should also work hard to become stronger, at least to set an example for your son. Vegeta said, Humph, you don't need to tell me. Well, bye. Son Gohan smiled, and disappeared in an instant, leaving Vegeta in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth, damn Kakarot and his son. Then he turned around and flew away. He was going to practice. North Kai King Planet. Son Gohan appeared out of thin air. He looked at Chi-Chi and Bull King who were sitting on the chairs panting, and thought that 10 times the gravity was indeed too much. Although Chi-Chi and Bull King were also martial artists, they were not able to move freely in a 10 times gravity environment. Seeing Son Gohan appear, Chi-Chi barely stood up. But it was difficult for her to walk over. Gohan, you're finally back. Well, I'm back, Mom. Son Gohan responded, walked towards her quickly, and helped her sit down again. Sit down. Standing is too tiring. Well, okay. Kikai sat down again. At this time, Sun Wukong ran out of the house. Wow, Gohan, you are so powerful now, can we fight each other sometime? He looked excited and seemed to be eager to. Oh, okay. Son Gohan looked at him and laughed. Chapter 57. At this time, the North King came out. Oh my, if you want to fight, go somewhere else, don't fight here, please. King Kai was really scared. If these two guys really fought on King Kai's planet, he might not even be able to live in his doghouse. Alat. Wukong, your body has not recovered yet, you are not allowed to fight. Kikai also strongly opposed, glaring. Hearing Kikai's words, Sun Wukong immediately became timid. Okay, okay. Then call me when I'm better. Gohan, is it okay? He looked at Son Gohan and asked. No problem, I want to fight with my dad too. Sunny boy Son Gohan is ready to fight. That's great. When I recover from my injury, we can have a good fight. Okay. Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King were speechless watching the exchange between the father and son. It was really annoying. How could the father and son want to fight each other? It can only be said that the Scion's brains are not normal at all, they are completely sick. At this time, King Kai of the North took out a sword and handed it to Son Gohan. He said, Gohan, this is the sword that I promised to give you before. I begged King Kai for a long time before he gave it to me. Oh, thank you. Son Gohan looked uninterested. He took the sword and put it away in a storage capsule without even looking at it. The belated gift is cheaper than grass. Trunks' brave sword is much better than this one. Not to mention Son Gohan's king of the king's sword. Just keep it as a toy for now, maybe you can cut some fruit with it. Seeing that Son Gohan seemed to look down on his gift, North King Kai hesitated to speak, feeling a little bitter in his heart. Sun Wukong next to him couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Gohan, can't you become a Super Saiyan now? Sure, why does Dad ask this? Because I saw that when you were fighting with Xianbo, you didn't become a Super Saiyan, but you still had very strong power. Why is that? Oh, that's because I was tapped by the old Kai, so I can burst out with great power even without becoming a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan said truthfully. Old Kai? Is that a very powerful person? Sun Wukong asked. That's not a human, but a god. He's the boss of Lord Kai. Is that so? Lord Kai? Son Goku looked at King Kai of the North and asked. King Kai of the North nodded hurriedly. He kept saying, ah, yes, yes, that's my boss's boss. I didn't expect Gohan to know Lord Kaishin now. That's amazing. Son Gohan smiled and said, it's all just a coincidence. King Kai of the North thought that the current Son Gohan was indeed extraordinary. He could actually know a figure like Lord Kaishin. You know, even he hasn't seen what Lord Kaishin looks like. Hearing King Kai of the North's affirmation, Son Gohan's eyes lit up and said, wow, that's amazing. Does Lord Kaishin have any delicious food? Well, not really. When it comes to delicious food, it has to be our Earth. The food on Earth is the most delicious. That's true. I also think the food on Earth is delicious. The food here, Lord Kai, is not that tasty. The corners of King Kai's mouth twitched. What? You're complaining about eating and drinking for free? If it wasn't tasty, could I have eaten so much and become so fat? Really? Sun Wukong continued, Gohan, can you bring me some delicious food next time you go to Earth? Yes, no problem. Sun Gohan agreed immediately. I want to eat braised pork knuckle, toast. The big roast goose with sesame seeds, and the beef balls that are so bouncy and bursting when you bite them. Oh, and the sushi with seaweed is also very good. Dad, you don't know, there is a kind of roasted whole lamb now that is very good, the aroma can be smelled 10 kilometers away. Wow, it is so fragrant. Really? I heard you exaggerate. The father and son sat there with their arms around each other, and the topic was changed to the food channel, with drooling all over the floor. Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King, and North Kai King could only listen eagerly, and then kept swallowing their saliva. What they talked about seemed really delicious. I really wanted to eat it. After a while, Son Gohan, who was afraid that Sun Wukong would drool dry, sent Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King to the underworld. Because the gravity environment of North Kai King's planet was 10 times that of the Earth, it was really not suitable for the two of them to live. In comparison, although the underworld was a little darker, the gravity environment was similar to that of the Earth, and there were many friends there who could take care of each other. It was a very good choice. Knowing that Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King were going to live in the underworld, Lord Yama immediately arranged 2 spacious rooms in the Yama Palace, enjoying super VIP treatment. After everything was arranged, Son Gohan said hello to a few people and prepared to go to Earth. But there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the underworld and the human world. It was almost difficult for ordinary breath to penetrate. Only a strong enough level like evil thoughts could penetrate this barrier and emit. However, there are no such restrictions between the human world and the divine world, or between the divine world and the underworld. So Son Gohan couldn't sense Trunks' breath in the underworld. He had to teleport to North Kaio first, and then sense Trunks' breath on North Kaio, so that he could teleport back to Earth. Unknowingly, North Kaio has become an indispensable and important transportation hub, an important transit station. Whoosh! Son Gohan appeared near Trunks. At this time, Trunks was sitting cross-legged on a flat grass meditating, and the sword of the brave was placed across his legs. He looked like a cold swordsman, handsome and cool. Trunks, who is 16 years old, has purple hair and a handsome appearance, almost exactly the same as when he first appeared in the original work. He frowned slightly, sensing Son Gohan's aura. He suddenly opened his eyes. "Brother Gohan, you are back." Trunks jumped up happily and threw the brave sword in his hand over his head. The brave sword seemed to have a spirit, turning twice in the air, and then inserted steadily into the scabbard behind him. "So handsome, Trunks!" Son Gohan clapped his hands. Trunks was indeed much better than him in swordplay. This guy was like a natural swordsman, and he looked so handsome when he wielded the sword. "Haha, it's okay." Trunks scratched his hair a little embarrassedly. Son Gohan came over, looked at Trunks carefully, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Trunks, you broke through." Trunks happily reported the results of the battle to Son Gohan. "Yeah, Brother Gohan, I just killed a lot of undead, and then I had a battle with that Bojack, and in the process of fighting with him, I broke through to Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad, Trunks, it seems that this Bojack is our lucky star. First he let me break through to Super Saiyan 2, and after resurrection, he let you break through to Super Saiyan 2, if this is not a lucky star, what is it?" Okay, you have to thank him very much." "Did you thank him later?" "I turned him into ashes with a ki blast." Trunks said. "Well, although he is dead, he will always live in our hearts, just in a different way of living. Brother Gohan, tell me about the battle in the underworld. I want to hear." "Well, okay, let's talk while we walk." The two of them took off into the air and flew towards the direction of Zidu. Anyway, they were not in a hurry now, so it would be a special experience to fly slowly home and look at the scenery that was constantly receding under their feet. Son Gohan quickly finished telling the story of the battle with Evil Mind. Trunks hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Brother Gohan, have you seen my dad?" Chapter 58. I see. Your father is still as proud as before. Thinking of Vegeta's arrogant look, Son Gohan turned the word upside down. Yes, is that so? How strong is he? Trunks asked curiously. The father he had never met occupied a very important place in his heart. Looking at him, Son Gohan sighed and said, Trunks, your father's strength has not improved over the years because he has no physical body. Now he is not as strong as you. Oh, that's how it is. After hearing what Son Gohan said, Trunks' mood became a little lower. Son Gohan suddenly said, Trunks, do you want to see your father? I can take you there. Ah! Trunks looked up in surprise, his eyes a little flustered. What's wrong? Don't you want to see me? Son Gohan asked. No, I'm just a little nervous and not mentally prepared yet. Trunks said. Tisk, look at you, what are you afraid of? Show your courage to defeat the enemy with one sword. Brother Gohan, I'll tell you when I want to see him. Well, that's fine. During the conversation, the two of them descended from the sky and came to Trunks' home. Today, the Universal Capsule Company has resumed operations and is thriving, with a tendency to return to its peak period. They were greeted along the way. After walking for a while, the two finally found Bulma, who was living in the laboratory. Mom, we are back. Trunks said. Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan also greeted. But Bulma didn't even raise her head and waved. Sit over there first and don't bother me. The X2 brothers walked to the sofa and sat down silently, not daring to breathe. It was not until half an hour later that Bulma stretched and stood up. I knew you two must be back. There were a lot of weird things reported on TV this morning, and then it was quiet again. I thought you must have dealt with it. Is that you? Bulma came over and sat on the sofa opposite them. Yeah, I guess so. Son Gohan nodded. I guess so? Is it different from what I guessed? Bulma asked in surprise. Trunks said because Gohan went to the underworld to help, most of the strange events on Earth were handled by me. Gohan, you actually went to the underworld? How was it? Did you see them? Bulma stood up excitedly. The they she was talking about was easy to understand, of course, she was referring to Son Goku and others. I saw it. Son Gohan slowly spoke and told Bulma everything that happened in the underworld. After listening, Bulma was shocked so many things actually happened. After she regained her composure, she looked at Trunks and said, speaking of which, Trunks seems to have grown taller and become a big boy. Yes, Mom, I'm an adult now. Trunks patted his chest loudly. Son Gohan asked curiously, Aunt Bulma, what were you busy with just now? Bulma was obviously studying something and it had reached a critical moment, otherwise she wouldn't have made them wait so long. Bulma said, I was debugging the time machine just now. Now the time machine has entered the final debugging stage. Combined with the development of energy batteries, it is expected to be completed within half a year. Son Gohan was surprised so fast. It's actually 2 or 3 years faster than the original timeline. The progress is gratifying. Bulma put her hands on her hips and said proudly, don't you see who is studying this thing? It's a genius, Miss Bulma. Hehe, of course, the information you brought back from Dr. Gero is also very important. But it makes sense if you think about it carefully. This world is different from the original timeline. Now that the androids have been eliminated, resources are abundant, and Bulma is no longer secretly researching alone. With the information brought back from Dr. Gero, it can actually be faster. But now Bulma is researching many things besides the time machine. The time machine, the new capsule, the thunder steel, the blue wave launcher, these things together have filled her schedule. Aunt Bulma is awesome. Son Gohan gave Bulma a thumbs up. Ahem. Bulma coughed dryly, then sat back on the sofa, squinting her eyes and looking at Son Gohan and Trunks. Son Gohan and Trunks were frightened by her gaze. Mom, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. It's like you're going to eat me. Trunks shuddered and said. Brat. Bulma scolded him, then said, you two will have great luck with women this year. What does that mean? Son Gohan was confused. Bulma continued, in the year you were away, the two girls kept coming to inquire about you. They came every few days. Wow, this is incredible. Bidalai. Is it Xiao Wu? Son Gohan and Trunks asked almost at the same time. Bulma smiled and said, who else could it be if not them? I say, Gohan, it's time for you to get married and have a few more big fat boys to expand the Scion race. Now that the androids have been destroyed, it's time to make plans in this regard. Besides, you are not young anymore. Aunt Bulma, I'm only 22 now. Son Gohan said helplessly. Is 22 still young? I remember you were almost 23, and you still wanted to lie about your age. You are already in your 30s, Gohan. No, Aunt Bulma, how can 22 years old be considered as a person approaching 30? There must be something wrong with your math, right? You actually question a scientist's calculations? Don't be too outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the conversation between the two, Trunks on the side couldn't help but. Trunks, and you, hurry up too. You are 14 years old, but including the 2 years in the spirit time chamber, you are actually 16 years old. It's time to think about it. No, Trunks quickly covered his mouth. He didn't dare to speak. He really didn't dare to speak. It would bring trouble to himself. Okay, I know. The brothers finally lost. Brother Gohan, what kind of gift do you think is good for a girl? Trunks looked troubled. You might as well ask your mother about this. I don't understand it either. I can teach you how to practice, but I really can't teach you this. Son Gohan spread his hands and said helplessly. Brother Gohan, you know, I'm too embarrassed to ask my mother. Trunks said. Ha 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 ha. Son Gohan pointed at him and laughed. Trunks ignored Son Gohan's laughter and asked again. Brother Gohan, you should also go see Sister Videl. She has come to see you so many times, you should also go to see her once. Have you thought about what gift to give her? Well, how about a sword as a gift? Son Gohan took out the sword that King Kai had given him. Trunks was silent for a few seconds. Then he looked disappointed and said, Brother Gohan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but how can you give a girl a sword? I think it would be better to give her food. You sure? Chapter 59. The discussion ended without a standard answer. Then, the two brothers separated. Son Gohan bought a lot of snack gift packs and stuffed them into the storage capsule. Trunks pondered for a long time and decided to go home and get the most beautiful jet capsule. To the police station. The activity room of the 1st Action Detachment. The police officers were all out on missions, and only the captain, Videl, was left here. Videl sat on the chair, her chin supported by her hands, staring blankly at the ceiling, distracted. After a moment, she came back to her senses, then took the phone and edited a message to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, is Gohan-kun not back yet? Message, sent. Half a minute, no reply. 1 minute, still no reply. 5 minutes later. Videl kept looking at her phone, then sighed and lifted her chin. She kept thinking about it. Isn't Gohan-kun coming back? It's been a long time. It feels like I've been away for several years. He wouldn't have forgotten me. Her mind was in a mess, so she didn't even notice that Son Gohan had been standing behind her for a while. Son Gohan reached out and patted her shoulder. Bidalai. Who? Bidalai was startled and hit her head on the table. Ouch, it hurts. She rubbed her forehead, turned around, and was ready to teach the guy who scared her a lesson. Then she saw Son Gohan standing behind her with a smile. Videl was stunned for a moment, then she screamed, "Ah!" and then her two big eyes widened. She stood up in a hurry, pulling at her clothes. Gohan-kun, when did you come back? Have you been standing here for a long time? She remembered that she had just sent a message to Bulma, and then she was in a daze. Could it be that Gohan saw it? Ah, how embarrassing! Vidal's face couldn't help but turn red when she thought of this. No, I just got here. Hey, that's good. Vidal secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Son Gohan took out the long sword and storage capsule and placed them on the table. Well, I don't know what you like, so I give these to you. What's in this? Vidal pointed at the storage capsule curiously. Oh, snacks. I didn't know what you like, so I bought a little of everything. Son Gohan said with a smile. Soon, Vidal knew what Son Gohan meant by buying a little of everything. She opened the storage capsule and took out hundreds of snack gift packs, filling up more than half of the huge office. She stared at these snack gift packs in amazement, shocked. After a while, she said, Gohan-kun, I can't seem to eat so much by myself. Ha ha ha, if you can't finish it, you can share it with your colleagues. Son Gohan also scratched his head in embarrassment. Help, he would rather go and cast evil thoughts again. He is so embarrassed that he can almost dig out a 3-bedroom apartment under his feet. How can he talk about love as a bachelor for 2 lifetimes? In his memories of this life, he has always been studying, practicing, fighting, escaping, and killing enemies. He has no experience in getting along with girls at all. And in his memories of the previous life, he lived in an orphanage since he was a child. He finally finished college by working part-time, but he was sent away by a dump truck as soon as he entered the society. He also had 0 experience. Vidal happily put away the pile of snacks, and said with a smile, Gohan-kun, you don't have to give me any gifts. I am already very happy to see you. But I also have something for you. She took out the storage capsule she carried with her and handed it to Son Gohan. I bought you a few sets of clothes, but I couldn't find you, so I couldn't give them to you, and I don't know if you like them. Well, Son Gohan had mixed feelings when he received a gift from a girl for the first time. Well, I'll take it, thank you. Son Gohan didn't even know how he left the Tudu police station. He vaguely remembered that when they were parting, Vidal confessed to him. Gohan-kun, I like you and I want to live with you. Son Gohan's mind was filled with these words, and he was still confused until he left Dongdu. Flying in the air, Son Gohan shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of these words. After a while, Son Gohan flew to the East China Sea. He remembered that the fortune teller had said that Master Roshi, Puer, and Oolong were hiding in a submarine in the East China Sea. But in the vast East China Sea, where can one find the submarine? The aura could not be sensed at all. The difficulty of searching was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Son Gohan circled the East China Sea several times, and then dived into the sea again. He did not find the submarine, but he found a heavy treasure chest. When he opened it, wow, my goodness, it was full of noble treasures. Gold, silver, and jewelry, everything. It seems that if you are short of money in the future, it would be a good choice to come and fish for jewelry. After putting away the treasure chest, Son Gohan had no choice but to leave the East China Sea. He went to Dongdu again, packed several tables of food in a local restaurant, and then teleported to the North Kai King planet. The old father, who had been salivating for a long time, finished 2 tables by himself and ate until he was 8/10 full. Son Gohan sent another table to the underworld, and Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King and others naturally couldn't be left behind. Then, he searched for the breath in North King Kai for a long time, and finally succeeded in finding Dende's breath, and moved to the King of the Gods realm in an instant. Then, Son Goku locked Son Gohan's breath, and followed Son Gohan's butt to the King of the Gods realm. The father and son came to the King of the Gods realm one after another, and the King of the Gods and Jupiter were shocked. After seeing that it was Son Gohan, the king of the gods breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and greeted. Gohan is here, this is, Mr. Son Goku, right? Yes, it's my dad. Son Gohan nodded. Then he looked around and found that not far away, old Kai was giving a lecture to Dende. Only Kai and Jebet were playing catching ants. Kai and Jebet looked at the halo on Son Goku's head and understood. Hello, Mr. Goku, nice to meet you. Kaioshin extended his hand. Ah, hello, are you Lord Kaioshin? I've heard about you from Gohan. I'm Son Goku. Son Goku also extended his hand and shook it gently. Yes, I am Kaioshin Shin. Kaioshin Shin nodded, with a smile on his face. Haha, Lord Kai, your planet is so big and the air is so fresh, it's more comfortable than Earth. Sun Wukong laughed. Of course, this is the holy land of God after all, it cannot be compared to the mortal world. Shin Kai said with some pride. By the way, Mr. Goku seems to be injured. Jebet, you come and treat him. Kaioshin turned around and said to Jebet. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Jebet nodded and stepped forward. Wow, Lord Kai is really amazing. He can tell that I have injuries. Sun Wukong said in surprise. Well, of course, just don't move. Jebet said. Oh, okay, okay. Under Sun Wukong's curious eyes, Jebet stretched out a hand and pressed it on his chest, and a healing spell was instantly released. Sun Wukong was enveloped by a ball of light, and he felt warm all over, very comfortable. Soon, the light faded away. Sun Wukong jumped up. Wow, great, as light as a swallow. Gohan, let's have a fight. Everyone. Kaioshin has a bad feeling. Chapter 60. Should I not let Jebet treat him? At that moment, King Kai felt as if he had done something wrong. Ha ha ha, since Dad wants to fight so much, I have no choice but to accompany him. Son Gohan laughed. Lord Kai, please keep these things for me first. Son Gohan said, taking out a few capsules and handing them to Kai. There are a lot of food and new clothes in it, which can't be damaged. Okay. Shin Kai took Gohan's capsule reluctantly. Although he could create and repair planets, it was always a very troublesome thing. So he didn't want the two father and son to fight on his planet. But seeing how it was now, he couldn't stop them, so he could only pray that they would be a little gentler. Seeing Lord Kai's worry, Son Gohan said, Lord Kai, please rest assured, we will control the strength. Look, he's a pretty good guy. Shin Kai was relieved. Seeing that Gohan and Goku were about to fight, old Shin Kai and Dende simply stopped studying and came to watch. This kind of battle between strong men is rare. Gohan and Goku soared into the air and stood in the air 10 meters apart. Gohan looked at Goku and said, Dad, I won't show mercy later, so don't be careless. Well, I won't show mercy either. Sun Wukong's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. The Scion's warlike genes were at work, and the blood flowing in his veins was already boiling. Boom! Sun Wukong turned into a Super Scion too, his whole body burning with golden flames, and there were crackling lightning around him. Sun Wuhan grinned, and instantly opened the mysterious realm, and then disappeared in an instant. Sun Wukong was shocked and felt a strong danger signal coming from behind him. His hair stood on end, and he wanted to quickly dodge to the side. But it was too late. Sun Wuhan appeared behind him in an instant, and a heavy straight punch had already hit him hard. With a dull bang, Sun Wukong's figure was blown away like a cannonball, falling from the air at a high speed, and smashing into the hard ground with a bang. The ground of the Kaioshin realm cracked, and a mountaintop collapsed directly. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and sand flew everywhere. The Kaioshin's brows jumped. It's bad, it's getting worse. Ha! It exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. The whole operation was smooth and coherent, and it was great to watch. Son Gohan said that he would not show mercy, but in fact, he had already held back when he exerted his strength, otherwise Son Goku would not be just injured. He said he would use all his strength, but he still dared to transform into Super Saiyan 2? How dare he? Son Gohan did not press on to win. This was not really a fight of life and death, but just a stopgap exchange, and it was impossible to kill them all. What's more, on the other side was his father. He folded his arms across his chest, looking at Son Goku, who was floating in the sky, panting and a little embarrassed. "Dad, are you okay?" Son Gohan shouted. "Ha ha ha, it's okay, but you hit me really hard, Gohan." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, as if he was not the one injured. "Dad, we agreed to go all out, you will definitely suffer if you act like this." Sun Gohan laughed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes firm, and said loudly, "Well, I'll show you my Super Saiyan 3. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A." This time, Son Goku did not hesitate and began to transform. A long roar was heard, and the sky was filled with wind and clouds. With Son Goku as the center, circles of golden air waves pushed in all directions. Lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. The sound of crackling and crackling was endless. It was also the first time that Son Gohan saw Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3 with his own eyes. He watched carefully. If it was any other opponent, he would definitely have taken the opportunity to attack him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Son Gohan vaguely saw a shadow of a black giant ape appear behind Son Goku. Then, Son Goku's hair began to grow longer. Soon, the golden eyebrows disappeared, and a fierce-looking Super Saiyan 3 with golden hair down to his waist appeared. The surging air waves rolled up the wind and waves, and the clothes of several gods standing on the ground watching the battle were rustled by the strong wind. They put their hands in front of their foreheads and could hardly open their eyes. "Dad, the momentum is very good," Son Gohan said loudly, and the silver flame on his body also burned fiercely. "HAAA." The two men rushed towards each other at the same time, both extending their right fists, in the same posture, and the two fists suddenly collided. With a bang, Sun Wukong flew backwards again, while Sun Wuhan did not move at all. However, this time Sun Wukong seemed to be much more relaxed. After flying backwards, he started to counterattack again. He suddenly appeared with a teleportation and kicked Sun Wuhan in the air. Sun Wuhan had seen through his attack long ago, and stretched out his right arm to block his thundering blow. He turned his body, stretched out his left arm instantly, and firmly grasped Sun Wukong's ankle with both arms. "Ha ha ha ha!" Son Gohan waved his arms vigorously, and Son Goku spun wildly like a windmill. "Ah!" Sun Wukong screamed, feeling dizzy and numb all over. "Ha ha ha, take my move, physical shockwave." Son Gohan laughed loudly, his hands emitted light, locked Son Goku so that he could not move, and then threw Son Goku from the air with force. Son Goku was like a burning meteor, whistling and crashing into the earth. With a boom, the ground shook. Two more mountain ranges jumped apart, and the earth continued to shake, frightening the gods on the ground. With a whoosh, Son Gohan disappeared. He appeared the next second, already standing in the air above where Son Goku fell. He put two fingers on his forehead, and a surge of air was burning all over his body. The flames on his body actually turned from silver to silver purple, burning the air and twisting it, and the void was about to crack. It was the demonic light-killing cannon. The strongest single-target attack skill. Its damage can completely cross the level of the battle. "Dad, do you still want to fight?" Son Gohan shouted loudly, his aura had reached its peak. The silver-purple flames kept burning. The surrounding space was constantly twisting. His fingertips had condensed the power to destroy the world. Sun Wukong crawled out of the crack in the earth with tattered clothes, and looked at Son Gohan in the sky with a depressed face. He was shocked to see that Son Gohan had already charged up the magic light-killing cannon. He put his hands on his hips, pouted his lips and said depressedly, "No more fighting, no more fighting, Gohan, you are too powerful now, I can't beat you at all. I will fight you after I practice." Hearing Son Gokong say that he didn't want to fight anymore, Son Gohan immediately retracted the magic light-killing cannon and his powerful aura. "Gohan, you know this move of Piccolo? I suffered a lot from it before," Sun Wukong said. "Hehe, I learned this secretly before." Son Gohan was very happy. Chapter 61. Son Gohan faces King Kai. "Lord Kai, I kept my word. I only destroyed 3 mountain ranges." Lord Kai was relieved. The damage was much smaller than expected. Thank God, it was really the blessing of the ancestors. But Lord Kai's smile was still a little forced. "Mr. Gohan, here." Here he is, handing over some of Son Gohan's capsules. "Thank you." Son Gohan thanked him and took the capsule. Looking at the disheveled Son Goku, Jepitel decided to help him change into new clothes, but he was unwilling to treat his injuries. He raised his hand, and the tattered orange martial arts uniform on Son Goku immediately became brand new. What a magical magic! Son Goku was amazed by this. Son Gohan smiled and said to King Kai, "Lord King Kai, can you teach me how to open up an extra-dimensional space to store things? You see, it is very inconvenient for me to put things away now. When fighting, I am always afraid that the capsule I carry with me will break." This, King Kai hesitated for a few seconds before continuing, "It's not impossible, but this involves some magical knowledge. I wonder if Mr. Gohan has the talent for this." "Hey, you have to learn to know if you have talent," Son Gohan said indifferently. "Okay, I will find time to explain to Mr. Gohan how to open up another dimension." Kaioshin finally nodded and agreed. "Ha ha ha, that's great." Dendi came over and said, "Gohan, long time no see." "Yes, Dendi, how are you doing here?" Son Gohan put his arm around Dendi's shoulders and asked. Dendi let Son Gohan put his arm around his shoulders without any disgust. "Old Kai has taught me a lot and developed my potential. I will be able to upgrade the Dragon Balls soon." "Wow, that's great, triple happiness." Son Gohan laughed out Frisia's voice. "Gohan, what are the 3 good things?" Dendi asked curiously. "Nothing, nothing. Come on, eat something." Son Gohan said, took out a capsule, pressed a button, and boom threw it to the ground, turning it into a huge takeaway box. "Ah, do you want to eat?" Sun Wukong, who was weak just now, immediately came over with high spirits. "Yes, let's eat, but Dad, you should eat less. You have already eaten 2 tables by yourself." Sun Wuhan said helplessly. "Well, I haven't eaten enough yet." Sun Wukong felt a little aggrieved. "You are already dead now, so you don't have to eat." Sun Gohan looked up at the halo above Son Goku's head. "I don't want it, that's so boring." Son Goku shook his head repeatedly to refuse. Son Gohan ignored him and turned to look at King Kai and Jepitel, complaining. "Do you two have any sense? Make a big table and chairs, really." Oh. Right, right, right." The 2 raised their hands. One of them conjured up a large table. The other conjured up 6 chairs. "Gohan is so strict now." Sun Wukong couldn't help but say, and then hurried over to help, putting the packed lunch boxes on the table one by one. Dendi also helped, and the 3 of them soon filled the huge table with delicious food. "Hey, Grandpa, stop reading magazines and come to the table." "Hey, you bastard! Look at the confiscation." "Oh, here it comes." Several people sat around the table, looking at the delicious food, and their appetites were aroused. But Dendi was not interested at all. Because he didn't need to eat food at all, he just needed to drink water and photosynthesize. Son Gohan took out 2 bottles of special drinks and handed them to Dandy. Dandy, try this, I guarantee it's a taste you've never tasted before. Thank you. Dandy took the drink with some emotion. It was a great feeling to be valued. This is probably what good friends are like, Dandy thought secretly in his heart, and felt that Son Gohan was really great. While eating, Son Gohan asked King Kai, Lord King Kai, can you help me find someone on Earth? He has hidden his energy, and I can't find him. You should be able to do it, right? Of course you can. Shinkai nodded. But the old Shinkai interrupted him, just let Dende find someone. He is the god of the earth, and it is easy for him to find someone. It would be a waste of your talent for you, a Shinkai, to find someone. Ah, that's right, I didn't think it through. Son Gohan said. Then when Dandy returns to Earth, Dandy will help find it. Yeah, no problem. Dandy nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong stuffed his mouth full and asked curiously, dog, sweat and water. 6 words, 1 correct. Sun Wuhan replied, looking for Master Roshi. The fortune teller said that he, Puer and Oolong were hiding in a submarine in the East China Sea, but I went to look for it and couldn't find it. Master Roshi must have hidden his energy. Oh, haha. Another whole duck leg was stuffed into his mouth. The battle for food ended half an hour later. The winners were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Looking at the messy battlefield, King Kai raised his hand and swept away all the garbage and chairs. The father and son sat on the grass to rest, patting their bulging bellies, sighing at the beauty of life and food. Not long after, King Kai came over and said he would teach Son Gohan to open up another dimension. Son Goku was bored, so he sat aside and listened. King Kai sat cross-legged opposite them and talked about magic knowledge. When it comes to opening up a different dimension, we have to start with the most basic magic knowledge, and what we are going to talk about is the basic magic knowledge of space. Only by learning a little space magic can you open up another dimension. First, Sun Sora was almost drowsy listening to the talk nearby. He had no idea what King Kai was talking about. It just sounded so difficult and confusing. He didn't understand it at all. Son Gohan was much better and listened with great interest. He felt that the magic knowledge King Kai talked about was a bit like the knowledge of the structure of air that Elder P. Bala of the planet Yadrit talked about. Could it be that all things have the same origin and will eventually end up in the same place? However, Son Gohan forgot that his body was a fusion of 2 souls. Whether it was his mental power, soul power, or comprehension, it was incomparable to before. It was normal for him to understand the magic knowledge King Kai explained. If it were in the past, he would probably just stare blankly like Son Goku. Half a day passed quickly. King Kai finally finished talking about the basic knowledge of magic. Son Gohan frowned and thought about the key knowledge points for a few minutes. Then he stood up and instantly entered a mysterious state. Then he punched the air with all his strength. Crack! The void suddenly cracked open. Son Gohan's fist hit an unknown space. The onlookers were all stunned. Son Gohan didn't take it seriously. He squatted down and carefully observed the dark crack, wondering where it led to. But the crack closed quickly. It was just that Son Gohan had a better understanding of the so-called other-dimensional space. Chapter 62. During the break, Son Gohan asked Son Goku to teach him the fusion technique of the planet Metamo. The fusion technique of the planet Metamo is actually very simple. It is mainly a set of fusion steps, and Son Gohan learned it after watching it once. The second thing is to make the auras of the 2 people being fused consistent, which is not difficult at all. Combining the 2, the fusion can be successful without mistakes. Successful fusion, you will get a powerful warrior beyond the limit. Fusion effective time, 30 minutes. Skill difficulty, 1 star. Skill evaluation, bug level. In the next month, Son Gohan went to the King Kai realm whenever he was free, and learned from King Kai how to open up another dimension. After studying for a whole month, Son Gohan finally succeeded in mastering it, and opened up an alternate dimension of about 2 cubic meters. He stuffed storage capsules and some important things into it, so that he could take them out at any time, which was much more convenient than before. In the second month, Son Gohan took Trunks to Hell to meet Vegeta. Vegeta still had a cold look on his face, as if he always turned his back on all living beings. Even the presence of his own son Trunks could not affect his Taoism, and he was still extremely cold. It was just that Son Gohan sensed that Vegeta's physique was stronger than before, probably because he had been practicing hard after obtaining the physical body. Trunks seemed a little distraught when he saw that Vegeta didn't seem to want to see him. But when he was about to leave, Vegeta said something that made Trunks happy again. "Trunks, you've done a great job over the years." In the third month, Son Gohan and Trunks returned to Yardrat. They went to learn the move that they had not had time to learn before. The gigantic technique. The gigantic technique of Yardrat is different from the gigantic technique of Namekian warriors. The gigantic technique of Namekian warriors is more like a racial talent, which is innate and cannot be learned. But the gigantic technique of Yardrat is completely different. The gigantic technique of Yardrat is a way of using Spirito, which can be learned and copied. The gigantic technique is divided into overall gigantic technique and partial gigantic technique. For example, a fist can suddenly enlarge to the size of a casserole or even a truck. The whole person can also suddenly become larger. It's like an enhanced version of Luffy's third gear. It took them a full month to learn the gigantic technique. When they returned to Earth, Dende had already been sent back by Jepitel. In the square of the Celestial Temple, there were 4 people standing. They were Son Gohan, Trunks, Dende, and Mr. Popo. They were discussing something. Dende said, "Gohan, Trunks, now that the Dragon Balls have been activated again, one of you go collect the Dragon Balls. I want to upgrade them." Son Gohan said to Trunks on the side, "Trunks, you go and do it." Trunks nodded, "Yes, brother Gohan." Then, Trunks teleported back home, found the Dragon Ball radar and began to collect Dragon Balls. Son Gohan walked to the edge of the square of the Celestial Temple and said, "Dende, do you remember what I said in the Kaishin realm last time? Please help me find someone." "Of course I remember." Dende walked to his side, gathered his strength and looked towards the world. After a moment, "How is it?" Son Gohan asked. Dende frowned, looking puzzled. "Strange, I found the Puer and Oolong you mentioned, but Grandpa Roshi didn't find it." "Well, that's impossible. Since the fortune teller said that he is not dead yet and his soul has not gone to the underworld, he should still be in the human world." Son Gohan said in surprise. "I don't know. We can ask Oolong and Puer. They may know." "Well, give me their address." Dende said, "Put your hands on my shoulders so you can sense their location." "Okay." Son Gohan nodded, thinking how the gods seemed to be proficient in this trick. He put a hand on Dende's shoulder. Then, Son Gohan felt as if he had opened a new god's perspective. Soon, he discovered the Oolong and Puer hidden in a submarine in the East China Sea. "Their breath is..." Son Gohan frowned. There was no chi on the bodies of Oolong and Puer. After all, they were not martial artists, and they did not have that kind of surging energy. There was only the breath of life. However, with Dende's god's perspective, Son Gohan quickly captured Puer's life fluctuations and flashed over East China Sea. In a submarine lurking on the bottom of the sea, Oolong and Puer looked like they had lost all hope in life. The android disaster had been going on for more than 10 years. In the first few years, they followed Master Roshi to hide from place to place. Later, they found a good submarine, so they hid in the submarine for a few more years. They would go ashore to replenish supplies every once in a while, and then continue to hide. But until more than a year ago, Master Roshi never came back after going ashore. Only the two pets were left in the submarine to depend on each other. They had no idea what was happening outside. Every time they replenished supplies, they did not dare to go far. They took some fresh water and some seafood and quickly returned to the submarine to hide. But what worried them now was that the submarine's energy was about to run out. Normally, they are afraid of consuming energy too quickly, so they dare not play the radio. However, no matter how much they save energy, the energy will eventually run out. This means that if they can't find new energy, they will not be able to continue hiding in this submarine. Wulong lay on the sofa and said gloomily, "Puer, do you think we are going to die here?" Puer thought about it and decided to be bold. "Wulong, why don't we go ashore and hide, change to another place, go to the mountains? But if that happens, what if Teacher Wu Tian comes back and can't find us?" "That's true. What should we do?" "Hey!" Puer had just finished speaking when Son Gohan teleported into the submarine. Suddenly realizing there was an extra person in the submarine, Wulong screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and then fainted. Puer's hair also exploded, and he screamed. His voice was that of a girl, twice as harsh. But then, Puer was also frightened and fainted. What a coward! Son Gohan had no choice but to pick up Wulong and Puer and teleport away. Son Gohan threw them on the square of the heavenly temple. A bucket of water was poured on them. "Ah!" Two more loud screams rang out, and Son Gohan helplessly blocked his ears. "Stop arguing, I'm Son Gohan, open your eyes and look first." Chapter 63. Son Gohan. Who is Son Gohan? Silly boy, isn't that Goku's child? Yes, yes, that little brat is called Son Gohan. Wulong and Puer, who were whispering, suddenly opened their eyes and saw Son Gohan standing in front of them. From their perspective, Son Gohan was a super giant. More than 10 years have passed, and Son Gohan has undergone tremendous changes in both appearance and body shape. But he can still vaguely see what he looked like back then. Especially the fluffy tail, which can't deceive people at all. Is it really that kid of Goku? Wulong and Puer jumped up, shook off the water droplets on their bodies, and looked at Son Gohan in confusion. Son Gohan said unhappily, "Don't guess, I am the little brat you are talking about. I ask you, where is Master Roshi?" After confirming Son Gohan's identity, Wulong and Puer breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like they had escaped death. Wulong shook off the water droplets on his body and said, "Teacher Wu Tian went ashore to look for supplies more than a year ago, and then disappeared. Puer and I don't know where he went." Son Gohan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. Son Gohan looked at Puer again with a questioning look on his face. Puer quickly agreed what Wulong said is true. Master Wu Tian is missing. This is strange. Son Gohan and Dendi looked at each other. Since Master Roshi's soul did not go to the underworld, it means he is still alive, but now he is not on Earth. What is going on? Could the old man be wandering in the stars? Or has he traveled through time and space and been reborn? It is incredible. Gohan, how is the android now? Puer asked carefully. Son Gohan didn't want to scare them, so he said truthfully, "Don't worry, the android is dead, you don't have to hide anymore." Wulong and Puer's eyes slowly widened, and then showed shocked expressions. "Dead, dead? Yes, that's right, it was Trunks and I who killed him. By the way, you probably don't know Trunks. Trunks is Aunt Bulma's child. You'll see him in a while." Wulong and Puer looked at each other, and then suddenly held hands and danced. A strong two-dimensional style came over them, catching Son Gohan off guard. After a while, Puer started crying again when he heard the news that Yamcha might be resurrected. The change in style was amazing. The two pets chatted for about half an hour, and Trunks finally came back with 7 Dragon Balls. Trunks looked at Wolong and Puer curiously. Puer and Wolong also looked at Trunks curiously. Wolong and Puer pulled Son Gohan aside and asked quietly. Why does he have a tail too? He is your brother. Because Trunks' father is Vegeta. Ah? Vegeta? Wolong and Puer screamed in shock again. In their memories, Vegeta was a very cruel scion who kept shouting that he would destroy the earth and kill Son Goku and others. Even when he was covered in blood, he did not forget to speak harshly. He was simply the biggest devil, second only to the androids. Bulma actually had a child with such a cruel and scary guy? The degree of shock was second only to the news that the androids had been destroyed. But then again, it seemed that Miss Bulma was also quite scary. On the other hand, Dendi has updated the Dragon Balls and completed the upgrade. Dragon Balls version 3.0. After the upgrade, the Dragon Balls look a whole circle bigger. But there are no other special changes. Son Gohan couldn't help asking, Dendi, how is it? Can they be resurrected now? As long as the body and soul are still there, there should be no problem. Dendi responded with a smile. Great, then you should contact the North King immediately and ask him to inform them that we are going to revive them. Well, okay. Dendi nodded and immediately called King Kai of the North. After King Kai of the North said okay, Son Gohan began to summon Shenlong. Come out, Shenlong, and make my wish come true. As Son Gohan shouted, the sky darkened. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a strong light, and then gathered into a thick golden electric light that shot up into the sky. Crack! Thunder roared in the sky. The golden electric light quickly materialized and turned into a blue dragon that was 100 meters long. The head of the dragon poked down from the clouds, and its 2 lantern-sized eyes emitted red light. It said in a muffled voice, "Humans who summoned me, please tell me your wishes, I can grant you 3 wishes." The lines seemed to have changed a little bit. Son Gohan looked up at Shenlong in confusion, and then said, Shenlong, please revive the humans killed by the androids. Shenlong looked at Son Gohan and slowly said, okay, then it's as you wish. Then, Shenlong's 2 huge eyes flashed red and began to fulfill Son Gohan's wish. North Kai King Planet. The light above Piccolo's head gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Then it was Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Jiaozi, Bull Demon King. The halos on their heads disappeared. In other words, they have been successfully resurrected and become normal humans. Only Son Goku still has a halo on his head, which looks a bit lonely. Hell, the halo above Vegeta's head also disappeared. But King North Kai forgot to inform him, and he couldn't see his head. So he didn't know that he had been resurrected by Shenlong yet. Earth. Celestial Palace. Shenlong said in a muffled voice, okay, your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. After hearing Shenlong's words, Dendi immediately communicated with King North Kai and confirmed that everyone had been resurrected. Then, he walked to the edge of the Celestial Palace square and looked down at the earth and observed the human beings. He found that almost no human beings on Earth had been resurrected. With this result, Dendi couldn't help but sigh. After all, the time span was too long. Those humans on Earth who were killed by the androids had either been reincarnated or had long since disappeared. There was no possibility of resurrection. As for the second wish, Son Gohan looked up at the dragon in the sky and said, Shenlong, can you bring Sun Wukong back to life? Shenlong responded without any hesitation, I'm sorry, Sun Wukong died of old age, it's a normal death, it's beyond my ability to bring him back to life. Is there any other way? Son Gohan asked persistently. So the second wish is to ask for the method to resurrect Sun Wukong, right? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and after a while, it finally spoke. There is a powerful super dragon above me. The super dragon is omnipotent. It must have a way to revive Sun Wukong. Of course, there is another way. Sun Wukong died at the end of his life. If we can find a powerful energy to inject into his body, he will have a chance to be resurrected again. That's it. Sun Gohan looked at Shenlong. Yes, yes. Shenlong was stunned for a moment, then said, okay, the second wish has been fulfilled, please tell me the third wish. Sun Gohan said directly, then please give me a treasure with strong vitality. Chapter 64. I suspect you are making things difficult for Shenlong. Shenlong looked down at Sun Gohan, remembering that Sun Gohan had done the same to him last time. No, absolutely not. He couldn't let him look down on him like this. Otherwise, what dignity would he have in the future? Shenlong hardened his heart and extracted a trace of the life essence left by the dragon god Salama from his body and poured it into an emerald jade bottle. After a trace of life essence was extracted, Shenlong would fall into a deep sleep for a year. But it didn't matter, it would disappear and fall into a deep sleep after making a wish anyway. The timing was just right. It was equivalent to no injury. Anyway, just think of it as an investment in your own prestige, it's not a loss at all. Shenlong's eyes flashed red. There was an emerald jade bottle in Sun Gohan's hand. Sun Gohan looked at the jade bottle carefully and asked, how do I use this thing? But the Shenlong in the sky didn't answer his question at all. Suddenly dissipated. 7 Dragon Balls flew in all directions, and the sky became clear. Trunks wondered, why do I feel like Shenlong seems to have escaped? I guess he has to pee urgently. Sun Gohan played with the jade bottle in his hand, planning to ask the old Kai before using it, which would be safer. The green bottle, about 5 centimeters long, felt cool to the touch. Even though it was separated by a layer of jade, one could still feel that the bottle was filled with vibrant life energy. In short, it felt very comfortable to touch. Sun Gohan threw it into the dimensional space. Then he teleported to the North Kai planet. On the North Kai King planet, everyone was immersed in the joy of rebirth. Son Goku was no exception. He was happy for everyone's resurrection. But he forgot that he had not been resurrected yet. Son Gohan appeared. Dad, you should be able to be resurrected soon. I will send them back to Earth first. Haha, don't worry, I don't care. Sun Wukong laughed. In fact, more than 10 years have passed, so 1 or 2 days is not a big deal. Gohan, can Goku really be resurrected too? Chi-Chi asked quietly. Don't worry, it's okay. Son Gohan nodded. Anyway, now he can only try his best. If the bottle of life source given by Shenlong is useless, then at worst he can negotiate a business deal with old Kai. If his luck is extremely bad and the negotiation fails, then he can find a way to find the Super Dragon Balls. Can a living person die from holding his urine? It's impossible. After hearing Son Gohan's answer, Chi-Chi felt relieved. Ha ha ha, Goku, we'll go first then. Yamcha said as if he was heartless, but he was actually wiping away tears. Goodbye Goku, goodbye Lord Kai. Several people said goodbye. Okay, everyone hold hands, and hold on to me. Son Gohan said, and then he took Chi-Chi's hand. Chi-Chi took Bull King's hand, Bull King took Yamcha's hand, Yamcha took Tien Shinyan's hand, and Jiaozi rode on Tien Shinyan's neck. Tien Shinyan tried to hold Piccolo's hand, but Piccolo slapped him away with his paw. Everyone laughed. Tien Shinyan had no choice but to reach out and pull Krillin. Krillin laughed and grabbed Tien Shinyan's arm. Piccolo walked behind Son Gohan and put his hand on Son Gohan's shoulder. Okay, let's go. Son Gohan smiled and put 2 fingers to his forehead. He successfully sensed Trunks' breath and performed instant teleportation. Whoosh! Everyone disappeared and appeared on the square of the Temple of Heaven the next moment. Wow, this air! Haven't smoked for more than 10 years. Great, I'm really back. Earth is still the best. Trunks stared at the crowd blankly. In fact, among these people, he only knew Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King, and he had heard about the others from Son Gohan. Now they are all resurrected, which is unreal. But he still politely stepped forward to say hello. Master Yamcha, you are really resurrected. Puer flew over with tears in his eyes. Puer. A master and a servant, hugging each other. According to the research of authoritative Dragonists, the relationship between this master and servant is very unusual. It is intriguing. When everyone heard that Trunks was the child of Vegeta and Bulma, they were also a little shocked. But they quickly came to their senses and understood. This is very consistent with Bulma's character, there is nothing to say. Then, Son Gohan pulled Trunks aside and whispered. Trunks, from what I can guess, your father has also been resurrected by the Dragon Balls, but he's in hell now and may not know about it. How about you go and bring him back? Ah? Should I pick it up? What else? That's a good opportunity for you and your father to improve your relationship. What Son Gohan said was true. He knew exactly what Trunks was thinking, but sometimes he just didn't know how to express it. It would be best to let Trunks pick up Vegeta. Okay. Trunks nodded and teleported away from the earth. Oh, and Aunt Bulma too. Gohan teleported Bulma to the Celestial Temple. Bulma's eyes turned red when she saw her resurrected friends. This scene seemed like a dream. She had waited for more than 10 years. Then, Gohan said something to his friends, and teleported to the North Kai King planet. Dad, let's go to the Kaishin realm. Want to go eat? No, go find a way to resurrect you. But because he couldn't sense the breath of King Kai and others, Son Gohan had to take out the communication bead to contact Old Kai and asked Jebit to go there. Soon, Son Goku and Son Gohan arrived at Planet Kai. Son Gohan told Old Kai the whole thing, then took out the emerald jade bottle given by Shenlong and handed it to Old Kai. Old Kai took the emerald jade bottle in astonishment, took a look at it and said in surprise, what a pure source of life, this must be the life energy of some high-level creature. I don't know about that. Son Gohan shook his head repeatedly. Old Kai continued, although it's only a tiny bit, it's still the source of life. It's like a spark, maybe it can really revive Son Goku. How do I use it? Son Gohan asked. Old Kai thought for a moment and handed the jade bottle to Son Goku, drink it. Okay. Son Wukong took the jade bottle, uncorked it, raised his head and drank it all. Then he smacked his lips, as if he was still not satisfied. Dad, how do you feel? Several pairs of eyes were staring at Son Wukong without blinking. Before Son Wukong could answer, a ball of green light emerged from his body and instantly enveloped him. Son Wukong had to sit down cross-legged and close his eyes to guide the energy. The surging life energy swept out of his body, the surrounding grass grew wildly, and countless flowers bloomed. Seeing this spectacle, Sun Wuhan's eyes lit up, and he secretly thought that there was hope. Sure enough, not long after, the halo above Sun Wukong's head became dim, and then disappeared. This shows that Sun Wukong was really resurrected successfully. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, looked at the suddenly changed grass and blooming buds around him in surprise, and said to Sun Wuhan, "Wuhan, I feel so hungry, what's going on?" "Dad, you're alive again, ha ha ha." Sun Gohan stepped forward, grabbed Son Goku's shoulders with both hands and shook him hard. Chapter 65. Is he really resurrected? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. How can it be false? The halo above your head is gone. Wow, then I have to go back to Earth to eat. I'm so hungry. Goodbye, 2 Kaishins, and goodbye, Jepitel. Gohan, Dad has to go back first. Sun Wukong waved his hand, put 2 fingers on his forehead, and muttered. Piccolo's energy, Piccolo's energy, Piccolo's energy. Got it. Swoosh. It disappeared in an instant. X4. Son Gohan smiled awkwardly. Haha, my dad is that kind of person. Don't be surprised. He is quite reliable most of the time. Yet. The two Kaishin and Jebet nodded. But I have to go back now. I will bring you some delicious food next time. Son Gohan said. Old Kai waved his hand. Go ahead, it's time to reunite, don't waste time. Also, it's time to update the latest issue of the magazine. The author is so slow in updating, please help me urge him to do it. Okay, I'll go and see when I have time. Son Gohan said. He waved goodbye, and then teleported back to Earth. At this time, Trunks had already brought Vegeta back. But Vegeta was very unsociable. He leaned against a big tree alone, watching everyone silently. From time to time, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, wanting to beat Kakarot up. Finally, everyone decided to have a party and have a long-lost carnival. The next day, in the Eastern Ocean, a huge cruise ship was slowly sailing on the sea. Son Gohan stood on the deck, holding the railing with both hands, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying the rare peaceful time. Next to him stood the carefully dressed Videl. Videl's eyes were shining, and the shadow of Son Gohan was reflected in her pupils. The two of them were quietly blowing the sea breeze, looking forward to the future with each other. And on the other side, Kakarot on the board. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, and others were eating barbecue, drinking iced drinks and having a great time. Wolong and Puer were chasing each other on the deck, while Trunks and Xiaowu were surfing in the sea. The two Kaishin and Jepitel tasted the shrimp sushi and praised it highly. Son Goku roasted a whole butterfly pig. Piccolo and Dendi drank soda and talked about the past and current situation of Namek. Vegeta changed into new clothes under the coercion of Bulma, and lay in a rocking chair thinking about life with a look of despair. Chi-Chi and Bulma didn't know what they were discussing. They looked at Son Gohan and Videl, then at Trunks and Xiaowu, and giggled non-stop. The Bull Demon King took on the heavy responsibility and directed the chefs to serve the food quickly. A calm and warm picture, everything is the best. The missing Master Roshi has never been found, and everyone plans to ask Shenlong about his whereabouts after a year. Until now, the real murderer who killed King South Kai is still a mystery. Even if King South Kai continues to serve with a halo after his death, he doesn't know who plotted against him. But all this is far away from Son Gohan. Now Son Gohan just wants to expand the house and transform the old house on Baizai Mountain into a huge manor. He did it as soon as he said it. Only half a day later, Son Gohan found the best construction team in the world through Bulma, and the other party fully undertook the construction according to Son Gohan's ideas. The funds were in place. The construction started vigorously the next day. During the time of building the house, Son Goku, Chi-Chi, and Bull Demon King temporarily lived in the West Capital. Most of the houses there have no owners and have become ownerless. If it weren't for their special feelings for Baizai Mountain, they actually didn't need to rebuild the manor. On the third day, Son Gohan was called over by Bulma after training. Bulma pointed to the completed time machine, with her hands on her waist and a red face. Gohan, the time machine is finished, isn't it amazing? Son Gohan looked at Bulma's face and said with a smile, it's amazing. But Aunt Bulma, why do I feel like you seem to be younger now, and your face is much rosier? Ah, yes, is there? Bulma immediately picked up the mirror on the table and took a full-scale look. Haha, I see. Uncle Vegeta must have been resurrected. Are you happy? Tisk tisk tisk, it seems like I have returned to that energetic look 10 years ago. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Bulma coughed twice and continued, let's talk about the time machine again. Bulma became serious. Actually, according to the current situation, it doesn't matter if we don't go back to the past and send Goku a special medicine for heart disease. Anyway, with you, Gohan, everything will be back on track in the end. But those 10 years were so hard and difficult. Although the earth has become better now, billions of ordinary people still lost their lives and can no longer live. So, Gohan, since the time machine is already made, you should send the special medicine to your father. I don't want to see such a tragic history anymore, and I don't want to see you and Trunks working so hard anymore. I don't want to see it anymore. Yet. Son Gohan was silent for a moment, then nodded. Here, this is a special medicine for heart disease, something that was not invented in the past. And these 2 batteries, this is the fuel for the time machine, just in case of emergency, you can take them all. Looking at the special medicine that looked like glucose, Son Gohan threw it into the other dimension. As for the 2 tubes of time machine fuel that were as big as his arm, Son Gohan took a closer look. They were called batteries, but they were more like a kind of liquid fuel, transparent blue, crystal clear like amber. Pretty batteries. After taking a look, he also threw them into the other dimension. Aunt Bulma, how do you operate the time machine? Gohan asked. Bulma opened the lid of the time machine and demonstrated it to Gohan. Very simple, this is the start button, this is the return button. As for the time, I have already set it, it is 1 hour before Frieza comes to Earth to seek revenge. Back then, because Son Goku arrived a little late, the Z warriors suffered a lot at the hands of Frieza. If Frieza had not had a revengeful and playful mentality, Piccolo, Vegeta and others would probably not have waited for Son Goku. Okay, I understand. Son Gohan nodded and put away the time machine. Where's Trunks? Son Gohan asked. Bulma replied, I took Vegeta to the spirit time chamber in the Celestial Temple. Vegeta was very eager to go there after he found out about it, so Trunks took him there today. Well, in that case, I will have to go back alone. Son Gohan said. After leaving the Universal Capsule Company, Son Gohan thought about it, flew to the nearest city, and purchased several boxes of dried fish with various flavors. Chapter 66. Let's go. Son Gohan restrained his breath and pressed the start button. Whoosh! The time machine took off and disappeared in the air in an instant. In the afternoon of August 18, 764 AE. In an empty Gobi desert somewhere in Dongdu, Son Gohan, riding a time machine, appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the ground. He opened the lid, jumped out of the time machine, and then turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away. Release the breath to sense. Son Gohan sensed the breath of Cat Master, Turtle Master, and the Old God. He finally confirmed that he really returned to the time and space 16 years ago. The land he was standing on now was the land 16 years ago. These trees, these mountains, every grain of sand here, are things from 16 years ago. This feeling is really strange. It's like standing in the long river of time and witnessing the illusion of history. Son Gohan of this year had just celebrated his 7th birthday not long ago. Vegeta of this year had not yet become a Super Saiyan. At this time, Frieza was still quite far away from the Earth, and the Z warriors had not yet sensed that the crisis was approaching them. Son Gohan took a deep breath and waved his hand over his face. His face was immediately covered with a thin layer of mist. With the appearance of the mist, it was difficult for others to see his true face. This was just one of the tricks of using Yardrat's star energy. There was nothing surprising. With a flash of light in his palm, he took out the heart disease medicine and checked it. There was no problem. Son Gohan's different dimensional space node was opened deep in his brain. It would not be unopened because he traveled through time and space. There is still an hour left, what should I do? No need to think, I must go visit the old man, the Cat Master. Son Gohan put 2 fingers on his forehead, locked the breath of the Cat Master, and instantly moved to the top of Kylin Tower, the home of the Cat Master. At this moment, the Cat Master was playing hide-and-seek with Yajirobe. Son Gohan appeared out of thin air, and Yajirobe, with gauze on his eyes, bumped into Son Gohan, covering his head and screaming in pain. Who? Yajirobe pulled off the gauze covering his eyes and saw that it was a stranger whose face he couldn't see clearly. He immediately pulled out the samurai sword from his waist, held it horizontally in front of him, and asked Son Gohan loudly. The cat fairy also looked at Son Gohan vigilantly, and narrowed his eyes when he saw the furry tail behind Son Gohan. Scion, asked the cat fairy. Scion, is he really a scion? Yajirobe also saw Son Gohan's tail, and suddenly felt that the knife in his hand was not so sharp, and his voice began to tremble. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Don't panic, I'm just a Kamen rider passing by. I just want to ask the fairy Kylan for some fairy beans. Look, I brought gifts here, unlike this fat guy who is here for free." Son Gohan said, raising his hand to take out several boxes of multi-flavored dried fish and stacking them on the ground. Seeing this, Cat Immortal and Yajirobe were even more surprised. It is rare to have the ability to transform things out of thin air. However, when he smelled the fragrance of multi-flavored dried fish, Cat Immortal couldn't help swallowing a few times. "Sage Kylan, where are the senzu beans?" Son Gohan asked. The cat sage pointed to the khaki jars in the corner. "There, but there may not be many." Son Gohan walked over, opened the lid, and finally understood why this was not many. Son Gohan poured out all the beans from the 3 earthen jars. With a few clicks, the beans all rolled on the ground. My goodness, there were only 10 beans in total. It was outrageous. It was outrageous. Were they all eaten by this fat guy? Son Gohan had a look on his face as if he had eaten shit. Although he knew that it was the will of the world trying to remove the bug-like senzu beans, it was just with the help of Yajirobe. But this did not affect Son Gohan's resentment towards this fat guy. What a waste! If you grind it into tofu, you can have several meals, but he ended up eating them all as snacks. The cat hermit also said helplessly, "Yajirobe eats it whenever he has time, and there is no way to stop it." Son Gohan glared at Yajirobe and said, "1 senzu bean can fill your stomach for 10 days. Why don't you die of fullness after eating so much?" Although he couldn't see Son Gohan's face clearly, Yajirobe was still frightened by him and took a few steps back. "Here, there are only beans. What else can we eat if not beans?" Son Gohan didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he collected all 10 senzu beans and asked the cat sage, "Sage Kylan, these senzu beans are too few. Can you tell me the secret of growing senzu beans?" This, the cat hermit hesitated for a moment. Son Gohan pointed to the boxes of dried fish piled on the ground and continued. "You see, I came here with sincerity, and you should be able to feel that I am not a bad person. If I really had any bad intentions, you would not be safe now, right?" Son Gohan's tone was very calm, but the cat fairy heard a threat in his words. "Well, it's not a big secret anyway." The cat sage chose to compromise. If he could accept a guy like Yajirobe who had been taking advantage of him for free for several years and didn't even bring him a small dried fish, what else could he not accept? Besides, Son Gohan's aura was very pure, and he didn't look like a bad guy. Son Gohan listened quietly. The cat sage continued, "There is no secret to growing senzu beans. The key lies in the soil where the beans are grown. Ordinary soil cannot make the fairy beans take root and sprout. Only the soil in the divine world can meet the growth conditions of the fairy beans." "You mean that pot of soil comes from the divine world?" Son Gohan was surprised and pointed to the pot where the senzu beans were grown. "Yes." The cat fairy nodded. "I accidentally, when we arrived at this sacred land, we began to cultivate the magic beans. But as time goes by, the nutrients in the sacred soil are also lost, and now the magic beans are no longer as abundant as before." "Well, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise it would be troublesome to come again," Son Gohan said, and put the bottles and jars in order. "Haha, no lie, but how can the soil of the God realm be so easy to get?" "That's the God realm." The cat fairy couldn't help licking his paws as he spoke. It was his old problem. Well, you are right. Son Gohan nodded, thinking that what the cat master said made sense, but he did not agree. Goodbye then, Master Kylin. Son Gohan said as he jumped down from the Kylin Tower, leaving Master Cat and Yajirobe looking at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that Son Gohan had completely disappeared, Yajirobe asked, "So who is he?" "He just said that he was a Kamen rider passing by. But he's a scion." "Meow, who cares? Anyway, we are still alive and well, right? Yajirobe." The cat immortal suddenly shouted in a deep voice. "Arrive! Open the box!" The cat immortal pointed at the boxes of multi-flavored dried fish. As time went by, Frisia was getting closer and closer to the earth. The Z-warriors living on Earth began to sense the terrifying aura of Frisia and King Cold. After a brief shock, they began to gather together and discuss countermeasures with sad faces. But as expected, their emotions were extremely pessimistic. Frisia now was not someone they could contend with. Not to mention that in addition to Frisia, there was another equally powerful aura. Intense uneasiness and fear enveloped everyone. Chapter 67. They guessed where Frisia's spaceship would land, and then quietly moved over. Soon, a huge disc-shaped spaceship appeared in the sky and slowly descended. Many people felt Frisia's terrifying aura so closely for the first time. Their bodies were stiff, their steps were heavy, and their faces showed fear. Looking at their cowardly appearance, Vegeta, who was wearing a pink shirt, laughed coldly. "Hey, do you want to hear the truth? The end of the earth is coming." Everyone was silent, and no one refuted. On the other side, Son Gohan had already stood on the top of a mountain and had a panoramic view of what was happening. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as in his memory, without any changes. Everyone came. The huge disc-shaped spaceship approached the ground, and dozens of metallic iron claws extended from the bottom and inserted into the ground. Then it landed smoothly. Then, the hatch of the spaceship creaked open, and more than a dozen small fish came out one after another, standing in a row in front of the spaceship. Then, Frisia and King Cold also walked out of the spaceship. Frisia first made some harsh words, then waved his hand and ordered the dozen or so bastards to slaughter the humans on Earth. He threatened to make Son Goku miserable when he returned. Son Gohan stood on the top of the mountain, with his right hand extended, aiming at Frisia and his gang, ready to send an energy shockwave to kill Frisia and his gang in seconds. But at this moment, a figure rose from the other side of the mountain and landed in front of Frisia and his gang. Seeing the person coming, Son Gohan's pupils contracted and he slowly retracted his right arm. The person had purple hair, a long sword on his back, and was wearing loose overalls. Who else could it be but Trunks? But Son Gohan knew very well that this Trunks was definitely not the Trunks who chased after him every day and called him Brother Gohan. In comparison, this Trunks looked even colder, with less childishness and more maturity between his eyebrows. His cold look was very much like a cool hero from a movie. Son Gohan squinted his eyes and looked at the development of the situation, and couldn't help muttering. It really came. Below, Trunks began to display his divine power. His long sword came out of its sheath with a bang, and with one sharp sword move, he instantly killed more than a dozen of the shouting trash. Vegeta, Piccolo and others who were still behind the mountain were shocked, not knowing what had happened. So much energy disappeared in an instant. Then, Trunks clenched his fists, and golden flames rose up, turning into a blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan. In an instant, the momentum soared into the sky. Frisia, who witnessed Trunks' transformation, was shaken and took several steps back. This reminded him of the fear of being dominated by Super Saiyan Son Goku a year ago. In the back mountain, everyone became noisy and talked about the sudden appearance of the huge aura. Feeling Trunks' aura, Son Gohan judged Trunks' current strength. Trunks's current aura is roughly the same as his strength before he was buried more than 2 years ago. It is a very good strength. After all, he was 21 years old at that time, and the Trunks in front of him was only 17 years old. It seems that after he died, Trunks practiced very hard, which improved his strength to the current level. However, the direction of his efforts still needs to be improved. While Son Gohan was thinking, the battle between Frieza and Trunks was about to break out. Seeing that Trunks had become the Super Saiyan he hated the most, Frieza could no longer remain calm and raised his hand to blast an energy ball at Trunks. A huge roar sounded, and suddenly, thick smoke billowed in the canyon. But the law of smoke without injury is the eternal truth of the Dragon Ball world. Can such an attack hurt Trunks? The answer is no, it can't. Trunks soared into the sky and landed on a high peak. However, his retreating heel almost stepped on Son Gohan, who was sitting cross-legged there. Danger! Subconsciously, Trunks felt as if there was some terrifying creature crawling behind him, which could kill him with one blow. Is there someone behind him? Trunks turned around suddenly, and saw Son Gohan sitting cross-legged with a fuzzy face. Trunks, who had always been decisive, calm, and gentle, uttered his first swear word for the first time in his life. Fuck! Then he subconsciously slashed at Son Gohan with a sword. Trunks's long sword slashed at him from the corner of his eye, and Son Gohan instantly raised his breath, his arm wrapped in silver flames, and he raised his hand and directly grasped Trunks' long sword. Trunks tried to pull out the sword, but found that he couldn't pull it out. Great terror! Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the pressure greater than when facing the androids. He felt that his body could no longer move in this terrifying pressure. Who? Who is this person? Trunks was so shocked that his liver and gallbladder almost broke. In his memory, there was no such person. Moreover, the opponent's momentum only suddenly erupted when attacking, and the rest of the time, he couldn't even feel his breath. Otherwise he wouldn't have flown to this mountain and almost stepped on the opponent. Who is this person? Trunks searched frantically for the answer in his mind, but found nothing, because he couldn't sense the opponent's aura at all. When he was terrified, he heard Son Gohan calling his name. Trunks, we are not enemies. Go get rid of Frieza and King Cold first, and then finish what you should do. This person actually knows my name? A tsunami was set off in Trunks' heart. Facing the unknown, fear and terror became instinct. But he soon calmed down and said, "Okay. The other party is so powerful that it would be too easy to kill him. Now it seems that this person does not want his life, so he is not an enemy for the time being." And after a moment of contact, this mysterious man actually gave him a feeling of familiarity and kindness. It is incredible. At this time, Frieza below saw that Trunks did not appear for a long time after the explosion, and thought that Trunks had died in the explosion, and laughed. Wow, what a guy who doesn't know his own limits. The king of Kurd beside him also praised Frieza. "Frieza, well done." But suddenly, a loud shout came from above his head. Frieza! Frieza and King Cold suddenly looked up. They saw an energy ball whizzing down and exploding next to them with a boom. Damned Saiyan monkey! Frieza cursed and flew into the air. But something he didn't expect happened. Trunks suddenly appeared above his head and slashed down with a sword, instantly cutting him in half. In Frieza's shocked expression, Trunks swung the sword a few times and cut Frieza into several pieces of meat. Then, Trunks raised his hand and a Qigong wave hit Frieza's meat, instantly smashing Frieza into ashes. The whole operation was smooth, crushing bones and raising ashes in one go. King Kurd was stunned to see his beloved son turned into ashes. In addition to King Kurd, Vegeta, who was hiding behind the mountain, Piccolo, Krillin, and others also saw the scene in the sky and were stunned. They couldn't believe that such a powerful Frieza was killed in seconds. And the opponent looked very young, only about 16 or 17 years old, which was simply unacceptable. They couldn't bear it anymore and rushed over. Then, King Cold tried to trick Trunks of his sword, thinking that he had already won. In the end, he was still killed in one blow by Trunks. Things unfolded as in the original script. The Z warriors came not far from Trunks, but did not dare to talk. Trunks turned his head to look at the top of the mountain, but found that Son Gohan had disappeared. Chapter 68. Where did he go? Trunks wondered when he didn't see Son Gohan. Just then, a breeze blew by, and Son Gohan's voice rang in his ears. Trunks, remember, don't tell them about me. Trunks looked around, but couldn't find where the voice came from. He just felt that the voice was familiar. It reminded him of the respected brother who had died many years ago. Well, as he wished. He exhaled, dissipated the Super Saiyan state, regained his mind, turned to look at Vegeta, Piccolo and others, smiled, and shouted. I'm going to pick up Mr. Sun Wukong, do you want to come with me? What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the boy would call out Goku's name. Seeing their surprised looks, Trunks continued, Mr. Sun Goku's spaceship should land nearby, follow me. As he spoke, he took off, identified the direction, and flew out. Krillin, Vegeta, and others hesitated for a while, wondering whether they should follow. But in the end, they couldn't resist their curiosity and followed. 3 hours later, Son Goku's spaceship fell from the sky and smashed a deep pit on the ground with a bang. Son Goku, wearing the costume of Yadrit, appeared. The story continued to develop, and Trunks and Son Goku had a fight. Then he told Son Goku about the terrible future, and then gave him the special medicine for heart disease he brought. While they were talking, Son Gohan had wiped the blood off his face, was sitting in a gourmet restaurant in Taoto, with a table full of all kinds of food, eating heartily. Speaking of this restaurant, Son Gohan was quite familiar with it, because he had been there many times in his world. All the furnishings in the store were the same, even the people were the same, but the proprietress was much younger now, just a young woman in her early 20s. In his memory, the proprietress was already a charming woman in her 40s. This feeling was really very strange. Son Gohan looked at the proprietress with interest, and while eating, he was also thinking about the appearance of Trunks. Now it seems that the world line has split when I was reborn. In that time and space where I am already dead, Trunks fought against the androids alone and brought a special medicine for heart disease to the world. Everything has changed, but nothing has changed. Timeline is the most complicated thing in the world. Son Gohan kept deducing and guessing in his mind. If he had known that there would be a Trunks coming to this world to deliver medicine, he would never have come. Wouldn't it be nice to eat delicious food when you are free and practice when you are full? Why bother to wade into this muddy water? To be honest, he didn't really want to meet the acquaintances in this world. He was too lazy to explain. And he might be involved in some unnecessary cause and effect. In short, it would be troublesome. Now that Trunks has come forward to solve the problem, he is also happy to be an idle bystander. It's comfortable. Thinking about it, there was no waste on the table of food, and all of them had their destinations. The young proprietress saw such a handsome guy who could eat for the first time, and she was secretly amazed. She couldn't help but look at Son Gohan a few more times. Madam Boss, pay the bill. I'm here, sir. The proprietress's voice was gentle and pleasant, but her figure was a little worse than it was more than 10 years later. Son Gohan happily paid and left the food house. At this moment, he found that Trunks's breath was away from Son Goku and others, and flew around everywhere, as if looking for him. Finally finished. Son Gohan thought to himself, teleporting over. High in the sky on the top of a mountain, Trunks looked around. Strange, is that person gone? Thinking of the familiar and friendly feeling that Son Gohan gave him, Trunks wanted to see Son Gohan again and find out who he was. Whoosh! Son Gohan suddenly appeared beside him. Instant, Instant movement. Trunks was startled and took 2 steps back, then he saw Son Gohan's face clearly. After seeing Son Gohan's face clearly, Trunks' pupils quickly contracted, and even his hands began to tremble. His lips trembled, and he looked at Son Gohan in disbelief and said, "Go, brother Gohan? Is it really you?" He rubbed his eyes hard, and both eyes were red. "Yes, it's me." Son Gohan nodded. Silence. Trunks continued to look at Son Gohan, and soon shook his head to deny it. "No, you are not brother Gohan. My brother Gohan is not like that." Trunks' eyes quickly changed from excitement to dullness, then from dullness to doubt, and then from doubt to shock. With this strength, if he were to be reborn as an actor, it would be totally unreasonable for him not to win the Best Actor award. "Mr. Gohan, are you from the future too?" Trunks was so smart, and after he regained consciousness, he guessed almost exactly where Son Gohan came from. Son Gohan nodded. "Yes, let's find a place to talk. Go there." He pointed to a flat meadow on the hill. "Yeah, okay." Trunks responded, his eyes never leaving Son Gohan. The two landed on the top of the mountain, and Trunks also restrained his aura. They sat on the grass. Trunks' eyes were full of shock and confusion. This Mr. Gohan was taller than the big brother Gohan in his memory. His arms were intact, and even the scars on his face were gone. In particular, there was a furry tail left behind. If it weren't for the kind and familiar feeling in the face that was 80% similar, Trunks would not have dared to recognize him. Thinking of the terrifying aura that suppressed him before, no matter how hard Trunks thought, he couldn't imagine that the identity of the mysterious man was actually Son Gohan. As soon as Trunks sat down, he couldn't wait to ask Mr. Gohan, "What's going on? Are you really from the future too?" Son Gohan nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right, Trunks, tell me about the situation over there first." "Okay." Trunks didn't hesitate and told everything that happened in the future world. It was the same as what Son Gohan remembered. In the year 778 of the Age of Ages, he died. Trunks dealt with androids 17 and 18 alone for several years, living in hiding. Later, Bulma successfully developed a time machine. Then Bulma asked Trunks to bring a heart disease medicine to Son Goku in this world. A familiar story, not different at all. "This is my story, Mr. Gohan, what about you?" Trunks looked at Son Gohan and said. Son Gohan looked deep and lost in memories. "In the year 778 of the Age of Aegis, I crawled out of the grave." "Hey!" Trunks' eyes widened. What kind of incredible start was this? Chapter 69. Then why didn't my big brother Gohan crawl out? Trunks was stunned. He didn't expect that Mr. Gohan in front of him would have such a miraculous start. He had carefully checked at that time. Big brother Gohan had no breath at all. He was indeed dead. But Mr. Gohan in front of him was not dead. Son Gohan waved his hand, and an air shield enveloped the two of them, isolating the sound and breath. Only to hear Son Gohan continue to say, "There is nothing strange about this. Time changes rapidly. Every second has the potential to create a different life. Just like in this world, who could have imagined that such a strong father would suddenly die of a heart attack? Many things happen suddenly, it could be a pulse beat, an ant bite, or the difference in soil temperature. Anyway, I woke up suddenly. This is probably where the divergence between our two worlds began. Later, Trunks and I found a spaceship at the former site of the Universal Capsule Company, and your mother successfully repaired the spaceship. This spaceship is equipped with a gravity system, which can be used to practice more efficiently. Later, I happened to remember that my father mentioned when I was very young that there was a wonderful spiritual time house in the Temple of the Gods, so Trunks and I went to look for it. Fortunately, the Temple of the Gods had not been destroyed by the androids, and we successfully found the spiritual time house." Trunks couldn't help but ask, "Spirit time chamber? What is that?" It was a very suitable place for cultivation. The gravity inside was several times that of the earth, and 1 year of cultivation inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. But unfortunately, each person could only go in there for 2 days in his lifetime. But this was enough. Trunks and I trained in there for 1.5 years. After we came out, the androids were no match for us. Trunks and I successfully killed the androids. Listening to Son Gohan's story, Trunks was very shocked. Although Mr. Gohan said it lightly, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the androids were. Mr. Gohan must have experienced a life and death struggle before he won. So, what happened next? Trunks continued to ask. He looked at Son Gohan's intact left arm and knew that there must be a follow-up. Later, I contacted Lord North Kai through Mr. Popo, the guardian of the Celestial Temple, and learned the address of New Namek from Lord Kai. I took the spaceship that Aunt Bulma repaired to go to New Namek. There, I successfully repaired my broken arm with the Dragon Ball. I also found a new god, Dandy, for the Earth. Dandy once again created the magical Dragon Ball and brought new peace to the Earth. That's enough, Son Gohan decided to stop here. After listening to Son Gohan's story, Trunks sighed. I didn't expect that the two worlds would be so different. I don't know anything about what Mr. Gohan said, including spaceships, the Spirit Time Chamber, and New Namek. I know nothing about it. If I had known this earlier, oh. Son Gohan looked at Trunks, thinking of the ups and downs he had experienced alone over the years, and sighed. You can try it after you go back, but I don't know if the Temple of the Gods is still there. Yet. Trunks nodded heavily, then thought for a moment and continued, Mr. Gohan, can I ask you for a favor? You tell me. Son. Gohan said. Can you give me some advice on how to practice? I can feel that you are very powerful now, even more powerful than Mr. Wukong I just met. I want to become stronger, then defeat the androids and bring peace to the Earth. Sure. But I thought you would ask me to help you kill the android. Son Gohan couldn't help but laugh. After all, that happened in my time and space. I want to solve it myself. I want to kill those 2 demons with my own hands, avenge all my friends, and avenge Brother Gohan. Trunks clenched his fists and spoke loudly. Very good, very ambitious. Son Gohan smiled and patted Trunks on the shoulder. Then he said, Trunks, you just heard my way to become stronger, so I won't tell you again. Now I want to tell you some tips on how to become a Super Saiyan. Let me ask you, Trunks, do you think the Super Saiyan can make further transformations? Further transformation? Trunks was a little surprised. He had never thought about this. Can a Super Saiyan make further transformations? Unbelievable. Son Gohan said, looking at your expression, I know you definitely haven't thought about it. Then I will tell you now that the power of a Saiyan has no limit, and the Super Saiyan transformation is also unlimited. In my opinion, Super Saiyan is not the end, but just the beginning. There is still a very long way to go, and we can continue to break through bottlenecks and become stronger. We must first break the bottleneck in our hearts. Only with this idea can we find new breakthrough methods and directions to continue to become stronger. If you think that Super Saiyan is just that, then your achievements in this life are probably limited to the initial stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Remember, you must constantly break through yourself and surpass your own limits. Trunks nodded heavily, feeling a little itchy in his head, as if he had opened up new thoughts and had a new direction. This is the benefit of someone guiding you in your practice. If you explore on your own, with the same talent, you will always be one step behind others. Mr. Gohan, I'm grateful for your teaching. Trunks stood up and bowed deeply to Son Gohan. The grace of teaching was like a rebirth, and Trunks was very grateful. Although Son Gohan only said a few words, it was a great help to him. Well, sit down. Son Gohan waved his hand, and Trunks sat down again. Trunks, please listen carefully to what I say next. You say. Trunks sat up straight. Son Gohan said with a serious expression. In fact, in addition to androids 17 and 18, Dr. Gero's computer has created an even more dangerous android. This guy may have already awakened in your place, so you have to be more careful and beware of his sneak attacks. There is such a thing. Trunks was shocked and became more eager to improve his strength. Strength is the confidence to face all difficulties. Well, also, if one day you obtain the sword of King of Swords, remember, you must break it at the first possible moment, remember. Okay, I understand. Trunks nodded heavily and kept everything in mind. He has always been a very steady person and it is impossible for him to be careless. After talking for a while, Trunks got on the time machine and disappeared in the sky, returning to his own time and space. Looking at the direction where Trunks disappeared, Son Gohan was silent for a while. He knew that what he said to Trunks would definitely change some of the history of that world. But what does it matter? Such a tragic history is better off not having it. Chapter 70. Son Gohan also took out the time machine and returned to his own time and space. He told Bulma the news of the appearance of another Trunks, and Bulma was stunned. It took only half a day to go back and forth. Nothing happened, but it was almost time for the next meal. The next day, Son Gohan went to Kylan Tower, planted a senzu bean in the pot where the cat fairy used to grow senzu beans, and watered it. After doing this, he went to Kaishin again, planted 5 senzu beans, and asked Jepit to water them on time. 2 months passed in a flash. The new manor on Bayazai Mountain has also completed the final acceptance. Son Gohan and his family moved into the spacious new house. And it is worth mentioning that Chi-Chi is pregnant again. The law of nature is that after a long drought, all things grow. This is true. On this day, after training, Son Gohan came to Kylan Tower to check the planted senzu beans. But the result disappointed him. 2 months have passed, and it has not sprouted yet. Could it be that this senzu bean seed is dead? Son Gohan had an urge to dig it out and study it. But in the end he held back. Then, he came to Kaishin. Looking at the 5 senzu bean seedlings that broke through the ground, Son Gohan smiled so hard that his back teeth were exposed. Relieved and satisfied. There is a strong sense of accomplishment. It's like an old father sighing that his child has finally grown up. Since it has sprouted, it means that half of the success is achieved. Jupiter, well done. Son Gohan gave Jupiter a big thumbs up for this great hero and gave him a tempting food reward. A year passed quickly. Vegeta thought he had made a major breakthrough, and came to challenge Son Goku with great vigor and confidence. However, he was shown off by Son Goku by changing from normal state to Super Saiyan, and then from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. Not long after the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, Chi-Chi successfully defeated him. It was a fat white boy. Chi-Chi named him Goten, Son Goten. Looking at this brother who was almost 25 years younger than himself, Son Gohan sighed that his parents were still strong. In short, they were awesome. Trunks poked Son Gohan from the side, and whispered to him that he actually wanted a younger brother or sister, and was very envious. Go tell your mother. Son Gohan laughed. In that year, they summoned the dragon and found Master Roshi. Through Master Roshi's story, they learned that he had mistakenly entered the demon world in the past few years and couldn't find the way back. Fortunately, he had the help of the dragon, otherwise he would have been trapped in the demon world forever. This was a very bizarre experience, and Master Roshi said it was too painful. The witches over there were too open, and he was a little overwhelmed. Speaking of senzu beans. After a year, the senzu beans on Kylan Tower have taken root and sprouted, and have grown to a height of more than 10 centimeters. But it is unknown when they will bloom and bear fruit. As for the 5 senzu bean seedlings on Kaishin Star, they are far ahead. Purple buds have already bloomed, and the results are gratifying. Time flies. Another year has passed. This year, son Gohan and Videl successfully entered the palace of marriage and began a happy life as a couple. After countless nights of failing the review, Videl was pregnant. A few months later, a checkup. Wow! Good guy, she was pregnant with twins. 10 months of pregnancy, successfully delivered. A boy and a girl. Both cute babies are very good looking, with delicate features, big eyes, and long eyelashes. It can be imagined that they will definitely be handsome men and beautiful women when they grow up. The family was overjoyed and held a big banquet. Son Gohan was so excited that he didn't sleep for several days. He was so happy that he didn't even think about how to write the word sleepy. Finally, the names of the 2 children were also decided. The girl, Videl, was named Xiao Fang. The boy, son Gohan, was named Sun Wu, the martial arts. There is also a taste of nostalgia for the previous life. After becoming a father, son Gohan felt that his responsibility was even greater. He practiced diligently every day and never slacked off. His strength was also increasing day by day. One day, Chi-Chi asked son Gohan curiously, "Gohan, don't you want to be a scholar anymore?" Son Gohan smiled and replied, "Mom, I'm studying martial arts now." Chi-Chi smiled and didn't say anything else. Gohan has grown up now and is a father. He has his own considerations, and Chi-Chi will naturally not interfere too much. Moreover, he lives a good life now. He has no worries about food and clothing, and has become a wealthy family in the eyes of others. This is much cooler than being a scholar. Just because son Gohan provided a new brain hole and invested in the Universal Capsule Group, he now has a very considerable income from dividends every year. There is simply too much money to spend. Nowadays, Piccolo often lives in the Temple of Heaven, and he either practices martial arts or meditates every day. With him living there, Dandy doesn't seem so bored. Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi became ascetics, and they have to travel all over the world with their legs and practice hard. Yam Sha became a fitness coach, and every day he teases young female students with exaggerated muscles. With Videl's strong recommendation, Krillin went to work at the East Capital Police Department and became the captain of the second team. Kame Senin and Oolong Puer still live on Kame Senin Island. Every day, they read magazines, watch TV, and do aerobics, which is also very comfortable. On this day, son Gohan was teasing the babbling son Goten. Trunks fell from the sky and came to son Gohan's side. At this time, Trunks has really grown up and become a veritable big Trunks. And his strength is also extremely powerful, which can be said to be the 3rd strongest person on Earth. His strength is only lower than son Gohan and son Goku. With the full power of Super Saiyan 2, even Vegeta would be beaten by him. Haha, Goten, call me brother, Trunks brother. Trunks lifted son Goten above his head and laughed. Son Goten danced and laughed non-stop. Scream, Goten! Trunks held son Goten and spun around. T, L, K, S, son Goten shouted word by word, and then laughed like Trunks. Son Gohan looked at the 2 of them and felt as if he were in another world. Goten, you have to call Trunks brother, not just Trunks. Trunks refused to give up. He also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being called brother. It was cool just thinking about it. But son Goten wouldn't call him that. Finally, Trunks had no choice but to let him go and put him on the ground. Trunks said to son Gohan somewhat unconvinced, "Brother Gohan, why doesn't Goten want to call me brother? I really can't understand it. Next time, remember to give him the candy first, and then try again." Really? Trunks' eyes lit up and he thought it might be possible. "Hey, that's for sure, Trunks, I'm not bragging to you, but I'm a father now, and I never tell lies," son Gohan said proudly. Chapter 71. The last chapter can be considered a perfect ending, but now the disobedient sequel is here. Now is special news. Today, a large number of terrorists appeared all over the world. They hold a special equipment, pierce the human body to seize energy. According to investigation, these terrorists should be from the same organization. Please be careful when traveling. If you find any suspicious whereabouts, please report to the relevant departments in time. Below are the special tattoos of the organization's followers. Please be careful to identify them. Then, several pictures appeared on the TV screen like slides. The pictures were all muscular men, and they all had the same black mark on their foreheads. While eating, a special news was suddenly broadcast on TV. Hearing the sound of the TV broadcast, Son Gohan turned his head abruptly and looked at the TV screen. After seeing the picture, he couldn't help but frowned. This mark, familiar, too familiar. This is the special mark of the evil wizard Babadai. Is it finally here? Just as Son Gohan was thinking, Gohan, Gohan. Ah, what's wrong? Videl saw that Son Gohan was suddenly distracted and called him twice. Why are you so absent-minded? Chaiki also looked at him. At this moment, it was lunchtime. Sun Wukong had gone somewhere and had not returned. Sitting at the table were Sun Wuhan, Chaiki, Videl, Bull Demon King, and two nannies who were hired to take care of the three children. In theory, nannies were not allowed to eat at the same table with the host family. But Sun Wuhan's family didn't mind this. It was just a matter of adding 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Something happened. Son Gohan pointed to the TV that was still playing the news repeatedly. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Kikai asked. Well, it shouldn't be a big deal, let's eat first. Son Gohan smiled and continued to eat. The ball was gone. What else did Babadai want to stir up? After dinner, Son Gohan teleported to the Temple of the Gods. When he saw Dendi, Son Gohan said, Dendi, help me find a guy. Sensing Son Gohan's breath, Piccolo, who was floating in the air, opened his eyes and landed. What happened? Bic and Dendi asked in unison. It is like this, now a group of weird guys appear on the earth, I am afraid they will endanger the safety of the earth. Son Gohan recounted the TV news he had just seen. I want to talk to their leader, but that guy must have used special means to block his aura. How could such a thing happen? I haven't seen any alien spacecraft coming to Earth in the past few days. Dandy said in disbelief, then walked to the edge of the heavenly temple and looked down at the world. Could it be that the people on Earth are behind this? Piccolo also frowned, standing side by side with Dandy, looking down at the world. After Piccolo merged with the old god, although he was no longer the god on Earth, his ability to observe the world from the temple of the god was still there. There are 38 people in total, each holding a special energy collector. Thousands of ordinary people have been killed, but fortunately, only the energy in their bodies has been drained, and they are not dead. They should be able to recover after resting for a while. Damn it! I just didn't patrol the mortal world today. Dandy clenched his fists tightly, full of regret. He thought to himself that these evil forces were really omnipresent. At this moment, the voice of the North King sounded in the air. Hey, Gohan, are you listening? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Son Gohan guessed that what King Kai wanted to say was probably related to the magician Babadai. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to contact him for no reason. Look, do you remember when King South Kai was killed? Remember, wasn't that years ago, before Bojack invaded Earth? Yes, it was at that time. Now we have finally found out who the murderer is. Son Gohan had a bad feeling. The guy that King Kai was talking about was probably Babadai. King Kai continued, there is an evil magician who has gathered a lot of evil magic warriors in recent years to collect energy everywhere in the galaxy. He was active in the southern galaxy a few years ago. The death of King South Kai was related to him. Son Gohan's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed true, it was really the work of that ugly bastard Babadai. This evil wizard is called Babadai. It is said that he is the descendant of Bibidai, the evil wizard who created Majin Buu a long time ago. I guess he collects energy to revive Majin Buu. Gohan, I have to tell you a worse news now. Babadai should be on Earth now. Son Gohan sighed, then you probably guessed right. I'm asking Dendi to find his location now. At this time, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air sounded. 3 people arrived at the Temple of Heaven one after another. They were Son Goku, King Kai Shin, and God Servant Jebet. Son Goku was teleported from King Kai of the North. King Kai and Jebet also came to Earth after sensing Babadai's appearance. As soon as they met, King Kai awarded Son Gohan an Advanced Awareness Award. Gohan, luckily you had the foresight to move Majin Buu's seal ball, and now Bibidai's descendants have actually appeared. Son Gohan nodded. Well, now the most urgent task is to find Babadai and his gang. Dendi stepped forward and bowed to King Kai and said, Lord King Kai, I have a question. There have been no alien spaceships coming to the Earth in the past few days. How did this Babadai suddenly appear? King Kai smiled and said, Dendi, you don't know, this Babadai is proficient in evil magic, his ability is even better than his father Bibidai, he should have used a spell similar to teleportation to travel through space to come to the Earth. Found it? Kaishin said, his eyes lit up. He found the place where Babadai was hiding. Great! You are worthy of being called Lord Kaishin. Dendi said. Son Goku on the side became excited. Gohan, do you think this Babadai is a powerful guy? Well, the old problem came back again. Son Gohan responded, I don't know, but since he is a magician, you must be careful of his magic. Let's not talk about it for now. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, follow me. Shen Kai said, jumping down from the heavenly palace. Lord Kai, why don't you just teleport over there? Gohan couldn't help but complain, but he followed Kai. Piccolo and Goku also jumped down. Because we still have to talk about something on the way, and many people still don't know anything about Babadai. Kaioshin explained. Well. At this moment, the air was turbulent. Trunks and Vegeta teleported over. Brother Gohan, what's going on? I sensed your auras gathering together, and I guessed there must be some special action. So I followed you. Trunks explained to Son Gohan. Then he followed the team. Vegeta snorted and turned his head to the side. Looking at the arrogant Vegeta, Son Gohan was really worried that he would get cervical spondylosis sooner or later. Chapter 72. Since you are all here, let me tell you about this evil wizard Babadai. Looking sideways at everyone, King Kai Shin began to talk about Babadai's past. Fortunately, Gohan had the foresight to transfer Majin Buu's seal ball to the Kaishin realm, thus avoiding a disaster. It is impossible for Babadai to find Majin Buu now. Our current mission is to kill Babadai and the evil warriors he recruited. Vegeta said coldly, they are dead, all the strong men in the universe are gathered here, they are walking into a trap. King Kai looked at Vegeta and smiled, haha, don't underestimate Babadai, maybe he has summoned some terrible subordinates. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms and said indifferently. Hehe, Lord Kai, I want to see what that Majin Buu looks like. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands and said, his eyes almost glowing. Hearing his words, King Kai was shocked. No, absolutely impossible. He decisively rejected Son Goku's request. They are both scions, but why is there such a big difference in personality? Mr. Gohan and Trunks are obviously very stable, but Son Goku and Vegeta look a bit wild. Tisk 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 tisk, what's the contrast of identity exchange? Who is the father? At this moment, in a basin in Yunzabite Highlands, a huge spaceship was buried underground, with only a gap on the ground for entry and exit. On the bottom of the spaceship, Babadai, who was short and ugly like a bug, was furious. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Where is Majin Buu? Where on earth did Majin Buu's sealing ball go? Ah! Babadai is only 50 centimeters tall, with shit green skin, looking like a dung beetle. Now that he is angry, his voice is sharp and his saliva is spurting, making him look even uglier. Next to him stands a tall and strong man with a blue cloak and pink skin. He is none other than Dabura, the king of the demon world. Dabura lowered his head as much as possible and said, "Lord Babadai, did someone do something before we came?" "Yes, that must be the case. It must be that bastard East Kai, he is the only one who knows where Majin Bu is, it really piss me off." Babadai was out of breath, veins bulging on his forehead, he was extremely angry. Dabura comforted him, "Lord Babadai, it doesn't matter if you can't find him, don't you already have me now? Even without Majin Bu, I can still roam the universe, no one will be my opponent." Babadai glanced at Dabura and snorted, "Humph, you are far behind Majin Bu, that is my father's most perfect work." Hearing Babadai say this, Dabura felt a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to refute. Although he is the king of the demon world, he is now under Babadai's evil spell, with an M mark on his forehead. He can only let Babadai drive him and cannot have any rebellious thoughts. Otherwise, he will be in agony. He nodded, "Yes, yes, Lord Babadai, what should we do now?" Babadai sneered. "Humph, suck all the energy of the earthlings and then destroy this planet. One day, I will find Majin Bu and kill that guy East Kaishin to avenge my father." "Yes, Lord Babadai, I am looking forward to this day," Dabura said kindly. "By the way, that guy is still sleeping?" Babadai suddenly asked. This bastard, go wake him up." "But Lord Babadai, he doesn't do anything when he gets up, and he has a bad temper. I just can't stand him sleeping, go wake him up for me." "Humph, he dares to disobey me." "Yes," Dabura replied, turning around and walking towards the second floor. Son Gohan and the others landed on the top of a mountain in Yunzabite Highlands. King Kai pointed to a spot in the basin and said, "Babadai's spaceship is hidden there. Do you see the entrance?" "Yeah." Several people nodded. Their eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people, and they could see farther. At this moment, a muscular man fell from the sky, holding a standard energy collector, and entered the entrance of the spacecraft. It seemed that he had collected energy and returned. "Brother Gohan, what should we do now?" Trunks asked. As Trunks asked, the others also looked at Son Gohan, with a sense of following his lead. It must be said that in terms of strength, Son Gohan is now number 1. Even Vegeta, who had been looking up at the sky at a 45 degrees angle, had to admire Son Gohan's terrifying power. They had no idea what realm Son Gohan was in now. Son Gohan said, "The enemy is in the light, we are in the dark, and we are now launching a sneak attack. What else can we do? Of course, we will destroy their spaceship while they are not paying attention, and take as many as we can." Several people's eyebrows jumped wildly. It is really hard to defend against the powerful old villain. "Just watch me." Son Gohan grinned, raised his hand and pointed it in the direction of Babadai's spaceship, and threw a blue energy bomb directly over. Whoosh! The strong light penetrated the sky and the earth. The energy bomb exploded when it touched the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the flames shot up into the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the whole valley was filled with thick smoke. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a large area of the entire Yunzabit Highlands was cut off. Everyone looked at the explosion in front of them with fear and fell into silence. At this moment, in the center of the explosion, the wounded Babadai held up a protective shield and spat out blood in anger. "But, damn it, who blew up my spaceship? Bastard, you destroyed the energy I had worked so hard to collect for several years, you beast, wow." He spat out blood again, his face pale. Dabura, whose cloak was covered with dust, shook off the dust, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and reported to Babadai. Ahem! Master Babadai, in addition to the energy that was collected being destroyed, Pui, Yego, and dozens of other soldiers died in the explosion. Where's that guy? Babadai asked. He was still sleeping just now, and I didn't have time to wake him up. Damn it, forget about him, let's go and see who did this, I'm going to kill him. Yes, Master Babadai. Dabura said respectfully. Babadai and Dabura flew into the air, and when they were in the air, they saw Son Gohan and others. Damn it, it's them, Dabura, teach them a lesson. Babadai raised his hand and pointed, shaking with anger. His years of hard work were ruined in an instant. It was all because of this group of people in front of him. Unforgivable. He must kill them to resolve the hatred in his heart. The anger had burned Babadai's mind. Yes. Dabura replied, and then he descended from the sky with Babadai and came to the crowd. Who are you? You are so bold that you destroyed my spaceship. You are courting death. Babadai hid behind Dabura and poked his head out. He was so angry that some of his few hairs fell out. Then he saw the Kaishin in the crowd. Damn it, East Kai, it's you who did this. I want you to die. Chapter 73. Babadai was hiding behind Dabura and was furious, and he was talking nonsense. Dabura, kill this Kaishin guy for me. Yes, Lord Babadai. Dabura answered loudly, took a big step forward, and stared at the 7 people in front of him. Humph, it's you who's going to die here today, Babadai. East Kaishin retorted. But he looked at Dabura with a wary look. He knew Dabura's origins, and explained to the people next to him, this big guy is Dabura, the king of the demon world. His strength is unfathomable. You guys better be careful. He immediately retreated behind everyone. Dabura sneered and said, Humph, now that you know my name, do you still want to struggle in vain? Big fool, what are you talking about? I'll be your opponent. Vegeta sneered and stepped out of the crowd. Seeing that Vegeta wanted to steal the monster, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it and quickly said, Vegeta, I want to exercise too. Humph, let's play finger guessing to decide who goes first. Okay, come on. Sun Wukong was furious. So, Sun Wukong and Vegeta started the first round of fierce competition. Scissors, rock, paper. Scissors, rock, paper. The scene was quite intense. Dabura and Babadai were speechless. Dabura even shouted, Stop fighting, come on together. Shut up. Vegeta glared at him. Dabura was so angry that veins on his forehead jumped. He secretly thought that he would teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The game of rock-paper-scissors ended after a minute. In the end, Vegeta won and he faced Dabura. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, raised his chin, clenched his fists, and his black hair instantly turned golden, and his whole body was burning with golden flames. In an instant, a powerful momentum swept out with him as the center, setting off gusts of wind. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in surprise. He was surprised that Vegeta had achieved such an achievement in just a few years. Such momentum! There is no mistake. It is about the same strength as when he and Trunks first came out of the Spirit Time Chamber. In 2 or 3 years, Vegeta broke through from the initial stage of Super Saiyan to the current level. This shows that the efforts Vegeta has made in the past few years are unimaginable for ordinary people. Such strength is much stronger than when he fought against the perfect form of Cell in the original Z Time and Space Decisive Battle. HAAA! Vegeta shouted, raising his aura to its peak. He burst his energy under his feet, moved quickly, and pounced on Dabura. Humph, you're looking for death. Dabura sneered, and clenched his right hand in the air. A big knife suddenly appeared in his palm and slashed at Vegeta. Vegeta moved at high speed and dodged Dabura's slash, then appeared on Dabura's right side and punched him hard in the face. With a dang sound, Dapper blocked Vegeta's heavy blow with his sword. Ah! The two men shouted and wrestled with each other, and the airwaves spread out in circles, rolling in all directions. The battle was about to break out. Babadai saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly retreated to the back. Boom boom boom! After the wrestling match, Vegeta and Dabura's fists and feet hit each other countless times, and there was a loud roar. Then, the two of them had a full-strength collision, and their fists hit each other fiercely. The surrounding stones exploded and shattered into powder. And the ground sank deeply with the two people as the center. Boom! A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and his figure flew backwards, turning several times in the air before he could barely stabilize his body. Speaking of which, his strength is much weaker than Dabura after all. It is difficult to get the upper hand in a head-on confrontation. But with Vegeta's character, how could he give up? He took off into the air, waving his hands repeatedly, and constantly making a da-da-da-da sound, and energy balls smashed towards Dabura frantically. Classic tactics, Prince tactics. But as we all know, this move seems to be extremely fierce, but in fact, when the opponent's strength is crushed, it is just scraping the opponent. It can be said that there is no effect at all. It can only cause damage to the earth and various light pollution. Sure enough, Dabura came out of the thick smoke and came to Vegeta in front of him in an instant. The big knife fell from the sky and slashed down fiercely. But it is unlikely to defeat Vegeta in this way. Vegeta put his hands together above his head. It seems to have triggered a 100% bare-handed white blade skill, and immediately blocked Dabura's big knife. HAAA! Vegeta exploded with anger again, his hands were blazing with anger, and he bent them to the side. Dapper's sword immediately broke into two pieces, and it looked like it could no longer be used. However, Vegeta was also panting and sweating on his forehead. Dabura threw the half-broken sword to the ground. A knee strike flew out and instantly hit Vegeta's lower abdomen, kicking him up. Then there was a storm of punches and kicks. Vegeta could only defend and retreat repeatedly, suffering terribly. Dabura's strength was stronger than him, and it was really difficult to deal with him. Ha! Vegeta burst out with his might again, and the brilliant light all over his body forced Dabura to retreat again. At this time, Sun Wukong shouted from afar, "Vegeta, is it time for me to take the stage?" Who, cockroach, shut up. Vegeta stared at Dabura and angrily said to Sun Wukong, his breathing getting louder and louder. But his mouth was really hard to the extreme, and then he said to Dabura, "Humph, Dabura, is this all you can do? It's nothing more than this." Dabura's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and threw an energy bomb at Vegeta. Vegeta jumped high and dodged Dabura's energy attack. Dabura's energy bomb flew directly towards the people watching the battle. And it was extremely fast. This, King Kai and Gepetto were horrified. But seeing that the others were extremely calm, they had to endure the tingling scalp and stay there motionless to appear more sociable. The energy ball came whistling and getting closer and closer. At this time, Trunks rushed forward and turned into a Super Saiyan 2 in an instant, and punched the flying energy ball away. The energy ball exploded in the distance, and another mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Vegeta jumped high into the sky and laughed, ha 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 ha, and energy flashed between his hands, as if a brilliant and dazzling sun had condensed. Ha ha ha, Dabura, do you dare to take my move? Vegeta laughed arrogantly and began to use the method of provoking. Vegeta, this energy will destroy the earth. King Kai and Gepetto were terrified, and King Kai shouted. But how could Vegeta hear him? And even if he heard it, what would happen? No one could change Vegeta's determination except himself. Vegeta is such a proud man. Take that, ultimate flash! Vegeta shouted, and a devastating blue light descended from the sky and hit Dabura. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, as if only Vegeta's energy attack was left in the world. The ultimate flash was so fast that it was too late for Dabura to dodge. He had no choice but to push his strength to the peak and grab Vegeta's hands. "Asshole, how can I be afraid of you?" Dabura was also very stubborn. He pressed the ultimate flash with both hands, and there was a sizzling sound from his palms, and wisps of white smoke came out. Hiss! His palms were severely burned by the flames. The smell of barbecue came out. His feet on the ground also sank into the ground, and plowed out 2 long traces, and were pushed away. After being pushed out for dozens of meters, Dabura yelled "Ah!" His arm veins popped out, and finally slapped the ultimate flash to the side. The extremely powerful energy dragged a long tail, whizzing past, shattering several mountains, and then piercing the atmosphere, exploding in the vast universe. In an instant, the strong light enveloped half of the earth. Wherever the light shone, everyone covered their eyes. Chapter 74. The final flash seemed to have taken away Vegeta's last bit of strength. He landed on the ground, his left hand resting on his right shoulder, his breathing as heavy as a bellows. Vegeta was so weak at this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. The strong light finally dissipated. Dabura kept blowing his mouth at his palm that was burned by the flames. He looked at Vegeta, who couldn't even stand steadily, sneered and said, "Good man, you can actually hurt me. Are you the strongest one among them? That's a pity," he said as he walked towards Vegeta step by step. Vegeta's eyelids were heavy, and he saw double when he saw Dabura walking towards him. "But, damn it, how could I, Vegeta, lose like this? I haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that your strength is not as strong as your mouth." Dabura laughed loudly, increased his speed, burst out with arrogance, and rushed forward. "Is this the end?" Vegeta was unwilling. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and kicked Dabura, who was rushing forward to claim his life, away. Dabura rolled several times in the air, and then hit a piece of weathered stone, which instantly exploded into rubble and flew everywhere. Dabura jumped up, his face full of shock. "Who is it? What a powerful force!" He looked up, only to find that it was a blond boy with a sword on his back who looked only 17 or 18 years old. The kick just now made him feel the breath of death. "This guy! I didn't expect him to have such a strong strength." "Dad, senzu beans." Trunks took out a senzu bean and threw it to Vegeta. Son Gohan had given Trunks 2 senzu beans, and he carried them with him. Although the planted senzu beans were not yet mature, there were still 4 seeds left, so Son Gohan gave Trunks 2. Vegeta didn't expect Trunks to have senzu beans, but now was not the time to think about it. He took it and ate it. Son Goku, who was watching, suddenly became anxious. "Ah, Trunks, you broke the rules, it's my turn." "Shut up, Kakarot, I will take care of this guy, I am not defeated yet." Vegeta, who had recovered his strength after eating the senzu beans and even became stronger, retorted. "Vegeta, you are cheating." Sun Wukong was very dissatisfied. Trunks also frowned and said, "Dad, let me kill him." In order to let Vegeta fight 1v1, time has been delayed for a long time. Trunks can't stand it anymore. "Trunks, you two, get out of the way." "Forget it, he is my father." Trunks hypnotized himself, suppressed his anger, and returned to his original position. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly became hideous, held his head with both hands, and then knelt down. "Ah!" In just a moment, beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, revealing an extremely painful expression. At this moment, Vegeta's veins bulged all over his body, and he was sweating all over. "Dad, what happened to you?" Seeing the situation was not good, Trunks flew over again and tried to help Vegeta up. As a result, he was caught off guard and was punched away by the suddenly violent Vegeta. Vegeta stood up trembling all over, and then laughed ha ha ha. His whole body aura expanded and continued to rise. Soon he broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 1. After a few breaths, his whole body was surrounded by Puchi lightning, and he successfully advanced to Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! His laughter was very unbridled. As if his animal nature had returned. Piccolo and Son Goku, who were watching the battle, seemed to see Vegeta during his first invasion of Earth. What happened? What happened to Vegeta? Kaishin asked in surprise. Piccolo was also stunned and said, Vegeta actually broke through and became a Super Saiyan 2 on the spot? Unbelievable. No, Vegeta's aura is wrong, too violent. Son Goku frowned. As for Son Gohan, of course he knew what was going on. Vegeta was demonized by Babadai. Through the demonization, he increased his strength and forcibly broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 2. It can be said that it was a blessing in disguise. This battle was not in vain, it honed his combat power and broke through the realm. And Vegeta is not so easy to control. Now the M mark on Vegeta's forehead is becoming clearer and clearer. This is the sign of being demonized. At this time, a sharp voice rang out. Vegeta, stop fighting Doppura and go kill that Kaishin guy. It was Babadai. He flew back and hid behind a weathered rock. Shut up, Vegeta turned his head with difficulty and looked in the direction of Babadai. What? How dare you disobey my orders? Babadai thought it was incredible. It was impossible for a person who had been demonized by him to refute his orders. Otherwise, he would have a splitting headache, or even a severe brain hemorrhage, and would not be able to move normally. Go kill the King of Kings for me. Babadai didn't believe it and ordered Vegeta again. Vegeta knelt down again and pounded the ground with both hands. Shut up, shut up, shut up, how can I obey your orders? I am a noble Saiyan prince, you lowly reptile. Vegeta suddenly stood up angrily, and the aura of Super Saiyan 2 was completely released from his body. The ground was constantly shattered and spread out in a spider web-like crackling. Babadai was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a guy. Not far from Vegeta, Trunks looked at Vegeta with a complicated look. His father's self-esteem was beyond his expectations. And King Kai's pupils contracted and said Babadai, it was Babadai who controlled Vegeta. Sun Wukong glanced at him, meaning that even I can see it, Lord King Kai. Don't talk about what everyone knows. Kill him, I'm going to kill Babadai. King Kai said. King Kai said, he had already soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Babadai. Son Gohan shouted from behind Lord King Kai, be careful. At this time, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura started again. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's strength was greatly enhanced. Dabura fell into a disadvantage for a while, and narrowly escaped death. Pa! Dabura suddenly spat at Vegeta, and Vegeta raised his hand to stop him, and the saliva smeared on his white glove. Then, Vegeta was shocked to find that his glove was petrifying rapidly. Humph, dirty thing! Vegeta quickly took off the glove and threw it on the ground. With a snap, the glove broke into pieces. On the other side, the Kai who was attacking Babadai suddenly flew back spurting blood. Ah, what happened? Lord Kaishin. Jebit was shocked. He reached out to catch the King of Kings and threw a healing spell at him. The King of Kings quickly recovered, but looked in the direction of Babadai's hiding with a look of fear. Babadai has a helper. Helper? Isn't there only one Doppura left among Doppura's men? Jebit was surprised. Really? I just sensed an unusual aura, but I didn't expect there was someone who could hide his aura. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, let's go take a look. Son Gohan flew into the air. Son Goku and Piccolo followed closely behind. The three of them flew in the direction of Babadai. Jebitu saw the three of them leave, and Jebitu asked King Kai, what about us? Let's just stay here and don't drag them down. At this time, King Kai also had a clear understanding of his own strength. the commentator who was just there to make up for the occasion. Son Gohan and the other two were flying in the air, looking down at where Babadai was hiding. But they found that Babadai was being held up by the neck by a man with one hand. Babadai was struggling madly in the air. Frieza? Piccolo's eyes widened, and he looked at the ground in disbelief. Not Frieza. Son Gohan shook his head. Chapter 75. On the ground. Babadai, who was being strangled by the neck and held in the air, had a blue face. He kicked his legs hard, looking at the man in front of him who was supposed to be controlled by him in fear. The man who was strangling him was about 60% similar to Frieza, but taller than Frieza. His whole body was made up of white and purple. Compared with Frieza's petite figure, he looked more powerful. This was Frieza's biological brother, Cooler. He was known as the most talented warrior in the Frieza family. Babadai's tiny hands pried Cooler's fingers apart and struggled hard. Cooler, what are you doing? Let me go. He. Of course I'll kill you, Babadai. Trash that has no use value shouldn't exist. Cooler's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he smiled coldly, increasing the strength of his hands. Babadai found it even harder to breathe. Gula, you dare to betray me, let me go. Not only do I dare to betray you, I also dare to kill you, Babadai, you don't really think you can control me, do you? Thinking of Vegeta just now, and looking at the sneer in front of him, Babadai was terrified. What did this guy mean by willing to be controlled by him back then? What exactly did he want to do? But Babadai no longer had the chance to think about it. Go to hell! Gula glared. Babadai's head exploded with a bang, a foul smell spread, and his body went limp with no signs of life. Dirty blood! Gula threw away Babadai's headless body, looked up at the three people standing in the sky, and smiled strangely. With Babadai's death, the letter M on Cooler's forehead disappeared. Not only him, but Vegeta, Dabura, and those demonized Earth energy collectors all returned to normal. They were no longer controlled by Babadai. But the battle between Vegeta and Dabura has not ended yet. The fight between the two has reached a white-hot stage. Although their strength has been reduced due to the disappearance of demonization, the battle is still fierce. Vegeta did not downgrade from Super Saiyan 2 because of the disappearance of demonization. It's just that he is now a weakened version of Super Saiyan 2. It's roughly equivalent to the young Son Gohan in the Z time and space period. He can fight Dabura fiercely. But with his battle-hardened skills, he slowly gained the upper hand. And Trunks was on the side to defend his father. Piccolo's ears were very sharp. He heard all the conversations between Cooler and Babadai. Without turning his head, he said to Son Gohan and Son Goku, "This guy down here is called Cooler." Cooler? He looks like Frieza. Sun Wukong touched his chin curiously. Anyway, when he saw this Cooler, he thought of Frieza. And Son Gohan frowned. There was something wrong with the appearance time of this Cooler. If he remembered correctly, according to the timeline in the movie, Cooler's appearance time should be around the time when Sun Wukong suffered from viral heart disease. He said he came to teach Sun Wukong a lesson. But after beating Sun Wukong twice, Sun Wukong suddenly turned on and became the legendary Super Saiyan. A Kamehameha wave pushed him into the sun. But even so, Cooler still didn't. He died completely, and then turned into a metal form and almost destroyed Namek. That time, Goku and Vegeta were almost killed by him. He is a bit tricky opponent. But after Gohan searched his memory, he found that the Cooler in front of him had never been to the Earth more than 10 years ago. In other words, this is his first official appearance. Could it be that because his father died of a heart attack, he will not come? Or is it because Trunks changed the timeline of Z time and space, so Cooler appeared early? In short, there is a discrepancy in the time. Hehe, everyone, you've been watching for so long, aren't you ready to come down? Gula stretched out his palm and pointed at the three people in the sky. The energy in his palm was surging, and he could strike a shocking blow at any time. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Goku looked at each other, then landed and stood not far from Gula. Seeing the three of them landing, Gula also put away the surging energy in his hand and looked at Son Gohan and the other two with interest. "Oh, you are Sun Wukong, right? The guy who killed my brother." Gula looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. "That's right, I am Sun Wukong, who is your brother." Sun Wukong stood up and clenched his fists until they crackled. It was the excitement of seeing his opponent. "My stupid brother always laughs like this, ha 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 ha. Ah, I see, it's Frieza. I never thought that Frieza actually has a brother, so are you here to avenge Frieza?" Sun Wukong suddenly realized, no wonder Cooler looks so much like Frieza. "Ah, no, it should be Frieza who looks so much like this Cooler. He, my stupid brother and brainless father are dead anyway, why should I avenge them? But from the looks of you, you want to kill me too, right? You scions are really villains." "Ah, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to fight with you. What if I want to kill you?" Gula's eyes suddenly became dangerous. He, I'm not that easy to kill." Sun Wukong laughed. "Oh, really?" Gula said, and suddenly his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong at an incredibly fast speed, and punched Sun Wukong away. A piece of weathered stone forest was smashed to pieces by Sun Wukong's flying body. There was a rumbling sound. "Old Sun," Piccolo shouted anxiously, taking a defensive stance. "Dad is fine, he can take a beating," Son Gohan said, frowning slightly. "This strength isn't a bit wrong, right? Much stronger than Frieza." And Son Gohan also knew that the Cooler in front of him was not the final form. He had one more powerful transformation than Frieza. Speaking of which, that form was pretty cool. Retracting his thoughts, Son Gohan stared at Cooler, who was standing next to him, and asked, "Cooler, you were the one who killed King South Kai, right?" Cooler looked at Son Gohan, who was half a head taller than him, and laughed, He, you actually knew? Who are you?" "I am Son Gohan, the man you just beat up is my father." "Hey!" Son Gohan also suddenly attacked, punching out with lightning, hitting Gula's lower abdomen and knocking him out. Gula's backwards posture was exactly the same as that of Son Goku just now. Boom! Countless weathered stone forests exploded, smoke and dust spread, and a rumbling sound erupted. "Ha ha ha, really funny." But Fura quickly soared into the sky and returned to a few meters opposite to Son Gohan. And Son Goku also leaped back. The two men were each hit by a punch, but neither was seriously injured. Son Goku stretched his muscles, jumped up and down, and shouted, "Gohan, don't do anything first, let me fight him." Son Gohan spread his hands helplessly, meaning "you please." Fura looked at Son Gohan, then at Son Goku, raised his chin and sneered, "You don't seem to be able to do it, Son Goku, I'm not a fool like Frieza." "Ah, I was underestimated." Sun Wukong raised his hand and scratched his hair, saying awkwardly, "What about this?" Sun Wukong yelled and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his whole body burning with golden flames and his golden hair standing upside down. Gula hugged his chest with both hands and shook his head. "No, you can only deal with a loser like my brother." "Oh, what about this?" Haha! Sun Wukong once again charged up his energy and his aura increased rapidly. His golden aura became even stronger, and arcs of electricity swirled around his body. Super Saiyan 2. He, this is a bit interesting. But I haven't just been eating and sleeping for the past 10 years. Ha ha ha, come on, let me beat you to death, Sun Wukong. Gula suddenly laughed out loud, and then his whole body burst into purple light, and he rushed towards Sun Wukong.